Toledo got some good wild meatballs too. Yeah. Good ones.
Well, it's let that old immigrant style East Coast Jersey Italian food.
Well,
Different.
They put everything in there. Veal and fucking meatballs.
Especially the Sunday sauce, when you'd see the oils bubbling up on the surface of the pot, and the grandmother be stirring it with a wooden spoon. My grandmother did. Yeah, my grandmother was the big cook. It was insane. My grandmother could cook. She'd make homemade pasta. She'd have the kitchen table, flour out there, rolling everything, making the roller, cranking the pasta machine. Look at that. How's a person supposed to be well and healthy?
That's Osteria, right? I'm not fucking around.
No.
But you guys aren't either. I gotta give credit where credit is due. Those fucking tacos the other night.
And that's just from the truck on the street.
That's a truck on the street.
Yeah.
But guess what? I can't get that in Jersey. Mexican food is god awful.
Really?
I even told one of the waitresses we were talking, like, Mexican food's terrible. The refried beans look like they were made from, powdered, powdered mashed potatoes. The kid goes, they got those. I knew they were fucking powdered refried beans.
They have powdered refried beans.
The Mexican food is horrible. I don't know where these Mexicans came from. They're not a fucking of those. The fucking food is fucking terrible. That's the only thing I miss about LA. That and that fucking sushi.
Yeah.
It's the fucking alcohol plate with the garlic on top. I need to know.
LA's got had good food, but goddamn, they killed so many restaurants.
I already even the sushi place I was going to is dead. Sushi Dad is dead.
Yeah, a lot of them.
But bro, what you've done down here is fucking, I gotta commend you, man. That's a great club. Like I told you, I was blown away the first night.
It's been pretty fun. And it's a year now. Crazy as it seems. It's already over a year.
And everybody's come through here.
Yeah. Everybody.
Come through here. That's crazy.
Yeah. It's been crazy. It's been awesome.
You've been good, brother.
We're just getting started.
We're just getting started.
Yeah. It's been beautiful having you down here, too.
Oh, just to see what you're doing and to see the club. There's so much enthusiasm in that club.
Yeah.
You know, when you walk in, people are happy. Like I told you, I love to spectate. I'm a spectator, bro. I love to sit, smoke pot, and watch Sam fucking work. And when I watched the way the people were interacting, the people coming in and everything, it was beautiful. Like there's nothing freaking, you don't feel like, you know what I'm saying?
Right. Yeah.
You feel nothing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Fucking cops, everybody's in this.
Yeah.
It's great. It's a great thing, man. And it's family. You can feel it in the air.
Yeah.
And that's what's, there's no hang. There's a hang, but there's no hang. And that hang is perfect, man.
Yeah.
It's perfect. And that green dog, when I took my clothes off the first night, that clothes smelled so bad.
Come on, cigarettes?
Cigars, cigarettes, acid, speed, fucking, got any of that?
No.
You like that?
No.
Yeah. Yeah. What about you? You got no smelling salt. You didn't give me nothing. You didn't.
We always have smelling salt.
That fucking, that scent fucked me up.
Yeah.
Oh,
It's 6, but yeah, you took it right after we ate. You're like,
no, I was eating. That's when I swallowed the first one. The restaurant. On top of the sushi. So that motherfucker. Then I had another one in my pocket. Because the zins is when you take one, sometimes you take two.
right, they stick together. Yeah, don't swallow. That's my advice to you.
Well, I already swallowed like 6 of them, so too fucking late.
Well, no more. Swallow.
No, I wouldn't swallow. But I gotta get some more of these things.
All right. I'll get
I love you all.
I love you to death,
Thank you for
man.
having me
You're the
down.
best.
Family is family. Comedy family is comedy family.
Yeah.
That's what these motherfuckers want to understand.
The people that don't get it will not get that because they haven't experienced it. But we're lucky.
To cheer for each other.
Yeah.
To fucking, I'm so happy for Tony and the garden. I'm so happy for Red Man,
It's amazing.
And that's what being a kind is about, is also fucking giving love to these people, who look good, man.
Yeah.
Girls, I love the girls, Sarah's down there this week.
Yeah.
She was happy to see me. I was happy to see her. Kim was coming tonight. So, Eleanor.
Yeah. It's been great
Steve
having
Bone, fucking Ron White to see him.
Ryan Simpson just released his Netflix special. Donnell was here. Yeah, it's been amazing. It's been amazing.
Really
It's a great town now.
I love
It's really
it.
popping. I love
Miss
you.
you like a motherfucker.
I miss you too. But we'll
I'll
do this
come down
more.
here next month. And I'll come down here in May. Then I get
Yes.
too hot.
Okay. Take a couple
And
months
then by
off.
September, I think I can do my own residency.
Let's go, Joe.
That's my plan.
Beautiful. All right.
Thank
Love
you.
you. Bye, everybody.
Love you guys.
Here we go. And boom. Boom. We're live. Graham, great to see you again.
Nice to be back
Always.
with you, Joe.
And we were just talking about your new book, America Before. That there's two versions of it. There's one version, and then there's a newer version that's a Barnes & Noble version that's specific to Barnes & Noble that has an extra whole chapter in it.
That's correct. Yeah.
Yeah, and so they can get that at Barnes & Noble. I'm just trying to keep bookstores alive, man. They're on
I think
the way
it's
out.
really important, and that's one of the reasons that I did this because I had finished the book, and then Barnes and Noble came to me through my publishers and said they would like to do a special edition of the book, but in order to do that, I needed to write them some extra material, and I had a lot of material that I hadn't put in the book, and I thought, well, this is an opportunity to put that out there.
Beautiful. So if people want that, it's a little bit different, and there's a small gold square.
Okay, so first of all, my website, grahamhancock.com, has a page about America Before, and the link to the Barnes & Noble edition is there, as well as the link to the standard edition, which is on Amazon and iTunes and all kinds of other places. So grahamhancock.com and the America Before page, the link to the Barnes & Noble edition is right there.
All right, there it is. So how is this, well, before we even get into the book, what is it?
Go to Talks and Events.
Okay, we're on the Graham Hancock website.
No, go to books. Go to books. Go to America Before.
Bam.
Bam.
No, go to
There it is.
Go to United States. You can see Amazon, Barnes, and there's Barnes and Noble
Special edition.
special edition. Click on that.
There you go. And then the ebook as well.
The ebook is
special
available.
edition
The
as well.
audio book, which I read myself,
Excellent.
is available there. Then if you scroll down, oops, that shouldn't be there.
Damn pop-ups.
Damn
Sons of bitches. I am so happy you read it yourself. I get angry when someone else reads someone who I'm like, come on, he can talk.
Yeah, I enjoy reading my books myself, and what I've learned from feedback I get from audiences at presentations is people like me doing that.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, 100%. It's just weird when someone else is talking in your voice. Like, hey man, I know you're not Graham.
You know that I write fiction as well as
Yes.
non-fiction.
Yeah.
The one thing I can't read is my fiction.
Really?
Well, yeah, because fiction requires accents. You really need an actor
Yes.
to read a fiction book who can get into the different characters. But for a non-fiction book like America Before, it's very straightforward for me just to read it myself.
I agree. I'm a tremendous Stephen King fan, but when I read Stephen King's books where he reads them or listen to them when he reads them, they're terrible. He's awful at it.
I don't think a novelist should read their own novels. I think that's a job for an actor. Oddly enough, I've just been reading Stephen King's Dark Tower series. I'm just very near the end of the 7th volume of that.
Yeah, I'm just a giant fan of his, but
Me
man,
too.
when he reads it like he's just reading.
Yeah.
It's like, oof, this is rough. It's hard to get behind. Anyway, America Before.
So
Give us
on the
the
website, there's details about the book. There's a page where there are links to the book. And also the other thing I would like to take this opportunity to mention is I'm in America and Canada for the next 7 weeks. And I'm going to be doing something like 25 presentations in something like 20 American cities and then 3 Canadian cities in Vancouver, Montreal, and Toronto. And that's all on the Talks and Events page of my website.
Five, four, three, dos, una, oh. Come on, TriCaster. Live? All right. We're live, ladies and gentlemen. To my left, Tim Poole. Everybody knows and loves him. Vija, what is it? How do I pronounce your last name? Vija, not Vija, Vija. Vija Gaddy. And your position at Twitter is?
I lead trust and safety, legal, and public policy.
That's a lot. And Jack Dorsey, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, thank you everybody for doing this. Appreciate it. Thank you. It feels all of a sudden there's tension in the room. We're all loosey-goosey just a few minutes ago.
Attention.
And everyone's like, oh, this is really happening. Here we go. Before we get started, we should say, because there were some things that people wanted to have us talk about. One, that the Cash App is one of the sponsors of the podcast. It's been a sponsor for a long time. And also a giant supporter of my good friend Justin Wren's Fight for the Forgotten charity, building wells for the pygmies in the Congo. This is very important to me, and I'm very happy that you guys are a part of that, and you are connected to that. I don't, it's easy for someone to say that doesn't have an influence on the way we discuss things, but it doesn't. So if it does, I don't know what to tell you.
I'm going to mention too, just because I don't want people to come out and freak out later, I actually have like 80 shares in Square, which isn't really that much,
but it's something.
It is. So I don't want people to think, whatever. You're the CEO of Square, I think, right?
Yep.
Yeah, there you go.
There you go. We have a Cash App too. And the reason why we decided to come together is we had, I thought, a great conversation last time, but there's a lot of people that were upset that there were some issues that we didn't discuss or didn't discuss in depth enough, or they felt that I didn't press you enough. I talked to Tim because, Tim and I have talked before, and he made a video about it, and I felt like his criticism was very valid. So we got on the phone and we talked about it, and I knew immediately within the first few minutes of the conversation that he was far more educated about this than I was. So I said, would you be willing to do a podcast and perhaps do a podcast with Jack? And he said, absolutely. So we did a podcast together. It was really well received. People felt like we covered a lot of the issues that they felt like I didn't bring up. And so then Jack and I discussed it. We said, well, let's bring Tim on and then have Vija on as well. Is that right?
Yep.
It's a hard one. Sorry, I'll get it right. I promise. But so we're here. Today, do you know who Sean Baker is? He's a doctor who's a prominent proponent of the carnivore diet. His post was his account was frozen today. I just sent it to you, Jamie. Yeah, his account was frozen today because of an image that he had, because he's a proponent of the carnivore diet. There's a lot of people that believe that this elimination diet is very healthy for you, and it's known to cure a lot of autoimmune issues with certain people, but some people ideologically oppose it because they think it's bad for the environment, or you shouldn't eat meat, or whatever the reasons are.
This is huge in the Bitcoin community.
Yes, yeah. Well, it's for a lot of people that have autoimmune issues, particularly psoriasis and arthritis, it is a lifesaver. It's crazy. It's essentially, it's an autoimmune issue. So because he has a photo of a lion in a header eating looks like a wildebeest or something like that, his account was locked for violating his rules against graphic violence or adult content in profile images. That seems a little silly, and I wanted to just mention that right away. Now, whose decision is something like that? Like, who decides to lock a guy's account out because it has a nature image of, natural predatory behavior?
In this particular case, it's probably an algorithm that detected it and made some sort of an assessment. But as a general rule, how we operate as a company is we rely on people to report information to us. So if you look at any tweet, you can kind of pull down on the caret on the right, and you can say report the tweet, and then you have a bunch of categories you can choose from of what you want to report. I think this one in particular, though, is probably an algorithm.
You're stupid, bitch. Nigger, I hate faggot niggers, butt stinky nigger, or opponent.
Or to
I am. Well, fucking kill yourself, you midget, faggot nigger, stinky bitch, hello, women. I hate women. Point pussy makes SpongeBob's penis, go on.
Make sure that
You're stupid, bitch. Nigger, I hate faggot niggers, butt stinky.
A fucking dirty nigger, and you need to kill yourself now. I am Goku, so much better than you nigger monkeys. If your stupid nigger ass doesn't back away from me, I will have to use my amazing power. A fucking dirty nigger, and you need to
eat anything animals or something like that, but this seems not the intention of the rule.
Does this one of the reasons why I wanted to bring this up immediately? Does this highlight a flaw in the system in that people can target an individual? Because with him, like I said, he's a doctor and a proponent of this carnivore diet, but he's also ruthless in his condemnation and mocking of vegans. He does it all the time. And so then they get upset at him, and they can target posts and just report them en masse. And when they do that, then this becomes an issue.
I think this does reveal part of the challenges that we face as a global platform at scale. In this, I don't know what happened in this case, so it's hard for me to talk about it. But what I would say is that it doesn't really matter if one person reports it or 10,000 people report it. Like, we're going to review the reports and we're going to make an assessment, and we're never going to, kick someone off the platform finally and forever without a person taking a look and making sure that it's an actual violation of the rules.
Right. Okay. So,
but the mob reporting behavior does happen.
Yeah, it does.
It happens across the spectrum.
I'd have to assume it's going to be one direction. I can't imagine he would target vegans, but vegans would target him, right?
Well, he might. I mean, he doesn't. But
is he the kind of guy who's going to want to report vegans and get them banned from Twitter, or is he going to want to make fun of them?
He's going to make fun of them.
They're going to target him to try and get him removed by exploiting the system that you guys have.
It may not be him, though. It could also be his followers. It's a really complicated world out there, so you don't. The motivations of why people mob report are different, and it's not always under someone's control.
It could even be other carnivore diet proponents who are just jerks who don't like him because he's getting all the love. People are weird.
Yeah,
but it's just the idea, though, is that it does kind of highlight a bit of a flaw in that it's good that someone could, because you might see something awful, someone doxing someone or something like that, and then you can take that and report it, and then people can see it and get rid of it and minimize the damage that's done.
There's another big problem here, in that, is the carnivore diet legitimately healthy? Is it a threat to your health? And if it is what is Twitter's responsibility in controlling that information, right? So just to clarify, my opinion is, if he wants to be a proponent for the carnivore diet, let him. But you've got people on YouTube who are being deranked for certain beliefs about certain health issues that I don't agree with. And so one of the risks then is, we're coming towards a position where people think some ideas are better than others, therefore, as a company, we're going to restrict access to certain information.
You mean like anti-vax?
Exactly. Right.
Yeah.
So I guess I'm trying to say is, at what point would you guys restrict someone from sharing false information about vaccines that could get someone hurt?
That is not a violation of Twitter's rules. No.
I think, I'd be interested to hear your ideas around this, but our perspective right now is around this concept of variety perspective. Like, are we encouraging more echo chambers and filter bubbles, or are we at least showing people other information that might be counter to what they see? And there's a bunch of research that would suggest that further emboldens their views. There's also research that would suggest that it at least gives them a consideration about what they currently believe. So
you guys,
given the dynamics of our network being completely public, we're not organized around communities, we're not organized around topics. We have a little bit more freedom to show more of the spectrum of any one particular issue. And I think that's how we would approach it from the start. That said, we haven't really dealt much with misinformation more broadly across these sorts of topics. We've focused our efforts on elections and mainly election training.
YouTube is a different animal.
It is.
Someone can really convince you that the Earth is flat if you're gullible when you watch a 45-minute YouTube video.
Right.
It's kind of a different thing.
But I wanted to just kind of get into that statement you made about misinformation and whether or not you'll police it. So
I think that the tough part of this is really, and love to have a discussion about this, is do you really want corporations to police what's true and not true?
Absolutely not.
That's a really, really tough position.
But you guys do that.
We try not to do that. We don't want to do that.
But you do in your rules.
But the places that we focus on is where we think that people are going to be harmed by this in a direct and tangible way that we feel a responsibility to correct.
When you
Not
say
correct ourselves.
in your rules, Tim, what do you mean by that?
Dead naming and misgendering.
Dead naming and misgendering.
So that's a specific ideology that's unique to a very small faction of people in this world that you guys actually ban people for.
So the way I think of it is it's behavior based. And I know you think of it as content, and we can disagree on this point. But this is about, why are you doing this to a trans person? Why are you calling them by this name when they've chosen to go by a different name? Or why are you outing them in some way? What is your intent and purpose behind that?
I don't mean to interrupt, but in the interest of clarity, I wanted to just explain what dead naming means.
Right.
So,
a transgender individual changes their name when they transition. The dead name would be their birth name or the name they went by before the transition. So,
my mom's probably going, what?
And
Waiting for the text. What's a dead name?
And I will clarify too, your rule specifically targeted misgendering and dead naming, I believe is correct, right?
So years ago, we passed a policy that we call our hateful conduct policy, and that prohibits targeting or attacking someone based on their belonging in any number of groups, whether it's because of their religion or their race or their gender, their sexual orientation or gender identity. So it was something that's broad-based, is that you can't choose to attack people because of these characteristics.
But you do have limits on what characteristics you police, right? So you're not banning people for targeted trans-speciesing others, right?
Well, we have also general abuse and harassment rules, right? Which says you can't engage in abuse and harassment on the platform.
But you can't detonate someone, but you can call them stupid.
Generally, I mean, if you created an account that only was there to call the same person stupid 5,000 times, we probably view that as a,
Targeted harassment.
Right.
So,
It's a function of behavior. Like because people with our system can do this in massive velocity.
Mm-hmm.
So much as
Ultimately silence you from the platform, or just say like, I give up. I don't want to deal with this thing. I'm out.
Mm-hmm.
so we can just get into all of the big examples. I mean, starting with
I'd love to, Tim, but can we just take a step back and try to level set what we're trying to do with our policies?
Sure.
Because I think it's worth
Please,
doing.
yes.
So as a high level, I personally, and this is my job to run the policy team, I believe that everyone has a voice and should be able to use it. And I want them to be able to use it online. Now, where we draw a line is when people use their voice and use their platform to abuse and harass other people to silence them. Because I think that that's what we've seen over the years is a number of people who have been silenced online because of the abuse and harassment they've received, and they either stop talking or they leave the platform in its entirety. If you look at free expression and free speech laws around the world, they're not absolute. There's always limitations on what you can say, and it's when you're starting to endanger other people.
So my question then is, when I was physically threatened on Twitter, you guys refused to take down the tweet. And I showed up in Berkeley and someone physically threatened me because they were encouraged to. When I was in Venezuela, I was physically threatened by a high-profile individual, 10,000 people tweeting at me, you guys do nothing, right? So I guess there's the obvious question of why does it always feel like your policies are going one direction politically? You say it's about behavior, you said it several times already, but I've got tons of examples of that not being the case.
And you will always be able to find those examples.
Yeah, examples where you guys were alerted multiple times and did nothing. Like when Antifa doxed a bunch of law enforcement agents, some of the tweets are removed, but since September, this tweet is still live with a list of private phone numbers, addresses, yet Kathy Griffin, she's fine. The guy who threatened the lives of these kids in Covington and said, lock them in school and burn it down, you did nothing. I mean, he got suspended to take his tweets down. Was he banned for threatening the lives of kids? Absolutely not.
So again, we have, and I'm happy to talk about all these details. We have our policies that are meant to protect people, and they're meant to enable free expression as long as you're not trying to silence somebody else. Now, we take a variety of different enforcement mechanisms around that. Sometimes you get warned, sometimes your tweet is forced to be deleted. It's a very rare occasion where we will outright suspend someone without any sort of warning or any sort of ability to understand what happened.
What did you guys do with Kathy Griffin when she was saying she wanted the names of those young kids wearing the MAGA hats at the Covington High School kids?
Yeah, that's a great example, Joe. So in that particular case, our doxing policy really focuses on posting private information, which we don't consider names to be private. We consider your home address, your home phone number, your mobile phone number, those types of things to be private. So in that particular case, we took what I think now is probably a very literal interpretation of our policy and said that that was not a doxing incident.
Do you think that was an error?
I think that it was short-sighted, and given the context of what was going on there, that if I was doing this all over again, I would probably ask my team to look at that through the lens of what was the purpose behind that tweet. And if the purpose was, in fact, to identify these kids to either dox them or abuse and harass them, which it probably was, then we should be taking a more expansive view of that policy and including that type of content.
Especially considering the fact they're minors. I mean,
Exactly.
I would think that right away that would be the approach. So this is a trial and error, sort of learn and move on with new information sort of a deal.
Absolutely. We're going to learn. We're going to make a ton of mistakes. We're trying to do this with hundreds of millions of accounts all around the world, numerous languages. We're going to make mistakes. Even if we get better, there will always be mistakes. But we're hoping to learn from those and to make ourselves better and to catch cases like Tim's or others where we clearly may have made an error. And I'm open to having those discussions. I'm sorry, Tim, familiar with your specific cases, But I'd love to follow up with you and really
Do you want to pull it up?
But
Do you want to see the tweet?
we definitely pull it up.
So it's bit.ly/Antifa tweet, all lowercase.
This is also an evolution in prioritization as well. One of the things we've come to recently is we do need to prioritize these efforts, both in terms of policy, enforcement, how we're thinking about evolving them. One of the things that we want to focus on as number one is physical safety. And this leads you immediately to something like doxing. And right now, the only way we take action on a doxing case is if it's reported or not. What we want to move to is to be able to recognize those in real time, at least in the English language, recognize those in real time through our machine learning algorithms, and take the action before it has to be reported. So we're focused purely right now on going after doxing cases with our algorithms so that we can be proactive. That also requires a much more rigorous appeals process to correct us when we're wrong. But we think it's tightly scoped enough. It impacts the most important thing, which is someone's physical safety. Once we learn from that, we can really look at the biggest issue with our system right now is all the burden is placed upon the victim. So we only act based on reports. We don't have a lot of enforcement, especially with more of the takedowns that are run through machine learning and deep learning algorithms.
But if something is reported, a human does review it eventually, or are there a series of reports that you never get to?
There's probably reports we don't. I mean, we prioritize a queue based on severity, and the thing that will mark severity is something like physical safety or private information or whatnot. So generally, we try to get through everything, but we have to prioritize that queue even coming in.
So if someone threatened the lives of someone else, would you ban that account? Would you tell them like let's say someone tweeted 3 times, kill these people, I want them dead, 3 times? Is that?
Yes, that's a violation.
You didn't ban him though.
And
Let's
I don't know why
pull
that
that
is.
up, Jamie.
That's I don't necessarily want to give out specific usernames because then people just point the finger at me and saying I'm getting these people banned. But during Covington, this guy said multiple times he wanted his followers to go and kill these kids.
Yeah, and we have to look at that, but we also have to look in the context because we also have. I think we talked about this a little bit in the last podcast, but we have gamers on the platform who are saying exactly that to their friends that they're going to meet at the game tonight. Without the context of that relationship, without the context of the conversation that we're having, we would take the exact same action on that incorrectly.
Yeah, absolutely. That I understand. I think in the case of Covington, though, this user was so high profile. He's a verified user. He's got something like 20,000 followers. And it was highlighted by numerous conservative media outlets saying, wow, it's screenshotted, it's being shared. I mean, you had a Disney producer saying a picture of a wood chipper with a body being thrown in it, saying that's what he wanted to happen. So I do know that some of these accounts got locked.
A Disney producer was doing that?
I'll clarify, fact check me on that, but that's basically the conversation that was happening. There's a guy at Disney he posted a picture from Fargo of someone being tossed in a wood chipper, and he says, I want all these MAGA kids, done like this. You had another guy who specifically said, lock them in the school, burn it down, said a bunch of disparaging things, and then said, if you see them, fire on them, and he tweeted that more than once. And
those tweets were taken down. Those were violations of our rules.
I'm pretty sure it's actually illegal to do that, right? It's to tell any individual to commit a felony is a crime, right?
Well, incitement of violence is certainly a crime in many places.
I just have to wonder how I understand the context issue, but this is what I talk.
There's context and scale too, though. Right.
But Tim, those accounts were actioned. They may not have been actioned the way you wanted to, but the tweets were forced to be deleted, and the account is. I took a penalty for that. So
I understand that.
What kind of a penalty?
Well, again, as I said earlier, Joe, we don't usually automatically suspend accounts with one violation because we want people to learn. We want people to understand what they did wrong and give them an opportunity not to do it again.
Right.
And it's a big thing to kick someone off the platform, and I take that very, very seriously. So I want to make sure that when someone violates our rules, they understand what happened and they're given an opportunity to get back on the platform and change their behavior. And so in many of these cases, what happens is we will force someone to acknowledge that their tweet violated our rules, force them to delete that tweet before they can get back on the platform. And in many cases, if they do it again, we give them a timeout, which is like 7 days. And we say, look, you've done it again.
Suspension.
It's a temporary suspension. If you do it again.
Timeout, you're a mom.
I'm totally a mom, exactly. And if you do it again, then you're done.
Right.
So it's kind of like, 3 strikes.
So
sort of like baseball. And so in some of these cases that Tim is referencing, I have to imagine, because these tweets weren't deleted, they are violations of our rules. People are upset that the account came back again and was allowed to say other things, but we did take action on those tweets. They were violations of our rules.
And then you have people like Milo, who was mean to a person, and you banned him permanently.
There's a little more to that.
Actually, Tim, let's talk about it.
Yeah.
I'm happy to talk about Milo, and I actually brought the tweets because.
So let's preface that by saying the point I want to make sure is clear is that you had somebody who actively called for the death of people. I understand the context issue. Maybe he's talking about video games.
Context and scale.
And scale. So this is a verified user.
And that's just the complexity in acting. Because it's not an excuse for why we didn't do it in particular.
Right.
And then
there are a lot of other examples too that get into more egregious areas that I've prepared. So here we have someone with over 20,000 followers. He's verified numerous times, incites his followers to commit a crime against these kids. The action taken against him is delete the tweets, you get a suspension, you get a timeout. Then you have people like Alex Jones, who berated a CNN reporter, permanently banned. You get Milo Yiannopoulos, he was mean, permanently banned.
But that's your impression. That's not what happened.
Okay,
and I'm here to talk about the details if you want to.
Yeah, let's do this one at a time.
Yeah.
Let's start with Milo. So
Absolutely.
what was the details with Milo?
So Milo had a number of tweets that violated our rules going back to 2014. But I'm going to talk about the final three in this three strikes concept. He claimed to be a BuzzFeed reporter in his bio, and he's a verified account, so that is an impersonation. I'm not sure why he did that. He did do that.
Well, BuzzFeed's a left-wing thing, so he was doing parody.
Potentially, but our parody rules are very specific that if you have an account that's is a parody account, you need to say that it is a parody account. So you
Right,
don't
but
confuse people.
everybody who knows Milo would know that he's not a BuzzFeed reporter.
But people who don't know Milo will
Okay,
look at that
fair
verified
enough.
account
Right, I see
and
what you're
say,
saying. But he wasn't verified after a while. You removed his
because
verification.
he violated our rules around
So-
verification.
So the verification was removed because of the BuzzFeed thing?
I believe so. I can confirm that, but I
Okay.
believe so. He also doxed someone. He posted private information about an individual. So that was the second one.
Mm-hmm.
He tweeted to somebody else, if you were my child, I'd have dashed your head on a rock and tried again, which we viewed as a threat.
Really?
That
Seems like he's saying, like, your mom should have swallowed you. You know, it's like, you know what I'm saying? He's like, you're a mistake.
Oh,
I don't think
totally.
that's a threat.
I understand why reasonable people would have different impressions of
Okay.
this. I'm just going through and telling you what they are, just so we
Okay.
have all the facts on the table
Right, I
and we
get
can debate them. And then the last one, we found a bunch of things that he posted that we viewed as incitement of abuse against Leslie Jones. So there's a bunch of them, but the one that I like to look at, which really convinced me, is he posted 2 doctored tweets that were supposedly by Leslie Jones. They were fake tweets. The first one said, white people are getting on my nerves, like how can you call yourself human? And then the second one said, the goddamn slur for a Jewish person at Sony ain't paid me yet, damn Bix dude better pay up.
So this was just a fake tweet that someone had photoshopped?
There were
two fake tweets.
tweets. And we know they were faked because we could still tell from the software that they were faked.
Is
You
it,
can't always tell.
so it is possible that he didn't know they were faked,
It's
that
possible.
someone sent it to him and he didn't do his due diligence and looking it up and
It is possible, but it was pointed out to him that they were fake because,
he left it on.
and not only did he leave it on, he said, don't tell me some mischievous internet rascal made them up, exclamation point. So this in the context of a bunch of other things he was saying towards Leslie Jones on Twitter, I and my team felt that this was taken as a whole incitement of harassment against her.
Wasn't there another issue with multiple accounts that were connected to him?
There were a bunch of other issues on the background, but these are the 3 primary things that we looked at in terms of.
But the other things that were in the background, weren't they multiple accounts that were connected to him? Like,
I think that, I'm not sure about that, Joe. I think it was more that we found him to be engaging in coordinated behavior and inciting people to attack Leslie Jones.
now, with a case like him, no, I'm just going to be honest. When I'm listening to those or listening to you read those tweets out, they don't sound that bad. And they certainly don't sound as bad as calling for the death of a child who's wearing a MAGA hat, throw him into a wood chipper. The fact that that guy's still out there tweeting, and yet Milo's not. Milo's the whole thing stemmed from, other than the BuzzFeed thing, stemmed from his legitimate criticism of a film. and he's a satirist. He was mocking this film.
The doxing incident wasn't related
The
to him.
doxing.
Yeah.
Well,
Right.
why don't we
And I hope we all agree that doxing is something that
Yes.
Twitter should take action on.
100%.
And it can threaten people in real life. And I take an enormous amount of responsibility for that because I fear daily for the things that are happening on a platform that are translating into the real world.
So, Milo is a contentious figure, and there's certainly things you can pull up that I wouldn't agree with anything he did there. I think those are horrible. I think Joe brought up some really good points, but what about Chuck Johnson? Why was Chuck Johnson banned?
I don't have those details in front of me.
Chuck Johnson said that he was preparing something to take out DeRay McKesson, and in a journalistic context, people take this to mean he was going to do a dossier or some kind of hit piece on DeRay. He was permanently banned. And my understanding, and it's been a long time since I've read this, there was some leaked emails, I think, from Dick Costolo, where he said, maybe it wasn't Dick, I don't want to direct Dick, I don't know who it was exactly, they said, I don't care, just get rid of him. And he was off. So you have, and again, maybe there's some hidden context there, I don't know. But on the surface,
The concern is that this is always leaning towards the left.
oh, it absolutely is, and I'm not even getting started.
I can understand why you feel that way. I don't think that's true. I think we look at each individual instance of violations of our rules and try to make the best case that we can.
Right.
And I'm not trying, and I do think, Joe, just to say, I do think we've failed in a couple of ways, and I want to admit that.
Okay.
Number one, we haven't done enough education about what our rules are. Because a lot of people violate our rules and they don't even know it. Like some of the statistics that we've looked at, like for a lot of first-time users of the platform, if they violate the rule once, almost 2/3 of them never violate the rules again. So we're not talking about like a bunch of people accidentally. Like if they know what the rules are, most people can avoid it.
And most people, when they feel the sting of a violation, they go, okay, I don't want to lose my rights to post.
Exactly, and they're able to do it. So we have a lot of work to do on education, so people really understand what the rules are in the first place. The other thing we have to do to address these allegations that we're doing this from a biased perspective is to be really clear about what types of behavior are caught by our rules and what types are not, and to be transparent within the product. So when a particular tweet is found to be in violation of our rules, being very, very clear, like this tweet was found to be in violation of this particular rule. And that's all work that we're doing. So we think the combination of education and transparency is really important, particularly for an open platform like Twitter. It's just part of who we are, and we have to build it into the product.
I appreciate that. Your particular thoughts, though, on those examples that he described, when you're talking about someone saying you should throw these children into a wood chipper versus Chuck Johnson saying you should take this guy, he wants to prepare a dossier to take this guy out, or how do you say it?
He said something like, I'm going to take out DeRay McKesson he said, I'm preparing to take out DeRay, something like that. I can't.
Preparing to take him out.
I can understand.
So it could be misconstrued as he was trying to assassinate him.
Right.
You could misconstrue it that.
But not a direct threat.
But the other one's a direct threat. One guy is banned for life, the other guy is still posting.
And I'm happy to follow up. I just don't have all the Chuck Johnson. It's not about one thing, as
Right.
I said. It's about a pattern and practice of violating the rules. And we don't want to kick someone off for one thing. But if there's a pattern in practice, like there was for Milo, we are going to have to take action at some point because we can't sit back and let people be abused and harassed and silenced on the platform.
Well, so one really important thing that needs to be stated is that Twitter, by definition, is a biased platform in favor of the left, period. It's not a question. I understand you might have your own interpretation, but it's very simple. Conservatives do not agree with you on the definition of misgendering. If you have a rule in place that specifically adheres to the left ideology, you, by default, are enforcing rules from a biased perspective.
Well, Tim, there are a lot of people on the left who don't agree with how we're doing our job either.
For sure.
And those people think that we don't take enough action on abuse
Absolutely.
and harassment and that we let far too much behavior go. And they think
But
that
that's
Twitter,
a radical example, though. I mean, what he's talking about, I mean, in terms of generalities, in general, things lean far more left. Would you agree to that?
I don't know what that means.
But in this particular case, it's how the speech is being used. This is a new vector of attack that people have felt that I don't want to be on this platform anymore because I'm being harassed and abused and I need to get the hell out.
Well, people harass and abuse me all day and night. You don't do anything about that. My notifications permanently locked at 99. You have it worse than I do. I mean, you got substantially more followers. And I don't click the notification tab anymore because it's basically just harassment. And so this is a really funny anecdote. I was covering a story in Berkeley and someone said, if you see him, attack him. Like it was, I'm paraphrasing. They said, basically to swing at me, take my stuff, steal from me. And Twitter told me after review it was not a violation of their policy. Somebody made an allusion to me being a homosexual, and I reported that, instantly gone. So when I so for me, I'm like, well, of course Twitter is going to enforce the social justice aspect of their policy immediately. In my opinion, probably because you guys have PR constraints and you're probably nervous about that. But when someone actually threatens me with a crime and incites their followers to do it, nothing got done. And I'm not the only one who feels that.
Well, Tim, that's a mistake. If someone acts in that manner and threatens to hurt you, that's a violation of our rules.
Right.
Maybe there was a mistake there, and I'm happy to go and correct that, and we can do it offline so we don't fear any sort of reprisal against you. But that's a mistake. That's not an agenda on my part or on the team's part.
Would this be
We
a
don't have
manual?
any PR constraints. That is not.
So why did you ban Alex Jones?
You want to get into that?
Yes. Absolutely.
Are you ready for Alex
Sure.
Jones? All right.
Oh, I've been ready for
Which
Alex
one is
Jones.
that?
Well, let me say this. The reason I bring him up is that Oliver Darcy, one of the lead reporters covering Alex Jones and his content, said on CNN that it was only after media pressure did these social networks take action. So that's why I bring him up specifically, because it sort of implies you were under PR constraints to get rid of him.
I think if you look at the PR that Twitter went through in that incident, it wouldn't be that we've looked good at it.
You have
And
to.
that's not at all why we took action on it.
Sorry, but you have to look at the full context of the spectrum, because one of the things that happened over a weekend is what Alex mentioned on your podcast with him. He was removed from the iTunes podcast directory. That was the linchpin for him, because it drove all the traffic to, he said, basically zero. Immediately after that, we saw our peer companies, Facebook, Spotify, YouTube, also take action. We did not. We did not, because when we looked at our service, when we looked at the reports on our service, we did not find anything in violation of our rules. Then we got into a situation where suddenly a bunch of people were reporting content on our platform, including CNN, who wrote an article about all the things that might violate our rules that we looked into, and we gave him one of the warnings, and then we can get into the actual details. But yeah, we did not follow. We resisted just being like a domino with our peers, because it wasn't consistent with our rules and the contract we put in before our customers.
So what was it that made you ban him?
So there were 3 separate incidents that came to our attention after the fact that were reported to us by different users. There was a video that was uploaded that showed a child being violently thrown to the ground and crying. So that was the first one. The second one was a video that we viewed as incitement of violence. I can read it to you. It's a little bit of a transcript, but now it's time to act on the enemy before they do a false flag. I know the Justice Department's crippled a bunch of followers and cowards, but there's groups, there's grand juries, there's you called for it. It's time politically, economically, and judiciously, and legally, and criminally to move against these people. It's got to be done now. Get together the people you know aren't traitors, aren't cowards, aren't helping their frickin' vets, hedging their frickin' vets like all these other assholes do, and let's go, let's do it. So people need to have and then there's a bunch of other stuff, but at the end, so people need to have their battle rifles ready and everything ready at their bedsides, and you've got to be ready because the media is so disciplined in their deception.
So this is, you're saying that this is a call to violence against the media?
That's what it sounded like to us at the time. And there have been a number of incidents of violence against the media. And again, I take my responsibility for what happens on the platform and how that translates off platform very seriously. And that felt like it was an incitement to violence.
So if he only tweeted the incitement to violence, he would have been fine. If he only tweeted that transcript saying, "Get your battle rifles ready," you wouldn't have deleted his account.
Again, context matters to him. It's not about one thing. So we have to look at the entire context of what's going on.
So I'm asking, was that egregious enough for you to say that alone?
That was
number 2.
Right. So then I guess the question is, what was the video context of the kid being thrown to the ground? Was it newsworthy?
We obviously didn't think so, and depicting violence against a child is not something that we would allow on the platform.
Even if it's news content?
If it was, there are certain types of situations where if you were reporting on, war zone and things that might be happening, we would put an interstitial on that type of content that's graphic or violent, but we didn't feel that was the context here.
Well, so there's a video that's been going around, that was going around 4 or 5 weeks ago. The one where the girls were yelling at that big giant guy and the guy punched that girl in the face and she was like 11 years old. I saw that multiple times on Twitter. That was one of the most violent things I've ever seen. This giant man punched this 11-year-old girl in the face. And was that removed from Twitter?
I don't know. I would have to go see if anyone reported it to us.
Mm-hmm. I think one of the issues here is, do you
want me to get to the third one?
Yeah,
yeah.
Sorry.
So the third strike that we looked at was a verbal altercation that Alex got into with a journalist, and in that altercation, which was uploaded to Twitter, there were a number of statements using eyes of the rat, even more evil-looking person. He's just scum. You're a virus to America and freedom. Smelling like a possum that climbed out of the rear end of a dead cow. You look like a possum that got caught doing some really, really nasty stuff, in my view. There was a bunch of
That's enough. Really? That's hilarious.
pattern and practice, but it was a verbal altercation that was posted on our platform. So we took the totality of this, having been warned that we have rules against abuse and harassment of individuals. We saw this pattern in practice. 1 strike, 2 strike, 3 strikes, and we made a decision to permanently.
And so that last one was on Periscope. Is that what it was that he broadcast through?
I think it was originally on Periscope, but it was also reposted from multiple related accounts onto Twitter.
So we can agree with you when you say these things, like, you know, Alex said this sounds like a threat. He was berating this person, saying awful things. But ultimately, your judgment is the context. You say we have to pay attention to the context. We're just trusting that you made the right decision.
Well, I'm giving you as much facts as I can give you here, and I think that this is a real hard part of content moderation at scale on global platforms. It's not easy, and I don't think Jack or I would tell you that it's easy.
It's a preposterous volume you guys have to deal with. And that's one of the things that I wanted to get into with Jack when I first had him on, because when my thought, and I wasn't as concerned about the censorship as many people were. My main concern was, what is it like to start this thing that's kind of for fun, and then all of a sudden it becomes the premier platform for free speech on the planet Earth.
So
It is that, but it's also a platform that's used to abuse and harass a lot of people, and used in ways that none of us want it to be used, but nonetheless it happens. And I think it's an enormously complicated challenge for any company to do content moderation at scale, and that's something that we are sitting down thinking about. How do we take this forward into the future? Because this is...
It doesn't scare.
Yeah.
So let's take the other context now. We've heard what you said, why what Alex Jones did was bad, and now we can look at it this way. Oliver Darcy, who has on numerous occasions insulted conservatives, recently on CNN called them gullible, being sold red meat by grifters, repeatedly covers a story. I'm going to do air quotes because I think to an extent he is allowed to cover these stories. He keeps going after Alex Jones. He keeps digging through his history. Then he goes on TV and says, we got him banned. Then Alex Jones confronts him in a very aggressive and mean way, and that's your justification for or I should say, I invert the timeline. Basically, you have someone who's relentlessly digging through your stuff, insulting you, calling you names, sifting through your history, trying to find anything they can to get you terminated, going on TV, even writing numerous stories. You confront them and say, you're evil, and you say a bunch of really awful, mean things, and then you ban him. Right.
And then you post that information all over the internet.
Right, but you have a journalist who recently went on TV and said CPAC is a bunch of gullible conservatives being fed red meat by grifters. You can tell this guy's not got an honest agenda. So what you have, to me, it looks like the conservatives, to an extent, probably will try and mass flag people on the left. But from an ideological standpoint, you have the actual, whatever people want to call it, sect of identitarian left that believe free speech is a problem, that have literally shown up in Berkeley burning free speech signs. And then you have conservatives who are tweeting mean things. And the conservatives are less likely, I think it's fair to point out, less likely to try and get someone else banned because they like playing off them. And the left is targeting them. So you end up having disproportionate...
I feel like there are a lot of assumptions in what you're saying. And I don't know what basis you're saying those things.
So, you have conservatives demanding free speech, and you have liberals, I shouldn't say liberals, you have what people refer to as the regressive left, calling for the restrictions on speech. You have these...
I don't know what those terms mean, to be honest with you. We have people on all sides of the spectrum who believe in free speech. And I believe that to be the case.
So your platform restricts speech.
Our platform promotes speech unless people violate our rules.
And in a specific direction.
In any direction.
But I don't want to say his name. The guy who calls for death gets a suspension. The guy who insinuates death gets a permanent ban.
But Tim, you're misinterpreting what I'm saying, and I feel like you're doing it deliberately. It's not about one particular thing. It's about a pattern and practice of violating
And you
our
have
rules.
a pattern and practice of banning only one faction of people.
I don't agree with that.
Recently published an article where they looked at 22 high-profile bannings from 2015 and found 21 of them were only on one side of the cultural debate.
But I don't look at the political spectrum of people when I'm looking at their tweets.
Right, you have a
I
bias.
don't know who they are.
You're biased, and you're targeting specific individuals because your rules support this perspective.
No, I don't agree with that.
Well,
And
so
we know-
Can you be clear though, in like what rules support that?
specifically the easiest one is misgendering, right? Because that's so clearly ideological. If you ask a conservative, what is misgendering? They'll say if someone is biologically male and you call them, she, a biologically male and you call them a she, that's misgendering. As a conservative view, the progressive view is inverted. So now you actually have in your policies a rule against the conservative perspective.
I have a rule against the abuse and harassment of trans people on our platform. That's what my rules.
Can we just give context in the
Yeah,
background as to
and
why
know why that is. And I brought some research. So we obviously received a lot of feedback. So we don't make these rules in a vacuum, just to be clear. We have a bunch of people all around the world who give us context on the types of behavior they're seeing, how that translates into real world harm. And they give us feedback. And they tell us, like, you should consider different types of rules, different types of perspectives, different, like, for example, when we try to enforce hateful conduct in our hateful conduct policy in a particular country, we're not going to know all the slur words that are used to target people of a particular race or particular religion. So we're going to rely on building out a team of experts all around the world who are going to help us enforce our rules. So in a particular case of misgendering, I'm just trying to pull up some of the studies that we looked at, but we looked at the American Association of Pediatrics and looked at the number of transgender youths that were committing suicide. It's an astronomical, I'm sorry, I can't find it right now in front of me. It's a really, really high statistic that's like 10 times what the normal suicide rate is of normal teenagers. And we looked at the causes of what that was happening. And a lot of it was not just violence towards those individuals, but it was bullying behavior. And what were those bullying behaviors that were contributing to that? And that's why we made this rule, because we thought and we believe that those types of behaviors were happening on our platform, and we wanted to stop it. Now, there are exceptions to this rule. We don't, and this isn't about like public figures, and there's always going to be public figures that you're going to want to talk about, and that's fine. But this is about, are you doing something with the intention of abusing and harassing a trans person on the platform, and are they viewing it that way and reporting it to us so that we take action?
So I will just state, I actually agree with the rule. From my point of view, I agree that bullying and harassing trans people is entirely wrong. Disagree with it, but I just want to make sure it's clear to everybody who's listening. My point is simply that Ben Shapiro went on a talk show and absolutely refused, and that's his shtick, and he's one of the biggest podcasts in the world. So if you have all of his millions upon millions of followers who are looking at this rule saying this goes against my view of the world, and it's literally 60 plus million in this country, you do have a rule that's ideologically bent. And it's true. You did the research, you believe this. Well, then you have Ben Shapiro who did his research and doesn't believe it.
Yeah, and I relied on the American Association of Pediatrics and Human Rights Council and other.
And I'm sure he has his sources too for when he gives his statements. The point is,
But I just wonder if they have that context.
I mean,
and that's where we have also failed,
it's
as well as just explaining the why behind a lot of our policy and reasons.
I would agree, and I think it's fine. You did research and you found this to be true, but we can't simply say maybe Ben Shapiro and other conservatives who feel this way don't know. We can't. The point I'm trying to make is it's simply whether you believe it, whether you justify it or not is not the point. The point is you do have this rule. That rule is at odds with conservatives. Period.
Well, I think that you're generalizing, but I think it is really important, as Jack said, to the why behind these things. The why is to protect people from abuse and harassment on our platform.
No, I understand, but you essentially created a protected class if this is the case, because despite these studies and what these studies are showing, there's a gigantic suicide rate amongst trans people. Period. It's a 40%. It's outrageously large. Now, whether that is because of gender dysphoria, whether that's because of the complications from sexual surgery, sexual transition surgery, whether it's because of bullying, whether it's because of this awful feeling of being born in the wrong gender, all that is yet to be determined. The fact that they've shown that there's a large amount of trans people that are committing suicide, I don't necessarily think that makes sense in terms of people from someone's perspective, like a Ben Shapiro, saying that if you are biologically female, if you were born with a double X chromosome, you will never be XY. If he says that, that's a violation of your policy. And this is you creating a protected class.
I'm just watching Joe Rogan. I live in this Discord.
Okay. That's nice.
Is that the coolest thing you've ever heard in your entire life?
No.
Okay. Well, I want you to know if you ever need anything, I'm here and I'll help you.
Okay.
Cool. Have a good day, dude.
See you.
To be fair,
Yes.
targeted.
Yeah,
And
If it's
whether he's
targeted
saying it
as-
or targeting.
Yes, if
right,
he
it's
wants
the
to
conduct.
express that opinion,
So
he
what
is
if he said-
fully entitled to express that opinion. If he's doing it in a manner that's targeted at an individual
Repeatedly.
repeatedly and saying that,
Okay, but what about
that's where the intent.
you know what's going on with Martina Navratilova right now? Martina Navratilova. Why can't I say her last name?
Yeah.
I don't think I've ever said it. Martina Navratilova. Is it Tolova or Trolova?
That doesn't sound
Anyway, epic, world-class, legend tennis player, right? Who happens to be a lesbian, is being harassed because she says that she doesn't believe that trans women, meaning someone who is biologically male who transitions to a female, should be able to compete in sports against biological females. This is something that I agree with. This is something I have personally experienced a tremendous amount of harassment because I stood up when there was a woman who was a trans woman who was fighting biological females in mixed martial arts fights and destroying these women. And I was saying, would you just watch this and tell me this doesn't look crazy to you?
Well, go ahead.
Well, my point is, you should be able to express yourself. If you say that you believe someone is biologically male, even though they identify as a female, that's a perspective that should be valid. I mean, this is first of all, it's biologically correct. So we have a problem in that if your standards and your policies are not biologically accurate, then you're dealing with an ideological policy. And just because, I mean, I don't want to target trans people. I don't want to harass them. I'll call anybody whatever they want. I mean, if you want to change your name to a woman's name and identify as a woman, I'm 100% cool with that. But by saying I don't think that you should be able to compete as a woman, this opens me up for harassment. And I never reported any of it. I just don't pay attention to it.
But in going into like Meghan Murphy, for instance, right? You can call that targeted harassment if Meghan Murphy, who is, for those that don't know, she's a radical feminist who refuses to use the transgender pronouns. If she's in an argument with a trans person over whether or not they should be allowed in sports or in biologically female spaces, and she refuses to use their pronoun because of her ideology, you'll ban them.
Again, it depends on the context on the platform, and it's also not banned permanently. Like, you get
Well,
warnings.
she was banned permanently, but let's
She was
clear
warned, yeah.
about what happened.
But she was
Can you
warned
explain, because you
multiple
explained it to
times.
me. What did she actually do?
My understanding, and I don't have the tweet by tweet the way that I did for the others, but my understanding is that she was warned multiple times for misgendering an individual that she was in an argument with, and this individual is actually bringing a lawsuit against her in Canada as well. So it is,
So you have an argument between two people,
again,
and you have
that's,
a rule that enforces only one side of the ideology, and you've banned only one of those people.
we have a rule that attempts to address what we have perceived to be instances of abuse or harassment.
I
She was
completely agree, it's your
and-
ideology.
Right, but it is an ideology, right? If she's saying a man is never a woman, if that's what she's saying, and then biologically she's correct, we obviously have a debate here. This is not a clear cut. This is not something like you can say water is wet, this is dry. This is not like something you could prove. This is something where you have to acknowledge that there's an understanding that if someone is a trans person, we all agree to consider them a woman and to think of them as a woman and to talk to them and address them with their preferred name and their preferred pronouns. But biologically, this is not accurate. So we have a divide here. We have a divide between the conservative estimation of what's happening and then the definition that's the liberal definition of it.
I think that's right, Joe. And I think what I'm trying to say is that it's not that you can't have those viewpoints. It's that if you're taking those viewpoints and you're targeting them at a specific person in a way that reflects your intent to abuse and harass them.
But what if it's in the context of the conversation? What if she's saying that I don't think that trans women should be allowed in these female spaces to make decisions for women? And then this person's arguing and she says a woman is biologically female. You are never going to be a woman.
She responded with, "Men aren't women, though," and that was her first in the series of events. That's what got her the suspension and the warning.
That was one of many tweets that was
Right.
part of providing context, and that was actually the second actually. Strike is my understanding, but
Why is that a strike?
Yeah, why is that a strike?
But again, like it's the context of I don't have all the tweets in front of me. There were like 10 or 12 tweets going back and forth,
Mm-hmm.
and my understanding is that in the context of all of those, she was misgendering a particular person. Not that she was holding a
It was a
belief or
public video,
statement.
though, wasn't it?
I don't know.
It was. So
I don't know.
you're having an individual who is debating a high-profile individual in her community, and she's expressing her ideology of versus hers, and you have opted to ban one of those ideologies.
It's within the context of this conversation. This is what is being debated, whether or not someone is in fact a woman when they were born a male.
I understand that this is controversial. I do.
Especially to a radical feminist.
I understand why people would not agree with the rule. But that being said, it is a rule on our platform. And once you're warned about the rule, to repeatedly post the same content is also going to be a violation of our rules.
Right, but the rule, this seems like a good example of an ideologically based rule. If she's saying that a man is never a woman, though, that is not in that context harassment. That is a very specific opinion that she has that happens to be biologically accurate. Now, I don't agree with targeting harassment on anybody, and I targeted harassment on trans people or straight people or whatever. I don't agree with it. I don't think you should do it. It's not something I want to do. But in this context, what she's saying is not just her expression, but it's accurate.
I think an important point is if I tweeted to you, Joe, you are not a hamster. That's clearly not a violation of the rules. However, there are.
If I identify as a hamster.
Well, no, it wouldn't be clear because I know people who have specifically begun using insults of animals to avoid getting kicked off the platform for breaking the rules. Certain individuals who have been suspended now use certain small woodland creatures in place of slurs, so they're not really insulting you, and it's fine. But there are people who consider themselves trans species. Now, I'm not trying to belittle the trans community by no means. I'm just trying to point out that you have a specific rule for one set of people, and there are people who have general body dysphoria. You don't have rules on that. There are people who have actually amputated their own arms. You don't have rules on that. You have a very specific rule set. And more importantly, in the context of a targeted conversation, I can say a whole bunch of things that would never be considered a rule break, but that one is, which is ideologically driven.
Yeah, thank you for the feedback. I mean, we're again always learning and trying to understand different people's perspectives. And all I'll say is that our intent is not to police ideology. Our intent is to police behaviors that we view as abusive and harassment. And I hear your point of view, and it's something that I'll definitely discuss with my team.
And even in this case, it wasn't just going against this particular rule, but also things that were more ban evasive as well, including taking a screenshot of the original tweet, reposting it, which is against our terms of service.
Well, that sounds like
so it's more the actions.
It sounded like a protest against your rule.
But
I understand you banned them for it.
But people can protest any of our rules. We can't like let them do that.
No, I
protest
agree.
any of them.
I'm not
They
disagreeing. I understand what you're saying, but I just want to make sure I point out she was clearly doing it as an effort to push back on what she viewed as an ideologically driven rule.
Well, the problem is this is a real debate in the LGBT community. This is a debate where there's a division, and there's a division between people that think that trans women are invading biological female spaces and making decisions that don't benefit these biological females, cisgender, whatever you want to call them. This is an actual debate, and it's a debate amongst progressive people, amongst left-wing people, and it's a debate amongst liberals. I would imagine the vast majority of people in the LGBT community are, in fact, on the left. And this is one example of that. So you have a protected class that's having an argument with a woman who feels like there's an ideological bent to this conversation that is not only not accurate, but not fair. And she feels like it's not fair for biological women. The same as Martina.
Well, I'll take this to its logical conclusion. I got sent a screenshot from somebody, and maybe it's fake. I think it was real. They were having an argument with someone on Twitter and responded with, dude, you don't know, blah, blah, blah. And they got a suspension and a lockout and had to delete the tweet because the individual, using a cartoon avatar with the name apparently was Sam, reported it and said that I'm transgender and he's calling me dude, and the Twitter user actually got a suspension for it. So I can understand mistakes happen, but when you have a rule that's like that, there's colloquial terms that are like, man, come on, don't say that.
Dude is like we say it, like I asked you guys when you were going to take a photo in front of this thing. I said, guys, but I included you.
And I wasn't offended.
Thank you.
And I wouldn't have reported you for it.
Thank you. Yeah, it's tricky, but in this case of Megan Murphy, that's her name, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that doesn't make any sense to me. That seems like she should be allowed to express herself. And this is not being, she's not being mean by saying a man is never a woman. This is a perspective that is scientifically accurate. That's part of the problem.
I also wanted to run to the network cycle.
It's a really important thing to
And
go over
what's,
all
I
the
don't
nuance
even know
of
what
this
the
particular subject. Because I think that one in
I just went to my brother's. I
highlights
just
this
went to my
idea
brother's phone and like I don't even know what this is. Like what is this?
And
But
I think we should be
we have a
compassionate.
We have a lot of protected classes: gender, race, nationality. Like these are the
I'm
protected classes.
actually a man.
When you say gender or race,
It
it's not.
protects all protected categories. So you can't attack someone for their belonging to a particular race or a particular religion.
But you can mock white people ad nauseum. It's not a problem. It doesn't get removed.
I'm not talking about mocking. I'm talking about abusing and harassing.
But I mean, if you mock a black person in the same way, it would be considered targeted racism.
Again, it's about targeted harassment on the platform.
But well, I mean,
But
what is targeted harassment? I mean, but when you're okay, like if you have, what is racism? Is racism only? I mean, there's this progressive perspective of racism that it's only possible if you're from a more powerful class. It's only punching down. That's the only racism. I don't think that makes any sense. I think racism is looking at someone that is from whatever race and deciding that they are in fact less worthy or less valuable, whatever it is. That takes place across the platform against white people. Now, I'm not saying white people need to get
I'm sorry, my
it's easier
sister
to be a white person
just,
than
went on.
But
I'm,
it's
yeah, my
hypocritical
sister just
to-
went
You're
on.
good. You're good. We heard her. You're fine.
You can make fun of white
No need to
people.
apologize,
If
buddy.
you decide to make
You're
fun
good.
of Asian folks or
It happens to the best of us.
That
Thank you.
is
You're welcome.
racist, but making fun of white people isn't, and it doesn't get removed.
So,
I
I just don't like any random live. Like, what's this live about?
We're watching the Joe Rogan Experience. It's a
My understanding
podcast.
is that you guys started banning people official entities policies around 2015, and all tweets you
Explain that again, please.
And so you didn't enforce the old.
Yeah, so our
We're
hateful
what?
comment policy, Joe, just to be clear, is across the board.
Just a
Meaning,
moment,
like,
buddy.
It doesn't just protect women, it protects men and women, it protects all races. It doesn't matter. And this is how the law says.
We're watching a podcast.
Yeah.
It's called the Joe Rogan Experience.
Okay.
Take care, buddy.
In the United States, right? You can't discriminate against
So,
white
like-
men. You can't discriminate against.
How old are you guys? I just want to know, cause like
Old enough to be your
for
father.
safety. Oh, what? No, there needs to be a specific age.
I'm old.
How old?
Old enough to watch Joe Rogan.
Black men.
Are you older than
Those are the
18?
laws, right? Like that's the structure it is. It doesn't take into consideration.
So if
how we're
someone
gonna-
says something
Yes.
about
Are
white
you older
people
than
and
18?
mocks white people on Twitter, what do you do about that?
If it's targeted harassment
Targeted.
at a person,
So just
Yeah.
white people in
Okay,
general.
I
If you
wanna
say
know.
something about white people in general, it's not an issue.
well, I mean, we focus on targeted harassment.
Please, sorry.
Behavior that is targeted against an individual who belongs to that class.
Okay.
Because if
Old
you
enough
try
to be my
police
dad,
every
so you
opinion
must
that people
be-
have about different races or religions,
be
like, you know,
pretty
that's
old.
a very different story. So this
If
is
you're
about
old enough
if you target that
to be
to
my dad.
somebody who belongs to that class, and that's reported to us, that is a violation of our rules. And so in the Sarah Jiang case, we did see many tweets of that nature that were focused on people who were white or men. And our rules in this area came into effect in 2015, which was our hateful conduct policy. And a lot of those tweets were from a time period where those rules weren't in effect.
And in her defense, she was actually supposedly responding to people that have, you don't believe
Oh,
that?
come on, over 3 years, and she's tweeting blanket
She's
statements
still
about
grudge.
white. Yeah,
She's still
sure,
grudge.
sure. But so I will say too. Obviously, I've done it.
Can I just
Yeah,
finish on
please.
my one point? So in that case, there were tweets from before the rules went into
Hello?
effect, after the rules went into effect, and we did take action
Hello?
on tweets from after the rules went into effect.
She's also pretty young.
What's up, baby?
Kids in the background, they just pull
Yeah,
raps.
she's in her 20s.
Hello.
So we're talking about something that
Y'all
happened
should buy me
8
my
years
head.
ago, right?
Right.
How old are
It was
you?
like 2011 to 13.
Yeah,
You sound like you're
Coming
like
on, I obviously did I
7.
did a decent amount of research. I searched for slurs against white people, black people, Latinos, and I found copious, just tons and tons of them. Now, they don't go back. Most of what I found didn't go back too far because it does seem like you guys are doing your best, but there's a lot, and it targets white people, black people, Jewish people. It's everywhere. And I can understand that you got hundreds of millions. But let's try another subject.
Just to address that point, and I think Jack talked about this a little bit. Like this is where
Is there
right
any
now we have
pedophiles
systems
here?
that require people to report it to us, which is a huge burden. on
I'm
people.
scared.
Especially if you're happen to be a high
Okay, yeah,
victim, you would understand. You're not gonna sit there.
That guy,
It's not worth the time. You're not gonna go through your tweet.
30 or older.
People tell us this all the time. So this is where we have to start getting better at identifying and taking action on it without waiting.
But using an algorithm, though, do you not miss context? I mean, it seems to me that there's a lot of people that say things in humor, you know, that
Or slurs in particular communities, which is perfectly reasonable.
right.
So,
Can
yes,
someone give me
there is a
permission to
danger
turn my
of
camera
discussing
on?
context, and that's why we
Sorry,
want to
Tito?
go deeply into this. And this is
Any of you guys?
first and foremost to
Come
document,
on, give me,
which is at least first is our number one protecting physical safety, making sure that nothing done offline will impact someone's physical safety on our platform. The second is that our patterns around doxing that are much easier to see without having the context. There are exceptions, of course, because you could dox someone's public, a representative's public office, phone number, and email address, and the algorithm might catch that, not have the context that this is a U.S. representative, and this information is already.
So it highlights how insanely difficult it is to monitor all of these posts. And then what are we dealing with? Like, how many posts do you guys get a day?
Hundreds of millions of posts a day.
And how many human beings are manually reviewing any of these things?
I don't have that number. A lot.
A lot. Thousands, hundreds of thousands. How many employees do you guys have?
We have 4,000 employees for the world.
That's it?
We have 4,000 employees. The reason
That's crazy though, but stop and think about that. 4,000 people that are monitoring hundreds of millions of tweets.
No. We have a small team who's monitoring tweets, and some of them are employed by us. Some of them are contractors throughout the world.
So 4,000 employees total.
4,000 employees who are engineers, who are designers,
Okay.
who are lawyers.
So the
policy
number of
experts.
people actually monitoring tweets is probably less than 1,000.
Well, the reason we don't give out specific numbers
Okay,
is just we need to scale these dynamically, right? If we see a particular event within a country, we might hire 100 more people on contract to deal with it.
Right.
Whereas they may not be full time and with us the entire time.
But they have the ability to take down tweets.
They have so as we get reports, it goes into a queue, and those are ranked by severity. And then we have people who look at our rules and look at the tweets and look at the behavior and the context around it. And they have the ability to go down that enforcement spectrum that Vijay talked about. One, make people log in, read why it's a violation over tweet and delete it. Two, temporary suspensions. And finally, permanent suspension, which is the absolute last resort, which we ultimately do not want to do. We want to make sure that our rules are also guided towards incentivizing more healthy conversation and more participation.
So let me ask you, the rules you have are not based in U.S. law, right? U.S. law doesn't recognize restrictions on hate speech. It's considered free speech. So if you want to stand in a street corner and yell the craziest things in the world, you're allowed to. On your platform, Twitter, you're not allowed to. So even in that sense alone, your rules do have an ideology behind them. I don't completely disagree. I think, I don't want harassment. But the reason I bring this up is getting into discussion about democratic health of a nation. So I think it can't be disputed at this point that Twitter is extremely powerful in influencing elections. I'm pretty sure you guys published recently a bunch of tweets from foreign actors that were trying to meddle in elections. So even you as a company recognize that foreign entities are trying to manipulate people using this platform. So there's a few things I want to ask beyond this, but wouldn't it be important then to just, at a certain point, Twitter becomes so powerful in influencing elections, giving access to even the president's tweets, that you should allow people to use the platform based under the norms of U.S. law? First Amendment, free speech, right to expression on the platform. this is becoming too much it's becoming too powerful in how our elections are taking place. So even if you are saying, well, hate speech is our rule, and a lot of people agree with it, if at any point one person disagrees, there's still an American who has a right to this, to access to the public discourse, and you've essentially monopolized that, and not completely, but for the most part. So isn't there some responsibility on you to guarantee, at a certain extent, less regulation happen, right? Like, look, if you recognize foreign governments are manipulating our elections, then shouldn't you guarantee the right to an American to access this platform, to be involved in the electoral process?
I'm not sure I see the tie between those things, but I will address one of your points, which was we're a platform that serves the world. So we're global. 75% of the users of Twitter are outside of the United States.
Right.
So we don't apply laws of just one country when we're thinking about it. We think about how do you have a global standard that can meet the threshold of as many countries as possible, because we want all the people in the world to be able to participate in this conversation.
And also meet elections like the Indian election.
Right, and my understanding is you were also accused of being biased against conservatives in India recently. There was a report on that, as well as you held up a sign that said something offensive about the Brahmin. Yeah, so in that sense, even in other countries, you're accused of the same things that you're being accused of by American conservatives.
I think that the situations are very, very different. And I don't think that the ideologies in play are the same at all.
Well, so the reason
Can we clarify that? Because I'm
Well,
not aware of the case.
I'm not sure what you're talking about, but we did have our Vice President of Public Policy testify in front of Indian Parliament a couple weeks ago, and they were really focused on election integrity and safety and abuse and harassment of women and political figures and the likes.
So my concern, I guess, is I recognize you're a company that serves the world, but as an American, I have a concern that the democracy I live in, the Democratic Republic, the democratic functions, are healthy. One of the biggest threats is, Russia, Iran, China. They're trying to meddle in our elections using your platform, and it's effective. So much so that you've actually come out and removed many people. Covington was apparently started by a company based in Brazil. The Covington scandal, where this fake news goes viral, was reported by CNN that it was a dummy account. They were trying to prop it up, and they were pushing out this out of context information. So they do this. They use your platform to do it. You've now got a platform that is so powerful in our American discourse that foreign governments are using it as weapons against us. And you've taken a stance against the laws of the United States. I don't mean against you're breaking the law. I mean, you have rules that go beyond the scope of the U.S., which will restrict American citizens from being able to participate. Meanwhile, foreign actors are free to do so long as they play by your rules. So our elections are being threatened by the fact that if there's an American citizen who says, I do not believe in your misgendering policy, and you ban them, that person has been removed from public discourse on Twitter.
But they don't get banned for saying they don't agree with it. They get banned for specifically violating it by targeting an individual.
Let's say in protest, an individual repeatedly says, no, I refuse to use your pronouns, in Megan Murphy's case. She's Canadian, so I don't want to use her specifically. The point I'm trying to make is, at a certain level, there are going to be American citizens who have been removed from this public discourse, which has become so certainly powerful, foreign governments weaponize it, because you have different rules than the American country has.
So just to be clear, my understanding, and I'm not expert on all the platforms, is that foreign governments use multiple different ways to interfere in elections. It is not limited to our platform, nor is it limited to social media.
But the president is on Twitter.
The president is on a lot of different platforms, as is the White House.
I think it's fair to point out the media coverage of his Twitter account is insane, and they run news stories every time he tweets.
That's certainly undeniable. I'm just pointing out that there are a number of different avenues for this, and individuals have choices in how they use a platform.
He might have other platforms, but he uses Twitter almost exclusively.
And what I'm trying to bring up is that if Twitter refuses to acknowledge this problem, you are facing regulation. I don't know if you care about that, but at a certain point,
Sorry, which problem?
If you're going to restrict American citizens from participating on a platform where even the president speaks, and it's essentially you have a privately owned public space, if I could use an analogy that would be most apt, and you've set rules that are not recognized by the U.S. In fact, when it came to a Supreme Court hearing, they said hate speech is not a violation, it's actually protected free speech. So there's actual odds. So there might be someone who says, I refuse to live by any other means than what the Supreme Court set down. That means I have a right to hate speech. You will ban them. That means your platform is so powerful, it's being used to manipulate elections, and you have rules that are not recognized by the government to remove American citizens from that discourse. So as a private platform, you become too powerful to not be regulated if you refuse to allow people free speech.
But I'm trying to pick apart the connection. I think, so yes, we do have an issue with foreign entities and misinformation. And this is a extremely complicated issue which we're just beginning to understand and grasp and take action on. I don't think that issue is solved purely by not being more aggressive on something else that is taking people off the platform entirely as well, which is abuse and harassment. Like it's a cost benefit analysis ultimately, and our rules are designed again, and they don't always manifest this way in the outcomes, but in terms of what we're trying to drive is opportunity for every single person to be able to speak freely on the platform. And
that's absolutely not true. You don't allow hate speech, so free speech is not on your platform.
I said
speak freely.
Enable everyone, create the opportunity for everyone to speak on our service.
Unless it's hate speech, right?
And in part of that, the recognition that we're taking action on is that when some people encounter particular conduct, that we see them wanting to remove themselves from the platform completely, which goes against that principle, enabling everyone to speak or giving people the opportunity to speak. So rules are focused on the opportunities presented, and we have particular outcomes to make sure that those opportunities are as large as possible.
Let's separate. First, the point I made about foreign governments was just to explain the power that your platform holds and how it can be weaponized. We'll separate that now. When Antifa shows up to Berkeley and bashes a guy with a bike lock, that is suppressing his speech, right? That's an act of physical violence. However, when Antifa links hands and blocks a door so that no one can go to an event, that is also legally allowed, right? So what you're saying is that if someone is engaging in behavior, such as going on Twitter and shouting someone down relentlessly, that's something external to what happens in the world under the U.S. government. I am allowed to scream very close to you and not let you speak in public, but on Twitter you don't allow that. So there's a dramatic difference between what Twitter thinks is okay and what the U.S. government thinks is okay, how our democracy functions and how Twitter functions. The issue I'm pointing out is that we know Twitter is becoming extremely important in how our public discourse is occurring, how our culture is developing, and who even gets elected. So if you have rules that are based on a global policy, that means American citizens who are abiding by all of the laws of our country are being restricted from engaging in public discourse because you've monopolized it.
Can I counter that though? Because these foreign governments are restricted by the same rules. So if they violate those same rules, they will be removed. So if they play within those rules, they can participate in the discourse, even if they are just trying to manipulate our elections. On the other hand, if the people that are on the platform play by those rules, they can also counteract.
Unless their ideology goes in line with U.S. law and is legally allowed, as opposed to what you allow. So foreign governments can absolutely keep making new accounts and keep botting and keep manipulating. They can even post things that'll go viral and then get banned and not care.
Right.
But a private American citizen can say, here's my opinion, I refuse to back down.
I see what you're saying.
You will ban him. So we can see that at a certain point, you have a lot. Twitter is slowly gaining, in my opinion, too much control from your personal ideology based on what you've researched, what you think is right, over American discourse. If Twitter, and this is my opinion, I'm not a lawmaker, but I would have to assume if Twitter refuses to say in the United States you are allowed to say what is legally acceptable, period, then lawmakers' only choice will be to enforce regulation on your company.
Actually, Tom, I spend quite a bit of time talking to lawmakers as part of my role, head of public policy. Spent a lot of time in D.C. I would say that Jack and I have both spent a lot of time in D.C. And I think from the perspective of lawmakers, they, across the spectrum, are also in favor of policing abuse and harassment online and bullying online. Those are things that people care about because they affect their children and they affect their communities and they affect individuals. And so I don't think that, and as a private American business, we can have different standards than what an American government-owned corporation or American government would have to institute. Those are two different things. And I understand your point about the influence, and I'm not denying that. Certainly, Twitter is an influential platform, But like anything, whether it's the American law or the rules of Twitter or the rules of Facebook or the rules of any platform, there are rules, and those rules have to be followed. So it is your choice whether to follow those rules and to continue to participate in a civic dialogue, or it's your choice to not do that.
Absolutely. You've monopolized public discourse to an extreme degree, and you say my way or the highway. We
haven't monopolized it. There are many different avenues for people to continue to have a voice. There are many different platforms that offer that. We are a largely influential one. I'm not trying to take away from that, and we're a very important one.
You don't need to be the most important. It's just that you are extremely important. And that's a compliment. Twitter has become extremely powerful. But at a certain point, you should not have the right to control what people are allowed to say. No private look, I'm a social liberal. I think we should regulate you guys because you are unelected officials running your system the way you see fit against the wishes of a democratic republic. And there are people who disagree with you who are being excised from public discourse because of your ideology. That terrifies me. And we can take it one step further.
So Tim, just so I understand, so are you suggesting that we don't have any policies around abuse and harassment on the platform? I'm trying to understand what it is you're saying, because I'm not sure I'm following you. So you don't think we should have any rules about abuse and harassment? So even the threats that you received, that you mentioned
under U.S. law.
But you mentioned a number of threats that you received, and you were quite frustrated that we haven't taken action on. You think we shouldn't have rules that?
I'm frustrated because of the hypocrisy. When I see the flow of one direction, and then what I see are Republican politicians who, in my opinion, are just too ignorant to understand what the hell's going on around them. And I see people burning signs that say free speech. I see you openly saying, we recognize the power of our platform, and we are not going to abide by American norms. I see the manipulation of Twitter in violation of our elections. I see Democratic operatives in Alabama waging a false flag campaign using fake Russian accounts. And the guy who runs that company has not been banned from your platform. Even after it's been written by the New York Times, he was doing this. So we know that not only are people manipulating your platform, you have rules that remove honest American citizens with bad opinions who have a right to engage in public discourse. And it's like you recognize it, but you like having the power. I'm not quite sure at what point.
So just to get back to my point, so you believe that Twitter should not have any rules about abuse and harassment or any sort of hate speech on the platform. That's your position.
Well, that's extremely reductive. I don't know, maybe too simplistic. The point I'm trying to make is,
but that is the point you're trying to make. You're asking us to comply with the U.S. law that would criminalize potential speech and put people in jail for it, and you're asking us to enforce those standards.
Well, I mean, if you incite death, it's a crime. You can go to jail for that. So at the very least, when you have people on your platform who've committed a crime, you don't ban them. I say, well, that's really weird. And then when you have people on your platform who say a bad, naughty word, you do ban them. I say, oh, that's really weird. I mean, I've seen people get banned for tweeting an N to you. I understand what they're trying to do when they tweet letters at you, Jack. But they get suspended for it. They get a threat. Like you can't. Let's talk about learn to code.
What do you mean by that?
So there are people who know that they can tweet a single letter, and the next person knows what letter they need to tweet. You see what I'm saying? So you'll see, one user will say N, the next user will put an I, the next user will put an E. Yes. And so they get suspended for doing so. And these are the people who are trying to push the buttons on the rules, right?
They get suspended for that?
Yeah, absolutely. So because I didn't see. But here's the thing. I think your team understands what they're doing. However, you get really dangerous territory if someone accidentally tweets an N and you assume they're trying to engage in a harassment campaign, which is why I said let's talk about learn to code.
Well, we do look at coordination of accounts.
Do you do that for direct messages?
I don't know about direct messages, but
do you read direct messages?
We don't read direct messages.
We don't read them unless someone reports a direct message to us that they have received.
And so you read their direct message that they send to you?
So if you have a direct message and someone says something terrible and then you receive a death threat and you report that to us,
then you read it.
Then we would read it because you've reported it to us.
Does anyone in the company have access to direct messages other than that?
Only in the context, again, of reviewing reports that we
Other than that, they're not accessible?
Not to my knowledge. I don't know what you mean. We're not reading them. We're not reading them.
Is it possible that someone could go into Tim's direct messages and just read his direct messages?
I don't think so.
So if Tim writes an N, and I write an I, and Jamie writes a G, can you go into our direct messages and say, hey, let's fuck with Jack, and we're going to write this stuff out, and we're going to do it, and let's see if they ban us? You can't read that.
I don't think so.
So if that's the case, how would you know if there was a concerted effort?
I think what he's saying is if we do see those train of replies,
Mhm.
then that is coordination.
You know what people are doing, right?
Yes.
The point
Sure,
I'm making
but
is,
how do you prove it?
well, I think beyond the N, like, you know, the first person to put the letter, you can't
Right.
prove he did it, but everybody else you kind of can.
But I don't think we would.
Well, look, I can say this. I've been sent numerous screenshots from people. Screenshots can be fake. I recognize it, but I've seen people actually tweet, and then I've seen the tweet follow up.
Right after one letter.
Yeah, someone tweeted at you. Someone decently high profile, like a big YouTuber, tweeted an N at you, and then got like a 12-hour suspension.
Yes.
Yeah. But let's talk about learn to code, right? And why are people being suspended for tweeting hashtag learn to code?
We did some research on this.
Yes, we did some research on this. So there was a situation, I guess about a month ago or so, where a number of journalists were receiving a variety of tweets, some containing learn to code, some containing a bunch of other coded language that was wishes of harm. These were thousands and thousands of tweets being directed at a handful of journalists. And we did some research, and what we found was a number of the accounts that were engaging in this behavior, which is tweeting at the journalists with this either learn to code or things like Day of the Rope and other coded language, were actually ban evasion accounts. That means accounts that had been previously suspended. And we also learned that there was a targeted campaign being organized off our platform to abuse and harass these journalists.
That's not true. So see, here's the thing. An activist who works for NBC wrote that story and then lobbied you. You issued an official statement, and then even the editor-in-chief of the Daily Caller got a suspension for tweeting "Learn to Code" at the Daily Show.
So I have never talked to anybody from NBC about this issue. So I'm
Right,
not
but
sure.
so they report it. Don't misrepresent me. They report it. The narrative goes far and wide amongst your circles. Then all of a sudden, you're seeing high-profile conservatives tweeting a joke, getting suspensions.
So again, some of these tweets actually contained death threats, wishes of harm, other coded language that we've seen to mean death to journalists. So it wasn't about just the learn to code. It was about the context that we were seeing.
That's just not true. That's just not true. The editor-in-chief of the Daily Caller was suspended for tweeting nothing but hashtag learn to code.
So Tim, can I finish what I was saying?
Yeah.
So we were looking at the context, and what was happening is there were journalists receiving hundreds of tweets. Some had death threats, some had wishes of harm, some just learned to code. And in that particular context, we made a decision. We consider this type of behavior dogpiling, which is when all of a sudden individuals are getting tons and tons of tweets at them. They feel very abused or harassed on the platform.
Can we pause this because
Yeah,
this is
let's
super
go.
confusing for people who don't know the context. The learn to code thing is in response to people saying that people that are losing their jobs, like coal miners and truck drivers and things like that, could learn to code. It was almost like in jest initially. Or if it wasn't in jest initially, it was so poorly thought out as a suggestion that people started mocking it, right?
Look,
Correct?
So the first stories that came out were simply like, can miners learn to code? There was no
coal miners, right?
And the hashtag learn to code is just a meme. It's not even necessarily a conservative one, though you will see more conservatives using
But it was people are using it to mock how stupid the idea of taking a person who's uneducated, who's in their 50s, who should learn some new form of vocation, and then someone says learn to code, and so then other people, when they're losing their job or when something's happening, people would write learn to code because it's a meme.
Well, not even necessarily. I would just characterize learn to code as a meme that represents the elitism of modern journalists and how they target certain communities with disdain.
Okay.
So to make that point, there are people who have been suspended for tweeting something like, "I'm not too happy with how BuzzFeed reported the story." Hashtag learn to code. Right, making representation of these people are snooty elites who live in ivory towers. But again, this is a meme that has nothing to do with harassment. But it's some people might be harassing somebody and might tweet it. Why would we expect to see, even still today, I'm still getting messages from people with screenshots saying I've been suspended for using a hashtag. And the editor-in-chief of the Daily Caller, right? He quote tweeted a video from the Daily Show with hashtag learn to code, and he got a suspension for it.
So why learn to code? Why is that alone so egregious?
And I don't think it is so egregious. I
So
think
is it
that's
just
a
something that
background.
got stuck in an algorithm?
No, it was, again, a specific set of issues that we were seeing targeting a very specific set of journalists. And it wasn't just the learn to code. It was a couple of things going on. A lot of the accounts tweeting Learn to Code were ban invaders, which means they've previously been suspended. A lot of the accounts have other language in them, or tweets had other language like Day of the Brick, Day of the Rope, Oven Ready. These are all coded meanings for violence against people.
Right.
And the people who were receiving this were receiving hundreds of these in what appeared to us to be a coordinated harassment campaign. And so we were trying to understand the context of what was going on and take action on them. Because again, I don't know, Joe, if you've ever been the target of a dogpiling event on Twitter, but it is not particularly fun when thousands of people or hundreds of people are tweeting at you and saying things. And that can be viewed as a form of harassment. It's not about the individual tweet. It is about the volume of things that are being directed at you.
No, I understand.
And so in that particular case, we made the judgment call, and it is a judgment call, to take down the tweets that were responding directly to these journalists that were saying Learn to Code, even if they didn't have a wish of harm specifically attached to them because of what we viewed as coordinated attempt to harass them. And again, like I was saying, some of the other signals and coded language. And we were worried that Learn to Code was taking on a different meaning
I understand.
in that particular context.
So, but in and of itself, though, it still seems like there's alternative meanings to Learn to Code. It still could be used, as Tim was saying, to mock elite, snooty.
Speak truth to power.
Yes,
Absolutely.
yes.
I agree with you. So it's really about the context of what was happening in that situation and all those other things. I think in a very different situation, we would not take action on that.
Okay, but doesn't that seem like you're throwing a blanket over a very small issue?
I think
Because Learn to Code in itself is very small. The blanket is cast over racism. The blanket is cast over all the other horrible things that are attached to it. But the horrible things that are attached to it are the real issue. This Learn to Code thing is kind of a legitimate protest in people saying that these minors should learn to code. That's kind of preposterous.
Well, the first articles weren't mean. It was just,
Right.
Learn to Code kind of identified, you have these journalists who are so far removed from middle America that they think you can take a 50-year-old man who's never used a computer before and put him in
Right.
But the stories, I think, were legitimate.
Yes.
But the point more so is it was a meme. The hashtag, the idea of Learn to Code condenses this idea, and it's easy to communicate, especially when you only have 280 characters, that there is a class of individuals in this country. I think you mentioned on, was it Sam Harris, that these liberal journalists only follow each other?
Yeah, in the run up to the 2016 elections.
Yeah, and so, I still believe that to be true, and I've worked in these offices.
It has changed. They've done the study again, the visualization, and now there is a lot of cross-pollination. But what we saw is folks who were reporting on the left end of the spectrum mainly followed folks on the left, and folks on the right followed everyone.
What you were talking about earlier, that there's these bubbles.
There's bubbles, and we've helped create them and maintain them.
So here's what ends up happening, and this is one of the big problems that people have with this story particularly. You have a left-wing activist who works for NBC News. I'm not accusing you of having read the article. He spends like a day lobbying to Twitter saying, guys, you have to do this, you have to make these changes. The next day he writes a story saying that 4chan is organizing these harassment campaigns and death threats. And while 4chan was doing threads about it, you can't accuse 4chan simply for talking about it because Reddit was talking about it too, as was Twitter. So then the next day, after he published his article, now he's getting threats. And then Twitter issues a statement saying, we will take action. And to make matters worse, when John Levine, a writer for The Wrap, got a statement from one of your spokespeople saying, yes, we are banning people for saying Learn to Code, a bunch of journalists came out and then lied. I have no idea why, saying this is not true, this is fake news. Then a second statement was published by Twitter saying it's part of a harassment campaign. And so then the mainstream narrative becomes, oh, they're only banning people who are part of a harassment campaign. But you literally see legitimate, high-profile individuals getting suspensions for joining in on a joke.
Oh, there for sure are probably mistakes in there. I don't think that any of us are claiming that we got this 100% right.
And probably our team having a lack of context into actually what's happening as well. And we would fully admit we probably were way too aggressive when we first saw this as well and made mistakes.
I hope this clarifies that you have situations like this where you can see, that this journalist.
What's up, gang? What's going on here?
Has
Joe
very,
Rogan,
like,
24/7,
left-wing,
baby.
I don't want to use over esoteric words, but intersectional dogmatic points of view. right? So this is considered. So like intersectional feminism is considered like a small ideology in people push groups as the progressive left.
Hey, have you guys seen my social media? Hey, hey, have you seen my social media?
Right, the left-wing version, which is like.
Have you seen your social media?
Yeah, it's in my Discord profile. It's incredible. You've never seen someone with so many accounts.
Like, you know, typically when they rag on white men, when they say like white feminism.
Look at my Discord profile, dog. I have over 1,000 TikTok
So
accounts.
what ends up happening is you have a journalist who clearly
I don't know how to do that. I'm not
he writes
chronically
extremely
online.
biased.
Just click on my name.
Oh, good lord. What the hell?
Chronically online response. Then we can look what happens with Garcia at CNN. He says,
He's got his PayPal. You can put your PayPal in here.
I know, how hilarious is that? How hilarious is that? It says my bank account is verified.
Certain individuals who you then remove.
I went to BC too. You guys
This
are.
guy calls for the death of these kids. He gets a slap on the wrist. And look, I understand the context.
Were you streaming
With grains of sand, maybe, and eventually
Yeah, dog.
these stories pile
I haven't
up.
sleeping in
And
here
people
for
are asking
days.
why it only flows in one direction. So I got that, to be honest. I
Thanks.
imagine that calling for the death 3 times of any individual is a bannable
I
offense.
appreciate it.
What the hell?
Yeah, I do sleep with the lights on. Got a problem with it?
We see these, you know, people say they're not women now. and they get
Wanna fight
suspensions.
about
People
it?
say The editor of the Daily Caller would be the best example. Hashtag
Cool story, bro.
Quoting the Daily Show with suspension.
Cool. Hell yeah.
Just threatening death and inciting death with suspension too.
Yes, I am,
It feels
dog.
like it's only going in one
What's
direction.
the bar mitzvah?
Yeah, I think we have a
It's
lot of
when you
work
turn
to do to
13.
explain more clearly when we're taking action and why, and certainly looking into
What's the mezuzah?
any
What's the
mistakes we
mezuzah?
have made in this particular.
It's what goes on your
Would you
door.
guys agree that in tech, I think we can all agree this. I would hope you agree.
Are you
Tech
circumcised?
tends to lean
Yes.
left.
That's enough questions, my friend. I'm back to bed.
Twitter, Google.
I would be willing to bet that a
It's a
conservative
moil,
news
dog.
network would not have a hate speech policy. I mean, you look at Gab and you look at Minds, and Minds not even right wing.
Right, they're not right wing at all. They just staunchly support free speech. And
Right.
I don't think Gab is necessarily, I don't think the owner is necessarily right wing either.
Going
I
to
don't know
bed?
much about him. I think he's like a libertarian. I don't want to.
I don't want to specify either. I don't know enough.
Yeah,
But I
so-
know that when you read what they write, they're just staunchly committed to free speech. But they will stop doxing. They will do things to stop targeted harassment and doxing and things along those lines.
sometimes slowly.
Yeah,
admittedly.
admittedly. But they just want an open platform. What my point is that I think a lot of people that are on the right feel disenfranchised by these platforms they use on a daily basis. I don't know what the percentages are in terms of the number of people that are conservative that use Twitter versus the number of people that are liberal, but I would imagine it's probably pretty close, isn't it?
I don't
The
know.
numbers?
I don't know because we don't ask people what
Okay,
they're.
We'd have to infer all that based on what they're saying, or because
So let's not even go there. But the people that run, whether it's Google or Twitter or Facebook, any of these platforms, YouTube for sure, powerful leaning towards the left. Wouldn't we all agree to that?
Well, we don't ask our employees, but my guess is that many employees at tech companies are probably liberal.
It's really fascinating.
But I also think, I mean, you point out all the companies you mentioned are in exactly the same region as well.
Yes,
And
they're all in
we
that.
do have the challenge of some monocultural thinking
Yes.
as well. But I have said publicly that, yes, we will have more of a liberal bias within our company. I said this to CNN.
Right.
But that doesn't mean that we put that in our rules.
Right. But hold on, because what I'm getting at is that at some point in time, things have to get down to a human being looking and reviewing at cases. And if you guys are so left wing in your staff and the area that you live in and all these things are almost naturally going to lean left. Is that fair to say?
If we're purely looking at the content, but a lot of this agent work is based on the behaviors, all the things that we've been discussing in terms of the context of the actual content itself. That's what the rules are.
Except in this misgendering policy, right? So your rules do reflect your bubble, right? Go to middle America and go hang out in conservative town. They're not going to agree with you. your rules are based on your bubble in San Francisco or whatever city.
I'm from Middle America. I'm from St. Louis, Missouri, and I hear the point. I definitely hear the point in terms of like us putting this rule forth, but we have to balance it with the fact that people are being driven away from our platform.
I hear you.
And they may not disagree. They may not agree with me on that, my folks from Missouri, but I think they would see some valid argument in what we're trying to do to, again, increase the opportunity for as many people as possible to talk. That's it. It's not driving the outcomes that you're speaking to.
Where do you stop? What community is and isn't deserving of protection? Are conservatives not deserving of protection for their opinions?
But I want to
They're being
focus
driven away.
on individuals and increasing the absolute number of people who have opportunity to speak on the platform in the first place.
So then, do you need a rule for body dysphoria?
Hey, how are you?
For other kin? Right? You see what I'm asking you? You have a specific.
I see what you're asking, but like, and this came from.
Hi, how are you?
And there's disagreement as to whether this is the right. And yes, our bias does influence moving in this direction. Our bias does take.
USA, how about you?
Our bias does influence us putting a rule like this in place, with the understanding of creating as much opportunity as possible for people to speak. Based on the actual data that we see, are people leaving the platform because of experiences that have.
Why did your research stop there?
I think something that just stops and doesn't evolve. We're going to constantly question. We're going to constantly get feedback from people on every end of the spectrum of any particular issue and to make changes accordingly.
To your credit, and to your credit, I really do appreciate that the fact that you're very open about that you have made mistakes and that you're continuing to learn. Your company is reviewing these things and trying to figure out which way to go. And I think we all need to pay attention to the fact that this is a completely new road. This road did not exist 15 years ago. There was nothing there. That is a tremendous responsibility for any company, any group of human beings, to be in control of public discourse on a scale unprecedented in human history. And that's what we're dealing with here. This is not a small thing. And I know people that have been banned, to them, this is a matter of ideology, this is a matter of this, this is a matter of that. There's a lot of debate being going on here. And this is one of the reasons why I wanted to bring you on, because Tim, because you know so much about so many of these cases, and so much because you are a journalist, and you're very aware of the implications and all the problems that maybe have slipped through my fingers.
So I do want to make one thing really clear, though. I have a tremendous amount of respect and trust for you when you say you want to solve this problem, simply because you're sitting here right now, and these other companies aren't, right? Jack, you went on Sam Harris, you were on with Gadsad, and that says to me a good faith effort to try and figure out how to do things right. Like, so as much as I'll apologize for getting kind of angry and being emotional, because
I don't see as angry. Look, we also haven't been great at explaining our intent, and there's a few things going on. One, as Joe indicated, centralized global policy at scale is almost impossible, and we realize this. Different services have different answers to this. Reddit has a community-based policy where each topic, each subreddit has its own policy, and there's some benefit to that. So that's problem number one. We know that this very binary off or on platform isn't right, and it doesn't scale, and it ultimately goes against our key initiative of wanting to promote more healthier conversation.
I just don't think that's what you're doing.
I hear you.
Yeah.
But we're not done. We're not done. We're not finished with our work, and we need to. The reason I'm going on all these podcasts and having these conversations, and ideally Vidge is getting out there more often as well, because we don't see enough and hear enough for her. We need to have these conversations so we can learn. We can get the feedback, and also pay attention to where the technology is going. Before the podcast, we talked a little bit about, and I talked about it on our previous podcast, and also Sam's, that technology today is enabling content to live forever in a way that was not possible before. You can say that everything on the internet lives forever, but it's generally not true, because any host or any connection can take it down. The blockchain changes all that. It can actually exist forever, permanently, without anyone being able to touch it, government, company, individual. And that is a reality that we need to pay attention to and really understand our value. And I believe a lot of our value in the future today, again, we have a ton of work, is to take a strong stance of like, we are going to be a company that, given this entire corpus of conversation and content within the world, we're going to work to promote healthy public conversation. That's what we want. That's what we want to do. And if you disagree with it, you should be able to turn it off. And you should be able to access anything that you want as you would with the internet. But those are technologies that are just in the formative stages and presenting new opportunities to companies like ours. And there's a ton of challenges with them and a ton of things that we've discussed over the past hour that it doesn't solve and maybe exacerbates, especially around things like election interference and some of the regulatory concerns that you're bringing.
So there's a few issues, right? Your definition of what is or isn't healthy, right?
Yes, and we want that to be public. Like, we want that. We have 4 indicators right now that we're working on with an external lab. We want other labs we want to give it up, open source, make sure that people can comment on it, that people can help us define it. We'll use that interpretation on our own algorithms and then push it, but that has to be open, that has to be transparent. Are we there today? Absolutely not. We're not there.
This course of action to me looks like a Fahrenheit 451 future, where everything is so offensive, everything must be restricted. That's the path I see that you're on. You want to have a healthy conversation, you want to maximize the amount of people, that means you got to cut off all the tall grass and level everything out. So if you decided that this one rule needs to be enforced because certain things are offensive.
But can I explain what health at least means to us in this?
Absolutely, yeah.
So like, we talked a little bit about this on the previous podcast, but like we have 4 indicators that we're trying to define and try to understand if there's actually something there. One is shared attention. Is a conversation generally shared around the same objects, or is it disparate? So, like, as we're having a conversation, the 4 of us are having a conversation, are we all focused on the same thing? Or is Joe on his phone, which you were earlier, or like whatever's going on? Because more shared attention will lead to healthier conversation. Number 2 is shared reality. Not whether something is factual, but are we sharing the same facts? Is the earth round? Is the world flat? So we can tell what facts are we sharing and what facts are we not sharing, what percentage of the conversation. So that's the second indicator. Third is receptivity. Are the participants receptive to debate and to civility and to look at and be empathetic and look at what's behind them. This is the one we have the most measurement around today. We can determine and predict when some we see that in our data, right? So you persist. And then finally is variety of perspective. Are we actually seeing the full spectrum of any topic that's being talked about? And these are not meant to be taken as individual parts, but in unison, how they play together. And we've written these out. We haven't gotten far enough in actually defining what they look like and what they mean. And we certainly haven't gotten good enough at understanding when we deploy a solution like being able to follow a hashtag. Does that impact variety of perspective to the positive? Does it impact shared reality to the negative? Whatnot. So this is how we're thinking about it. And as we think more about that, that influences our product, it influences our enforcement, and it influences our policies.
What you're describing sounds wildly different to what Twitter is, right? So you have a goal for where you want to get with those metrics. So what confuses me then, when we talk about someone like Megan Murphy, who, sure, she violated your rules, but in the context of a conversation, you recognize people will sometimes get heated with each other. How do you, is a healthy conversation when no one is being negative? What if people are yelling at each other, being mean and insulting, or misgendering them?
I think it's a question of what thresholds you allow, and the more control we can give people to vary the spectrum on what they want to see, that feels right to me. I mean, Joe, in your Alex podcast, did exactly this thing. You're hosting a conversation. You had both of your guests who started talking over each other. You paused the conversation. You said, let's not get combative. Someone said, I'm not being combative. You said, you're all talking over each other. And there's a dynamic that the conversation then shifted to that got to some deeper points, right? Could have just said, let that happen and let it go, and that's fine too. It's up to who is viewing and experiencing that conversation. And I agree with you. It is completely far off from where we are today. We've not only we had to address a lot of these issues that we're talking about at this table, but we've also had to turn the company around from a business standpoint. We've had to fix all of our infrastructure that's over 10 years old, and we had to go through 2 layoffs because the company was too large. So we have to prioritize our efforts, and I don't know any other way to do this than be really specific about our intentions and our aspirations and the intent and the why behind our actions. And not everyone's going to agree with it in the particular moment.
So I want to point this out before I make my next statement, though, just real quick. It seems like the technology is moving faster than the culture. So I do recognize you guys are in a rock and a hard place. How do you get to a point where you can have that open source crypto, blockchain technology that allows for free open speech? At the same time, the technology exists. Twitter has been replicated numerous times in different ways. Mastodon, for instance. What's disconcerting to me is, and maybe you have research on this, which is why you've taken the decision you have. But when you ban someone because they've said, bad opinions, misgendering, well, they're not going to go away. They're going to try and find anywhere they can speak. So what effectively happens is you're taking all of these people from a wide range of the most, to use a prison analogy, murderers, all the way to pot smokers, and you're putting them in the same room with each other, and you're saying you're not welcome here. Well, what happens when you take someone who smokes pot and put them in prison with a bunch of gangbangers and murderers? They fall into that.
I totally get the point. I'm hyper aware of our actions sending more and more things into the dark.
And this is something that I want to discuss. This is really important in this vein of thinking. What about roads to redemption? What about someone like Meghan Markle? What about anyone, Alex Jones, Milo? Can we find a path for people to get back to the platform? For good or for bad, like it or not, there's one video platform that people give a shit about, and that's YouTube. You get kicked off of YouTube, you're doomed. And that's just reality. You can go, Vimeo is wonderful. There's a lot of great video platforms out there. They have a fucking tiny fraction of the views that YouTube does. That's just reality. The same thing can be said for Twitter. Whether or not other platforms exist that's inconsequential. The vast majority of people are on Twitter. The vast majority of people that are making posts about the news and breaking information, they do it on Twitter. What can be set up, and have you guys given consideration to some sort of a path to redemption?
Yeah, there's redemption and there's rehabilitation.
Okay.
And, we haven't done a great job at having a cohesive stance on rehabilitation and redemption. We haven't in parts. So the whole focus behind the temporary suspensions is to at least give people pause and think about why they violated why and how they violated our particular rules that they signed up for when they came in through our terms of service. Right? Whether you agree with them or not, this is the agreement that we have with people.
I'm just thinking this, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but it would be kind of hilarious if you guys had an option, like a mode of Twitter, an angry mode, like, fuck, I'm angry right now, so I'm going to type some things, and it says, hey, dude, why don't you just think about this? We're going to hold it for you in the queue.
People do that in their drafts, but
I'm sure they do. But it would be funny if you had an angry mode.
Yeah, but
you guys, I noticed you guys are using a lot of curse words and you're saying a lot of bad things. We're going to put you in angry mode. Yeah. So think about this. So you have to make several clicks if you want to post this.
And there is research to suggest that people expressing that actually tends to minimize more violent physical.
Oh, for sure. Well, everyone says that with emails. If you're in the middle of the night, someone sends you an email and you find it insulting, you type an email, and then go to sleep. Wake up in the morning like, so I'm going to say something nice. That's how I wind up interacting with these people. But what do you think can be done for people like, let's say Meghan Murphy, because she seems one of the, it's as easy to see her perspective as any. What do you think could be done for her?
I think you're right. I think that I would love to get to a point where we think of suspensions as temporary. And
she's banned for life.
Right now, that's the only option that we've built into our rules, but we have every capability of changing that, and that's something that I want my team to focus on, is thinking about as Jack said, not just coming back after some time bound period,
Mhm.
but also like what more can and should we be doing within the product itself early on to educate people about the rules. So one of the things that we're working on is a very, very simplified version of the Twitter rules. That's 2 pages, not 20.
Mhm.
I've made sure that my lawyers don't write it, and it's written in as plain English as we can. We try to put examples in there, and like really taking the time to educate people. And I get people aren't always going to agree with those rules, and we have to address that too. But at least simplifying it and educating people so that they don't even get to that stage. But once they do, understanding that there are going to be different contexts in people's lives, different times, they're going to say and do things that
Right.
they may not agree with, and they don't deserve to be permanently suspended forever from a platform like Twitter.
Agreed. So how do you get to it?
So this is something that actually we just had a meeting on this earlier this week with our executive team, and identifying kind of some of the principles by which we would want to think about time bounding suspension. So it's work. We have to do it, and we're going to figure it out. I'm not going to tell you it's coming out right away, but it's on our roadmap. It's something we want to do.
Why don't you set up a jury system? When someone reports something, instead of you having to worry about it, there would be no accusation of bias if 100,000 users were randomly selected to determine, because Periscope does this.
Yeah,
It's not a bad idea.
And we've learned.
Periscope does this? Can you please explain that?
So Periscope has a
But that's always
content
something.
moderation jury. So
You haven't got the alcohol
based
yet.
on the machine learning algorithms, and in some cases reports, particular replies, we send them to a small jury of folks to ask, is this against our term service, or is this something that you believe should be in the channel or not?
Do you
vote yes
sign
or no.
up to be on the jury?
No, it's random.
So you randomly get chosen and you decide whether or not you want to participate?
And it's good. It has some flaws. It has some gaming aspects to it as well. But like we do have a lot of experiments that we're testing, and like we want to build confidence in like it's actually driving the outcomes that we think are useful. And Periscope is a good playground for us across many regards.
I think ultimately one of the greater philosophical challenges is that you are a massively powerful corporation. You have international investors. I believe the Saudi prince owns 6% of Twitter. So is that true? I just want to make sure.
Well, we're a publicly traded corporation,
Right.
so anybody can buy stock, but that doesn't mean they have influence on day-to-day
Well, I
operations.
think depending on which political faction you ask, they'll say money is influence, right? So I'm not going to say that the Saudi prince who invested in Twitter, because again, it's been a while since I've read these stories, is like showing up to your meetings and throwing his weight around. But at a certain point,
Definitely not doing that.
but I'm not. Do I can trust you, right? This is a guy who's thrown in over $1 billion, I think, into Twitter. Twitter has influence on our elections. Foreign government actors have stake in Twitter. It worries me then when you base your rules on your personal decisions on an unelected group of people. You have such tremendous power in this monopoly on public discourse, near monopoly. Like he was saying, some platforms, Twitter has no real competition. So I just have to hope and trust you have the best interest at heart. But you, at the end of the day, it's authoritarian. No one chose you to be in charge of this. I understand you mentioned you discovered Twitter, but here I am looking at both of you who have this tremendous power over whether or not someone can get elected. You can choose to ban someone and tell me all day and night you have a reason for doing it. I just have to trust you. That's terrifying. There's no proof. There's no proof Alex Jones did any of these things other than the things he's posted, right? I understand that.
That's actually when I was on the phone with Alex was texting me saying that he never did anything to endanger any child, and that he was disputing what people were saying about a video of a child getting harmed.
And so do we just trust an unelected, extremely wealthy individuals, Saudi princes? It's a publicly traded company. Who knows where the influence is coming from? Your rules are based on a global policy. And I'm sitting here watching, wow, these people who are never chosen in this position have too much power over my politics.
I think that's why it's so important that we take the time to build transparency into what we're doing. And that's part of what we're trying to do, is not just in being here and talking to you guys, but also building it into the product itself. I think one of the things that I've really loved about a new product launch that we've done is to disable any sort of ranking in the home timeline if you want, and you don't have to see our algorithms at play anymore. These are the kinds of things that we're thinking about. How do we give power back to the people using our service so that they can see what they want to see and they can participate the way they want to participate? And this is long term, and I get that we're not there yet, but this is how we're thinking about it.
And you can imagine where that goes. I mean, in just one switch and turning all the algorithms off. What does that do? What does that look like? So these are the conversations that we're having in the company, whether they be good ideas or bad ideas. We haven't determined that just yet, but we definitely look. I definitely understand the mistrust that people have in our company, in myself, in the corporate structure, in all the variables that are associated with it, including who chooses to buy on the public market, who chooses not to. I get all of it, and I grew up on the internet. I'm a believer in the internet principles, and I want to do everything in my power to make sure that we are consistent with those ideals. At the same time, I want to make sure that every single person and do everything in my power has the opportunity to participate.
So let me ask you a question then. For your policy as it pertains to, say, Saudi Arabia, right? Do you enforce the same hate speech rules on Saudi Arabia?
Our rules are global. We enforce them against everyone.
So even in countries where it's criminal to be LGBT, you will still ban someone for saying something disparaging to, or saying something to that effect. Like, let's say Saudi Arabia sends someone to death for, I don't want to call it Saudi Arabia specifically, let's call it Iran, because I believe that's the big focus right now of the Trump administration. Iran, is my understanding, is still punishable by death. I could be wrong, but it is criminal. If someone then directly targets one of these individuals, will you ban them? I mean, do you guys function in Iran? Because I think
we're blocked in Iran.
Yeah, that's what I figured. Yeah. But there are some countries where, for instance, Michelle Malkin recently got really angry because she received notice that she violated blasphemy laws in Pakistan, right? So you do follow some laws in some countries, but it's not a violent. Like, so I guess the question I'm asking is, in Pakistan, it's very clearly a different culture. They don't agree with your rules.
We do have a per country takedown, meaning that content might be non-visible within that country, but visible throughout the rest of the world.
But so, I guess the question.
Just to add on to what Jack's saying, we actually are very, very transparent about this. So we publish a transparency report every 6 months that details every single request that we get from every government around the world and the content that they ask us to remove. And we post that to an independent third-party site. So you could go right now and look and see every single request that comes from the Pakistani government and what content they're trying to remove from Pakistan.
And I've seen a lot of conservatives get angry about this, and it's kind of confusing. I'm like, that's a really good thing. I would want to know if Pakistan wanted to kill me, blasphemy laws, posting pictures of Muhammad. So it's a crime.
Are they angry about our transparency report?
There's a perception that you sending that notice is like a threat against them for violating blasphemy laws, whereas it's very clearly just letting you know a government has taken action against you.
It's saying that the government has restricted access to that content in that country. And the reason we tell users or tell people that that's happened is because a lot of them may want to file their own suit against the government, or a lot of them may be in danger if they happen to be under that particular government's jurisdiction, and they may want to take action to protect themselves if they know that the government is looking at the content in their accounts. So we don't always know, we send the notice to everybody. We don't always know where you are or what country you live in. And so we just send that notice as to try to be as transparent as possible.
The main point I was trying to get to is your policies support a community, but there may be laws in a certain country that does not support that community and finds it criminal. Right? So your actions are now directly opposed to the culture of the country. I guess the point I'm trying to make is that if you enforce your values, which are perceivably not even the majority of this country, if you're consider yourselves more liberal leaning and you're half of the United States, but you're enforcing those rules on the rest of the world that use the service, it's sort of forcing other cultures to adhere to yours.
So a lot of our rules are based in more of the UN declaration. That's just purely U.S.
Doesn't the UN declaration guarantee the right of all people through any medium to express their opinion?
It does.
Then why ban hate speech?
It also has conditions around particular speech, inciting violence, and some of the aspects that we speak to as well.
And it protects specific categories, whether it's religion, race, gender, sexual orientation. Those are all also protected under the UN Covenant to protect human rights.
Ooh, is that a pause? I'm sure we have many more things to talk about. Don't worry.
I don't want to
I'm just saying.
I've got a bunch of other things that because here's the thing. There's a bunch of other issues having to do with bias and censorship, and I feel like we've kind of beaten that horse relentlessly.
But I think that horse is good to beat. And I think it's also good to address why the horse is being beaten and why it exists in the first place. And I really want to say this again. I really appreciate the fact that you guys are so open and that you're willing to come on here and talk about this, because you don't have to. This is your decision. And especially you, Jack, after we had that first conversation and the blowback was so hard. You wanted to come and clarify this, and I think this is so important to give people a true understanding of what your intentions are versus what perceptions are.
Yeah, and thank you for hosting this again. And look, I think it's also important that the company is not just me. We have people in the company who are really good at this and are making some really tough decisions and having tough conversations and getting pushback and getting feedback, and they have the best intentions.
I'll get back into the meat of things to get to beating that horse. I don't know if you have any data on why Jacob Wall was recently banned. Do you have that?
I believe.
Who is Jacob Wall?
He's I don't know how to describe him. He's a conservative personality, but he's very, very controversial for like fake news or something. I don't know too much about him, so I don't want to accuse him of things, but I don't know who he is. But he was in something where he tried accusing Mueller of like sexual assault, and it turned out to be like just completely fake, ridiculous.
This is a gentleman that was in the USA Today article where he admitted that he had used tactics in the past to influence the election, and he will continue to do so using all of his channels.
Yes.
And so when we saw that report, our team looked at his account. We noticed there were multiple accounts tied to his account, so fake accounts that he had created that were discussing political issues and pretending to be other people.
How do you find that out?
We would have phone numbers linking accounts together, or email addresses, in some cases IP addresses, other types of metadata that are associated with accounts, so we can link those accounts together. And having multiple accounts in and of itself is not a violation of our rules, because some people have their work account, their personal account. It's when you're deliberately pretending to be someone else and manipulating a conversation about a political issue. And those are exactly the types of things that we saw the Russians do, for example, in the 2016 election. So it was that playbook and that type of activity that we saw about Jacob Wall, and that's why his accounts were suspended.
Did you investigate Jonathan Morgan?
I don't know who that is.
Why? That's the important question. Why?
I don't know who that is.
Well, that's
it might be that someone at Twitter investigated him. I personally don't know who that is.
So one of the issues that I think is really important to get to is you should know who he is. He's more important than Jacob Wall is. But for some reason, you know about this conservative guy, not the Democrat who helped meddle in the Alabama election.
Well,
so Jonathan, according to
the sheer volume they have to pay attention to.
Right. But it's about grains of sand making a heap in the flow of a direction where we can see Jacob Wall has said he's done this, so you're like, we're going to investigate, we ban him. It was recently reported and covered by numerous outlets that a group called New Knowledge was meddling in the Alabama election by creating fake Russian accounts to manipulate national media into believing that Roy Moore was propped up by the Russians. Facebook banned him, as well as 4 other people, but Twitter didn't. He's still active.
We did ban the accounts that were engaged in the behavior.
I do remember sending this to Vigil too.
That's worse, though. So you didn't ban the guy doing it, but you banned the people. So
in the case of Jacob Wall, we were able to directly attribute through email addresses and phone numbers his direct connection to the accounts that were created to manipulate the election. If we're not able to tie that direct connection on our platform, or law enforcement doesn't give us information to tie attribution, we won't take action. And it's not because of political ideology, it's because we want to be damn sure before we take action on it.
So someone could use a VPN, perhaps, and maybe additional email accounts, and they could game the system in that regard.
There are certainly sophisticated ways that people can do things to mask who they are and what accounts that they're controlling.
And just the internal conversation just to provide more light into what happens. Like I got an email or a text from Vidya one morning and said we are going to permanently suspend this particular account, and it's not what do you think? It's we are going to do this. And I then have an opportunity to ask questions. I asked the question why. She gave me a link back to the document of all the findings in USA Today. We took the action. I was on Twitter. A bunch of people pointed me at this particular case, sent some of those tweets to her. What's going on? So that's in the background.
Wouldn't you just terminate anybody associated with the company that was doing this? I mean, you keep in mind too, at the time when this campaign was happening,
on what basis?
He admitted to engaging in the operation in a quote to New York Times, and you banned the accounts associated with it. So if you know he's the one running the company, wouldn't you be like, okay, you're gone?
Do you want us to take every single newspaper account's attribution? Because what we were able to do in the Jacob Wall situation was actually tie those accounts in our own systems.
Right.
That he
Well,
actually controlled the accounts, not just take the word of a newspaper article.
Yeah, you can have
You said you banned his accounts.
Yes.
And you know from his own statement and from his tweets that he was the running the company.
Jacob Wall.
No, Jonathan Morgan.
Oh, sorry. I'm getting confused about what we're talking about.
Jacob Wall, it's announced in the USA Today, he says, I'm doing this. And you're like, okay, we can look at his account, we can see if we get rid of him. With new knowledge, you said you did take those accounts down.
I believe we were able to take down a certain cluster of accounts that we saw engaging in the behavior, but we weren't necessarily able to tie it back to one person controlling those accounts.
Even if they say they did it?
And this is where I get back. Like, we like to have some sort of attribution that's direct that we can see. Would we just take any newspaper or any article at face value and just action them?
Would you have to contact him and get some sort of a statement from him in order to take down his account? Obviously.
I don't think he would admit to manipulating Twitter if Twitter asked him. So.
But if you get the fact that he communicated with a newspaper, right?
To clarify, what they said, what they claimed to the New York Times was that it was a false flag. New York Times said they reviewed internal documents that showed they admitted it was a false flag operation. The guy who runs the company said, oh, his company does this. He wasn't aware necessarily, but it was an experiment. So he's given kind of, in my opinion, duplicitous, like, not straightforward. But at the time of this campaign, which he claims to know about, he tweeted that it was real. So during the War and War campaign, he tweets, wow, look at the Russians. Then it comes out later, his company is the one that did it. So you're kind of like, oh, so this guy was propping up his own fake news, right? Then when they get busted, he goes, oh, no, it's just my company doing an experiment. But you tweeted it was real.
Experiment.
You used your verified Twitter account to push the fake narrative your company was pumping on this platform. And so the point I want to make, I guess, is...
It sounds like we need to take a closer look at this one.
Ban him, bring back Morgan Murphy.
Megan Murphy.
Megan Murphy, sorry. Morgan Murphy's a friend of mine. Sorry, Morgan.
So this is, I haven't read the story. It's been like 2 months since the story broke. So I could have my, I want to get sued and have my facts wrong. But the reason I brought this up was not to accuse you of wrongdoing, was to point out that I don't think that the people who work at Twitter are twirling their mustaches, laughing, pressing the ban button whenever they see a conservative. I think it's just, there's a bias that's unintentional that flows in one direction. So you see the news about Jacob Wall, and I think there's a reason for it too. There's a couple of reasons. For one, your staff is likely you mentioned more likely to lean left and look at certain sources. So you're going to hear about more things more often and take action on those things, as opposed to the other side of the coin.
But we have to consider where the actions are taking place. I'm speaking more broadly to the 4,000 people that we have as a company versus the deliberateness that we have on Vidya's team.
I just mean when we look at a company-wide average of all of your employees and the direction they lean versus the news sources they're willing to read, you're going to see a flow in one direction, whether it's intentional or not. And so I think the challenge is...
But we don't generally rely on news sources to find manipulation of our platform. We're looking at what we're seeing, the signals we can see. Once in a while, we will get tipped off to something, but for the most part, when we're looking at manipulation, it's not like the New York Times can tell us what's going on the platform. We're the ones that have the metadata about accounts. We're the ones that can see patterns of behavior at scale.
But I hear your point. I knew one name and I didn't know another name, and it was because Vidya said, we're permanently banning this account. And yes, we did have the same sort of findings in the other particular account, which I got feedback on, passed to her, and we didn't find what we needed to find.
But to be clear, the team had taken action on this stuff months ago when it actually happened.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think, a lot of what people assume is malintent is sometimes fake news. I think one of my biggest criticisms in terms of what's going on in our culture is the news system is, like you pointed out, although it's changed, left-wing journalists only follow themselves. That's my experience. I've worked for these companies, and so they repeat these same narratives. They don't get out of their bubble. Even today, they're still in a bubble, and they're not seeing what's happening outside of it. And then what happens is, according to data, I think this is from Pew, most new journalism jobs are in blue districts. So you've got people who only hear the same thing. They only cover the same stories. So if we hear about Jussie Smollett, we hear about how the stories he goes wild, but there's 800 instances of Trump supporters wearing MAGA hats getting beaten, throughout the past couple of years. We had a guy show up to a school in Eugene, Oregon with a gun and fire 2 rounds at a cop wearing a Smash the Patriarchy and Chill shirt, and those stories don't make the headlines. So it's, when the journalists are inherently in a bubble, the information you're going to get as a big company who follows these news organizations is going to be inherently, one-sided as well. and then the only action you're going to be able to take is what you know. You can't ban someone if you don't know they're doing it.
I hear you. I think the biggest issue and the thing that I want to fix the most is the fact that we create and sustain and maintain these echo chambers.
Yeah. Well, you're rolling out that new feature that allows you to hide replies, right?
We're testing. We're experimenting with an ability to enable people to have more control, as you would expect a host over the conversation. And
Like Facebook allows that.
yeah, but I don't think they have the level of transparency that we want to put into it. So we actually want to show whether a comment was moderated and then actually allow people to see those comments. So both showing the action that this person moderated a particular comment, and then you can actually see the comment itself. It's one click over, one tap over. That's how we're thinking about it. It might change in the future, but we can't do this without a level of transparency because we minimize something Vijay spoke to earlier, which is speaking truth to power, holding people to account. Even things like the Fire Festival, where you have these organizers who were deleting every single comment, moderating every single comment that called this thing a fraud and don't go here. We can't reliably and like just from a responsibility standpoint ever create a feature that enables more of that to happen. And that's how we're thinking about even features like this.
I'm going to jump right off to a different train car here. Has law enforcement ever asked you to keep certain people on the platform even after they violated your rules?
Not that I'm aware.
So then this, to the next question pertaining to bias, you have the issue of Antifa versus the Proud Boys and Patriot Prayer. And Twitter permanently excised anyone associated with the Proud Boys. Antifa accounts who have broken the rules repeatedly, branded, known cells that have been involved in violence, all still active. Is there a reason?
Well, with the Proud Boys, what we were able to do was actually look at documentation and announcements that the leaders of that organization had made and their use of violence in the real world. So that was what we were focused on. And subsequent to our decision, I believe the FBI also designated them.
That's not true.
It's not true?
That's not true.
No.
Okay.
No, that's not true. Yeah, the Proud Boys started out as a joke. Gavin McGinnis, Anthony Cumia, who's part of Opie and Anthony now, has his own show, told me about it. It happened on his show because there was a guy that was on the show and they made a joke about starting a gang based on him because he was a very effeminate guy. They would call him the Proud Boys. And they went into detail about how this thing became from a joke and saying that you could join the Proud Boys and everyone was, it was like being silly to people joining it and then it becoming this thing to fight Antifa and then becoming infested with white nationalists and becoming this thing. Well, in many ways it was, but it's been documented how it started and what it was and misrepresented as to why it was started.
I think there's some things that should be clarified about them, but Gavin has made a bunch of statements that cross the line. He claims to be joking, and so that's
what he did on my podcast. He was talking to me about Antifa, that when Antifa was blocking people like Ben Shapiro's speeches and things along those lines and stopping conservatives from speaking, you should just punch them in the face. We're going to have to start kicking people's asses. Right. And I was like, this is not just irresponsible, but foolish and short-sighted and just a dumb way to talk.
So then you have the Antifa groups that are engaging in the same thing. We the famous bike lock basher incident where a guy showed up, hit seven people over there with a bike lock. They subsequently released his name. I'm going to leave that out for the time being. You have other groups like By Any Means Necessary. You have in Portland, for instance, there's specific branded factions. There's the tweet I mentioned earlier where they doxed ICE agents and they said, do whatever inspires you with this information. And I mean, you're tagged in a million times. I know you probably can't see it, but you can actually see that some of the tweets in the thread are removed. But the main tweet itself from an anti-fascist account linking to a website, straight up saying, like, here's the private home details, phone number, addresses of these law enforcement officers is not removed since September. So here's what you end up seeing is, again, to point, I think one of the big problems we have in this country is the media, because it was reported that the FBI designated Proud Boys an extremist group, but it was a misinterpretation based, a sheriff wrote a draft saying, the FBI considers them to be extremists. The media then reported hearsay from the sheriff, and the FBI came out and said, no, we never meant to do that. That's not true. We are just concerned about violence. So the Proud Boys all get purged. And again, I think, Gavin's a different story, right? If you want to go after the individuals who are associating with that group versus the guy who goes on the show and says outrageous things and goes on Joe's show. But then you have Antifa, branded cells. Like what I mean by that is they have specific names. They sell merchandise, and they're the ones showing up throwing mortar shells into crowds. They're the ones showing up with crowbars and bats and whacking people. I was in Boston, and there was a rally where conservatives were putting on a rally. It was literally just like libertarians and conservatives. Antifa shows up with crowbars, bats, and balaclavas with weapons, threatening them. And so I have to wonder if these people are allowed to organize on your platform. Are you concerned about that? Why aren't they being banned when they violate the rules?
Yeah, absolutely. We're concerned about that. Has the FBI designated them as a domestic terrorist
Yes.
organization?
I'm sorry. Homeland Security in New Jersey has listed them under domestic terrorism.
Okay.
So here I understand there's a conundrum in that the general concept of anti-fascism is a loose term that means you oppose fascism.
Right.
But Antifa is now, they have a flag. They've had a flag since the Soviet, Nazi Germany in the Soviet era, and they've brought it back. There are specific groups that I'm not going to mention by name that have specific names, and they sell merchandise. They've appeared in various news outlets. They've expressed their desire to use violence to suppress speech.
Is it a centralized organization the same way that I hear you on Proud Boys, but like where they have like tenants that are written out and there's a leader and like.
It's not the same, but there are specific branded cells. So that's why I bring them up specifically. I realize, someone showing up to a rally wearing a black hoodie and sunglasses, who are you going to ban? But there are groups that organize, specifically call for violence. They push the line as lightly as possible. They advocate sabotage and things like this. And when the Proud Boys go out and get into fights, they're not getting in fights with themselves. They're
and I should point out that they decided to call for violence based on Antifa calling for violence. And based on Antifa actually actively committing violence against conservative people, they would then see different people's.
Well, it partly started because in Berkeley there was a Trump rally. So actually, after Milo got chased out of the Berkeley, there was $100,000 in damages. I mean, there's a video of some guy in all black cracking someone on the back who's on the ground looking like they're unconscious. So these conservatives see this and they decide to hold a rally saying we won't back down. They hold a rally in Berkeley, and then Antifa shows up again. I understand you can't figure out who these people are for the most part. They're decentralized. But then this incites an escalation. You then get the rise of the based stick man, they called it. This guy shows up in armor with a stick and he starts swinging back. And now you have two factions forming. So while I recognize it's much easier to ban a top-down group, there are, the difference I guess is when you look at the Proud Boys, it's straight top-down vertical. You look at Antifa and there's different cells of varying size and they're different accounts. So I have to I guess the argument I could make is if you're going to ban the Proud Boys, by all means, under your justification. But if you look at a specific channel that's got 20,000 followers that cheers them on, right? These are people who throw mortar shells into crowds. Isn't that advocating for, terrorism, incitement to violence?
Yes, absolutely.
So I guess the question is, how come they don't get removed?
Well, in the past, when we've looked at Antifa, we ran into this decentralization issue. We weren't able to find the same type of information that we were able to find about Proud Boys, which was a centralized, leadership-based documentation of what they stand for. But absolutely, it's something we'll continue to look into, and to the extent that they're using Twitter to organize any sort of offline violence, it's completely prohibited under the rules, and we would absolutely take action.
Could I ask you why Gavin was banned? Was there a specific thing that he did, or was it his association with the Proud Boys?
Association with the Proud Boys.
He's abandoned that. He's not only that, he's disassociated himself with it and said that it completely got out of hand. He doesn't want to have anything to do with it.
Yeah, and I think this is a great, again, test case for how we think about getting people back on the platform.
He's an interesting case because he's really a provocateur, and he fancies himself, sort of a punk rocker, and he likes stirring shit. When he came on my show last time he was on, he was dressed up like Michael Douglas and falling down. He did it on purpose. He brought a briefcase and everything. I'm like, what are you doing? It's like, Michael Douglas, I'm falling down. But he's a showman in many ways. And he did not mean for this to go the way it went. He thought it would be this sort of innocent, fun thing to be a part of, and then other people got involved in it. And then when people call for violence, the problem is they think that you're going to just hit people and it's going to solve a problem. It just creates a much more comprehensive problem.
It's important to point out Gavin has said he said things way worse than Alex Jones ever did.
Sure.
Whether you want to say it's a joke or not, he said things like choke him, punch him directly.
Yep.
But I guess was the primary reason for getting rid of them was what you thought that the FBI had designated them an extremist group?
No, because we did it months in advance.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I was just
So it was just his association with the Proud Boys.
I don't recall, and I would have to go back, and I don't want to misstate things. I don't recall whether those statements that you're referring to of Gavin's were on Twitter.
So they weren't. There's another, when it comes to the weaponization of rules against, like, Gavin isn't creating a compilation of things he's ever said out of context and then sending them around to get himself banned. Other people are doing that to him, activists who don't like him, and it's effective. In fact, I would actually like to point out there's one particular user who has repeatedly made fake videos attacking one of your other high-profile conservatives, so much so that he's had to file police reports, harassment complaints, and it just doesn't stop. So I guess I'll ask this to this regard. If someone repeatedly makes videos of you out of context, fake audio, accusing you of doing things you've never done, at what point is that bannable?
Yeah, again, if it's targeted harassment and we can establish it, it's just a really hard thing with us determining whether something is fake or not.
Well, it's also when things are out of context, you still have video of the person saying that. I agree that it's out of context and it's disingenuous, but it's still the person saying it, and you're making a compilation of some pre-existing audio or video.
So I think in this instance of Gavin, like, one of the things he said was like a call to violence, but he was talking about, it was in the context of talking about a dog and being scolded.
Yeah.
So he was like, hit him, just hit him. And then it's like, it turns out he was talking about a dog, like, doing something wrong. Right. And they take that, they snip it, and then it goes viral, and then everyone starts flagging, saying, you got to ban this guy. So again, I understand you, but I guess the issue is if people keep doing that to destroy someone's life. So I think there's a bigger discussion. I think both of you could probably shed some important light on too, outside of Twitter. This weaponization of content from platforms is being used to get people banned from their banking accounts. We can talk about Patreon, for instance. And again, I'm not. This may just be something you could chime in on. Patreon banned a man named Carl Benjamin, also known as Sargon of Akkad. He's also banned from Twitter. And it was because.
Do you know why he got banned from Twitter?
I can see.
That's an interesting point.
I do have some of the details here. Do you want me to read them?
Yeah, please.
Okay.
Looks like it's going to be gross.
It's not stuff that I love saying, but I will say it.
Want Jack to say it?
I should make Jack say it. He doesn't like cursing either. Let's see. Okay. I curse more than he does, so I guess I should say it. First strike. Fuck white people, kill all men, die cis scum. None of the above qualify as hate speech.
When was that?
I don't have the dates. I'm sorry.
But he's a white guy. I mean, obviously he's joking around there.
And also,
fuck white people.
It also sounds like he's trying to make a point about your rules and how you enforce them, not actually.
Possibly.
Which is also exactly why he got kicked off of Patreon. He was
exactly.
Yeah.
Well, I know he also posted a photo of interracial gay porn at some white nationalists to make them angry.
Yes. Yeah, he's funny.
Well,
he's funny sometimes.
I can understand how posting that photo is an egregious violation of the rules, whether or not he was trying to insult some people.
That's a very good point, and I wanted to bring that up. Is porn a violation of the rules?
Porn, generally, no.
Good, really?
Good for you.
Oh, so then why would
because it happens in my feed all the time. I follow a couple of naughty girls, and occasionally they post pictures of themselves engaging in intercourse. I'm like, yikes.
So then, what else? What are the other strikes for Sargon?
Let's see. There was the use of a Jewish slur.
How do you use it?
To a person, you traitor, remainer, white genocide supporting Islamophile, Jewish slur lover. That should keep you going. Hashtag Hitler was right.
But these aren't general opinions. These are targeted.
These are targeted at somebody.
That sounds like he's being like he's making a joke.
Yeah, I understand. In context, it sounds like the other one. Like in context, what he's saying, particularly the fact that he's a white guy, that doesn't sound like a racial slur at all. I mean, he's saying fuck white people, and he is white.
In context again, these are tied together.
Right.
I always knew that person was not to be trusted. That fucking Jewish slur.
Oh.
So there's a lot. There's a bunch of
very specific person.
He's targeting
He's being trying to be very provocative.
And he's saying this about a specific Jewish person.
I don't know the race of this person. I'm sorry.
All right, and this is not but this is not parody. This is not joking around.
We didn't view it that way. I'm just telling. I'm not trying to litigate all this. I'm just telling you what they were. So
I knew he had done things that were like egregious violations of the rules because plain and simple. I didn't bring him up to go through and try to figure out if he. But it does sound like at least the first one was meant to be a critique of.
Yeah.
So
Potentially, but there are a bunch of others if you want to hear them.
more than sure.
This is again targeted. This is how I know one day that I'll be throwing you from a helicopter. You're the same kind of malignant cancer. Don't forget it. So there's just, it's not one thing or two things or three things. This is like a bunch of them.
Oh, yeah. Illusions of grandeur. Imagine thinking you're going to throw someone from a helicopter.
Well, he doesn't really,
get you in that helicopter.
But admittedly, so he's on YouTube by the name of Sargon Mackay. He's a big account, and I've criticized him for being overly mean in the past, and I think it's
He definitely gets angry.
But he is very different now, and I guess the reason I brought him up was
he's very different now. How so?
Well, a lot of the content he makes is much calmer. He's less likely to insult someone directly.
He's probably recognizing that he's on his last straw.
Oh, definitely.
I mean, he's been kicked off of Twitter. He's on YouTube. He's probably going to mind his P's and Q's.
Oh, the reason I brought him up again, but we'll move on, was that activists found a live stream from 8 months ago. Again, I totally forgot why I was bringing this up because we've moved so far away from where we were. But they pulled this clip from an hour and a half or whatever into a 2-hour live stream on a small channel that only had 2,000 views, sent it to Patreon, and then Patreon said, yep, that's a violation, and banned him outright without warning, which, again, I understand is different from what you guys do. You do suspensions first. But I guess the reason I was bringing up was to talk about a few things. Why blocking isn't enough, why muting isn't enough, and if you think that it's driving people off the platform, people post my tweets on Reddit. I block them. They use a dummy account, load up my tweet, post it to Reddit, and then spam me on Reddit. So, blocking and even leaving Twitter would never do anything. Short of me shutting up, there's nothing you can do to protect me or anyone else.
Look, I mean, these are exactly the conversations we're having. One, the reason why I don't think blocking and muting are enough is, one, I don't think we've made mute powerful enough. It's spread all over the surface. You can use it, and then you got to go find where you actually muted these people or move a profile page, and that's just it's a disaster. It just doesn't work in the same way that it should work in the same way that follow works, but it's just the inverse of that.
I noticed that now I get a notification that says you can't see this tweet because you muted this person.
Right.
Before, I would just see a weird reply and be like, oh, it's one of those.
Exactly. So there's also all this infrastructure that we have to fix in order to pass those what action you took or what action someone else took to be transparent about what's happening on the network. The second thing, block is really interesting. I think it's my own view is it's wholly unsatisfying because what you're doing is you're blocking someone. They get notification that you've blocked them, which may embolden them even more, which causes others around and ramifications from the network. But also that person can log out of Twitter and then look at your tweets just on the public web because we're public. So
exactly.
It doesn't feel as rigorous and as durable as something like making mute much stronger.
But I guess the challenge is no matter what rule you put in place, people are going to harass you. If you're engaging in public discourse, if I go out in the street and yell out my opinion, somebody could get in my face. If I get off Twitter because I'm sick of, look, I'm sure you get it way worse than I do, especially as, the high profile.
Probably getting it right now.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, me too. God, I can only imagine. But so the only thing I can do is, look, we're not on Twitter right now. We're on Joe Rogan's podcast, and they're still going to target you on Twitter. They're still going to, I guarantee we're all over Reddit. The left is probably railing on me. The right's railing on you guys. So it seems like even if you try everything in your power to make Twitter healthier and better, it's not going to change anything.
No, I'm not sure about that. Because one of the things that I do think is that I'm not in favor of a lot of this heavy-handed banning and a lot of the things that have been going on, particularly like a case like the Meghan Murphy case. But what I think that we are doing is we're exploring the idea of civil discourse. We're trying to figure out what's acceptable and what's not acceptable. And you're communicating about this on a very large scale. And it's putting that out there, and then people are discussing it. Whether they agree or disagree, whether they vehemently defend you or hate you, they're discussing this. And I think this is how these things change. And they change over long periods of time. Think about words that were commonplace just a few years ago that you literally can't say anymore.
Right.
There's so many of them that were extremely commonplace or not even thought to be offensive 10 years ago that now you can get banned off of platforms for.
But that's a good point to argue against banning people and to cease enforcing hate speech rules.
I agree with that as well. I think
both things.
Let me tell you something important. I was in the UK at an event for a man named Count Dankula, who I don't know if you've heard of.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
Yeah, Dankula's the guy who got charged and convicted of making a joke where he had his pug do a Nazi salute. But I was there and I was arguing that a certain white nationalist had used racial slurs on YouTube. He has. I don't want to name him. And some guy in the UK said, that's not true. He's never done that. And I said, you're crazy. Let me pull it up. Unfortunately, I don't know why, but when I did the Google search, nothing came up. What I did notice was at the bottom of the page, it said, due to UK law, certain things have been removed. So I don't know if it's exactly why I couldn't pull up a video proving or tweets or anything, because I think using these words gets stripped from the social platforms. I could not prove to this man, the person in the UK, that this
So
man.
you could use a VPN and get around it.
Yeah. I mean, at the time, I was just like trying to pull it up, and I'm like, oh, that's weird. So now you have someone who doesn't realize he's a fan of a bigot because the law has restricted the speech. So there's a point to be made. I understand you want a healthy, you want Twitter to grow. You need it to grow. The shareholders need it to grow. The advertisers need to advertise. So you've got all these restrictions. But allowing people to say these awful things makes sure we stay away from them, and it allows us to avoid certain people. And isn't it important to know that these people hold these beliefs? If you get rid of them, someone could walk into a business and you wouldn't even know that they were a neo-Nazi. But if they were high profile saying the things, you'd be like, that's the guy.
You're absolutely right. This is like one of my favorite sayings, is that sunlight is the best disinfectant. And it's so true. Like, one of the biggest problems with censorship is the fact that you push people underground and you don't know what's going on. And this is something I worry about. It's not that I don't worry about it.
You ban people for these rules.
Because I also worry about driving people away from the platform and affecting their real lives. So, we're trying to find this right balance, and I hear you. You may not think we're drawing the lines in the right place, and we get that feedback all the time, and we're always trying to find the right places to do this. But I worry as much about, the underground and, being able to shine a light on these things as anything else.
Tim, I think it's a cost-benefit analysis, and we have to constantly rehash it and do it. We have the technology we have today, and we are looking at technologies which open up the aperture even more. And we all agree that a binary on or off is not the right answer, and it's not scalable. We have started getting into nuance within our enforcement, and we've also started getting into nuance with the presentation of content. So, one path might have been for some of your replies for us to just remove those offensive replies completely. We don't do that. We hide it behind an interstitial to protect the original tweeter and also folks who don't want to see that. They can still see everything. They just have to do one more tap. So that's one solution. Ranking is another solution. But as technology gets better and we get better at applying to it, we have a lot more optionality. Whereas we don't have that as much today.
I feel like, I'm just going to reiterate an earlier point though. If you recognize sunlight as the best disinfectant, it's like you're chasing after a goal that can never be met. If you want to protect all speech and they start banning certain individuals, you want to increase the amount of healthy conversations, but you're banning some people. Well, how long until this group is now offended by that group? How long until you've banned everybody?
I hear you. I don't believe a permanent ban promotes health.
Oh, okay.
I don't believe that. But we have to work with the technologies, tools, and conditions that we have today. So and evolve over time to where we can see examples like this woman at the Westboro Baptist Church who was using Twitter every single day to spread hate against the LGBTQA community. And over time, we had, I think it was 3 or 4 folks on Twitter who would engage her every single day about what she was doing. And she actually left the church.
That's Megan Phelps. She's amazing.
And she's now pulling her family out of that as well. And you could make the argument that if we banned that account early on, she would have never left the church. I completely hear that. We get it. It's just.
Well, so I just want to make sure we're advancing the conversation too, and not just going to go back. So I'll just ask you this: have you considered allowing some of these people permanently banned back on with some restrictions? Maybe you can only tweet twice per day. Maybe you can't retweet or something to that effect.
I think we're very early in our thinking here, so we're open-minded to how to do this. I think we agree philosophically that permanent bans are an extreme case scenario, and it should be one of our regularly used tools in our tool chest. So how we do that, I think, is something that we're actively talking about today.
Is there a timeline that we can? So look, a
I
lot
think that would fix a lot of problems.
You think so?
Yes, I really do.
Even if it's like, I'm just curious, like, are you thinking like bans of a year or 5 years, 10 years? Like, I'm just curious, like, what is a reasonable ban in this kind of context?
Well, I think reasonably someone should have to state their case as to why they want to be unbanned. Like someone should have to have a well-measured, considerate response to what they did wrong. Do they agree with what they did wrong? Maybe perhaps saying why they don't think they did anything wrong, and you could review it from there.
I think, one of the challenges, we have the benefit in English common law of hundreds of years of precedent and developing new rules and figuring out what works and doesn't. Twitter's very different. So I think with the technology, I don't know if you need permanent bans or even suspensions at all. You could literally just, lock someone's account is essentially suspending them. But I wouldn't, claim to know anything about the things you go through. But what if you just restricted most of what they could say? You blocked certain words in a certain dictionary. If someone receives
such a greased hill.
Well, but no, but think about it this way: is it better if they're permanently banned? Or
no, it's not better, but it's not good either.
No. Think about it this way: instead of being suspended for 72 hours, you get a dictionary block from hate speech words, right? Does that not make sense?
Or people just use coded language. This is what we see all the time.
Yeah, I don't think that's a good move. What do you think about perhaps instead of is it possible to have levels of Twitter, like a completely uncensored, unmoderated level of Twitter, and then have like a rated R, and then have like a PG-13? I don't think that's a bad idea.
We have those levels in place today, but you don't really see them. One, we have a not safe for work switch, which you can turn on or off.
Oh, really? Not safe for work switch.
I think you have it off, Joe.
Do it? You think so?
Just based on the other things you've
Based
said.
on what you're seeing, you put up.
I don't even know it's there.
So we have that, and then as Vijay pointed out earlier, we have the timeline. We started ranking the timeline about 3 years ago. We enabled people today to turn that off completely and see, reverse cron of everything they follow. You can imagine a world where that switch has a lot more power over more of our algorithms throughout more of the surface areas. You can imagine that. So these are all the questions that are on the table. You asked about timeline, and this is a challenging one. I don't know about timeline because first we've decided that our priority right now is going to be on proactively enforcing a lot of this content, specifically around anything that impacts physical safety, like doxing. So
right, but there's so many examples of where you guys not doing that.
I know, but that's what we're
Right,
fixing right now. That's the prioritization. But
Yeah, I think from your own personal perspective,
we think more in terms of milestones than a particular timeline. We're going to move as fast as we can, but some of it's a function of our infrastructure, of the technology we have to bring to bear.
do you guys have conversations about trying to shift the public perception of having this left-wing bias, maybe possibly addressing it?
Right?
That's what they're doing right now, right?
Yeah, I went on the Sean Hannity show. We
How was that?
we brought ourselves before. It was
Bringing out sunlight?
It was short, and there weren't a lot of really tough questions, and that was the feedback as well. And
Yeah.
I get it. Like, look, again, I'm from Missouri. My dad is a Republican. He listened to Hannity. He listened to Rush Limbaugh. My mom was a Democrat, and I feel extremely fortunate that I was able to first see that spectrum, but also feel safe enough to express my own point of view. But when I go on someone like Hannity, I'm not talking to Hannity. I'm talking to people like my dad who listen to him.
Right.
And I want to get across how we think, and also that our thinking evolves. And here's the challenges we're seeing, and like this is our intent. This is what we're trying to protect, and we're going to make some mistakes along the way, and we're going to admit to them. We didn't admit to them in the past. We admitted to a lot more over the past 3 years. But I don't know any other way to address some of these issues. It all goes back to trust. Like one of our core operating principles is earning trust. How do we earn more trust? And there are people in the world who do not trust us at all, and there are some people who trust us a little bit more. But this is the thing that we want to measure. This is the thing that we want to get better at.
I saw you had a conversation with, I think, Katie Herzog. No. Who was it? That was the wrong person. You had a Twitter conversation with
Kara
Swisher.
Yeah.
Wrong person, but someone just got a shout out. I see that the left goes at you in the opposite direction. They want more. They want more banning. They want more, restrictions.
Yeah.
And then look at the right is saying less. right? So, I mean, in terms of solving the
Can
problem,
you tell us what that conversation was about?
do you want to summarize? Because the thing I was pointing out specifically was that you were being asked to do more in terms of controlling.
Well, it wasn't just more, but to be a lot more specific about what actions we've taken to promote more health in the platform. Like what products did we change? What policies did we introduce in the past 2 years? So she was asking questions. Every question she asked, she wanted me to be a lot more specific. And some of these things have something that is very specific. Some are directional right now because like we have to prioritize, the direction. And I talked about we've decided that physical safety is going to be a priority for us. And to us, that means like being a whole lot more proactive around things like doxing.
So 2 suggestions, I guess. I'm not going to imply that you have unlimited funding, but we did mention the peer review. Right. And you had you mentioned earlier layoffs and retraction. Peer review, which we mentioned, but have you just considered opening an office, even a small one, for trust and safety in an area that's not predominantly blue, so that at least you have, you can have some pushback and what does learn to code mean, and then they could tell you.
Absolutely. So that's great feedback. And just so you know, the trust and safety team is also a global team.
Yeah.
The enforcement team is a global team. So it's not like people from California who are looking at everything, making decisions. They're global. Now, I hear your point about who trains them and the materials they have and all that. And we have to think about that. And that's one thing that Jack has really been pushing us to think about is how do we decentralize our workforce? Because
out of San Francisco.
Out of San Francisco in particular. So this is something he's very focused on.
What about publishing evidence of wrongdoing in a banning? So when people say, what did Alex Jones really do? Maybe a lot of people didn't realize what you saw. And again, it's an issue of trust.
Yeah, I love this, Tim. I'm a lawyer, so by training, we're thinking of doing something we call case studies, but essentially, this is our case law, this is what we use. And so on high-profile cases people ask us about, to actually publish this so that we can go through, tweet by tweet, just like this, because I think a lot of people just don't understand and they don't believe us when we're saying these things. So to put that out there so people can see. And again, they may disagree with the calls that we're making, but we at least want them to see why we're making these calls.
I think.
And that I do want to do. I want to at least start that by the end of this year.
So I think, ultimately my main criticism stands that I don't see a solution to, in that Twitter is an unelected, unaccountable, as far as I'm concerned, when it comes to public discourse. You have rules that are very clearly at odds, as we discussed. I don't see a solution to that. And I think, in my opinion, we can have this kind of we've toned things down. We've had some interesting conversations, but ultimately, unless you're willing to allow people to just speak entirely freely, you are we have an unelected group with a near monopoly on public discourse in many capacities. I understand it's not everything. Reddit is big too. And it's, what I see is you are going to dictate policy whether you realize it or not. And that's going to terrify people, and it's going to make violence happen. It's going to make things worse. I hate bringing up this example on the rule for misgendering because I understand it and I can agree with it to a certain extent. And I have nothing but respect for the trans community, but I also recognize we've seen an escalation in street violence. We see a continually disenfranchised, large faction of individuals in this country. We then see only one of those factions banned. We then see a massive multinational billion-dollar corporation with private foreign investors, and it looks to me like if foreign governments are trying to manipulate us, I don't see a direct solution to that problem. That you do have political views, you do enforce them, and that means that Americans who are abiding by American rule are being excised from political discourse, and that's the future. That's it.
Yeah, we do have views on the approach, and again, we ground this in creating as much opportunity as possible for the largest number of people.
Right.
That's where it starts, and where we are today will certainly evolve. But that is what we are trying to base our rules and judgments. Not, and I get that that's an ideology. I completely understand it, but we also have to be free to experiment with solutions and experiment with evolving policy and putting something out there that might look right at the time and evolving. I'm not saying this is it, but we look to research, we look to our experience and data on the platform, and we make a call. And if we get it wrong, we're going to admit it, and we're going to evolve it.
But I guess, do you understand my point?
I understand the point.
That there are American citizens abiding by the law who have a right to speak and be involved in public discourse that you have decided aren't allowed to.
Yeah, and I think we've discussed, like we don't see that as a win. We see that as not promoting health ultimately over time.
Right, but it's ultimately, what is your priority? Do you have it prioritized in terms of what you got, what you guys would like to change?
I think Jack has said it a couple times, but the first thing we're going to do is prioritize people's physical safety. And that
The work. I don't think companies like ours make the link enough offline ramifications.
What's the main criticism? What's the main criticism, you guys? Is it censorship that you guys experience? Is it censorship? Is it banning? Like, what is it? What do you get the most?
It depends on
every single person has a different criticism, so I don't think there's a universal opinion.
I mean, you just painted the picture,
right?
Between, like the left end of the spectrum is asking for more,
sure,
and the right is asking for less. That's very simplified just for this country, but at a high level, yeah, that's consistent.
I mean, my opinion would be, as much as I don't like a lot of what people say about me, what they do, the rules you've enforced on Twitter have done nothing to stop harassment towards me or anyone else. Right? I swear to God, my Twitter, I mean, my Reddit is probably 50 messages from various far left and left wing subreddits lying about me, calling me horrible names, quote tweeting me, and these people are blocked. Right? And I never used to block people because I thought it was silly because they can get around it anyway. But I decided to at one point because out of sight, out of mind. If they see my tweets less, they'll probably interact with me less. But they do this, and they lie about what I believe, they lie about what I stand for, and they're trying to destroy everything about me. And they do this to other people. I recognize that. So ultimately I say, well, what can you do? It's going to happen on one of these platforms. The internet is a thing. As they say on the internet, welcome to the internet. So, to me, I see Twitter trying to enforce all these rules to maximize good, and all you end up doing is stripping people from the platform, putting them in dark corners of the web where they get worse, and then you don't actually solve the harassment problem.
Reddit's part of the dark corner of the web, right?
No, I'm not talking, but there are dark corners of Reddit. There are alternatives. I mean, the internet isn't going to go away, and people have found alternatives. And here's the other thing that's really disconcerting. We can see a trend among all these different big Silicon Valley tech companies. And, they hold a similar view to you guys. They ban similar ideology, and they're creating a parallel society. You've got alternative social networks popping up that are taking the dregs of the mainstream and giving them a place to flourish, grow, make money. Now we're seeing people be banned from MasterCard, banned from PayPal, even banned from Chase Bank, because they all hold the same similar ideology to you. Oh, it's in some capacities, I don't know exactly why Chase does it. I assume it's because you'll get some activists who will lie.
Explain what you're talking about.
So there have been a series of individuals banned from Chase Bank.
But their accounts have been?
Yes, their accounts were closed. I think maybe the most notable might be Martina Markota. I don't know much about her. I follow her on Twitter, and her tweets are typical conservative fare. And she created a comic, I think it's called Lady Alchemy. She's a Trump supporter, and she got a notice that her business account was terminated. You then have Joe Biggs, who previously worked with InfoWars. I don't know much about this. I didn't follow up, but he tweeted out, Chase has shuttered my account. And then you have the new chairman of the Proud Boys, Enrique, I forgot his last name, Tario or something. And so,
sounds really white.
Oh no, he's Afro-Cuban.
I know that's what's hilarious.
So what I see across the board, it's not just, and this is what I wanted to bring up before about perspective on these things. You guys are like, we're going to do this one thing, and no snowflake blames itself for the avalanche. But now what do we have? We have conservatives being stripped from PayPal. We have certain, I'll just say individuals stripped from PayPal, Patreon, financing, so they set up alternatives. Now we're seeing people who have, like, you mentioned Westboro Baptist Church, and she's been de-radicalized by being on the platform. But now we have people who are being radicalized by being pushed into the dark corners, and they're building, and they're growing. And they're growing because there's this idea that you can control this, and you can't. I think you mentioned earlier that there are studies showing, and also counter studies, but people exposed to each other is better. I found something really interesting, and because I have whether or not people want to believe this, all of my friends are on the left, and some of them are even like socialists, and they're absolutely terrified to talk because they know they'll get attacked by the people who call for censorship and try to get them fired. And when I talked to them, I was talking to a friend of mine in LA, and she said, is there a reason to vote for Trump? And I explained a very simple thing about Trump supporters. This was back in 2016. I said, you've got a lot of people who are concerned about the free trade agreements, sending jobs overseas. So they don't know much about Trump, but they're going to vote for him because he supported that. And so did Bernie. And then the response is, really? I didn't know that. And so you have this ever-expanding narrative that Trump supporters are, Nazis, and the MAGA has the KKK hood. And a lot of this rhetoric, emerges on Twitter. But when a lot of these people are getting excised, then you can't actually meet these people and see that they're actually people, and they may be mean. They may be mean people. They may be awful people, but they're still people. And even if they have bad opinions, sometimes you actually, I think in most instances, you find the regular people.
Well, there's a part of the problem of calling for censorship and banning people, in that it is sometimes effective, and that people don't want to be thought of as being racist or in support of racism or in support of nationalism or any of these horrible things. So you feel like if you support these bannings, you support positive discourse and a good society and all these different things. What you don't realize is what you're saying is that this does create these dark corners of the web, and these other social media platforms evolve and have far. I mean, when you're talking about bubbles and about these groupthink bubbles, the worst kind of groupthink bubbles is a bunch of hateful people that get together and decide they've been persecuted, instead of, like we were talking about with Megan Phelps, having an opportunity to maybe reshape their views by having discourse with people who choose to or not choose to engage with them.
Well, let's think about the logical end of where this is all going. You want healthier conversation, so you're willing to get rid of some people who then feel persecuted and have no choice but to band together with others. MasterCard, Chase, Patreon, they all do it. Facebook does it. They're growing. These platforms are growing. They're getting more users. They're expanding. They're showing up in real life, and they're even if these people who are banned aren't the neo-Nazi evil, they're just regular people who have banded together. That forms a parallel finance system, a parallel economy. You've got Patreon alternatives emerging where people are saying, we reject you, and now on a platform where people say the most ridiculous things. Now they have money.
It normalizes that as well. That's also part of the problem.
That's what I mean by parallel society. To them, everything they're doing is just and right, and you can't stop them anymore.
And it develops hate for the opposing viewpoint. You start hating people that are progressive because these are the people that, like, you and I have talked about the Data and Society report that labeled us as alt-right adjacent or whatever.
And now more fake news coming out about it, right?
Well, it's ridiculous. They connected because you and I have talked to people that are on the right or far right, that somehow or another were secretly far right, and that there's this influence network of people together.
And it's just fake.
No, it's a schizophrenic connection. It's like one of those weird things where people draw a circle. Oh, you talk to this guy, and this guy talked to that guy, therefore you know that guy.
Well, so here's an expanded part of this problem. So this you're probably not familiar, but a group called Data and Society published what's entirely fake report labeling 81 alt-right adjacent, or whatever they want to call it, YouTube channels, included Joe Rogan and me. It's fake. But you know what? A couple dozen news outlets wrote about it as if it was fact. You believe the Proud Boys were labeled as FBI, the FBI's extremists, when they actually weren't. It was a sheriff's report from someone not affiliated with the FBI. But they are activists within media who have an agenda. And we saw this with Learn to Code. It was an NBC reporter who very clearly is, left-wing identitarian, writing a story for NBC. Then your average American sees that NBC story, thinks it's factual.
Okay, never mind.
Then
What
everyone
about
talks about it, then
BC10?
people hear about it, then you start banning people. So, I guess to drive the point home, the snowflake won't blame itself for the avalanche. You guys are doing what you think is right. So is Facebook, YouTube, Patreon, all these platforms, and it's all going to result in one thing. It's going to result in groups like Patriot Prayer and the Proud Boys saying, "I refuse to back down," showing up. It's going to result in Antifa showing up. It's going to result in more extremism. You've got an Antifa account that published the home addresses and phone numbers that hasn't been banned. That's going to further show conservatives that the policing is asymmetrical, whether it is or isn't. And I think the only outcome to this on the current course of action is like insurgency. We've seen people planting bombs in Houston, trying to blow up a statue. We saw someone plant a bomb at a police station in Eugene, Oregon. 2 weeks before that, a guy showed up with a gun and fired 2 rounds at a cop wearing a Smash the Patriarchy and shield shirt. So that happens. Then a week later, they say you killed our comrade. Then a week later, a bomb is planted. I don't believe it's a coincidence. Maybe it is. But I lived in New York. I got out. Too many people knew who I was. And there was people sending me emails with threats. And I'm like, this is escalating. We've seen throughout the past years with Trump, we've seen Breitbart has a list of 640 instances of Trump supporters being physically attacked or harassed in some way. There was a story the other day about an 81-year-old man who was attacked. And it seems like everything's flowing in one direction. And nobody wants to take responsibility and say, maybe we're doing something wrong, right? That's why I brought up early regulation is, in my opinion, inevitable.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to be the responsibility of any one company. We have a desire. To be clear that we have a desire to promote health in public conversation, and as we've said, I don't think over time a permanent ban promotes health.
Right.
I don't. But we have we have to get there. And
No,
there are
I-
exceptions
I-
to the rule, of course, but like we just have work to do. And the benefit of conversations like this is we're talking about it more, but the people will naturally call us out. Like you gotta show it as well.
Do you fear regulation?
I don't fear regulation if we're talking about regulation in the
Government intervention.
in the job of, if a regulator's job is to protect the individual and make sure that they level the playing field and they're not pushed by any particular special interests. Like companies like ours who might, work with a regulator to protect our own interest, that I think is incorrect. I agree that we should have an agency that can help us protect the individual and level the playing field. So I think oftentimes companies see themselves as reacting to regulation, and I think we need to take more of an education role. So I don't fear it. I want to make sure that we're educating regulators on what's possible, what we're seeing, and where we can go.
When you say educating regulators, that's initiating a regulation. I mean, you
Not necessarily. I mean, we might
like
just be talking.
educating regulators. Who are these regulators?
These are folks who might be tasked with coming up with a proposal for particular legislation or laws to present to legislators. So it's making sure that we are educating to the best of our ability. This is what we are. This is what we see. This is where technology is going. And
Do you think you can hold off regulation, though? Do you think that by these approaches and by being proactive and by taking a stand and perhaps offering up a road to redemption to these people and making clear distinctions between what you're allowing, what you're not allowing, you can hold off regulation? Or do you disagree with what he's saying about regulation?
no, I don't believe that should be our goal, is to hold off regulation. I believe we should participate like any other citizen, whether it be a corporate citizen or an individual citizen, in helping to guide the right regulation.
So, are you familiar, and I could be wrong on this because it's been like 15 years since I've done this. Are you familiar with the Clean Water Restoration Act? No, I don't expect you to be. It's a very specific thing. So, it was at some point in like the early 70s, there was a river in Ohio. And again, I could be wrong. It's been 15 years. I used to work for an environmental organization. Started on fire. And what was typically told to us was that all of these different companies said, we're doing the right thing. But like as I mentioned, the snowflake doesn't blame itself. So over time, the river was so polluted, it became sludge and lit on fire. And so someone said, if all of these companies think they're doing the right thing, and they've all just contributed to this nightmare, we need to tell them blanket regulation. And so what I see with these companies like banking institutions, public discourse platforms, video distribution, I'm really worried about what regulation will look like, because I think the government is going to, screw everything up. But I think there's going to be a recoil of, first, I think the Republicans, because I watched the testimony you had in Congress, and I thought they had no idea what they were talking about, nor did they care. There was like a couple of people who made good points, but for the most part, they were like, I don't know, whatever. And they asked about Russia and stuff. So they have no idea what's going on. But there will come a time when, for instance, one of the great things they brought up was that by default, when someone in D.C. signs up, they see way more Democrats than Republicans. Right? You remember that when you testified? Yeah. So, there's an issue. And I don't think, I believe you when you say it's algorithmic, that these are, prominent individuals, so they get automatically recommended. But then again, the solution to that, like how do you regulate a programmer to create an algorithm to solve that problem is crazy. You're regulating someone to invent technology. But I feel like there will be a backlash when too many, right now we're seeing, one of the reasons we're having this conversation is that conservatives feel like they're being persecuted and repressed. So then it's going to escalate for me. It's not going to stop with these conversations.
And so we've been having a lot of talks about this, particularly around algorithms. And one of the things that we're really focused on is not just fairness and outcomes, but also explainability of algorithms. And I know, Jack, you love this stuff, so I don't know if you want to talk a little bit about your work there.
Yeah, I mean, so there's two fields of research within artificial intelligence that are rather new, but I think really impactful for our industry. One is fairness in ML.
Fairness and what?
Fairness in machine learning and deep learning. So looking at everything from what data set is fed to an algorithm, so like the training data set, all the way to how the algorithm actually behaves on that data set, making sure that it does not develop bias over the longevity of the algorithm's use case. So that's one area that we want to lead in, and we've been working with some of the leading researchers in the industry to do that, because the reality is a lot of this human judgment is moving to algorithms. And the second issue with it moving to algorithms is algorithms today can't necessarily explain the decision-making criteria that they use. So they can't explain in the way that you make a decision, you explain why you make the decision. Algorithms today are not being programmed in such a way that they can even explain that. You may wear an Apple Watch, for instance. It might tell you to stand every now and then. Right now, those algorithms can't explain why they're doing that, right? That's a bad example because it does it every 50 minutes, but as we offload more and more of these decisions, both internally and also individually to watches and to cars and whatnot, there's no ability right now for that algorithm to actually go through and list out the criteria used to make that decision. So this is another area that we'd like to get really good at if we want to continue to be transparent around our actions, because a lot of these things are just black boxes and they're being built in that way because there's been no research into like, well, how do we get these algorithms to explain what their decision is? That question hasn't been asked.
My fear is it's technology that you need to build, but the public discourse is there. We know that foreign governments are doing this. We know that Democratic operatives in Alabama did this, and so I imagine that, with Donald Trump, he talked about an executive order for free speech on college campuses, so that the chattering is here. Someone's going to take a sledgehammer to Twitter, to Facebook, to YouTube, and just be like, for not understanding the technology behind it, not willing to give you the benefit of the doubt, and just saying, I don't care why you're doing it, we are mad. You know what I mean? And then pass some bills, and that's over. Again, clarifying, I think you guys are biased, and I think what you're doing is dangerous. But I think that doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what you think is right. It matters that all of these companies are doing similar things, and it's already terrifying people. I mean, look, when I saw somebody got banned from their bank account, that's terrifying. And PayPal's done this for a long time.
That seems like more egregious than being banned from any social justice or social media platform. That seems to be worthy of a boycott.
Patreon issued a statement about a man, I believe his name is Robert Spencer, and they said MasterCard instructed us to ban him. And you know what? I'll say this too. Me mentioning Chase, PayPal, MasterCard terrifies me. I'm on the Joe Rogan podcast right now, calling out these big companies in defiance. And we've already seen.
I would like to know all the specifics of why they chose to do that, and I would hope that they would release some sort of a statement explaining why they chose to do that. Maybe there's something we don't know.
There was a reporter, and I could be getting this wrong because I didn't follow it very much, with Big League Politics, who said that after reporting on PayPal negatively, they banned him. That's terrifying. So
just reporting on it in what way? Like reporting on the Sargon of Akkad issue?
No, apparently as a journalist, he wrote about something bad PayPal did. Big League Politics is conservative, and so all of a sudden he got a notification that they can't tell him why, but he's gone. So I see these big tech monopolies. I see YouTube, Facebook, Twitter. I see PayPal, MasterCard, and they're doing it. And they all say they're doing the right thing. But all of these little things they're doing are adding up to something nightmarish. And some legislator's going to show up in a matter of time with a sledgehammer and just he's going to whack your algorithm.
Well, it's really the same stupid logic where I was talking about where, Gavin was saying punch people. When you punch people, it doesn't end there.
Oh, yeah.
You ban them. It doesn't end there. It doesn't end there.
Yeah.
You have to realize also, Twitter is how old now? 11 years old?
Almost
12 years old? 13 years old? 13 years old. Well, 13 years from now, what are the odds that there's not going to be something else just like it? Well, pretty slim.
Yeah.
We do.
Let's talk about the incestuous relationship that a lot of these journalists have in defending the policies you guys push. Gab, it was a study was done. I talked about this last time, where they found 5% of the I don't want to say tweets, but the posts on Gab were hate speech, compared to Twitter's like 2.4. So it's a marginal increase. Yet Gab is called the white supremacy network.
Of course.
You go on it, and yeah, absolutely, it exists. They say that synagogue shooter, who's a Gab user, who's a Twitter user too. He posted on Twitter all the time. So why the media is targeting, it's such a crazy nightmarish reality. It is
reductive narrative.
When the Guardian, I believe it was the Daily Mail, called Count Dankula a Nazi hate criminal. It's
I saw that.
Dude literally made a joke on YouTube, and he was arrested. I thank God every day we have the First Amendment in this country.
Well, there's a cover of a newspaper that was because he got a new job somewhere.
He got fired.
For that?
He got kicked off the show.
Wow.
Yeah. So you have. Let me ask you another thing. Do you guys take the advice of the Southern Poverty Law Center?
Do we take the advice of them?
It's widely circulated. The SPLC lobbies various social platforms to ban certain people. They advise it's reported they advise YouTube, as does the Anti-Defamation League. Do you use them in your decision-making process, your rule development?
We're very aware of flaws with certain of their research, and we're very careful about who we take advice from.
But do you take advice from them?
I think that they have certainly reached out to our team members, but there's certainly nothing definitive that we take from them.
We don't take action.
You never take an action based on the information received from them.
No.
So the reason I bring them up specifically is that they're cited often, in the United States. There's other groups like Hope Not Hate in the UK, and now they're all going to point their, figurative guns at me for saying this. But the Southern Poverty Law Center wrote an article where they claimed I went to Iran for a Holocaust deniers conference, and I've never been to Iran. And their evidence was this guy found an archived website from a Holocaust denier with my name on it, and that was their proof. And there are people who have been labeled, extremists by this organization that have been,
Sam Harris.
Sam Harris was
Yeah.
Didn't they lose a big lawsuit around this as well?
They settled.
recently?
Yeah. So again, not to imply that you guys do either, but I ask specifically because it's been reported other organizations do. So we have activist organizations, we have journalists that I can attest are absolutely activists. Because I worked for Vice, I worked for Fusion. I was told implicitly, not explicitly, to lie, to side with the audience, as it were. I've seen the narratives they push, and I've had conversations with people that I'm gonna keep relatively off the record. Journalists who are terrified because they said the narrative is real, right? One journalist in particular said that he had evidence of, essentially he had reason to believe there was wrongdoing, but if he talks about it, he could lose his job. And there was a journalist who reported to me that Data and Society admitted their report was incorrect. And now you've got organizations lobbying for terminating Joe and I because of this stuff. So this narrative persists. Then you see all the actions I mentioned before, and all the organizations saying we're doing the right thing. And I gotta say, we're living in I feel like we're looking at the doorway to the nightmare dystopia of.
I just want to clarify. I don't know if we're going around saying we're necessarily doing the right thing. We're saying why we're doing what we're doing.
Right.
That's what we need to get better at. And I don't want to hide behind what we believe is the right thing. We have to clearly rationalize why we're making the decision we're making, and more of that. That to me is the prevention from this snowflake avalanche metaphor.
Well, but I think it's just obvious to point out. Again, I said this before. We can have the calm conversation, and I can understand you. But from where I'm sitting, you hold a vastly different ideology than I do, and you have substantially more power in controlling my government. That terrifies me. And what makes it worse is that a Saudi prince owns, at least was reported, that a Saudi prince owns a portion of that company. So I'm sitting here like just a little American, can't do anything to stop it. I'm just watching this unaccountable machine churn away, and you're just one snowflake in that avalanche. All these other companies are as well. And I'm like, well, here we go. It's going to be a ride.
Right, as Vidya said, that Saudi prince doesn't have any influence.
But am I supposed to trust that? That's the issue, right? I'm not trying to insinuate he's showing up to your meetings and telling you what to do. But when someone dumps $1 billion in your company, I think it's silly to imply that they don't at least have some influence. But regardless.
And unlike the internet, within a company like ours, you don't necessarily see the protocol. You don't see the processes, and that's an area where we can do a lot much better.
I guess, beat it over the head a million times, beat the dead horse. I think ultimately, yeah, I get what you're doing. I think it's wrong. I think it's terrifying, and I think we're on the avalanche already. It's happened, and we're heading down to this nightmare scenario of a future where it terrifies me when I see people who claim to be supporting liberal ideology burning signs that say free speech, threatening violence against other people. You have these journalists who do the same thing. They accuse everybody of being a Nazi, everybody of being a fascist. Joe Rogan, and you're like a socialist as far as I know. You're like UBI proponent.
I wouldn't necessarily say I'm
being facetious.
I'm very liberal, and except for the Second Amendment, that's probably the only thing that I disagree with a lot of liberals.
And then you see what the media says about everybody. You see how they call Jordan Peterson all day and night alt-right. The alt-right hates him. Yeah. And this narrative is used to strip people of their income, to remove them from public discourse.
Well, it's foolish because ultimately, upon examination, like you were saying, that sunlight is the best disinfection.
Absolutely.
And upon examination, you realize that this is not true at all, and that these people look foolish, like the Data and Society article.
No. All these organizations publish that as fact without looking at any data.
Maybe some did, but anybody.
Dozens.
But yeah.
And no, they're still
We're
citing
talking about millions and millions of people. Who are these people that are still citing it?
Guardian,
clang the bell and start yelling shame.
But so look,
foolish.
We now have, and this which makes things muddier, is we now have a guy who's claiming that he didn't. You're gonna love this. There's a guy claiming that the 81 accounts listed on this thing as alt-right are no longer being recommended on YouTube. And so I looked at the statistics for various people on these channels, because first of all, my channel is doing great. My recommendations are way up, as are yours. A lot of people are growing, and I did a comparison, like, subscribers are up, views are up, what's this guy claiming? And apparently, he did a big sampling of videos where he, for some reason, thought you, Joe Rogan, were 12% of all videos in this network. And then when his data stopped working, he claimed that everything stopped. So he actually produced a graph of primarily your channel. And then when his system stopped working, he published that, and it was picked up by CNET. And now you have people claiming the alt-right has been banned from YouTube. And it's more fake news based off fake news based off fake news.
I don't understand what you're saying.
So basically, there's a guy claiming that because of data and society, we have been stripped of recommendations on YouTube. That YouTube.
Well, I'll tell you one thing that is true, though. We don't trend. Like Alex Jones was saying, like the video we did got 9 million views, but it's not trending. And I said, well, it's because my videos never trend. They just don't trend. Well, but I think it's probably because of the language that's used. I think that's part of the issue. It's the subject matter and language. I think they have a bias against swearing and extreme topics and subjects.
I don't think that's true, because you've had like late night TV hosts talk about really messed up things. They don't swear.
They don't swear though. It's not a matter of. And what they talk about, whether that's messed up in comparison to what we talk about, it's probably pretty different.
You know what, man? I'm fairly resigned to this future happening, no matter what we do about it. And so I bought a van. I'm going to convert it to
Well,
I'm converting it to a workstation, right?
You're going to be a prepper, bro.
No. First of all, I will say it's hilarious to me, like, that people have Band-Aids they never use, but they don't store like at least one emergency like food supply. It's like, you never use Band-Aids. Why do you have them? But no, I do. I see this every day. It was a couple of years ago. I said, wow, I see what's happening on social media. We're going to see violence. Boom, violence happened. I said, oh, it's going to escalate. Someone's going to kill. Boom, Charlottesville happened. And it's like, there have been statements from foreign security advisors, international security experts saying we're facing down high probability of civil war. And I know it sounds crazy. It's not going to look like what you think it looks like. It may not be as extreme as it was in the 1800s. But this was, I think it was in the Atlantic, where they surveyed something like 10 different international security experts who said, based on what the platforms are doing, based on how people are responding, one guy said it was like 90% chance, but the average was really high.
Well, let's look outside of the idea of physical war, and let's look at the war of information. What we're talking about, what's happening with foreign entities invading social media platforms and trying to influence our elections and our democracy. That is a war of information. That war is already going on. If you're looking at something like data in society, that's sort of an act of war in that regard. Right? It's an information war.
An attempt to lie to people, to strip out their ideological opponents.
And it's also the woman who wrote that said that it's been proven over and over again that deplatforming is an effective way to silence people.
And then called for us to be banned.
Yeah, it's kind of hilarious. I don't think she was saying that we should be banned. I don't think she said that I should be banned.
She said something to the effect of YouTube has to take action to prevent this from,
Well, but people see someone saying things that they don't agree with. It's very important for people to understand where silencing people leads to. And I don't think they do. I think people have these very simplistic ideologies and these very, very narrow-minded perceptions of what is good and what is wrong. And I think, and I've been saying this over and over again, but I think it's one of the most important things to state. People need to learn to be reasonable. They need to learn to be reasonable and civil discourse. Civil discourse is extremely important.
And think of the long term.
Yes, think of the long term and understand it. You're playing chess. Yeah. We did 3 hours and 30 minutes. Nobody had to pee. Amazing. I'm proud of all of you.
I know nobody had to pee.
Everybody held it in.
We did start a little late.
Yes.
We're like 3:15.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, I guess the last thing I could say is I think we had a good conversation.
I think we did.
I honestly, I don't think we've solved anything. I don't think there's been any.
Do you think we can do this again in like 6 months and see where you guys are at in terms of like what I think is important is the road to redemption? I think that would open up a lot of doors for a lot of people to appreciate you.
We're going to need more than 6 months.
Jesus Christ. Why don't you let me do it?
Here's the scary thing. The information travels faster than you can, right?
Yeah.
And that's the point I was making. Our culture is going to evolve faster than you can catch up to that problem because there's a problem. And technology took a big leap. Twitter existed, the internet existed. Now we're all talking so quickly. You can't actually solve the problem before the people get outraged by it. So
no, I get it. I mean, there was an early phrase in the internet by some of the earliest internet engineers and designers, which is code is law. And a lot of what companies like ours and startups and random folks who are individuals who are contributing to the internet will change parts of society, and some for the positive and some for the negative. And I think the most important thing that we need to do is to, as we just said, shine a bunch of light on it, make sure that people know where we stand and where we're trying to go and what bridges we might need to build from our current state to the future state, and be open about the fact that, like, we're not going to, and this is to your point, that we're not going to get to a perfect answer here. Like, it's just going to be steps and steps and steps and steps, and what we need to build is agility. What we need to build is an ability to experiment very, very quickly and take in all these feedback loops that we get, some feedback loops like this, some within the numbers itself, and integrate them much faster.
What's wrong with the jury system on Twitter? Why wouldn't that work?
I don't know why it wouldn't work. I'm not saying we wouldn't test that.
Yeah.
Like, we're testing it in Periscope, and I don't have a compelling reason why we wouldn't do it with Twitter either. I don't. So we likely will, but, again, we're a company of so many resources, finite people, and we need to prioritize. And we've decided, you may disagree with this decision, but we've decided that physical safety and the admission of off-platform ramifications is critical for us. And we need to be able to be a lot more proactive in our enforcement, which will lead to stronger answers. And we want to focus on the physical safety aspect, and doxing is a perfect example that has patterns that are recognizable and that we can move on.
I hear it, and I just feel like, the conclusion I can come to from the conversation is you're going to do what you think needs to be done. I think what you're doing is wrong, and ultimately nothing's going to change. I get it. You're going to try new technologies. You're going to try and do new systems. From where I see it, I think you have an ideology diametrically opposed to mine. I mean, not to an extreme degree. I think there are people who are not conservatives. There are a lot of people who are probably think, I'll say this too, you're a symbol for a lot of them. And so I can definitely respect you having a conversation. There are so many different companies that do things that piss people off. You sitting here right now, I'm sure there's a ton of conservatives who are pointing all of their anger at you because you are here.
Ashley.
But, ultimately I just feel like I don't think anything's going to change. I think you're on your path. You know what you need to do, and you're trying to justify it. And I'm looking at what Twitter is doing as very wrong, and it's oppressive and ideologically driven. And I'm trying to justify why you shouldn't do it, but nothing's going to change.
My intention is to build a platform that gives as many people as possible opportunity to freely express themselves.
And some people believe the United States has already done that. And Twitter is now going against what the U.S. has developed over hundreds of years.
The United States doesn't. We don't have a platform. I mean, the United States doesn't have a platform to do that. Twitter is when you're talking about the internet. The United States, if they want to come up with the United States Twitter, like a solution or an alternative that the government runs, and they use free speech to govern that. Good luck. Good luck with that.
Well, it's a huge challenge, and also I recognize
it's not just huge, almost insurmountable. I mean, to have the dummies that are in charge of the United States government.
This is why I said regulation is scary.
Yeah,
it is scary.
It's a terrible idea.
But and I think it's important to point out too that a lot of people don't realize you guys have to contend with profits. You have to be able to make money to pay your staff. There's no you don't get free money to run your company. So aside from the fact that you have advertisers who want to be on the platform, I imagine a lot of these companies are enforcing hate speech policies because advertisers don't want to be associated with certain things. So that creates, through advertisement, cultural restrictions.
That's 100% the problem.
Right.
100% the problem with most of these platforms, including YouTube.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, when the PewDiePie thing happened and all of these, restrictions came down on advertising and content creators, that's where it comes from. It all comes from money.
It's why
but just to be clear, those can be segmented as well.
Segmented.
Advertisers can choose where they want to be placed.
Certainly, but the platform recognizes there's a huge blowback, and they're losing money.
I mean, look at the pedo scandal that just happened on YouTube. It was people posting comments with timestamps. They weren't even breaking the rules. And advertisers pulled up the platform, and YouTube didn't realize because they weren't breaking the rules. They're just creepy dudes.
So creepy people. Yeah. Also, they were putting comments, and so one of the most preposterous responses to that was that content creators are going to be responsible for their comments.
Well, they just turned them off.
Well, the problem with people like me is that I put out a lot of content and there's millions of views, and it's impossible to moderate all those the comments. And we don't moderate them at all.
Right, but YouTube banned only on videos with minors. So they deleted all comments.
On videos with minors.
Yeah, videos where they say youth.
Right, but you know what I'm saying? If you put a YouTube video on, you have a bunch of people that say a bunch of racist things in your YouTube comments, you could be held responsible and get a fine.
No. YouTube clarified that.
They clarified that when?
Recently, they said that
afterwards. But the first initial statement was that you were going to be responsible for your comments.
And then they said it's only minors.
People like Philip DeFranco and a lot of people freaked out, and then they qualified.
So the reason I bring that up is just because there's going to be things that even if you segment your advertisers from, look, I pointed out, I think the Democrats are in a really dangerous position because outrage culture, although it exists in all factions, is predominantly on one faction. And so when Trump comes out and says something really offensive, grab him by the, I'm talking about, the Trump supporters laugh. They bought t-shirts that said it. The people on the left, the Democrat types, they got angry. So what happens now, you see Bernie Sanders, he's being dragged. The media is looking for blood, and they're desperate. They're laying people off, they're dying, and they will do whatever it takes to get those clicks.
What does it have to do with Twitter?
It has to do with the fact that someone's going to find something on your platform, and they're going to call up your advertiser and say, look what Twitter's doing. And you're going to be like, oh, we have no idea. And too bad. Canceled all ads. Your money's dried up. And so the reason I bring that up is I recognize Twitter, YouTube, Facebook, these other platforms are worried. Money has to come from somewhere to pay people. So you also have to realize you've got the press that's salivating, looking for that juicy story where they can accuse you of wrongdoing because it'll get them clicks. They'll make money. And that means even though YouTube did nothing wrong with these comments, it was just a creepy group of people who didn't break the rules, who figured out how to manipulate the system. YouTube had to take that one. The advertisers pulled out. YouTube lost money. So YouTube then panics, sledgehammers comments, just wipes them out. That could happen to anybody, right? We're in a really dangerous time with...
Well, also in their defense, though, they have to deal with that. I mean, they have a bunch of pedophiles that are posting comments.
No, for sure.
What do you do about that? What do you do? Other than hire millions of people to moderate every single video that's put on YouTube, which is almost impossible.
The point I'm trying to bring up is that even if Twitter wanted to say, we're going to allow free speech, what happens? Advertisers watch later. Even if you segment it, they're going to be threatened by it, and so the restrictions are going to come from whether or not you can make money doing it.
I don't know about that. I don't know. I think that is changing, and I think that is changing primarily because of the internet. If you look at what was acceptable in terms of people discussing that would get advertisement, it was network television standards. Now that's changing. I mean, there's ads on a lot of videos that I put out that have pretty extreme content. It's because advertisers are changing their perspective.
I don't think so.
They're shifting. They're 100% shifting. That's why this podcast has ads.
Sure. I mean, I don't think it's to the point where everyone's lost all ads, but look, you think George Carlin would be allowed to do his bit today?
Yes.
No
way.
No,
come on, man. You're not right. He would be able to do it. Listen, there's stuff like that on Netflix specials that are out right now. Things are changing. It's just in the process of this transformation where people are understanding that because of the internet, if you look at late night conversations, how about Colbert saying that President Trump has Putin's dick in his mouth? How about him saying that on television? Do you really think that would have been done 10 years ago? It wouldn't have been. Or 15 years ago, or 20. Impossible. Not possible. Standards are changing because of the internet. So things that were impossible to say on network television just 10 years ago, you can't say that.
Kevin Hart lost his Oscar hosting gig because of jokes from 10 years ago.
Right, but you know why he lost it? He lost it because people were complaining.
Right.
Because people who were activists were complaining that he had said some homophobic things,
and they do it.
He had subsequently apologized for before they ever said that.
Count Dankula as a comedian.
Look, you were to discuss this. I'm with you, and I understand what you're saying. I'm a comedian, and I understand where things are going. The demise of free speech is greatly exaggerated. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying there's a lot of people out there that are complaining, but the problem is not necessarily that there's so many people that are complaining. The problem is that people are reacting to those complaints.
Right.
The vast majority of the population is recognizing that there is an evolution of free speech that's occurring in our culture and in all cultures around the world. But this is a slow process, and when you're in the middle of it, it's almost like evolution. You're in the middle of it, you don't think anything is happening, but it's fucking happening.
No, so I agree with you. I agree with you that the majority of people are like, that's funny, I don't care. But the minority is kind of dictating things right now.
For now. They're not even dictating things. They're just making a lot of noise, and that effect. That's what Data in Society was an attempt at.
Right.
I don't think it was effective. That's why we're still here talking right now.
It was one attack.
But
I mean,
there's
look,
many of them, man. There's hundreds of articles that are written about all sorts of things that are inaccurate or
And some people have been eating their bank accounts, and some people have been kicked off.
Yes, this is why it's important to have this conversation,
Right.
conversations like this.
Well, so here's what I'll say. I cross my fingers, and when you implement
Get that
blockchain technology,
bro.
well, the van is going to be a mobile production studio, so I can travel around when things are getting
A
crazy.
lot of water.
No, I'm putting
And
a
more than just Band-Aids.
I'm putting a shower in it.
Okay,
Good. It's going to be like a computer and monitors, and I'm going to be able to do video. So
That's
I can travel around when everything's happening. But
Let's wrap this up.
I want to see the blockchain version of Twitter where it said it exists. That's what I want to see.
It's going to happen whether we like it or not. Vincha, any last thoughts?
No, I just want to thank you, Joe. This has been great. And Tim, thanks for your
Yeah,
feedback.
thank you.
We're always listening, and I've learned a lot today.
Thank you. I really appreciate you guys. Thank you.
I think we've said it all.
That's a wrap, folks. No more heater meetings. Good night, everybody.
That was awesome. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for talking. I really do appreciate it.
That was great.
Hey,
Yeah.
could you?
Jinxed me.
That was fucking tremendous. That was my first Led Zeppelin album. That's the first one. That took me to a tremendous level. I would listen to Houses of the Holy. I would listen to Dancing Days. And I was so young and I was scared of cold water. So I would skip over the ocean. You gotta be a certain age to listen to it. You ain't ready for that.
Yeah. I found out about Led Zeppelin from this girl that lived up the street from me when I was 13. There was a girl that lived up the street that fucked everybody. She was 21. I was 13. And she fooled around me, but I couldn't get it up. I was too young. But she played Comfortably Numb. The first time I ever kissed a chick. It was a 21-year-old chick when I was 13. She's grabbing my dick and nothing's going on. Panicking. But that song, Comfortably Numb, will always be associated in my mind with that girl. And Black Dog. That was the first time I ever heard Black Dog. It was this chick. She turned me on to Zeppelin. Turned me on to live music, man.
That's amazing. They take people over. What the fuck was that?
Yeah. Oh, I had no idea. Because the only music I had heard when I was 13 was probably, I knew Kiss. I knew about Kiss. I was a Kiss fan already. But I didn't know about that many bands. It was hard. You had to listen to the radio. You know, you couldn't, like, I didn't have friends that, like, turned me on too much music. It's like, it was hard to find out about good stuff. So when I first found out about Zeppelin, I'm like, what the fuck do I not know?
So I got the car this morning at 8 in the morning in Philadelphia Freedom with Elton John. And I started singing it. My wife was looking like, when the fuck did you learn these lyrics? I thought, this is 6th grade on Friday. Mr. Levito let me go in front of the class at 1 o'clock and sing Philadelphia Freedom on lipstick. And My Eyes Are Gorgeous by Frankie Valli and shit. I used to take motherfuckers deep with fucking Elton John. People don't remember Elton John. Every once in a while, I get caught up in something, John. I can't even go in the house.
Country comfort.
Country funeral for a friend. Last week something was on. Daniel, my friend, and there's two gay guys living across the street from me. But they're the fucking weirdest gay guys because they don't go out. They don't do nothing. They sit in that fucking house all day. I want to kick that door down. But you know, I didn't tell you fucking gay, get out there. Dick is free. Sperm is free. You go to Santa Monica, you know, dick is free. Free. These two gay guys stay in the fucking, and they're not gay together. What? They're not together.
They're roommates?
Yeah, they're roommates. They never fucking go out. Every once in a while in the daytime, they take a cruise. They're in front of the house feeding cats. So when the other day, I was listening to them, John, blasting out stoned. Music just connected. Went to the house and they were out there. Nobody in this country. John used to swing dick like a motherfucker. They just looked at me, looked at each other, we're in the house. Nobody in this country, nobody gave a fuck if he was gay. Like, you had an idea, him and Bernie talking were gay, but he could be. Who gives a fuck, dog? Street fighting, whatever. All that shit was just brilliant, you know. Anybody, that song, it's a little bit sunny, funny. You know, that shit, everybody knows that fucking Jay. You broke up to that. You gave a girl your first hit, you fingered somebody. There's always some Rocket Man. Rocket Man, too. What's the one in what's the movie about the young kid who was the writer? And they all got on the Tiny Dancer. What is it? And they all were singing it on the fucking bus. And you were feeling it. You're like, God damn, how good of a fucking song is that? When a band, but then that's supposed to be theoretically and almost famous. Wasn't it supposed to be Led Zeppelin or somebody big time that they were writing about when they were on the bus? I thought it was Morrison. Wasn't it supposed to be Morrison? No. I don't think it was the Doors. Oh, although speaking last Friday night, fucking the Doors live in the Hollywood Bowl. Haven't seen that. Smoking them against fucking juju juice, whatever.
Speaking of smoking up these cigars, I never even heard of these.
Yeah.
These are fucking good.
Yeah.
This tastes like a cigar. It's amazing.
And they have different levels of nicotine. So I'm not a smoker, so I got zero just to try it out. It tastes the same. It's great.
This is great. I love this.
It tastes like a real cigar.
I go to Vegas, I don't feel like an asshole no more now. You go to the casino, I don't feel like an asshole no more. It's discreet. I think it's the same. You know why I hate cigars? Because I spent $30 on a cigar. It's no bad. You know, I have to put in a bag in my pocket in Puerto Rico. I walk around.
It always tastes like shit.
Yeah, no, I can't. So when do you have time to actually sit there for 4 fucking hours?
Well, on the East Coast, they have cigar lounges, or like where they have like nice leather furniture and get a drink. That's really fun.
They have one right next to the Improv.
Do they really?
Yeah, they've had that one. They've had that, yeah.
I used to go James and I used to go to Fat Stogies in Studio City across the street from Jerry's Deli.
I didn't know they had them. They were so much fun.
God damn it. That's that me. Post a picture that's where the closest neighbor to me was the number in 1951. When it was booming. Dog, 200 motherfuckers in there. Wow. Dressed impeccably. Like no jeans, like suits on, women with minks on, little things with champagne on buckets, and these motherfuckers are shooting pool, and you can see like the daylight come over the beach and shit. God damn, Cuba, 1951.
Isn't it crazy how Cuba used to be like
This was the place. This was the place.
They all would go there. Kennedy would go there. The mom would go there. Everybody went to Cuba.
You know, actors, ambassadors. It was just that place to go.
Well, how long of a plane ride would be for Miami? Like 20 minutes? How long could it possibly be?
40 minutes.
It's not even
90 miles, so it's from here to San Diego.
Yeah, that's like not even half the trip to Vegas.
They have to do a circle just to feel.
Just to make it worth it?
You know, listen, man, I don't know. Before 9/11, the trip to Vegas is 40 minutes. After 9/11, Boston became an hour 10 plus. They doubled the price. So
those are those fees, like 9/11 fees.
This time the plane in Vegas is Vegas to Burbank. They know it's not that far.
You really think they take a circuitous route? Really?
Because
why would they do that?
Because how guilty would you feel if you just leave for a half hour from here to Vegas?
It's not a guilt
So I
charge.
think $234 fucking
The
dollars.
the fuel costs so much money. They'd be crazy to do that. Yeah, that'd be crazy. The fuel is the number one problem with air travel. The reason why they have to jack the rates up all the time is jet fuel keeps getting more and more expensive.
Are you serious?
As car fuel gets more expensive, jet fuel gets more expensive.
Car fuel's not that bad right now.
It's not that bad right now. But
$3.60.
do you remember when Bush was leaving office?
Yes.
Ron White started flying commercial, and that's when he got busted with weed because his fucking cut ex-wife. I don't know her. Maybe she's an ex-lady. I'm just on Ron's side. But she ratted him out and said he was going to be at the airport with weed in his pocket. So the cops met him at the airport with his luggage busted.
They got a sting for a little bit of weed?
Yeah, sting for a little bit of weed. You can Google it. He went to fucking, I mean, I don't know if he got arrested, went to jail, but he definitely got locked at the airport. And it's because he was always flying private. Because he was doing the fucking blue collar tour, just balling out of control.
Did you know Bill Murray got arrested for weed? I read that today because I was reading something about him and his relationship with the guy who just died. He got arrested with like bales of weed.
Bales?
It was a lot. I'm gonna have to look it up. I read an article today about like their relationship, and he wasn't paying rent, and him and his brother had like 17, something crazy, like huge amount of weed. Look it up.
You know, he took it a long time. And Bill Murray's got a brother who's a priest. Like a big-time fucking priest somewhere. Like, I've heard this a couple fucking times. Bill Murray's Irish. He's yeah.
Yeah, he was arrested with 10 pounds. What year? Let's see. 1970.
Whoa, that's when 10 pounds was really 10 pounds.
That's before acting.
Yeah, amazing.
Yeah, he got it.
Was it? Was that before Saturday Night Live?
Yeah, Saturday Night Live was 73, 74, 75.
He only got probation. He got 5 years probation.
Yeah.
Wow.
First time offense, 10 pounds.
10 pounds, a lot of fucking
I'm
weed.
addicted to against us smoking marijuana. Any white chicks.
Can you tell the stories of bringing guns back from Colorado to New York every other weekend?
You know, Bill Murray's the real deal, man. When he played the guy first, Gunter, he played the writer first in
Where the Buffalo.
Buffalo. He really, you know, that's when I saw him. I saw him in fucking Movie Week 10. And he was sitting with the dude.
He's preparing for it?
Yeah, like,
He did a great fucking job in that movie.
Yes,
a lot
he
of
did.
people sleep on that.
Nobody even knows that movie exists.
I have that movie.
You have it at home.
I'm a huge Hunter S. Thompson fan.
Yeah, that is when he answers the phone, when he's arguing, the dude, when he's talking to him real mildly, he's answering like, what?
Yeah.
I lose it every time. I know where I saw that movie the first time. We were young. What were we watching?
Blues Brothers.
We were in the brand watching Blues Brothers. Me and Matt Fultron losing.
I seen him at the bar.
At the bar. Losing it. That when they play and they get hit with the bottles and they do Stand By Your Man, fucking Belushi was just on a different level. Oh yeah. You say it's the drugs. I tell you, when you do that many drugs and you wake up the next day you're very unconscious. Best days I had as a salesman were nights I felt my spine tingling. You know what I'm saying? Were nights that I felt the electric jolt of cocaine. I would be a sports salesman. I would wake up and go for 12 hours.
Is it like a hangover or what is it like?
It wasn't. It was a hangover. I just really don't know what I'm doing. You know, when you think about things and you go into something and you think about it, you can't really, it's when you don't think about it. And I would just flow. And I would just flow. I would say, Johnny,
No nerves.
what is it on Saturday, Joe? And I remember I used to snort so much coke. I couldn't even get sprayed. So I would take 2 tissues and just stick it on my nose on the train. And I would sit there all day with 2 tissues. They would look at me and go, what's up? Nothing.
At the car dealership?
No, at the sports
betting.
So I'd be on the phone talking, but you know what? Bars. My best days were after a 10-hour fucking binge on, you know. It's fucking amazing. Yes, last night I was telling you about it's the same level that we pulled guns on each other 20 years ago. This week is the 30th anniversary.
I'm sure you guys pulling guns on
We
each
pulled
other.
out guns on each other in September of '84 on Vermont Road. Down here, right? My mother's brother, blood, Not like, oh, we're brothers. No, blood. Grew up together, Cuba, the same house. It was in Glendale. Always has. So I used to come out here when I was a kid. It's not mine. So, when I first came out here, I came out here when I was 8, 9, 10. We go to Dodger again, SeaWorld, Malibu. We go to these different jobs. No, my mother died. I could have came back, but I was like, I can't afford it. Kept in touch with me. When I was 21, I said, fuck New York. People were looking for me. I got to get out of town. So I came out here and I tried to give this a go. You know, he wasn't good. So we went home upstairs, we had a week to get your shit together. You don't get it together in a week, you gotta go. I was like, you're my mother's brother. He threw me out and I couldn't take it, so I tried to rob him. I couldn't go home with nothing, so I pulled darts. He pulled down. Cops came, cab came. So I was robbing him. As he pulled up, he called the cops and the cab came. So I swore to God that the next time I see him, I'll fucking shoot you, motherfucker. And this was terrible. This was horrendous.
Didn't you call him from prison? Was it him?
I used to call him from prison. I tell him that, well, my golly, I used to tell him, look, I know what this is. I'm going to come after you. I was pissed.
Now you're going to Dodger games with him.
Yeah, man. It's
we had him on the podcast.
We had him on the podcast. He's deep. 76. He walks 5 miles a day. Listen to me, John. He brought 2 seeds to the game. They're like little apples. They're dry apples. They have the highest level of antioxidants that known in any fucking fruit. Dry apple. So, it's not a dry apple, but I'm going to be honest. It looks like an apple. He has to go to anything mixed with that. He brought walnuts, organic walnuts, and something else. For the last 50 years, he doesn't eat like a human person. He eats like a fucking Gentile from Studio City, but he goes nuts. Like organic milk. His whole milk makes you swell up. Flame. He didn't stop. Every time I see him, it's a fucking earbeat. He brings his own eggs to a diner and makes them cook them. Yeah, he don't like regular eggs like you. You don't believe in eggs. You know, they're very different. He's got to fucking get his own eggs. They got to eat organic grass. Oh, I could just imagine how delicious are real fucking eggs.
I get almost a dozen eggs a day.
A day?
Yeah, I got 24 chickens. Oh, they're tremendous. They look different. The yolk is like a dark orange, and they taste different. They taste better. I mean, I get them fresh. Like I'm eating eggs that just came out of chicken that day.
I never understood how chickens do they have to have sex?
No.
Is it like sex, or do they just keep laying eggs?
No, they lay eggs every day. If the hen fucks them, the eggs are live, then the eggs become a chick. But if the rooster doesn't fuck, so the hen's just able, they lay eggs. They're just duds. They lay them every day.
All those are duds?
Yeah, they're duds. They could never could become a chicken. I didn't know that either. It's like, got chickens.
Yeah, I never, because they look.
That's why it's crazy that vegans won't eat chicken eggs. But they cannot become a chicken. It's impossible. And look, if you go by my house, my chickens are like my friends. Like they come and hang out. Like Jessica loves them. The chickens are, the kids love them. They're little animals, you know. They hang around the yard.
That chickens. You pick them up and everything. They're beautiful.
Yeah, I got 24 of them.
And you got that little place for them and everything.
Yeah, they have a big house. They have a chicken house. I have it built. They go wandering around my yard.
But at night they go back in.
They go back in on their own.
No drama from the animals.
There's been, not from my dogs. No, but there's been coyote drama and hawk drama. The hawks see them and the hawks try to get in on them. But the area where they're at, there's a lot of trees and they go into the trees. And so the hawks have to have an area to swoop in, grab them, and then swoop back out. And they're a little too big for that. So now, but when they were little, there was one of them turned out missing. I'm pretty sure a hawk out small. It was a long time ago. But the coyotes go around the fence, looking every now and catch them looking at. So that's amazing. A little cat food out there. Pink, pink, pink.
You know, my uncle makes everybody hands down. He's food and very expensive. No rice, no nothing.
Just eats real healthy.
He's been juicing for 50 years. He's like these fucking Jack Wolves. They invented something. Me and Jack LaLanne had a talk 50 years ago. He told me about juicing.
Did he really have a talk with Jack LaLanne?
Said he bumped in.
Jack LaLanne was the guy that was doing that a long time ago. He would take like a fucking giant bowl of vegetables and juice them down.
Juicing down. So my uncle said he came out here 50 something. He came out here to be somebody's maintenance man. He was working in New York as a maintenance man building. An active in the building. It was a soap opera. And he was in a big house in LA. He came out there to be maintenance man. It's a house there in the back there. Looks like a New York. He came out there. The guy had some TV show. So my uncle went out to the studio. And he said he met. And he was like in Spanish. It's really fun. He's telling me that he was in Jack. This guy used to do push-ups with all fucking hand, you know. Like the Cubans, that's huge. He was a fucking savage. And he always said that you always should eat a carrot blenders.
Yeah.
My uncle's like fucking onions. And I heard Jack used to go fucking
Garlic, yeah.
garlic. It's a shit. And he was the original juicer. So he's been juicing. He juices. He only has a certain, he hasn't eaten sugar for 50 years.
The word is Jack.
Female or male?
No, female.
You know, when I was a kid, I remember waking up and that motherfucker had an exercise show with with the suit.
Oh yeah.
He had the suit, so you never know. I don't know.
Jumpsuit.
The fucking jumpsuits.
No, he would, he was eating healthy before everybody. He was working out like deep into his 60s and 70s. He was doing stunts. Like for his 60th birthday, he towed like 60 boats behind him, like swimming. He did a bunch of really crazy shit like that. Like he was in incredible fitness, incredible shape. Yeah, fuck that. When he was older, I mean, which makes sense. Why would he be so motivated to have such a great body, like deep into his 50s and 60s?
No, if you work out that much, you know you're fucking fuck.
Yeah, testosterone's flying.
When you're throwing metal around and shit, push-ups and pull-ups, you guys dick for 3 or 4 people. You really do. You really do. When you lift weights and shit, like when I was going at
What are niggas doing?
deadlifts and shit, I had days like I could jerk off, give somebody a stab, and then 2, have to bang one out again, standing up. That's the worst. You gotta bang one out, standing up, and you're bad with an eye that gets the door.
Yeah, there's something pathetic about jerking off standing up after that.
Oh, that's a disgusting way. You get to bang out the shower, and you lay. I like hotels because you lay down. On your back, it just comes like a fuck. You don't give a fuck. It's your own time.
My married friend, since he has to do it into the toilet, he does it on his iPhone in his bathroom with his girlfriend.
Oh my God, he should be shot.
See, the thing is too about like when you're away, like if you go away, like if you do like a comedy or something like that, you go on the road, you come back home and you miss your girlfriend, you miss your wife, you're looking forward to seeing her. But when you're with someone all the time and you can't even jerk off because like you're at work all day, you can't jerk off at work, you get home, she's home, you're there together every night, day in, day out, the monotony and the grind, and then you jerk off. That is just something just defeating. It takes all the zest out of life. Just hiding in the bathroom. Why are you in there for so long? What are you doing in there?
I like working.
Let me, I have to get a Q-tip. Why is the door locked? What are you doing? You've been in there for 5 minutes. What are you doing? Jerking off, down, jerking. Just, you don't want to miss the toilet. You don't want to shoot all over the top. You don't want to overjack your bowl.
I don't think that's accurate about that. I've jerked off everything. I have found a way. Like this time you're sitting anyway. Right? You never wiped off and you were trying with a few friends.
Oh, I'm
fuck yeah. You never wiped off and you were editing.
In an office? No.
You're by yourself.
You ever wipe off driving?
Fuck yeah.
I'm not fully, but I was like gotten horned up. I can't imagine coming along like that.
Oh, I fucking love
Have you really?
Yeah, fuck yeah. You went for an old McDonald's bag, you wipe that fucking sperm on.
I get nervous when I sneeze when I'm driving.
Go in the back seat
How do
and
you
then
not
turn
get an
green
accident?
in 3 fucking days.
I only whacked off once while driving, and I remember after I jerked off while I was driving, I was like, I jerk off in the car too. I was thinking I was going to do this all the time, and for whatever reason, I only did it once. One
I
fucking
think I
time.
did it one time.
When I was driving limos, I just lifted up my shirt, shot it all over my stomach, put the shirt down, patted it down, and then about my carried away. So it was went back from New Hampshire.
I was talking to somebody today who had to get fertility testing. I'm surprised more people don't miss like the cup, like just get into it and forget about the cup. It was really great. He was telling me they had like an Apple TV full of porn, like mostly a lot of transvestite stuff. He said a lot of transvestite stuff.
A lot of transvestite stuff. How would he know how much transvestite stuff they had?
People
do. Let's see what we got here.
Yeah.
Well, this one's not doing it for me.
He said there wasn't a lot of girl on girl, and that's what he was surprised about. He said it was mostly regular, like big boobs or gay and transvestite.
Boobs or gay transvestite. Where was this?
In LA, I don't know where he went, but it was. I almost got tricked tonight by a transgender person. I was in Subway before because I know this edible was going to kill me. This man, I guess, came in, but I couldn't tell from behind. Had the best ass I've probably ever seen on anything. But then I
Jeans and a t-shirt, white
jeans and a jacket. I didn't see the shirt.
No, I don't
The
think
blonde hair.
Yeah, I saw her walking up and down.
Yeah,
She's a hooker.
she has. I heard it in her voice. I was like, oh, that's not a girl. And then she turned around. I was like, oh, that's really not a girl. But I can't. Like, I got tricked. Like, have you ever been
No,
tricked?
you get tricked if you sucked his dick. That's how you got tricked. You didn't get tricked. But you just saw her and said, let me get my shit together before she hypnotized me. You know, if you ever want to see the really transvestites, you have to get up very early in the morning, book a day at night. Santa Monica, it is like fucking maybe 4:30, 8.
Santa Monica Vine. That's a creepy
Santa
area.
Monica Vine, Santa Monica, Santa Monica Island.
That whole area is
That whole
Monica is
area.
sort of deserted. It's very street.
Not at 4 in the fucking morning. Not like at 6 in the morning. Like I used to go down there to 9 o'clock, late watching me. Sunday, and I'd still see them out the night before.
They have Weight Watchers meetings? I didn't know that.
Yeah,
So it's like an Alcoholics Anonymous.
yeah. They go, they weigh you, and they talk about knowledge for an hour. How to avoid this, how to avoid that. When you go on vacation, eat the toast, baked potato, shit like that.
Eat toast with baked potato?
You just say, you know, just 30
Huh.
Some people weigh in, some people don't. Some people go down there just to not lose weight at all. Wait just to get out. But they have 9, 11.
Isn't that what happens with a lot of people that get involved with almost anything? There's a lot of things people do where they're just trying to get out of the house. Whether it's going bowling. I remember I went to a Renaissance fair once, and there was, everyone at the Renaissance fair, pretty much everyone talks like they're from another town. Milady, dost thou want, and they speak that way. But this one lady wouldn't do it. She was breaking character. And she was just there hanging out. And she was complaining about her husband. Her husband wouldn't take his medicine. I went to the pharmacy. I got all this medicine. And this other chick was pissed off that she wouldn't, go along with it. She goes, sorry, I don't understand. What does thou mean about medication and prescriptions? What are they speaking about? Like she was speaking, she was like trying to, the other bitch was like mad at her. Like, come on, cut this shit. I'm trying to complain here. She was just trying to complain. She wasn't even being in Renaissance fair. She just wanted to get the fuck out of the house and bitch and whine. And so she put on some crazy European outfit and went out to this Renaissance fair and was just trying to treat it like it was just a normal coffee shop. Just hang out and whine about it.
My dad does it in Florida. He retired, he moved down there, and he was bored. He does this like community patrol thing in a police car, like a sheriff's office has there. He does it like 4 hours a week. They give him a little uniform. He goes around and you have to learn the codes for things. No, not
Yeah,
guns. Not with guns.
What's his name? Zimmerman. That's where he
Oh,
started.
It's we had this conversation on your podcast. I always believe that do something, just keep showing up. I thought about that when I was in Seattle. Seattle was my real home. Right? So Mondays and Tuesdays, let's say, what do you mean? Look at this one. 6 minutes, 7 minutes. The last 2 minutes, 10 minutes. I say out of those 20 people, 7 of them were just there. But people go for them, no. No, that's what works for them. Yeah, they have a local job. They just went, it's a hobby, that happens and everything. Yeah, went to, so I said, fucking, I'm sick, man. I said, you know what, I'm going to try these knee pads. So I tried the knee pad first. I put surgery. It didn't fit, so I put this knee pad on. It fits. And my knee pads on, just go to jiu-jitsu. Just do heavy schemes. That's it. Just make the legs go that way. Make them go this way. Once I get tired, I'll get the fuck out of it. Go out and stretch. It's a big difference. What they go sweat and jiu-jitsu sweat. Jiu-jitsu sweat, you got like, it's like your neck and shit. It's coming out your head, boys and shit. It's tremendous.
You're doing no gi, right?
No, I believe.
When you do a gi, you're working out when you take that gi. It's fucking wringing it out.
Oh, Jesus.
When you get that big, heavy, thick canvas gi, and it's just soaked.
Oh my God. Today I went to pick it up just now. See if I can put it in my hand again.
The
The neck was still wet.
Oh,
The neck was still wet. I was like, it's 6 fucking hours later. It's funny, I went down and it's a very small class compared to that, my classes. But this one time, when I was dressed in this gear, never been there. Goes, sits down, his feet are always dirty. Sits down like kung fu. Doesn't do it, doesn't do any of it. Sits there, watches the technique, does it 5 times on each side, gets up, bows. That's all he does.
He just wants to do a couple drills.
That's it. He works as a security guy.
Where you training at?
Right down the line, right there. It's supposed to be there, right around the corner. I'll bounce. Like I'm going to VMAC. But VMAC doesn't have all the classes. I can't do Wednesday nights. I can't do Monday nights. I'm doing this. So Monday days, I'm going to Eagles. I shoot down the Beverly Hills. I'm going to Eagles. I went there for like August, hold up, July. So now when this gets back, I'm going to Eagles. I'm 11, 12, 15.
Where's he?
Beverly Hills. By the tuxedo shit.
He used to have a place in the right?
I'm not sure.
No, that was the other one. That was Hodge.
Who's got the place by the ice house? John.
John, yeah, I think. Carlos is in Dallas, and John Jock is in and John Jock is apparently opening up a place in Austin too.
Yes.
Yeah, because Tom White was he's one of John Jock's black belts. He's the artist. He used to work for Nickelodeon. Now he does this amazing cocktail style, like 1930s and 50s, almost cartoonish, really cool stuff. And he's super popular. Can't turn out hard enough. Like everybody wants to buy contacts.
Right.
I went to a friend's house. She had a Tom White thing for music. This is crazy. So my friend Hans. This is nuts.
She's making bank. Not like just kill him. Like his average picture. Somebody was telling me the whole thing. It's ridiculous.
Oh,
It's amazing.
well, that's that art thing is a weird world. Like once you become like a guy that everybody wants to have a piece, want to joke, the original Joe Diaz, and it becomes like a thing that these art people. I was talking to a friend who explained it to me, and he was saying that they manufacture. What they'll do is they'll get an artist, and then they take a bunch of people that they already have connections with, like really big people that buy $50,000.
And they buy them as investments because they like art.
They buy them as investments. They buy them because it's a hobby. It's a thing for them. It's like, those crazy blind people. Those people that are like the crazy ones. Just buy art. And the gallery will contact them and say, listen, there's a guy who's coming up. He is phenomenal. And I want to gift you a piece because you're such a loyal customer, and I'm going to gift you $25,000. Because for a guy who's buying millions of dollars worth of art, because a lot of these guys actually do buy millions of dollars worth of art from a particular gallery. Gifting a guy a $25,000 piece is just an investment. It's not really $25,000 piece. It's a $25,000 piece because they say it's $25,000 piece. So you gift 4 or 5 guys, these big high roller guys, these pieces. Now they're in the art community. Well, who's that? That's an original Judd Diaz. Yeah, the gallery gave it to me. It's a $25,000 piece. The guy's incredible. Wow. Yeah, there's going to be a gallery show in October. So then they put on the gallery show in October. The prices have already been established. And then you see 35,000, nobody flinches, and they just start buying them like hotcakes. Why? Because these big shots already have the $25,000 pieces. So they create this bizarre bubble, this bizarre market. And they do it by giving these really big high rollers expensive pieces. Really fascinating. It really is. Yeah. Smart. I mean, they just, look, you know what it is? It's like it's a hustle. They figure out how to get in with these people. They figure out how to make it like, I was hearing about there's certain handbags that rich broads really certain bags. I don't remember, but you have to have a relationship with the people that sell the bags in order to even buy a bag. Like you can't just go in off the street. You have to have already been a client. So like you have to buy a bag to get a bag. So it becomes exclusive. So because it's exclusive, they're selling these bags for like $50,000. I'm like, how the fuck is someone paying $50,000 for a purse? It's a bag. It's not a Ferrari. You can't drive it. It's not. There's nothing. There's no crazy engineering involved in this. It's not like a watch that some guy made by hand and he's got fucking giant goggles on. It takes 6 years to make a watch. No. It's a fucking purse. But because they've engineered this exclusivity, they've arranged it, and they work that market of people with incredible wealth. Because especially where we are, we don't even realize it. You know, you grew up in a place where it was like blue collar, and nobody was multi-millionaire. But there's places like Brentwood or Bel Air where you might have 100 people in a mile radius that have $100 million. But that's not uncommon. I mean, there's insane money in certain areas. But you look at these homes, there's a $25 home. That's a $30 million estate. This house is going for $50 million. I mean, there's a lot of that in this area. And all they have to do is tap into those folks because they have insane disposable income. And what's expensive to you or I is not expensive to them. It's nothing. $25,000 for a painting ain't shit for them. So they figure out a way to weasel into that world, and then it becomes about that world. Then it becomes about the exclusivity. This is the original idea. Oh, very nice. Where'd you get it? Well, the gallery. They've got a show coming up. I love this use of color. They're just trying to find ways to spend their fucking money. I mean, they might have a house in Costa Rica. They got a fucking house in Canada. You know what I mean? Like, there's a lot of those people in LA that are just stupid rich.
I heard that there's like a social network now that you have to pay like $10,000 to get into. Have you heard about that?
No. What's it called?
I'm trying to find it right now. Here we go. Social network that costs $9,000 to join.
Fucking idiots. Facebook is free, stupid.
Okay.
What are you going to get out of this social network? Is it going to blow you?
It's called Metropolitan.
Metropolitan.
It's $6,000 to join, and then an additional $3,000 that renews annually to continue access.
You have people to join?
You have to be 21. See if it says. They're not sharing how many members.
Of course not. It's 2 people. You have to be a real asshole.
I can't imagine. What if a pen breaks in a $50,000 bag? What if a nail polish thing spills?
What if your dog pisses on it?
It's amazing. I went to the park. Go to the park every fucking day. The other day I went to the park. They were talking about daycare pricing. Gary, John. I took the one page and I thought I was dizzy. I was on the swing. They were putting up my baby on the swing. Swing. Don't worry about it. You know somebody. It's exclusive and very nice. How did they make it exclusive? Like, what do the kids do? They have a security guard. They fucking fish, in my sometimes we'll come back and say, but regular daycare is, this is how much you want. And like just you pick it up in 6 months. The child's not highly trained. I'm like, oh, I'm thinking about ass, my wife just, yeah, they got them all over like that. That you own by the house, by the see?
Yeah.
That's a Christian church that have to wait on this for Jewish people. Orange County to put their kids in that daycare. Not the daycare is just that good.
What about pet hotels where they give them like TVs and beds? Have you heard about that? They put like Animal Planet on all day.
Animal Planet a little bit. Yeah, it's yeah. And listen, man, it's whatever the fuck you pay for, whatever you believe. You know, it's just fucking amazing. It's $25,000 for a picture or whatever the fucking artist, and you sit there. I've been to those things. My buddy in New York is like a great framer. His shop is in the Lower East Side. Back when he kisses me on the cheeks, it's not his fault. That's real good. I've known him since we were 15 in summer school. So I played his game like all that. When I was broke in '84, I made deliveries from Ryan, pictures and shit. And you know, every night they go to these things in the building. The whole day sit there with a picture. They'll leave the trip. They'll give the sodas, they give sushi.
It's a social thing.
It's a social thing.
It's a big social thing to be an art collector. It shows that you have a certain amount of taste. You know, like if you're into obscure art, that's a Jackson Pollock. Ooh, amazing. Amazing. I love what he's doing here. His concept is incredible.
I didn't know there were any current artists getting that much money.
Oh,
I thought it was older people.
No, you just have to be in that circuit. You just have to be that. I was over Bob Gersh's house. Bob Gersh is the Gersh. He's the guy that I had to get on the phone with, trying to get me to apologize and see him in the wig. And I'm over his house in Aspen. It's a long fucking time ago. And he's got this thing on his wall. And it's like a bunch of pieces of paper, like it looks like tissue paper glued onto other paper, and like a lot of paint. And I look at it, I go, is this something his kid did? And someone goes, no, that's a problem. And I go, what's that? He goes, that's worth $30,000. I go, what the fuck are you saying? I mean, it wasn't even big. I mean, it was like as big as that longest yard frame poster you have up there. That thing. You know, I mean, and it wasn't like an enormous piece that took fucking 50 years to make. You know, no, just like a normal size painting. With like a bunch of fucking tissue glued to a thing and some scribble. It was abstract modern art. You know, that's what they call it. Abstract art. Dog shit. Nonsense. Unless it was your kid. You know, if your kid made it, it would be cute. It made sense to me. I thought it was his kid. What the fuck is this? This is $30,000?
It's like they throw that fuck like the counterfeit living by that way. You know,
Yeah. Yes. They'll never die in LA.
That motherfucking movie was on the other morning at 6 in the morning. I put on KTM. I didn't even think, let me see what else is on. That's what I remember. I put that part on. It starts with him burning a picture. He burned the fucking pictures at the beginning and at the end. You know, there's those fucking guys that do the art and they burn the pictures. It just meant in my closure. It was you gotta get your shit together, guy. It's all over for you. You know, it's
The art world is filled with a lot of pretentiousness. But just art itself. Calling yourself an artist, being an artist, wearing a scarf.
when they call themselves an artist.
Yeah.
That's where my thing, and they justify like, well, you're an artist. And I'm sitting there.
But there are artists.
What?
There are artists, but these really pretentious artists, they fuck up the whole concept of being an artist. You know, like, look, Quentin Tarantino is a fucking artist. Okay, that's a guy who creates badass motherfucking movies. It's an art to him. You know what I mean? Like, you know, fill in the blank. Richard Pryor was an artist. You know, he was a real artist. He created art on that stage. But some fuckheads, they say, you know, I'm an artist, and you just go, ugh, you just want to throw up on them. It ruins the word. It ruins the term. Yeah.
Very really fitting. What the fuck are you doing?
I'm an artist. I just can't. I'm a free spirit. You don't consider yourself an artist, Joe?
Oh yeah. Every morning when I wake up, I go see artists. So.
Well, you are an artist, but you're a comic, and the comic supersedes everything else. Being a comic is, it's a different. I mean, it is without a doubt an art form, but being a comic is the most important aspect of the art form, and that eliminates any possible pretension. You can't be pretentious to be a fucking comic. You're a fucking joke slinger, and that's what we do.
Listen, I can never. I got invited to this wedding. I told you I got invited to this wedding. Usually I don't fucking go to a wedding. It's in town. I don't go. It'd be a nice date night for the wife. When we get to the wedding, people are like, oh my God, we're so happy you made it. You get a celebrity tape. I'm not saying no celebrity, but I was the way to the back when they said, celebrity.
Who else was at the celebrity table?
Fucking Gwen Stefani, the fucking husband, and the black dude from Rocky, Apollo Creed, and
Carl Weathers.
Just a bunch of other people. Like different Rocky. Yeah, like different
level celebrities.
Yeah, like just
Gwen Stefani is pretty big.
Yeah, this is before she got pregnant. Like this is about 2 years ago.
She was huge.
Was she huge?
Yeah, Black Eyed Peas, right?
No.
That's for no doubt.
Yeah. But no, it was just really weird that word right there.
Celebrity table.
And it's just, man, every time I hear shit like that, like somebody comes, actually, like today I was washing the car and somebody came in and said something about, oh, I saw you on this or something. I want to say, I wish you would have saw me when I robbed that fucking. I really do, Joe. I wish you would have saw me. I robbed it. Changed it for my kids. I was sure for the most people. I went to a car about because I knew they always had like fives and shit. So I bought like the baseball cup with ice cream in it. Even like the Kansas City Royals get pissed off. And I stole the fucking can with the goods. And that's what I think about. Whenever somebody says, that role you had in the movie, like, same guy, you didn't even have a fucking. Like, what are you getting?
Why is it bad that they like you for a role in a movie? Like, what is it that you want to like redefine yourself?
No, it's something about redefining myself. It's just about, we're talking about my uncle taking me to this game. I tried to rob 25 years ago. Whatever. We don't talk about that. Like, our role is to tell the story. The story tells me my scenario. If you don't know my uncle, you don't talk about him. He I apologized to him on the podcast, and he won't even. You don't know that. He's never told me he loved me. I told him, look, I love you, dear. All right, I'll see you. My uncle does not fuck around. He called me right now yesterday. Because I thought I couldn't go to the game. It was killing me personally. I didn't do something. But I think I'm going to see you. He's 76. He's my brother's brother, But yes, I'm way back. I wish your mother would grow up and see what you became. He goes at the funeral. I was scared. Came in, I looked in your eyes. I thought Charles Manson. She goes, Charles Manson. He goes, I know about Charles Manson. Because we could move on. I only want to do it. You would kill him. She would kill somebody. He was telling me, bro. That's what he called me out. Nobody had ever called me out until I was 21 years old. You know what I'm saying? Right. After my mother died, he might be so sensitive. Don't say nothing to him. He might snap. Right. My uncle said, I don't give a fuck if your mother died. That was 5 years ago. Put it behind you. It's over. This ain't a free world, bitch. I ain't giving you a fucking dime. When he said that to me last night, it really hit home. You would kill us now. You would have killed me. You would have killed me that fucking. You would have killed me. You would have killed me for 5 other fucking. No.
When we became friends, you were definitely a different guy in the late 90s.
What's going on here?
But you reminded me of everybody that I knew from the pool hall. Like, I love being around you because you were like, what I hated most when I first came to LA was that when I was in New York, And when I was in Boston, I was surrounded by, East Coast people that were either comics, or they were martial artists, or they were pool players. It was like there was a grit to them. It was a fun. It was I could talk to them. There was real conversations to be had. And then coming out here, everybody was like preparing for it. Like we were downstairs, those people with their scripts, airing, and they're sitting there, and I'm seeing them going over their lines, going over their thing. I'm like, this is hell. This is hell. Like this, preparing for a role and being in the whole Hollywood scene, like trying to get people to like you and hire you for things. It's just this weird world. It's a weird world. And here's this guy hanging out at the comedy store that was a total hustler. I mean, you were a total hustler, and we became friends like immediately. Like we became friends like right away. I remember bringing you around the fucking news radio set, and they're like, "Who is this guy? There's this fucking menacing guy in a leather jacket that keeps eating all the shrimp." And for me, it was
even the comedy store that we loved was very goofy.
I was goofy
At that time,
back then.
Lee saw it a couple of weeks ago. I could take Lee with me, and I'm like, "Lee, come down." And he's like, "We'll come to the store." It was great the first 3 or 4 times that he sat there with me. I got a tag for you.
Oh, that was the worst. It was the worst
But
tag.
I saw Tony. I had to call him and apologize next day. He was living in Sacramento or something. I had to call him and apologize. Why? Because I had to get the fuck out of there. Tony came up to me. I'm like, "Tony, I love you. I'll see you." And I
Who was telling you? Someone was telling you they had a tag for you?
Well, one night, me and Lee were getting ready to leave. I'm like, "Hold on." They're like, "Listen, man, I heard that joke, and we gotta give you this tag. You should take." Me and Lee looked at each other. I don't even know. And Lee's and me and Lee was like, "That was fucking weird." And then the next night we went down again, and that's what the guys were saying. "We have this idea for a TV show." Oh my God! And you're like, I just get on stage. You walk into your car. You're not even thinking about a TV show.
Yeah.
You're thinking about how you should have said "the" instead of "cat." Just dumb shit. Of course. And then we have a word, and he was right there. I had this idea for a TV show. Not even how are you? Right. What have you been up to? And he looked at me. We were high as fuck, which really kills you. When you're at the comedy store, somebody's trying to sell you something. And then Tony Hinchcliffe came, and I saw Tony. I'm like, I can't even, I gotta get out of here. Like, my head was about to blow up. The highness, the set, people trying to sell me a TV show.
And the people that are trying to sell you things at the comedy store, most likely, they never sold shit before. They just have an idea, and they think they're gonna come to you, and that's how they're gonna do a TV show.
Right, it was just the idea. We went to each other. I mean, it was just, so I understand that. Like, at the comedy store, there's always that one person that you find warm to. I found it with you because everybody at that time was looking to get on a show and play comedy. There was a big of that. People would get on a TV show, and that was it. Yeah. And it happened like 4 or 5 times. And here's this guy that takes a great show, and after the 10-hour, 12-hour shoot, still comes and does his 15-hour set in the original. I couldn't figure it out. Most people would just go, "Oh, fuck stand-up, that's what they love me. Love stand-up, I'm write a joke, And it's really weird that people that have stuck it up will always be stand-ups. Like, I always give those guys respect. Don't come back to it after the show got canceled and do stand-up. Yeah. While your show was on, you tell your agents, "Hey, those weeks that you don't have me up at Warner Brothers, I want to be out the whole fucking summer. I want to do this." "Oh, no, well, the show doesn't want you to curse on stage. Say any fact jokes on stage." No shit.
That's what they did to Tim Allen.
No shit.
Bob Saget.
Yeah, no shit. So you have to, and I'm watching this guy that's going against everybody else. He's going against what everybody else believes. Everybody wants to, you used to call it so, means to the end, to the means. A means to an end. That's it. In my life, that's not how I felt. To me, if I got on a show, that just helped me. It'll help me get up there, and it gets easier now. Like a little club in Iowa, my dream was to get in a car, pull Mitch Hedberg, and go to all these clubs, just drive across country one time. Be on a TV show, do the 26 episodes. But once that shit's over, get in your car and go, "Bon voyage, I'm out of here." And just go across the country and you see a funny bone, jump in there. You see a comedy catch, jump in there.
Yeah.
You see a comedy saloon, jump in there. You see a pizza place with an open mic and you're in Minneapolis, fucking jump in there. You do that for 6 or 7 weeks as a stand-up comic. And people go, well, I just thought you were on TV. I didn't know you were this fucking funny. Or this is what I do. I didn't give a fuck. I didn't. When I was growing up, I was watching Charles Bronson. I love Charles Bronson. I love when he killed somebody. I loved all that shit with the Cherokee Foley, with the fly, but I never thought I was going to do that. I thought that I would always be an extra in every youth group. I thought that they were going to come to the comedy store and say, "Hey, you want to be in my movie?" You know, I watched Hollywood Nights. You ever see Hollywood Nights with Tony Danza, Michelle Pfeiffer? You see who all the people around him are. Comics in the comedy store. Arliss. T.K. Carter is the black guy that's doing the fraternity run. The dude who had the show on Married Men, Mike Binder. He's the fucking, the kid who has the...
Mind of a Married Man?
Mind of a Married Man. He's the motherfucker. Hollywood Nights is a famous place is closing down on Hollywood Boulevard. But these Hollywood Nights, they have to... I didn't forget. It's just, but there's scenes where they take these black guys and they put sheets on them and they can walk through a white man. I mean, it was just crazy. And the people pissed at a punch. But if you look at all the comedy in that movie, they just went into the store and picked up a the same thing with Gay Kaplan.
Do y'all want ASMR?
No, suppose they cut the deal to back into the boot that was your I didn't go in acting. I didn't know nothing about that. I knew nothing about that. I knew nothing about commercials. I thought they shot commercials in fucking Mars. I didn't know the fuck they shot commercials when I came in. Seriously, I'm not lying to you. Fucking commercials. I came in and your face is great for commercials. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I know nothing. I didn't even know. I never even thought about shooting fucking commercials. I got a friend of mine.
Was Analyze That? Was that your first big one?
Basketball.
Basketball. That's right.
Basketball. That's when I first started hanging out there. That's
right.
Movie and shit. I was what that my beanie blue didn't get it. And as I was walking by a door, a lady pops up. She was here for your audition, I guess so. She gave me a sheet of paper. I read it and boom, I booked 3 weeks of $5,000. I never saw nothing like that in my life. Wow. I stole every penny to the fucking and then I robbed the fucking roller skates. I robbed a different pair of roller skates every fucking day. All right, every day I went and I returned them at Five Guys. What is that? The Five Sports Guys. Like a fucking game. I would get to my room, they'd be a size 13. I'd wear them, I'd put them back in the box and clip them. The lady would come with wardrobe. Let me see what roller skates are. Okay.
Every day for 3 weeks?
Every day I come back again, size 13, so they started giving me size 12. I don't know what I'm 13. Me neither. What the fuck? What the fuck's going on here? Then they went on 12. They went down at 11.
I was put it 11?
Oh, I was coming home with Band-Aids. I didn't give a fuck. Get 140 a pop plus tax when I returned them. And they were seeing every day the same sporting goods. How you doing? What happened? Your grandma gave you this for how'd you do? What do you want? Cash or check? Let me get some cash. Stop getting gas. By the time I quit, by the time I stopped shooting, I was down to like a size 8 now. The truck of roller skates was missing a chunk in it. I wish I was lying to you. I wish I was trying to just be funny and be cute. This is how crazy I was. You're absolutely right. I was a stone cold hustler. And I knew it. It was like,
well, you reminded me of my friend Johnny.
Right, you always said that.
Yeah, you remind me a lot of him. You were just, you both didn't give a fuck. You just, a lot of people pretend to not give a fuck. They're pretending. But, then little things will come out and you realize they kind of put it on there. But you would say something. You just tell me stories about things you'd just done, or I would see you, come out of the bathroom at the comedy store with some fucking crazy broad, and it was funny, just funny times. It was just funny. It was just, you were a real, for me, you were like a real connection to what I was missing back on the East Coast. Because the comedy store at that time was all these boat addicts. There's like guys that would do like cruise ships, and they would sing. They would have like songs they would sing. It was a lot of bullshit. For every Damon Wayans that would come in, every real comic that would stop by, there was a lot of like really bad comedy for a few years there. From like 94 to like, I would say like 96, 97, those were bad times at the fucking comedy store, man. But something happened. It's like they come in dips and cycles. Because I remember when I first came there, I was really disappointed. I first came out there to do a pilot. Me and Jim Brewer, we did this thing in '93. It was called Hardball. And Brewer played this mascot for his team. And, we were hanging out together. We were shooting this pilot. And we wound up going to the store. And we were like, this place is dog shit. Like, neither one of us, we weren't paid regulars there. We were just comics from New York. So we went and watched the show. We stopped in the back. We're like, this is fucking.
Who was doing up? Do you remember anybody?
I don't want to say names. Some of them are still alive.
It wasn't really black for a while.
One of them had a 3 in his name.
Right. But it wasn't really black for a while.
A lot, yeah.
Metal detectors. People into that. Metal detectors, Tupac.
Really?
Just got into a shootout there one night.
Oh,
Eddie
yeah.
Griffin.
In the main room.
In the main room.
In the main room. Someone shot at him in the main room.
At the main room.
Yeah. He shot at someone. It was very blurry, but it was it Mo Better Mondays? What was it?
No, this was when it was Eddie. Yeah.
Fat Tuesdays.
This was before it was Fat Tuesday.
Before Fat Tuesday.
Yeah, those guys from Fat Tuesday are still around in St. Louis. They're good dudes, man. Those are good dudes. Yeah, it was. I heard. I didn't know. I heard it just got.
What year did Guy Torrey take it over?
Maybe 97, 96. When I got there in 97, it was already established. And the guy saw me at the Laugh Factory, made me go up, and I ate a fucking bag of fucking death. At the end, I twisted around. I just went black and twisted around. It was great because I went to walk on Jim Ryan. I sat down, and I said, listen, whatever happens to it, don't matter. When I listened to you out, it was the first time I heard things crazy, whatever. But that's something I said. That was it, guys. That was it for me. Like, I don't know nothing. Like, I heard that and I went immediately and bought it and went home.
You said this to him?
Yeah, I told him. I said it to him on the stage. Wow. I walked up. He was over. Right. No change. Moving his head up. But just to see him, I knew I was home. I knew I was home. That's how I knew. I was like, God damn it.
Did you ever see him when he did sets? Were you there for that? That was weird. He did a bunch of sets right before he died. I followed him almost every show. Almost every show he did, mixed through the aircraft. I had to figure out like strategies to get the audience to laugh because they were so depressed. Because they'd seen the greatest of all time, and he was just gone. He was a shell of himself, and he could barely talk. He had cranked the mic up. And he'd just be like, I always did love pussy. And pussy sometimes love me back. Like, there was no jokes. I mean, that was like a whole joke. That was beginning, set up, punchline. He would drink. Wasn't supposed to drink. Medication, he would fucking just drink anyway. He would go on stage and then he would do his time. Or so. And sometimes more, whatever he had the energy for. And then it would take them several minutes to carry him from the stage to the back of the room. And Marilyn's husband, Marilyn Martinez, Dave, and Chewy would help him. And they would, get one under each arm and they'd walk him through the room. And they would put him in his wheelchair. They got to the end of the showroom, the original room. I would go on stage, and he didn't bring me up. Jeff Scott would bring you up from the side. So Jeff Scott would bring me up from the side and from the piano. And you go on stage while everyone's like clapping. He's walking out. And some unknown fucking idiot who wasn't even that good at comedy yet. It's terrible. But I had to go on after Richard Pryor, but I had to develop I had to develop lines to say to make fun of the fact you just saw the greatest comedian of all time, and now the unknown letdown. What a fucking letdown. And I used to have to, I had a whole shtick that I would do about what this is a letdown, that's as if you just did that and then did this. I had a whole thing, making fun of myself for having to go after Richard Pryor.
How many times did you follow him before you decided you had to do that?
Oh, I had to do it immediately. I did it because I bombed the first. Well, I bombed several times going on after him. And it wasn't just that I sucked, because I definitely wasn't very good. But it was also that the room was somnolent every time. I only really did really well like a couple of times. The other times were just so good. Like, I probably followed him. I think he did like 5 or 6 weeks of sets there. So I might have followed him 15, 20 times. I don't know how many times it was because it was so long ago. It was late 90s. But there was a bunch of times when I used to go on right after him. I was a kid and my parents turned me on to Richard Pryor. They took me live at the Sunset Strip when I was a kid. I don't know how old I was, but I couldn't have even been 13. I was like 12 or something like that, whatever it was. And I remember sitting in that movie theater, dying laughing, hold on to my stomach, watching, looking around. And one time, one of the films playing, I was looking around, and all these people were like falling forward in the chair. And I remember thinking to myself, all the funny movies that I'd ever seen, all like Blues Brothers and all that kind of shit, I've never seen anybody laugh like this. Never been to a movie where someone laughed like this. And then I realized, like, stand-up comedy is incredible. I was like, this guy's just talking. He doesn't have special effects. He doesn't have any music playing while he's talking. He's just talking. And we are dying laughing. And that probably was what planted the seed of me doing stand-up. I didn't really think about doing stand-up for real until I was 21. Until I was 20, and then I waited until I got my 21st birthday because I couldn't go to a nightclub before I was 21. But being there all those years later, after I'd done stand-up for like probably 6 or 7 years, 6 years maybe, and then being in there with Richard fucking Pryor, and having to go after him over and over and over again, like, this is so bizarre. It's like the weirdest sort of passing of a torch thing. Not even a passing, like a rite of passage maybe or something, like my own rite of passage, like here I am in front of my comedy idol. Like if I had to choose like the one guy that was like the most influential to me, I mean Richard Pryor's right now. There's probably not one guy. It's like him and Kinnison, like the most influential to me. So to see him when it was over like that, taught me a lot of shit.
Would you want to be up on stage when you were 75?
Not like that. There's no need for it. I would only want to be on stage if I was entertaining. Like Carlin was entertaining to the fucking day his heart stopped.
How old was he when he passed?
I want to say he was in his late 70s, but I might be.
No, I think maybe 69 or something.
I think he was looking at that.
Really?
He died, he was 71.
Wow. 71. You know, I think that if you're a stand-up, I mean, I'm not going to tell you, I'm not going to look up. You're 76, no joke. Stop.
I would know. I think I would know.
Fucking entertaining, but you're in that house. I mean, that's what keeps you alive. That's what it would keep guys like us alive.
That's one of the reasons why I like to do a lot of different shit too. I don't like having all my eggs in one basket.
No, but you know what I'm saying. And you know, today, let me tell you something. I did something today that I said I gotta go. I just had to go. It just touched them.
Oh, jiu-jitsu.
Yeah, it's the same way with me with stand-up. I know I'm in a bad mood. Things ain't going right. This reefer ain't working. This fucking Facebook ain't working. You know, it's fucking hot out. That means that I got on stage.
Right.
I got something to joke about. That means that's my therapy. And then you do 3-4 nights and you're back to fucking going with your pHs, balance, and all that shit.
The difference is you're really funny right now. And, you know, Richard Pryor was, in my opinion, one of the, if not the best ever, top 2. I give Kinnison the best ever for a year. I think for 1 year, Kinnison was the best ever. But I think Pryor overall is the greatest comic of all time. And then he's not there anymore.
What is the Carlin and Lenny Bruce?
Well, Lenny Bruce is probably the most important guy because he was the guy who went to jail for obscenity, would argue in court. Carlin went to jail for it too. He was also the guy who, like, he set the path. You know, he started the whole, that kind of stand-up kind of you and I do. The kind where you go on stage and just honest about shit. And he started that. That was all him. And, you know, Hicks and Kinnison, they worshipped him. They worshipped Lenny Bruce. And the way I kind of found out about Lenny Bruce was actually Kinnison had Lenny Bruce's mom, like managing him or something like that, right?
He took a benefit for her.
Yeah, she was on one of his.
Made like $100,000 gas.
Yeah.
When I lived in Seattle, they did the heirs of Lenny Bruce. Yes, his mother had donated a picture and they did this right. I still had that. That was one of my all-time favorite pictures. I got to feature the last weekend of the festival. You know? Just having that picture, you're a feature act. You know? But no, I always loved Lenny Bruce. There's nights I find myself watching, you know, old black and white Lenny Bruce and being like, I like his style. The material might be not what his 30 years behind, but his style.
It's a time capsule.
It's time, yeah.
I mean, you're essentially going back in time. You're watching a guy who, in that era, there was a massive world. I mean, no one understood what this guy was doing.
You did?
Yeah.
All those little things is what I really like.
So this guy, big. He does it, you know.
And what killed me about this whole thing is you.
Yeah.
That's when I watch him, I'm like, this isn't Jewtown, the world of science.
For people who don't know,
and he did a bunch of fucking crazy Hitler jokes and shit. He did some fucking brilliant shit.
Oh, yeah.
For people who don't, Joe, you're talking, he got arrested for saying fuck on stage, right? Wasn't that it?
He was arrested several times for a bunch of different things he said on stage. In the end, they kind of like took his career away. I mean, he lost all of his money fighting it in court. And, you know, even when he died, his name wasn't cleared. He was still going to court. And when he broke down at the end, there's videos of this. I bought a DVD of it once, or a VHS tape. It was him going over his court transcripts. He would be on stage with these pieces of paper and talking about why the judge was wrong. It was essentially like he was doing a podcast about his court transcripts, and the audience was walking. Like, give us Dirty Lenny. We want to. That's what we used to call him, Dirty Lenny. We want Dirty Lenny. We want to hear him talk about boobies. She's got boobies, man. Those titties, yeah. You know, like he wanted to. Like he would say things like that, and people would like, saying it. You know, this is the 1950s or this was the 50s, and he was just a complete unique thing. And he was influenced by a lot of the jazz musicians. He was influenced by heroin. He was influenced by jazz musicians. He was influenced by a lot of black guys. He was around a bunch of people who didn't give a fuck. And he took that not giving a fuck and brought it to comedy. And this desire to describe the world around him in accurate terms, instead of just telling a bunch of jokes. This desire to like make people laugh and let them see the hypocrisy of the world they're living in. So him, this Pryor, who was like the most honest about his life and his feelings and shortcomings and coke and craziness and light himself on fire and all that shit. He was the most honest about that. And in my opinion, the funniest. He was just the best. He was the smoothest. I mean, he just had he had jokes about him having a fucking heart attack. Remember that joke he did where he just checked something like eating pork? Dude, you would think about having eaten that pork. I mean, he had jokes about everything. He had jokes about shooting his wife's car, or going to jail for shooting his wife's car. I mean, here's a black guy in like a racially divided world, post 1960s race riots, Martin Luther King assassination, all that jazz. And he's talking about shooting his white wife's car. Shooting her fucking car. Pretty sure it's his white wife.
Yeah, and
it was her.
Joe, you haven't watched the documentary that they put out a couple of years ago? Mm-hmm. And you were talking about Live at the Sunset Strip. Didn't he like bomb the night before?
The night before, yes.
And that was like the most amazing special ever?
Yeah. Well, what is it? Mythologic. Well, Mythologic, when he did Live at the Sunset Strip the first night, it was horrific.
Well, he probably was nervous.
Yeah, it was horrific.
Yeah.
And then he went back the next night, and fucking that's what we saw.
Well, I think whenever you film something,
I
experienced this recently in Colorado when I was filming my special. I did 2 shows. The first show was kind of tense, and this chick heckled me. It was just tense. Still went well. Still got a lot of laughs, but it wasn't smooth. And then the second show was like any other show.
Someone heckled you when they knew they were taping?
Well, it's fucking. In the middle of a joke about people getting upset about jokes, she yells out, "Prove it!" I'm like, all right, I just put my head down. I go, "You really heckling?" I didn't even
No, you can't talk to her.
I had to address it because it was so loud. It was so stupid. What I should have done, and what I'll do next time I do any other filming, I should have gone on stage before the filming, before the show even started, before Tony Hinchcliffe went on stage, and said, "This is very important. Just I want this to be as normal a show as possible. So I just come out and say hi first. Just please don't heckle me. We're doing this for Comedy Central. So enjoy yourself. If you think it's funny, please laugh. Thank you very much for coming." And that would have been smart. Instead, the director he did a goofy job. Instead of saying "don't talk during the show, don't heckle," he said, "try not to interact with Joe too much."
Yeah, you just give me a green fucking light. Yeah.
Well, it was my friend couldn't direct it. Anthony, who does all of them. He had to do a UFC. He works for the UFC, and he's directed every one of my specials. And he couldn't do it, so we had to bring in some other guy. And he had never done that before. We went on stage. He just didn't have. He said the right thing the second show, so there was a lot of fuck ups. The audience was too bright. We had to figure out to turn the lights down and make it like a regular comedy club. But when you're filming something, it's real hard to do, to nail it in, ready, go. Like Hicks. If you watch Hicks' special from London, Revelations, when he comes out, there's the Jimi Hendrix music, and the fire, he's very stiff. He's very stiff through the whole set. And me, personally, as a fan of his, haven't seen him, it's one of his more stiff performances. And it's because he's got one shot at this. That HBO special. One fucking shot, and you're in London, in this giant 2,000-seat arena. And, it's just, it doesn't feel like a guy loose up there. I've seen him loose up there. It's a different performance. And it's the same with, I think, pretty much anybody who does a show, like Cat Williams' show, perfect example. His show, I saw his HBO show, but before his HBO show, I saw all that material. Someone filmed it for the audience and put it on YouTube, and it was fucking hilarious. It was really funny. The HBO special was still funny, but it was very stiff, especially in the beginning. You could see he was aware he was being filmed. He gave a fuck. And a guy whose act is all about not giving a fuck. He gave a fuck because the ready, go. Shit, this is my one shot to do this right. It's like, that's a lot of weird, unusual pressure. It's not like a fight where guys are always used to being under intense pressure. No, all of a sudden this show has this extra weight to it because it's being filmed. And this is going to be it. Ready, you got one show, go. These 5,000 people, dude, you ain't selling 5,000 people twice. So if you want to do it big, you got one fucking show. You want to come out, the lion can only do one show. The lion's going to dance in the cage behind you, but for one show. The second show, the lion might break the cage. You might get so fucking mad, you might kill everybody that's around. So we got the lion, Cat, but we got one shot. So let's keep it together. Everybody, let's huddle.
Well, isn't Bill Maher doing a live special?
Yes, he's doing a live special right after he does a live Tough Crowd. Not Tough. What's the show called? Real Time. Yeah, so he's doing Real Time, and then he goes right from Real Time. But it's kind of doing that as a gimmick. He's so confident though, and he does so many live performances on his show, and he knows his audience. You know what I mean? Like they know who he is and what he does. He's very calm. He can pull it off.
Yeah, he wouldn't pull it off. Yeah, he's good around.
He wouldn't pull it off. I mean, he wouldn't even attempt to pull it off necessarily. Somebody else has done that too, though. Somebody else did a live one.
Chris Rock did a live the first time or something. That one time he did my thing. Oh, George Lopez. I'm sorry. When he came out, I sold 18,000 to Depression. Yeah. Mexican could do this.
Yeah. He sold this motherfucker out. Like he was like the first 5 minutes of his act, he was selling the arena out. During the down oppression.
18,000 Mexicans.
Down economy. He sold this motherfucker out. That was when he was at his peak.
For me, Joe Rogan, that was at something I said. And it was fun because I was at a kid's house where his brother was a junkie. That's how I discovered Richard Pryor. This kid was not nuts. We had the Beatles from the White House. And he came and went, what the fuck, you motherfucker is listening to? Take that shit off, listen to this. We don't want to hear rock music. And it's this black guy talking. I had never experienced that. I had seen him on TV, David Brenner, people like that. But I hadn't. The Riddler was a comedian. There's this something in the 60s and the 50s or something. And, you know, I'd seen those guys, but I had never heard those words. I never heard somebody say nigger, fuck, and suck, and, you know, is that even the gateway when people went to, that was mind-boggling. Like that, I went home and bought it, and I had to put on, like, Led Zeppelin. In those days, you had a record player, so you could put a record on, and then put the records you wanted on top of that, like a CD when they both ran. So you could put that album finished, this one would drop. And then the needle would go automatically in your album, and it would start all over again. So what you did was you invited your friends over, you strung a little dope to the yard, and you were Richard Pryor.
That's right, you loaded up a bunch
you
of
loaded
albums
up.
on top of each other.
And if your mom came in, you had to drop fast. You had to drop fast because she was going to hear a fuck. He said, fuck every 2 minutes. There's going to be a fuck in there. So you had to pull the album. In fact, Frank Canella told the story when he called the guy from Sci-Fi.
Yeah.
He said, Lemon, my mother was mad at you because she thought we were in the room listening to music. You brought the album to my house. He tells the story in the 6th grade. I go, you guys listen to the Beatles' Help. Get that shit off. Listen to this. And their heads almost exploded. And after that, I was always intrigued with it. Read the joke in the year. Same dude. Stephen Wright.
Stephen Wright.
Never wrote a joke in about 1 year. And I remember leaving there. I was into drugs. Comedy was not even on my radar. And going, you know what? Fuck that dude. In a year, he didn't write a joke. Like, I didn't know nothing about comedy. Nothing.
He had a tough act to
write for. So I was pissed. And that was always in the back of my mind. And that's the beginning. Once you say to yourself, I could do that, you know what I'm saying? And you give it a try, and you either fail and get hooked, or you get your fucking lights kicked out. Whatever the fuck, whatever venture you're gonna try, you know? And I never thought, guys, never. And here's the weird thing. You really think about it. Yeah, I got up on stage when I got locked up. But right before I got locked up, I left Hollister, Lincoln Mercury, old Hollister, Chrysler Plymouth Jeep. Because their pay plan sucked and they took away my demo. They didn't have demos. I got, in fact, this. The kid I kidnapped called me to say hello. He left me a message and shit right there. Look at the Campbell. Top message and shit. The kid I kidnapped. Say hello. See what happens when you apologize. Hilarious. Before I kidnapped this dude, I went to that Subaru dealership. Before I kidnapped the dude, I went to the Subaru dealership. And while I was there, this dude that was a white dude, like a Western white dude, out with boots on, with a suit on, the guy looked like Charles Bronson. Didn't say much. And him and I got into a beef one time over a car deal. We had to split it. Like he said something to me, look, you split that deal. I was like, no, it wasn't happening. And that was it. Later one day, he took me outside alone. So I don't watch it. You're wasting your life. For 16 years, until my wife died. I've been trying to entertain the Caesar Palace. Because I came back to raise my kids. I'm not a fucking car salesman. I just needed something to do with me. Because I've seen a lot of fucking comedians, man. You should give it a shot. Because we're going to get some balls when you get you on stage. It's like, no, I got blow to do. Fucking stage. The fuck out of here, you stupid fucking idea. And he was a white guy, guys. He was a white guy. And then when I got locked up, it was just something I was doing without knowing I was doing.
Fuck you,
I doing something without knowing I was doing. I would just do shit in the kitchen. There'd be 8 black guys cooking. I just start going over. What the fuck you guys doing? And then at night, I'd get up on stage on movie night and I'd fucking talk about what the fuck that lady was green shirt on. What the fuck is your problem, Dawson? And I'd just go around the room and the black guys would go crazy. You know, and I didn't even know what I was doing. There was, like, when I got out of there was no Def Jam. I didn't think about that shit. I was just having fun. And then we would sit at the Cube. When you get out of here. You got to do it, dog. You got to do it. And it was like they would say, like, when Cuba gets out of here, he's going to be a big-time comic. I'm going to be a motherfucking manager and shit. But I'll be out in like 12 years. So you got to do it on your own until then. I mean, they were hilarious, but they had my back, you know. It was like a dream for them, you know. Like that. So it was, it's kind of neat when you walk into a room, like walking to the comedy store. So Eddie Griffin walking out. It was a tremendous feeling. I didn't know who the fuck you were. Listen, let me tell you something, guys. A real comedian, he's on the hunt. You should know what a television is. Real comedian. You weren't Boston on the hunt. I never watched fucking Seinfeld. I don't fucking know what fucking there is a place you want to go. I never watched that shit. Never watched Cheers. Never watched Cheers. Not once. I don't know nothing. TV didn't exist to me. I didn't come back into like TV got out of my life in '81, and it didn't show back up till 1999 or '98. And the girl I was dating said he's on news radio. I thought you were a fucking radio guy. I thought I was a news guy. Like, all right, Joe Rogan here. This happened in Baghdad today. I didn't fucking know what. If you're a comic and you're on the make, you're on the fucking roll, and you go out 7 nights a week, you're at that 3-year mark, you should know what TV. If you come to me and say, "You want Game of Thrones?" I gotta look at you wicked. I didn't know no TV. My first fucking 6 years in comedy, I don't know about TV. What fucking TV are you talking about? What movies are you talking about? I'm making, I didn't understand that mentality. So I never really knew. First TV show I watched, to come back, television was in my PD book.
Oh, okay. Well, no one's gonna talk to me, so go fuck.
Seinfeld was done. Seinfeld, people come up to Seinfeld. When am I home at 8 o'clock? Fucking dust. You know what I'm saying? When the fuck am I home at 8 o'clock giggling eating popcorn?
Yeah, I didn't get into TV shows until I was on one.
Never. I
Never
never
watched
watched
Cheers was the show when we were younger.
Really?
But when I was, you're absolutely right. When I was young and I was struggling in New York, I would go out.
The fuck knows TV? Don't be DVO. I go home and
I knew some movies. I knew some like things, but I didn't know any fucking TV shows, especially like dramas or something. I didn't know anything.
I went for maybe 2 or 3 movies. That was my escape. I would go to movies. That was always my little game, like Paul Joy. My favorite was like there was a double feature on 78th Street. Not the black double feature, not the black. There was a black movie theater. I went to see Rambo. I should have down the block was a movie theater. They would do like Officer and Gentleman, FIFA Arts.
FIFA Arts.
FIFA Arts with Stephen Bauer and the dude with the red hair.
Yeah.
People, they would do like The Jerk and The Man with 2 Brains. You know, and I would go in there and sit there and just dream. I don't know what I dream about. I dream about being almost good. I don't know. I would just go to movies. Like, I would never dream of seeing Officer and Gentleman. After I saw that motherfucker the first time, I was like, God damn, Richard, get the fuck around. That was great. That's a great film, you know. But I never dreamed these things. Like, I always knew, like, I knew 6 months ago, people said, it's a short story. I knew I was a comedy school guy. Once I walked in there, I saw Don Madison. I went in one day. I came in on a trailer. I got into town at 6. I was out to go for dinner. Took a shower and went to the comedy store my first night. On the Monday, I saw Wheels Parisi, Tony Glass. I saw Eddie Griffin with the black dude from the Shogun of Harlem, Tupac. What's the actor who played the black karate guy?
There. Time Out.
I
was there when he was there. I was there that day.
On a Monday night.
Because I'd already been there for a few years with him.
Yeah.
I came on in 98.
Yeah, 97, March of January of 97, I walked into the store. January 29, 1987. She made me a regular February 19, 1987.
I came out here with Brewer. I think it was 93 to film the pilot. And it came out in 94 to shoot the show. And that's when I moved here. So it was only a couple months later. It was like winter time. Close to it. And I came to the store movie the first time I did it. It was more important for me to be like being a paid regular. Like I became a paid regular because when I first was on television, I was a non-paid regular. So I would do a TV show all day, and then I'd have to go on at the end of the show. I'd have to wait to Carlos Mencia would put stockings over his head. He would pull like pantyhose over his face. We had this whole bit about robbing people, like he put pantyhose over his face. And I remember, okay, he's pulling off pantyhose, I'm going up soon. And I would go up after the show was over, after everybody and their mother went and did comedy. And I'd have to get up and do it. But when I became a paid regular, which finally made me a paid regular, that was more important to me than anything. The show wasn't shit.
How did you hear about it? Because now with podcasts, the store is basically a celebrity.
It was
before the internet. How did you hear about it?
Because it was Mecca. No, it was Mecca for Turk comic. Listen, man, when you joined Jiu-Jitsu in New York, at a school in fucking Eagle Rock, New York, you know that your dream is to go to, what's his name? Enzo Gracie or Marcelo Garcia, and then after that, I'm going to find it. And that's the Mecca. HQ, you know, I got to make it HQ. You know, I bump into people. The road, they let me man out HQ. You know, I can see in their eyes, that's their Mecca. To a comedian, that's your Mecca. You hear about the Laugh Factory, and you inquire about the improv, but the laugh, you know, people tell you over the years, hey man, when you get to Vegas, make sure it's your
The store was where everybody came from. For me, it was where the two brands, Guinness and Rabbi, they all ran shit at the store. So when I came to the store, like that was hollow ground. Like I remember sitting in that room when the open mic is on. It's a different show than when the open mic's over and then the pros go on. So like the show will start at whatever. It goes to like whatever. I forget what the numbers are. 7 to 9 or 6 to 8 or whatever. But when the real show starts, they shut all the lights off. And the lights that are in the room that they're all like names of the big comics. Like Sam Kinison had a neon name, and Roseanne Barr, you know, and a couple weird ones. Like Tamayo was a weird one. Didn't make any sense. But there was a few. But she kind of had a little heat on her way back in the day. You know, there was a few comics that were on that wall, and I remember like just being in that room, looking up at that wall, going, holy shit. That's Sam Kinison's name. This is where he used to go up. This was the fucking stage that I'd seen in these videos. I'd seen like VHS tapes of him up on this stage.
I don't get on stage on a Saturday night, like doing the best I had done in the first 3 months I was there in Gary Shannon. If he only knew that I robbed that blind kid's chains, would he fucking still be talking to me? You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, what it felt like to me when I'd see these people. Like, this is just it's not a dream come true. This was never a dream. This was always so far away for a guy like me. This was all massive. This was all Stanley talking to me. You gotta come down. There's nothing in Seattle.
Yeah, how long were you up there in Seattle?
18 months.
Did you like living up there? Did the rain, the winter, that calm you out?
You know, at the time, I was going through Alan Boulder. So I was just happy to be out of that mentality, that war mentality.
Right.
And I didn't really pay attention to it until, you know, when you wake up in Seattle, it's the 4th week of rain. It doesn't, you know, it doesn't do nothing to me. I'm not going to hang myself, get a shot.
But you don't feel good.
You know, there's no sun, you know. For me, it didn't work as well. The summers are great. You know, the water's cold and alkaline. You know, those beaches, you know, Remington, that water's fucking real. That's the Pacific, bitch. That's Penguin Pacific. You know, that's coming down. It's coming down from there. And as you come down the coast, you'll see the water warms up. But not by much, okay? When you're in alkaline, you go to, whatever, Oregon, you know.
Yeah, Santa Monica. Santa Monica's fucking cold.
It's cold. Malibu's fucking cold. You know, then you go to Myrtle Beach, it's physical. It ain't. You know, Seaside is warm fuck right now. It's hot fuck right now. Yeah. But no, I enjoyed it. I enjoyed the comedy. I was so entangled in the comedy. That's what the regular person doesn't understand that. And they do. They do. Whether you do electrical work or you bodybuild or jiu-jitsu. When you first get involved with somebody, you get engulfed in it. So this was, I went to Seattle when I was doing comedy my 4th year, and I was in, like for the first,
It's like 2 years. Yes, sir. Yeah,
94, it just hit me. Like, this was it. This was all I had left. There was nothing else. I was 31, I had been in prison. There was a couple jobs I could do, and this was one. This fit my lifestyle. I could drink, I could smoke blow, I could get my dick sucked. I had no commitment to nobody, no responsibility. You could have a mailbox somewhere. You could have a pager number somewhere. At that time, I just wanted to be left alone. I wanted to be Charles Bronson, I did all the triple runs. I did those triple runs.
You don't want to talk again, like, you're fat, overweight, and you're close to a heart attack. Yeah. You gotta be obese. Sorry.
What?
I didn't make the rules.
This is coming back down. I never worked in nothing.
Come again?
You have to be fat or obese, close to a heart attack, and then it works.
I'm not though.
Well, then it's not gonna work.
You're a lady.
It's working. It's just not getting the job.
Well, yeah.
They go to college and they get out. These are the best. Or they, whatever. You have to fucking work. This guy wants. No, I can't work for 60,000 a year. It's ready to start. That's not happening. So everything else, I never worked at everything. When I realized after a month or two, I would say to myself, I'm getting $10 an hour. That's for it. I said, making cement, putting on people's trays, getting abused by the Masons to fucking make $10 an hour. And they're not teaching you nothing. Teaching you shit. You know what I'm saying? So, comedy, like the second year of comedy, I asked questions. And I put it together in my head what needed to be done. I was driving a lot of people.
Hello, boys.
What?
What the Sigma? What the Sigma?
Bye bye. Bye bye. Bye bye.
It's like it was attainable enough. Richard Jay always said really bad comedians are good because they inspire people to try. Because they go, worst I can do is that.
Yeah, you just keep. It takes years. It takes years to get your voice. And you get your timing. And then you get to a place like the store, you start all over again. Yeah. Into the store, you start all over. So wherever market you came from, you were a hot dog, and that's what people can't have. That's where it goes wrong. They come out here and they've been fucking killing it in Iowa, wherever the fuck they're from, and they go in the comedy store and they're sandwiched in between Broken and Nick DiPaolo. And it's post time, bitch. It's Wednesday at 10:45. You got the 11 o'clock spot, and you're sandwiched, and you know, it's a fucking nightmare, and it's your skin, and it's your pride if you hang out or whatever. For a guy like me, I didn't give a fuck. I knew it was about percentages, and I knew that the more you got up there, and you worked a little bit at it, the better you get.
Did you ever do stand up in New York? Did you ever like no? You do in New York this week. You do in Gotham. That's a great club.
Great club. But, New York, I did New York in '94. What I did was I go to New York Comedy Club, I go to stand up New York. The dude that was sitting in like me in comedy, Bush didn't like me. And there was these other little holes that I would drive a limo. I would be driving limos, I would stop. Would get on stage, and I was terrible. I knew I was terrible. But my options were I would go back and do coke and cry and look at stand-up comedy by Judy Carter. I look at the comedy newspaper. It used to be Just for Last. I came out of San Francisco, and I would read the articles. I still remember the best articles I read in there about Hicks. They had different comedy scenes all over the country. It's very interesting to read. And at the end, they had all the active comedy books. And it was pages, Arizona, Arkansas, whatever. It started being Canada, California, and you look for ABs, all these clubs, and you had this dream that someday I might make good enough, I might be able to play that piece, And then, what's her name? Did a contest at the Comedy Works. And I did the contest, and the winner got $500 and a ticket to Los Angeles to perform with Quincy Sherwood at the world famous
So he stole some of Seinfeld's jokes to win the contest. The local scenes is funny, man. It's a funny thing. It's one of the few performance art forms where you need an audience. If you don't have the audience, you can't do it. But you need an audience to create it. They have to be there. Otherwise, if you don't get that feedback from them, it's not like you bring out a fully developed album as a band could. A band could throw together a fully developed album and say, this is our first time performing this, and then do their pieces. But you need that audience. You also need competition with other comics. And that's what some places just don't have. And that feeling, like when a guy like Lucian will tell you you suck, like you really need to work on your act. It's so good. It's so important. Like I hated hearing it back then. Like I forget. He didn't pass for the first time.
He just did not pass. He came over and said, but he just did not pass. And I thought about it and I go, yeah, I know this. But I'll be back, bitch. I had a mentality.
But he had a really
he had a high standard.
He had a high standard.
Guys, I wasn't even around.
No, of course. But those guys are important. They push you to a higher standard.
Yeah, listen, I loved it. I loved it pushes you harder.
What about Lewis and Catch Ours and Stars? You ever perform for him?
It was for him? No.
He had the same thing going on.
Yeah, Mondays. You had to get a coin, and you had to stand on line. No, I never went up there. I never did none of that shit when I was going to get abused. I didn't have the time. The stand-up, the one guy who liked me, was the one time they loved me, put me up because I brought my friends and they'd spend stand-up in New York, give me spots because my friends would spend money, they'd spend, get drinks. And I get 7 minutes here, 10 minutes here, and then I go to Yale Triple in, which is more my style. It's just a dumb. I would go to the open mic started at 2. And then I went and jumped because I was working at one-man show.
When he would do his one-man show, would he do like the whole thing, like an hour? Like a
show? I don't really know.
Or he'd do like
I
chunks?
walked in and saw him. So they said, yo, we do here. And I think somebody in the airport. But that let me know that was the system. That when you were working on stuff, you went to off Park Brooklyn. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
That taught me right there. So now I'm just getting bits and pieces. But I went to Colorado. The States. And there was a little. Right now, today, you can come to me and say, I'm still coming. There's no place where you spit in your face. Because you have to make your own stuff.
Yeah.
And knowing what I know now, it takes you 2 minutes to go around. I did comedy when I was in love with comedy. I couldn't fucking wait to get on stage and tell a bad joke. You just can't wait to get on stage. I had to go to a poetry reading. No motherfucker can tell me my business, bitch. Nobody. That's why I get busy. We're like, well, stand up, listen. You know what? Go fuck yourself, okay? Because you're talking to a guy that went from 0 to 60 with him. Like, I had to learn along the way. Nobody guided me. Like, all other stand-ups. This is what you're doing. You have to make your own. It's all getting, you think you're making progress, and somebody steps on your parade. And you go back to the drawing board. But every time you go back to the drawing board, you get 3% better. You get a little bit percent better. He breaks you down. Hey, where'd you get that joke from? It's terrible. Or, this guy had book you. You're talking. When I was doing comedy in New York, I picked up a fucking horrible habit. And once you pick up a bad habit and stand up, it's like when I was a kid and I rebounded. I was a great rebounder, but I always put the ball on the floor. It's a bad habit. Grab the ball, tippy toe, and go right back up with it. Once you grab the ball and bounce it, you draw the fucking people to you. Why are you doing it? It was a habit that took me years. You know what happened? I picked up in New York. It took me 5 years to get rid of it. Walking to the audience. That's a big New York. Where you from? What do you do for a living? You're from Jersey. And I got into that habit. And that's a habit to eliminate writing. That's what that habit does. Doing the stand-ups in those rooms during the week, there's 8 people. So you pick up, and that's a habit that we're going to be all the way to fucking Seattle, down here to LA. It came to the Comedy Store for a while. And I fucking had to beat it out of me. You pick up bad habits, you pick up a word that you won't stop saying, something, And it just really, it's been a great, for me, man, it saved my fucking life. Some people, a DJ saved their life. Like some people get saved by a DJ. For me, I gotta tell you that the more I got into this, the less I got into criminal activities. I wish that this would have overpowered the cocaine earlier in my career, but that monkey was big, Jack.
Well, it's also a more positive thrill. You know, you need thrills. That's what you need.
I'm a thrill guy.
Yeah. Every comic is.
You know, I'm trying to write this book, and I wrote these chapters. This is bullshit. This is bullshit. 5 chapters I haven't spoken about being a fucking thief. Let's get this out of the way. Like I was a fucking thief, like a fucking klepto.
But why'd you have to have it in the first 5 chapters? Is it about your life?
No, yeah. I was just thinking about how the basic of this, and I was this, it was just weird. I had a thief problem. Young age, like I was stealing. In the first grade, I was stealing teacher's editions. And some of whatever, they weren't the answers. But even as you looked at it as that, but it became a habit. You couldn't, other people didn't know I would steal your fucking Robbie out. And then once the cocaine came, it fueled it. Once my insides broke down and stuff, it fueled that habit for a long time. So it overpowered that. Like even that, I was going on the road and getting caught shopping and stealing that. You know, I don't look like a triple run. You know what I'm saying? It didn't overpower that. I would steal as a form of fucking, like jinxing me. Like when things were going good, I would steal something.
So you think you do it on purpose or sabotage?
Oh yeah, towards the end, towards the last couple of years of stealing.
Do you think it was just an impulse then? Like you got thrill out of stealing something?
I didn't know just go and listen to it. You know, I don't go on auditions for fun. What do you mean? When I go to an audition, it's not fucking all for I ain't shit. I like booking them. I like thrill.
So you like going and
fucking them up. I like all these actors out there. And they're doing breathing exercises. They're off to the side, doing all this shit. This fat motherfucker walks in. That's a felony. Watch this. BAM! And when I'm walking out, I know it. I know when the room just goes silent. And I walk out, there's 2 doing their breathing exercises. They train at the actor studio. Like in the corner.
So you like the competition as well?
I love all that shit. That shit. When they, you know, I live in Colorado. I see these guys at the lift with fucking the helmet and the thick winter jacket and the pants and the boots and the $3,000 skis. And my brother-in-laws, my ex-brother-in-laws, 2 Gentiles, they show up with jeans on, fucking construction shirt, smoke everybody. They go, you know, I like those guys. They're not dressed like it. You know, they went to eat breakfast and look like you by himself and ride the bike with the cleats on the helmet. Why all the drama? You ain't in a race. All the drama. You ain't in a fucking race. You got the helmet on. Let it go, Red. Like, I never wanted, like, I don't know. It was just, I loved.
Auditions are weird thing.
Auditions is a weird thing. I love fucking people up, but that game, burglarized. I loved it when I met a drug dealer and I went to his house. They thought he was he said to me, yeah, you know, this and this. I got 2 kilos in the house. 2 days later, watch my heat. I'd say it was this low as I planned to cross the street. 3 days after. And we had to go in here with all this security, their bulls, all this toughness. I figured out a way how to climb the lift. And come in and rob this coke and leave. I loved it. And I love him walking into it. Somebody fucking robbed me. And my buddies are there sitting there, come on. What the fuck happened? Jumping game in, rubbing. I was fucking howling inside. I loved all that shit. I loved my heartbeat. I loved it. So, but I know I couldn't do it. I couldn't do it for a lifestyle. Can't do it for a fucking lifestyle. You know.
Why did you figure that out after you did the jail?
Yeah, after you go to jail, you talk to all those people. You know that the odds are always against you. Problem is, when people go to jail and they team up with other people, they're like-minded. They become stronger criminals. They learn more things. Now you tell me how you got caught. Reed tells me how he got caught. And I tell you how you got caught. We figured out. My God, so Next time we do travelers checks, you follow me?
Institutional.
It's an institutionalized, so that's it. It makes you become a better fucking criminal. You go in there, you know. Once I got out of there, I saw a lot of people that didn't belong there. I knew people that should have been shot. They shouldn't even wear a house. They should just be shot because there's no such thing as rehabilitation. These people can't get out to do another fucking crime again. But then there's the guy that went to a car and he drank a beer, got in the car and killed somebody at a red light. You know, and he goes to jail for 6 years for voluntary manslaughter. It was just a fucking bad place to go. You follow me? There's two types of criminals here. You fucked up.
Right.
This other guy is a fucking animal, you know. So it's just, but it definitely cured me. I think the comedy definitely, the more I get involved with it, and it wasn't even the success, because the first success I ever had in comedy was becoming a regular at the Comedy Store. You're absolutely right. For me, that was the end all be all. That was the shit.
Well, you just are a very impulsive guy, and that the impulsiveness, a lot of it comes from troubled childhood, comes from an absence of love, you know, void, you know, whatever the cause of it is. You were an impulsive, sort of troubled guy, and so I think that the thrill that you got, those wild thrills that you got from stealing or from, you know, robbing a drug dealer, you just figured out a way to replace it. But the impulsiveness is what leads to all the weird things you want to do, the drug thing, like all the different things you want to do where you sabotage yourself. And a lot of it is just this, it's the inability to maintain normalcy, the inability to stay on a steady path. You're always constantly used to things failing on you, and so to alleviate the disappointment, you'll fail on yourself. Yeah. I did that too. Everybody does that. It's just something that I did a little less because of the fighting, because of the martial arts background, because you couldn't do that in fighting. The stakes were too big. It was too dangerous. You'd see too many people get kicked in the head. So when you would go in there, man, you had to go in there. The only way to really compete was you had to figure out how to just let it all go. You got to turn into an animal. You got to go wild. You know, you can't have any. Like, once it starts, you can't act with fear. You have to be completely zen, and you got to be able to get wild. And so you couldn't sabotage yourself. You couldn't not train. You couldn't get drunk before you would fight and be hungover when you showed up to weigh in. You couldn't do any of those things. Those were too scary. So that saved me in a lot of ways from being the type of impulsiveness that I had that led me to be a stand-up comic. A stand-up comedian would have manifested itself in drugs or crime or something. It would have, definitely would have, because I didn't fit in. I always felt like a loser. So I would have done something disastrous. And I never had any success in anything in life, so I always assumed that I was never going to have any success. So if I ever started having any success, I'd immediately sabotage it. Immediately, I know. But in martial arts, I couldn't do that. I also couldn't do it because my instructor, because I didn't grow up rigid. Everybody does it. Everybody just has moments where it's just for whatever reason you do the wrong thing or you say the wrong thing, think the wrong thing, and a lot of times you don't even realize why you're doing it until you get older. Oh yeah, for
If
sure.
you watch Old Mythology, when they gave him the shot at the Hollywood Bowl for the gay benefit, he went up there and fucking started going off. Like, where the fuck are you going? I needed him. They went to his house the next day and said, what the fuck happened with you? What the fuck is wrong with you? How can you do that? I mean, in comics, you know, our minds work fucking crazy. You know, our minds, it's
You have to figure out how to get out of your own way.
Yeah, it scares me sometimes. It scares me.
Yeah. Well, for you, extra. Because for the longest time, when I knew you, you had the drug. And that was one of the things that you were very close to my friend Johnny. Very similar. Because Johnny was another guy who was a brilliant guy. He was a street guy. He was a pool hustler. When I met him, he was homeless. He was sleeping in pool halls. We'd go to Chelsea Billiards, a 24-hour pool hall. He would sleep under the table. A lot of guys did. There was a few guys did that. They would hustle. They had one guy that got arrested there would run 3-card money. I mean, it was like they had the shell game they would run. I mean, everybody was figuring out a way to make money other than working a regular job. And they were all drunks. Everyone was a junkie. Almost everyone. The guys who weren't were the guys who were extremely bad. One of the guys who was on the straight and narrow. I won't say his name out of respect. He's a pretty famous player. He was Mr. Clean, and he always looked down upon everybody until he had a back injury. And a back injury, they put him on those fucking pills, and he was gone. He started smoking cigarettes. He started gaining weight. He became this pill popper. And my friend said the last time he saw him before he died young. The last time he saw him, he fell asleep. Look at a movie. Plopped his face in the mashed potatoes. The mashed potatoes were stuck to his eyebrows and his nose. He just fell asleep from the heroin, from the pills, from the oxycontins. Just plopped his. This was a guy that, when my friend Johnny was a junkie, when all these guys in the pool halls were junkie, this guy wouldn't even drink. He was a pro. He was well respected. He was in his 20s back then. He was, top 15, top 30 in the country. He was a high level guy. When you get to that level, like top 30 pool players in the country, on any given night, one guy can fucking hit a stride and beat anybody. And he was a good dude. That was a sad thing. I've seen a few guys like that were on the straight and narrow. There was nothing wrong with them. He would get down those kind of fucking pain pills. For him, it was a bad thing. It was probably related to pool because he didn't exercise. He didn't lift weights. The thing about pool is you put a lot of stress on your head is up and your body's bent. And you're playing sometimes for 9 hours a day. It's not uncommon to play every day when you're a high level pool player. So your back is going through a lot of stress and pressure. And almost none of those guys do yoga. Almost none of those guys lift weights. And some of them would develop back problems. This fucking dude got a back problem. And I think he absolutely got a car accident too. So he got more fucked up. He started with the pills.
It's amazing the mind of the hustler. Because the other day, about 2 weeks ago, you got up early. No matter what time I get up, Diaz is already on tour.
Yeah.
That's the root of that mentality. That's the hustle.
Every day I'm hustling. Every day I'm hustling.
I wake up under that table at 6 o'clock. And I don't know how I got here. I'm just true. I was going to the next house. 6 to me. I wouldn't know how I got here. I'd wake up and probably be some powder on the table. And a little bit left. Could be half a beer. And you go to the bathroom and then you come back and you think about what happened last night. You look at your phone and you look in your pockets. You got $3 in your fucking stomach. And that's when I also starts right there. So if you really got a guy that go see, they give you 2 eggs, and bacon, and a fucking piece of toast, and pull on the tab till 5 o'clock. So you got till 5 o'clock. You brush your teeth, go to the pool, or whatever the fuck. There's something there. And you never know. It could be pool. It could be some guy who wrap a box off UPS and wrenches on it. Something. It's fucking mind-boggling. But I'll tell you how mind-boggling it was when I moved to Colorado. When I first left that area in New Jersey, 83, I slept for 3 weeks straight. It wasn't the acclimation, man. It was just my mind. The stress level went from here to here. I just fucking fell apart. That was it. The mind of a hustler is just not powerful.
It's a lot of grinding.
A lot of grinding. There's fucking yoga. You got to do yoga. Yeah, okay. Some guys sitting at 6 in the morning going, you know what I need? I need a little downward dog before I take some mayonnaise.
This guy who was one of the guys that used to go to the pool hall was this disgusting pervert. He was disgusting. He played some pretty decent pool, but he was what they would call a scary ass. He would never make a bet unless he was absolutely sure he could win. So that everyone was always trying to con everyone else. Like, even the hustlers, they're trying to hustle each other and talk shit to each other. Bitch, I'll give you the 8, 9, and the break. Step the fuck up right now. I'll give you 2 to 1 on the money. It's like they'd make these crazy propositions with each other if they didn't get any action. This one guy was like the most scary. He wouldn't play anybody unless he had just everyone locked down. But he would play like regular people coming off the street and try to get he looked like he was out of shape. He looked like a degenerate. He looked like he was falling apart. But he was a super fucking creepy pay old ladies, like old homeless ladies, to jerk off in their face. He would give them like $5 or $10, and like the lady he was talking about, like she was saying, "I'm a grandmother. I can't believe you're doing this." He'd go, "Shut up," and he'd come in her face. And she's an old homeless lady, and I would be jerking off in an old homeless lady's face. He's like, "I love it. I love it." And she's crying. It's like she was crying while it's coming on her face. "I'm a grandmother."
They all cry in the bathroom. Washing that fucking glue off their face. They all cry.
She's like a fucking 65, 70-year-old lady. He's jerking off her face, and she's homeless. A 65-year-old homeless lady. He's coming in her face for $5.
You think about it. Somebody just comes in your face, and you're in the bathroom washing it up. What are you thinking about your life? He really loves me. I mean, what the fuck are you thinking about?
Well, some girls like it.
Yeah,
some girls like it when you come in their face, but they're generally young. It's fun and it's wild. They're not 65-year-old homeless grandmas. When you really are getting off, like jerking off on some poor starving old lady's face. Like those are the type of people that you'll find, or you used to find, in New York. They don't have them anymore. I think they have a couple 24-hour joints in New York, but everything closes now. Everything has a closing time. Whether it's 2 or 4, there's a bunch of pool halls, a bunch in Manhattan. When I was around, it was still nothing compared to the turn of the century. In the turn of the century, in 1900, there was 1,000 pool halls in New York City. 1,000 pool halls in New York City. That was the bachelor lifestyle. These guys, they didn't want to fucking. This was like during like the area of the Depression of the 1920s, especially. They didn't want to have to take care of a fucking family, wife. It was hard enough just rough scrabble trying to feed yourself. Like, what am I, have a fucking wife and a kid and have to go out there and figure out a way to feed them and have them fucking starving like I was starving when I was growing up? Like so many people were starving like that, they were scared. And this bachelor lifestyle and grew out of that. Also, it was fun. They were playing cards and shooting craps and getting arrested, and pool halls were automatically associated with derelicts and degenerates. In fact, the game pool, it's not even called pool. It's called pocket billiards. Pool is a term for throwing all your money in, pooling your money for games. Because everybody would throw in. Like, you very rarely bet your own money. Like, guys would like, "Oh, what's in on this? I can beat this motherfucker. Let's fucking make some money." And that's how these guys, they were, like a lot of it, they were feeding off of each other. They were 1,000 pool halls, so you're traveling all over the fucking city. And that was the bachelor lifestyle for these guys, that pool hall lifestyle. That's why I was always associated with the glorious results of a misspent youth. Like everybody who was a good pool player, like, to this day, that's like that weird, it's a weird thing. Like if a guy's good at badminton, guess what? Nobody gives a fuck. But if a chick walks into a pool hall and starts chalking up the cue and says, "Here's how much money on this," oh shit, can she fucking play pool? Fuck, this bitch makes me a pool. That's like she's stealing your manhood. A chick can beat you at Miss Pac-Man and nobody gives a fuck, okay? But if a chick breaks and runs out on you for $100, you're like, "Oh my god, I just lost a game of pool to a chick." Because it was a totally male bachelor lifestyle, sort of a pastime for like the longest time. That's what I loved about it now. When I first came to New York, and I started playing in Boston. That's when I first started playing, but not seriously until I hurt my ACL. I tore my ACL on my knee, and I didn't have insurance yet, so I had to wait a while and fake an injury and then get my insurance. And I had to wait until after it set in, allegedly. This is all fiction. Anyway, I started playing pool with my friend John, and who was a stand-up comic. John Tobin's a radio personality now in New York. And we started playing pool at this place called the Executive Billiards. And I met the owner there, and then I didn't know how to play at all. I was just learning. And then I met John. He was trying to hustle me. That's how I met him. I was like, "Who's this motherfucker trying to pretend he doesn't know how to play pool?" Like, we were laughing, like, while he was trying to talk me into a game. I go, "I'm not good." Like, he goes, "Don't worry about it. We can figure out a way to make a game." I go, "What does that mean, make a game? What does that mean?" And he goes, "We'll figure out a way to make it even." I go, "It's not even." I go, "You're good and I'm not good. So how's that ever going to be even?" And he starts laughing and we're laughing. But I got to see these guys that were all just hanging out there. He would get off work, they would rush over there. There was Deli Steve. They would call him Deli Steve because he worked at the deli. There was rated fireman. Rated fireman, he would do 24-hour shifts at the fire place. So he would do his 24-hour shifts. He'd cook over there, hang out with guys, and then he would come in. And when the shifts were over, he'd come in to the pool hall. You know, he'd hang out. You know, you could show up at executive buildings and knock on the door at 4 o'clock in the morning. If the lights are on, there's guys in the gambling, they just lock the door. After closing time, we'd stay up until dawn, and we'd go to Star Diner and have fucking breakfast. I mean, it was fun. It was all fun. So when I had this girlfriend, I had a serious girlfriend for a while. One time she said, you know, she gave me an ultimatum. She's like, it's either me or pool. I go, well, rack them up. So that's what I said. I said, rack them up. I go, that place is fun. Nobody complains, but yeah, you're pretty and you're fun to be around. You're nice. I like having sex with you. All those things are true, but you're not taking me away from the pool hall. The pool hall was fun. It was all men. Like you would go there and everyone was laughing. The place would be thick with cigarette smoke. I didn't give a shit. You go in there and everybody would be like, you know, hey, never went blah 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 and ah. It was just a bunch of animals. They didn't have to show up with a suit and tie on. They didn't have to be stuck in a fucking cubicle. They didn't have to follow the rules that human resource set up for the company. They got to be themselves. They got to be themselves in a world that doesn't let you be yourself. In a world that doesn't let you swear. A world that doesn't want you on pills. You could buy pills from everybody. There was this guy, Jeff, I had my knee operated on, so they gave me Percocets. I took one. I was like, fuck these things. They're terrible. I sold them to Jeff. Jeff was selling them in the pool. You could get anything in that place. It was the first time I ever saw a guy do heroin. First time I ever saw a guy do heroin. This guy used to call him Water Dog. His name was, he had a bunch of nicknames. Water Dog, Buffalo Bill. He had a couple different nicknames. I don't even remember his real name. He would go into the bathroom and shoot up. And they would come out and just sit on a stool like this. For 30 minutes. Just sit there, like, with his mouth open, his hands down, and then screw his cue together, step over the table, and not fucking miss. There was a trick table. There was table one, and it was what's called double shield, which means like a regular table is 5-inch pockets, a gold crown is 5 inches. This table was under 4 inches. It's a tiny little hole. And it was a trick table in that, like the guy who did the shooting job was a shitty fucking table mechanic. So if you hit the point at all coming in, it would literally bounce the ball out. It hit it perfectly to get it in there. And he's doing firing balls into this moved his nerves. And he would say that he just saw the table there. We would just see the table.
Picture the vision. Like when I said when you get really high the night before, when you go do something, picture the vision.
Yeah.
You don't even think about what you think about.
And he was playing for big money too. He was playing for like $10,000 once. He was playing this guy, and it was huge. Everybody came from all over. This guys drove up from Connecticut to see this match. And the guy was so fucking good. Because he went to the guy who did his job, and he came back down, sat down, and they couldn't miss. And couldn't miss, just running out on him. And screaming at each other. And the guy, the heroin guy, Buffalo Bill, the dude's screaming at him. He's got George the Greek screaming at him, and he's just looking at George like that. Nothing. Didn't register. Didn't register that he was in danger. Didn't register that he should scream back. He was like, we playing? We gonna keep playing? The kid, he was like, is this over? I guess this is over. He starts unscrewing his screw. Fuck you, you fucking got no heart. Get back on that fucking table. And he get back on the table and wouldn't miss again for 5 hours. I saw like world-class pool from a guy that had just, for 30 minutes, sat there like that. Really is fun. The place was glorious, man. I really need to write a book about the glory days of executive good, because it's like a disco now. Facebook page, you go to the Facebook page, see White Plains, New York. The Facebook page, it's like girls twerking and the music playing and lights are flashing. I'm like, what is this? This was like a great pool hall.
I still can't get over the balls it would take to go to like a 70-year-old grandma who's homeless
and jerk off
in
in
come in your face.
Oh, he was a dirty person. He was.
Oh my God.
This guy was such a dirtbag. He was such a dirtbag, and he was essentially homeless too. They would either be homeless or they would get these. They would rent beds in these flop houses. Like they would. It was like a place where, like, you know, they had little tiny rooms and they had a bed, and you'd all share like a group toilet. So you wouldn't really be homeless, but you just had a place to sleep and then get the fuck out of it. There's no kitchen.
Because all your money went to pool?
Well, most of it was junk. You know, most of them were junkies. it wasn't just. See, the money didn't really go to pool. You know, like that wasn't like if they would play. A lot of times, like they get some free table time from some of the rooms. If they knew guys, you know, they could play for the time, like for practice, and it was like cheap practice time. It wasn't that expensive to play pool. It was the money was all going on drugs. That was where like the big, like if Johnny scored, if he scored, he would vanish. He would vanish. You know, and sometimes you didn't know if you were going to see him again, because he would go to the sketchiest parts of Spanish Harlem, score blow, score crack, and then towards the end, it became heroin. And when it became heroin, that's when Kenny Bisbee was when I was doing his radio. It's like one of the last times I got a chance to see him, and he was detoxing. He came out, his idea was he was going to come out and visit me, and when he was out, he was going to stay with me for like a week. It would just clean out. During that time, he was just every day, he was on the other floor, just sheets on, lying in bed. By the time like 6-7 days, he was himself again. It was just the saddest fucking thing to see this guy just trying to kick it. It was just in his bloodstream.
Yeah, no, it's that and those fucking pills too. My friend just detoxed on the pills. Same thing.
It's the same exact thing. It's the same exact mechanism. It's the same exact drug. It's an opiate. They're the hardest to kick.
After the surgery, I think I took 6 of those things.
Did you worry about taking them? Yeah. But did you worry that you would like somehow or another decide that like start doing drugs? Not just you're in a different place in your life now. Yeah, you know what? You've also the thing that I've noticed about you over the last couple of years that's really changed in the last like 3 or 4 years. It's really from once you start doing podcasts, people got a chance to see what you do. And then once people saw the real you go on stage, like we start doing shows, and you would go on stage and people would go fucking crazy. They would start cheering. And it was a different thing. It was like they knew you now. So you could just be yourself. And the amount of love that you get so much love everywhere you went. I saw it like changing your perceptions of yourself. You know, I saw it. Because like we would do shows way back in the day. They didn't know who you were. Right? You know, we'd go on stage. And in those days, I didn't even bring you up. I didn't like to do the mic on the side. Like the DJ would do it or whatever. You got to fight for your life. These fucking people are not there to see you. They're there to see me. You gotta. So, and it's just, you know, it's tricky. That's a tricky thing sometimes.
This podcast has changed.
Of course.
The podcast that we do has changed because I gotta live up to what we fucking do. I can't talk about picking up a piece of paper and I'm not picking it up. I can't talk about you gotta go outside your comfort zone. I joined jiu-jitsu to show people that you can do whatever the fuck you want. They can't say no to you. And I go every day as hard as it is to meet with me every day in the world. Thank you for talking to me to going down to jiu-jitsu. The drugs. I couldn't even.
Yeah, because you're in a positive place. You're on a good path.
No, but it's the only thing about when I say it's over, it's over. Yeah, I did that last lineup all that night. That was it. That was a big hurdle. Every day that I got off it made me stronger. It made me fucking go, I don't want to do that more. I didn't want to be there. It's a shame. It was a big time period in my life, you know. But now I'm trying to, redeem it. I'm just trying to, when I do this podcast with you, Lee, and I talk this shit, I talk to hell walking. I just can't talk shit no more. I don't know my words. Yeah, I open myself up at the same time. I'm letting people know, I'm an ex-felon. I didn't go to I didn't have fancy parents. I didn't come out here with a credit card. You do what the fuck you want. You can keep thinking about it, or strap your balls on and go for it. That's it. You did it. We got to do it. I was talking to somebody that said they went back to Connecticut. We could see their parents, their family. And they couldn't believe how different they were. He's only been here for 4 years. He's a jiu-jitsu guy. He goes, I can't believe how different they are. Remember I told you that every time you go home, you go there less and less. Yeah. You go home now, I'm not going to Boston for no fucking 10 minutes. I can't go to Jersey with you 10 minutes. You go less and less. Because you see me. He was telling me how he can't believe it. Nobody in his family has opened up a county Never mind the state, the fucking county. You know, they all live 6 miles from the family. And the father, they go to the house and they can't talk. It's like, yeah, but they watch sports and nobody talks to themselves. They don't talk until the father asks a question and they all answer, and then they goes to silence. He goes, forget the table. They don't laugh at the dinner table. He goes, I didn't even know I was raised in that fucking house. But you need to step out of things to see them. And the more you're out of them, you keep seeing them and seeing them. Very funny. Last week somebody sent me, yeah, I go, silver table. It's like, what table is that? Nothing special. That's so good. You think the Iron South is
Boy, he was
special?
looking for a guy too, and he was over her
I
house.
was looking for cops and shoes under the beds.
Shoes under beds.
Picking up things behind the flag. You know, when I go to a hotel room from the old days, first thing I did was shake them. Look at cabinets. Before I did the coke in the hotel room at night, I would open up the wine cabinets and the soda machine. Make sure there's no cameras in the fucking, you know, that's your paranoia mind. That's the cocaine working. So when I saw that fucking tape, my stomach went into a knot. You know how many knots I would do a line of coke and walk around the room with the fucking razor blade and the mirror right here and the gun, the other thing. Come out, I'll fucking shoot you. Come out, you motherfucker. You know how scary that is? And people would say, what do you do? Not. You just look at the fucker. Joey will, shh. Joey was going, not. But I saw 5 of them. Go back when you walk to the table to do a line, you walk backwards. So the whole I was just doing coke. That's came on this all to come around. And I was on fucking federal probation. They would come to my house and piss me. I didn't open the door. But one day I didn't open the door. I told this motherfucker, I ain't going down there. You know, I didn't tell him. I just heard upstairs. He kept saying, I know you're in there. And I didn't. And that night I never forget. I went to a hotel with these guys. And I would tell these guys, buying cars, like people behind them. Gas stealing, right? That's what right now, right? I'm like, wait a second, I never smoked crack. So I'm like, crack, like Harlem crack, like that. Like, you know, black people jumping up and down with a pipe. And they're like, yeah, that type of crack. Like, oh, fucking give me a hit. A hit, and I was in the shower. It was horrible, but they were laughing. Like, come on. I'm like, no, there's somebody on top of that roof. He's a fucking sniper. You know, when I saw that Diablo Soda tape, it disturbed me so much. My heart goes out. I couldn't judge it because I read it.
And what's crazy is he got reinstated in the upstairs.
And they got launched.
And then they found this tape.
And, you know, again, they
The fucking ex-wife sent the tape in. She's like, there's something you might want to take a look at.
yeah, but, you know, I mean, this bitch seems like she was a crazy motherfucker. And obviously, that's the worst. When I'm telling you I know something, you're telling me you're crazy, and all of a sudden she hooks up with Popovich in fucking Saudi Arabia. So, you know what I'm saying, dog? He wasn't that fucking crazy. He was going to her house with a gun because he knew that bitch was a dirty bitch. Okay? That's what he was doing with a fucking gun. Nobody goes to fucking home to Mrs. Rogan with a gun and walks around the house. Or your girlfriend and walks around the house. You know?
I don't know if they were split up. I think they might have been already split up. I think he just cooked up and being crazy. I don't think he was with her.
Oh my God, he was with me.
Yeah, he was jacked. Did you know down in Vanderbilt? He got suspended for life. No, he's like barred from fighting for life.
He's not even allowed in Las Vegas.
Prohibited.
They banned him in
Las Vegas. He lives in Las
I don't
Vegas.
know what happened.
That's he's scoofing.
Like, gave him a $75,000 fine for brother, which he retired. Wasn't going to pay him unless they put a judgment on his ass.
Well, I think they own like a giant chunk. I mean, I don't know if he even got his purse.
Oh, purse.
I mean, that's true. He didn't even have a fight.
No,
like he didn't. But he had a fight scheduled. Like so, he didn't get any of it. No. So he wasn't even under contract yet. So the real question is, do they have the jurisdiction to actually test him since he wasn't under contract? He wasn't licensed. So he hadn't applied for a license yet. So although he had signed for a fight with Chael Sonnen, they signed, like they were set. He hadn't applied for his license. And until he applies for his license, they don't really technically have jurisdiction to test it. This is not applying for a license. You can't just show up at my house and say, hey, I want to test your pig. But man, I didn't even work for UPS. You know, like you can't, once he signs on, and so that's what his attorney's doing, which is very interesting. I just think the penalty's way over the top. Like it's one thing if you want to tell the guy he's suspended for a year. Like pretend as if you caught him for steroids. Say it like you caught. What would you do if you caught him? If you got caught, it was the first time being caught, it would be 9 months suspension. So instead of doing that, they decide to prohibit him from fighting for a fucking life, whole life. Like he can't be 80 and apply for a license for running away from one drug test. I think that's ridiculous.
But it's time to send a message. The fighters, the fighters.
Yeah, but you can't do it like that. You're just sending a message that you have ultimate power and you're unreasonable. That's not reasonable. It's one thing if they said, hey, we're going to suspend it for 2 years. Like Chael Sonnen, he got suspended for 2 years this last one. 2 years when you're 30, I think Chael's 36, 37, somewhere around there. That's big. That's big. Those are 2 years when you're at the end of your prime. You were in a weight class, like a 185, 205-pound weight class. When you get to be like 35, 36, it's pretty much the tail end of your career. Heavyweights have a little bit longer. Like they generally mature later and compete at a higher level later. Lighter weight guys, like flyweights, their careers end even earlier than that. 35 is the high end for like a flyweight. But to take away a guy's 2 years is big. But to say you can never fight again ever because you ran a test, you ran from a test, he fucked up. He definitely fucked up. But you can't set. That's so unprecedented. It's so crazy. If they said they were going to suspend him for 2 years, man, that's harsh as shit. But
it's been a bad month for sports.
Yeah.
And it's been a bad month for sports.
Yeah, but there's a big difference between a guy running from a drug test and a guy beating the fuck out of his kid with a stick or knocking his girlfriend out in an elevator. Like those are different things. That's like some evil shit. What a lot is going on, which is what nobody likes to talk about, but a lot is going on is that these guys have been juking the system for a long time. There's a bunch of them that have been juking the system when it comes to performance-enhancing drugs. Chael was the tip of the iceberg. When he got popped, it sent a real message to everybody. Like, they're testing everything now. And then a lot of other guys got popped. Bagutinov got popped for EPO. A lot of guys are getting popped left and right. Kevin Casey, King Kevin Casey, he got popped for steroids after his fight. They got rid of him. You know, there's a lot of guys that are getting popped left and right. And what we're finding out is that a lot of these folks would get clean like right before fight. But in between fights, if you just catch them, just show up at their house and go, come here, man, penis cut for them real quick. I need some of your blood. There's a good percent of them that are hot.
Can you believe what's his name right now? He must be fucking happy as fuck. He's probably taking a plane to China with a mask on, shooting shit. He don't give a fuck. He's like, this is the best day of my fucking life. I couldn't breathe.
Well, that's a terrible situation because he's like 36, 37 years old, and he was on testosterone for the last few years. So his natural testosterone is completely dropped down to a very, very low level. He's got to figure out how to fire that back up. It's actually very good for him that the fight is in February as opposed to closer to the time when they made him get off the testosterone, because it gives his body more time to fire up. And if he can go back to Brazil, perhaps he can engage in certain activities that could perhaps benefit him to re-engage his testosterone system. See, that's the other thing. They don't let these guys take drugs that bodybuilders take when they get off steroids that have been proven to restart your system. Like, I don't even think it would be, it's not like a performance-enhancing drug effect. It's a normalcy effect. There's like stuff called Clomid, and these things are what they call estrogen suppressors. So it suppresses the level of estrogen you have, which raises the level of testosterone, apparently. In some way, I don't understand the mechanism, but a lot of bodybuilders, when they get off of steroids, they will take this stuff. And this is one of the things that Chael was on. Like, because they made him get off the fucking testosterone. The guy was on testosterone for years. You make him get off of it, and all of a sudden they feel like shit. They're tired. They can barely get through a workout. They don't have any pep in their step. They got no pump. Their dick doesn't work. And the only way to get your system fired back up again is to wait. Either wait time, do a lot of like high intensity exercises, try to kick it back in. And for everybody, the amount of time it takes to kick it back in is different. So for Vitor to get it a few extra months, like what is it now? We're in September. They're doing it in what? February? Is that what they said? So think about that. He's got October, November, December, January, and then February. So he's got another 5 months. That's good for him.
No, but the fight was when? Next week?
December.
Yeah, so he only got 2 months.
Yeah, he got 2 months more, but he's got 5 months from now. From now, he's got enough time to like give his body like another.
He's on the fucking plane, trying to make this right now. Rubbing that fucking juice. It's like maybe an 8 ball in my pocket.
Well,
on stage.
They want to clean that sport up, man. They want to clean that sport up, and that's the way to do it. The way to clean it up is to randomize the drug testing and to do like the most stringent level of testing that's imaginable. And that's what they're doing right now. Each test costs $40,000. Every time they test the guys, it costs $40,000. Super expensive, and it's coming out of the UFC's pocket. And they're doing it because look, they can't keep running into these situations where guys get popped hot at these athletic commission tests because it makes the sport look terrible and it devalues the brand. If you have a sport and all of your top champions are all on steroids, and everybody knows they're on steroids, in a lot of people's eyes, it devalues the sport. And it can if guys keep getting caught and they keep testing positive and it remains a trend for a long period of time, you don't set a new standard and let everybody know, like, look, this is what it is. You guys can't be on drugs. If you're on drugs, they're going to ban you. They're going to kick you off the fucking sport. They're going to make sure that you lose a significant percentage of your purse. Then they're going to ban you for a year where you can't make a living doing your sport for like a fucking year. So stop it. If they didn't do that, it becomes a mockery. And it becomes a mockery, it actually devalues the sport in a lot of people's eyes. And it could be detrimental to like the bottom line of the business. And that's the difference between like guys like Lorenzo Fertitta. He runs casinos. They know how to make money. They know where money is not being made correct. And they know it's like playing a game of poker. Like, you know what your hand is. And you know most likely what his hand is. You have an idea. And you know that this is not going to work out well unless we do something here. Like, I'm going to fold. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to wait until I have a good hand and then I'm going to bet. Like, you're playing in advance. You're looking at the future. And if they're looking at the future, they go, okay, let's look what's going on here. These guys keep getting caught, and when they get caught, a lot of these guys are saying everyone's on. A lot of these guys are saying, Vitor said that. He's like 90% of these guys use when they're in camp. That's what Vitor said. He would know better than any of us. So when Vitor's saying something like that, he's not known as a liar. If he's saying something like that, you got to think the method side to it. And if you want to nip that shit in the bud, there's only one fucking way. You got to randomly test these dudes. You got to show up, knock, knock, hi, guess who we are? We're the guy who wants your blood. And we're going to have a chain of custody of this blood and take it on a fucking plane to Baltimore where there's some super secret national security agency lab that doesn't fuck anything up. And we're going to test everything that you have in your blood. We're going to find out if you have artificial testosterone. We're going to find out if you take a human growth hormone, if you're on EPO, if you're on birth control pills, whatever the fuck you're on. We're going to find out what you're on. We're going to know exactly what you're all about. So that's a giant wake-up call to all these fighters. And we might have to reevaluate, like, what guys are capable of. You know, it's one of the things that Dolce said. I had him on the podcast the other day. We were talking about this. That I think that we have an elevated expectation of what guys can do. And a lot of it's based on, like, the juiced-up days. You know, like the juiced-up days of Pride. Like, they were juiced to the tits. And Vanderlei Silva in his prime was, you know, he was just a muscle. Giant veiny muscle of destruction, just smashing guys, knees and fucking kicks and soccer kicks and stomps. He headbutted Guy Metzger, fucking headbutted him before he knocked him out. He hit him with a combination, headbutted him, and then right-handed him and knocked him out. I mean, he had fought and knocked him out. He had fought all these Vale Tudo fights. In a lot of those fights, Vale Tudo was anything goes. He fought those bare-knuckle fights in Brazil where the headbutts were legal. So there's many videos of him headbutting guys, standing up, fucking cracking them with the headbutts. So when he fought Guy Metzger, like the headbutt just came in handy. Like, oh, I know how to do this. Bang, crack. Just crazy fights, and who knows what kind of chemicals those guys are.
Look at the chemicals, Lisa. Look at
What kind of chemicals you know?
Whatever brownie you gave.
Jesus Christ, you can barely see.
I know.
Look at his
this
eyes.
is going deep.
Oh my
You
God.
like this is what made Tom Segura take a Uber home.
This
And
is
he like double what he is.
This is like a character. Your eyes are like a caricature.
I know.
You're squeezing them shut. This is like you're playing a character. This is the high guy who can't see.
No, those brownies are.
he ain't fucking around. He got fucked up. I take him out later.
He's trying to fuck around either.
Now, you know, those guys, I told the story,
You got me, beer guy?
I connected with these guys in the Ego podcast.
Wow.
No, how? Their cousin. This is a story I told the guy that was bringing the bales of coke off the plane. So I told the story. They came to Flappers. In fact, I'm going to see Tweety. That's Thursday. The guy who took bales off the fucking plane to get 50 years.
Who was coming up with the fucking contest of Flappers? Did you see this latest contest about doing dead comedians' acts on Halloween? They're doing a show, a special show, where they do a tribute, where different comedians will do dead comedians' acts on Halloween.
Who those fucking Christians?
Are
They're
they out of their
Christians.
mind?
They're Christians. That's what really pisses nobody. They're thieves. That's what really pisses me.
They're thieves?
And they will give you 50% of the door, and then give away tickets and all that. But
They're probably starving. They're probably barely staying open.
no, for 4 years they've done.
Tough times,
They've
man.
got fucking 20 comedy shows going a night. Go look at their webpage. Okay.
How much they paper in the room, though? You just get all the liquor?
I don't know. I don't know what their paper, but I know that they're doing something right away because they kept open for 4 fucking years.
I keep wanting to go there, but Bob at the fucking Ice House is such a sweetheart.
Yeah,
I love that guy so much. I just do that show.
You know, I used to go there and do sets, and it's this is why I had to go back to the store because it was I could walk on down the stage like I just read a magazine and talk about it. Those people were starved for comedy, so they had 3 jokes. They killed them like stars.
Yeah.
You know, you gotta be pushed when you do comedy. It's the same, you know, your training partners gotta push it.
Yeah.
You know, fucking talk about these sponsors here. Don't forget, I'm doing Gotham this weekend, Friday and Saturday at midnight. If you want to win free tickets, go to joeydiaz.net to henny6.com. Joy, what they tell you to say, 1,200 hits, more vapor. But
Yeah, it's better tasting long life. They have cigars and cigarettes. They have flavors for the cigarettes, different levels of nicotine. It's awesome. So
What's the name of the company again?
henny6.com.
This is a very good product.
Tremendous.
This cigar is very good.
I'm telling you.
It tastes good. It tastes like a real cigar.
When they mail me this, I've always used these at the house. I drink coffee. I get back and doing comedy. I like a cigar. I just didn't like the drama of going through it. So if you don't like the fucking drama going through it either, go to hitty6.com and press
Joey's Church.
boom and get 20% off your order. They deliver fucking anywhere. Knock yourself out. Come to the show on Friday or Saturday. They'll be there giving out samples, shaking hands, blowing smoke.
They're gonna be there giving out samples.
Yeah, it's nice fucking people. MeUndies.com. How long have you had those undies on for? Fucking 3 days, you nasty motherfucker. Most people have their underwear for 7 years. You filthy fucking animals.
Isn't that a crazy?
You probably go to Starbucks with that onion on your head and all coffee with that horse breath in the morning. Especially you fucking women. You know what your asshole smells like? After it ferments all night. Go to MeUndies.com right now. They ain't fucking around here, okay? For example, I got mine on right now. They feel fucking tremendous. Me and Joe were talking about how comfortable they are, how they don't let your balls sweat. I had them on for 24 hours without a shower. I went to take a whiff of my nutsack the next morning. There was no perspiration. Whatever they have in that material takes it out of your fucking nutsack and your asshole. You can swing dick in the morning with confidence. Let me tell you something. If you can't swing dick in the morning with confidence, when the fuck are you going to swing dick?
With confidence.
That's right. Go to MeUndies right now. You look great. Check out the pics of the different styles I got for men and women. Go to MeUndies.com right now. Press 1 and Joey. Oh shit! And get 20% off. And guess what? They deliver to the United States, fucking Canada, Mars, whatever the fuck you need. Go to MeUndies right now. But better yet, go mention us and get 20% off.
And they get free shipping in the U.S. and Canada right now.
Yes, in the U.S. and Canada. For the fucking set. Where you been?
Like you said, they ship there. It's free now.
Whatever.
The Jew brings the free.
Let me tell you something. The salt and pepper. Lima beans from fucking Nature Box. Has anybody had those?
No, I had the other crunchy
The
stuff.
sriracha fucking cashews?
Did you have the jalapeno cashews?
No.
I knew.
Oh my god, how good.
Good. Very good.
Delicious. Don't fuck around.
A mild jalapeno. It's like a taste. You get the taste of the jalapeno. It's not like stupid spicy where it hurts you to eat them. It's good.
They also sent me the compound pretzels. They sent me the raspberry, whatever bars, delicious. The baby loves it.
Did you get the dark cocoa num noms?
Oh my god, I got the They went in one city.
Peanut butter num noms too.
I didn't get the peanut butter num-noms. Did you eat
What's up, Ashley?
Listen, I steal. This is a professional, the professional fucking stone is telling you that these snacks are nutritious, delicious. You don't got a system, they got zero trans fat, no artificial ingredients, and they also have gluten-free products. Go to fucking naturebox.com. When they press the box, and you're gonna get a free. I said it before, nothing is free but Jesus. The Nature Box fucking beat you too. You're gonna get a free box shipped to your house. So good for you. Here you go. Go to naturebox.com/Joe. Stay full, stay strong, do what you want to do, start snacking smarter. Go to naturebox.com/Joey and get your free sample box. Sample box. Those fucking peanut butter brittle. Fuck it.
It's strong.
I did. You get 4 bags. You get a lot of free stuff.
Yeah, no,
They're not charging for shipping.
Guys, go to naturebox.com. Press /Joey. Yeah, /Joey. Get your free box sent right to the fucking house. Don't fuck around. And last but not least, my people, hunter.com. I'm on that fucking strong bone right now. My knees looking better. Check it out.
Yeah, I recognize those little scars. No, they pull the stitches out, or they have stitches that dissolve. Most of the time, they remove stitches. Did they remove your stitches? Yeah,
Days later,
that's it.
but they fucking, I get on my hands and knees to do a child's pose. It's still not fucking.
Oh yeah, it's scar tissue. It's actually good to feel that pain.
Okay,
if you have an injury like that, you gotta break down that scar tissue.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing, right? That's why I had to go to jiu-jitsu today. So we're not fucking around. Also without it, they got the new formula for the T+, 36% more strength. We still got Alpha Brain, gives you more focus and more clarity. You still got fucking the caveman coffee. They don't fuck around. They got the new Legend belt, 28 keys, right?
Yeah, 62 pounds of werewolf.
A fucking werewolf that weighs 62 pounds. You understand me? I met a chick that's pussy was a werewolf. A lot of hair. It breathed hot air on me and shit. And last but not least, go to hunter.com and press church, CHURCH. Get 10% off your first order. But also look on the Stay On It program. It works like Dollar Shave Club and all the other companies we work with. They mail it right to your house. You don't have to start every month. Go to hunter.com. Just fucking go to Stay On It. Get the 10% off, the additional 10% once you mention Joey. Also to my brother's church. Also to my brother's, those Goomies Hermanos over at naileditlife.com. They're great guys.
What's the website?
Naileditlife.com.
Naileditlive.com?
Naileditlife.com.
Nailed It Life?
Yes.
Like NAILED. IT Life.com.
Okay. And easy.
Naileditlife.com.
They got the best vape pen in the market.
They did it for like taking dabs.
Yeah, for taking dabs. They're dabbers. They're professional.
Those guys, they go so deep.
They go deep.
They do it driving from the allegedly from Northern California down.
What were that allegedly? They fucking showed up at the house with a briefcase. Remember at the other office, they should have done a fucking briefcase.
He got a sack like Santa Claus, and he reaches in and is just handing gummy bears out to the children.
The whole fucking staff was fucked up at the Comedy Central tape. Everybody was eating.
Well, those gummy bears are even worse than the Green Hornets, which are pretty bad.
Yeah, the gummy bears are death. They're hot death.
I got one for the children. We eat the whole fucking thing.
Oh, no, you're not.
At 6 a.m. in the morning.
You eat a whole one of those?
The whole big gummy bear, 250. That's insane. I get a high for 2 hours.
250 milligrams of THC for people who don't know. A regular, really strong one has 70. Really strong. Really strong. Like, I wouldn't recommend that. I would say take a half or even a quarter of a 70.
Let me tell you something. But here's the most fucked up thing, guys. We eat the Chiba Chews. Yeah? We eat all Chiba Chews. We eat everything.
What's a Chiba Chew got in there?
Chiba Chew, the big ones got 180, little ones got 70, and the gummy, the Green Hornet got 70.
So think of that.
70 goes back like Tic Tacs.
But you go from that to 240.
That's amazing.
What is that?
Bucks everything. This is called Showtime Rabbi. They make cookies and brownies. These are 3 brownies divided by 3. It's 200 milligrams in the bag. It's 66 milligrams of THC each one. I just gave Lee 50. This is stronger than anything you'll eat in the business. And this is the one that kills. I mean, people's eyes get red. Their faces get swollen. They gotta pull over. This is the one. There ain't nothing. I can lie to you here. The cheaper chews are great, but they're 180 milligrams. I don't know how these people do it. I'd like to test this shit. This takes you deep. And when he goes home in 2 hours, how deep will you be like, oh my God, deep. This is deep. And I asked the people what's going on. They said they make it with the original butter. But they went back to old school. Everybody's doing something else. They're doing the butter. I love the 250 milligram stuff. It's delicious. The cherry ones, I'll fucking get fucked up. Put that iTunes, that iPod on the plane, and take my little computer out, and I'll get fucking wasted. Wasted on that flight. But there's nothing like these little 60 milligrams. I don't know why.
I didn't like it. I had that one time on the plane to Austin. I didn't really
like it, Daddy.
No, it was terrible. I don't get really nervous when I'm high, but I was paranoid on that flight.
You got no choice.
Yeah, you're on a plane.
You gotta get. What are you gonna do? You get sober? No, you gotta
3 hours.
That was terrifying.
Jumping up and down.
There's no reason to be sober on a flight ever. It's a waste of a flight. Unless you have a really important book you have to read.
But we took it before we got on the plane, and then there was a bus to the plane. It's always fine by the time we
when
got
you go to Austin, you got that bus to the. When you go to Utah or fucking Austin, you got that fucking bus. So once you land cross country on a fucking plane, then they drop you off. You gotta jump on a bus and walk back to fucking America.
I tell you what, that was a city and a club that I was really impressed with. Was that Wise Guys in Utah? Wise Guys in Salt Lake City. Those people were cool as shit. And it was, you had told me that, and a bunch of other guys had told me that, but I had my apprehensions. I was like, come on, it's Salt Lake City. They're all uptight. Like, that's the Mormon place. They are so fucking sick of the Mormons.
For me, it wasn't even about killing. You know what it was for me? You know when I fell in love with them? People would pull me aside and they go, thank you. And I'm looking at them for what they would just think, thank you. Nobody comes here.
Yeah, that's the other
Thank
thing.
you, bro. If somebody looks me in the eye and does that to me, that means the world to me. Like, thank you, bro. Thank you for fucking coming here. Some people are like, come here, and whatever, bro. You know, I love, if there's a microphone and a fucking brick wall, you know, Joe Rogan, I'm sick and tired of people talking about comedy club like now, but our time is so beautiful. You know what, bro? I lost that shit about 10 years ago. When I walk into a club, they all look the same. And they all sound the same to me. And the sound system doesn't impress me. And the painting on the mural and the copper bell, nothing impresses me. The laughter impresses me. The more shit a comedy club has now. Something wrong with the microphone. I know.
People couldn't hear me.
No, I don't like that excuse.
We were in Vegas, and this guy was bombing. We're like, oh my god, poor fuck, this is terrible. And he comes off stage, the first thing he's saying is like, they couldn't hear me. This microphone is shit. We were in the back of the room, we're like, we fucking heard you loud and clear, dude.
First thing people say when they bomb is the sound, or they were old, or they were right. And I stopped that shit about 15 years ago. That's when I started growing as a comic. Listen, forget the sound, forget the lights. I've been at the comedy store when I got up there. It's black. The microphone's broken, and you're up there yelling to the top of your lungs. And they're laughing.
But you hear what happened to Efron once? He was in the middle of the show, and the fucking power went out. And so they had candles all over the tables. You know, it's one of those. It was an improv. You know, they do that improv. He took a fucking candle, held it up to his face, and talked really loud. It just kept going. Just did the fucking show, holding onto a candle, yelling really loud, like projecting, like he's a Shakespearean actor. And I go, how was it? He goes, kill!
It's the best feeling in the world. Your voice is the strongest weapon that you have. You don't know it.
Well, it's also the audience gets a chance to see something unique. Right? They know that you're forced into this situation.
And they love it that you adapted. Oh, fuck it. They love that you adapted. They love it. Where are you going next, my brother?
This weekend I'm in Toronto. I'm doing the Sony Center.
So you fly up Friday and do the show and fly to Vegas on Saturday.
Yeah, and Saturday morning I'm commentating on Vegas.
And then the week after that.
Well, I'm on my reconstruction phase now because I just filmed my special. So right now it's all about writing and doing a lot of local spots. Like tomorrow night I'm doing Comedy Juice. And I'm trying to do, I'll probably wind up doing the Ha Ha next week maybe. I'm doing like those kind of gigs.
So the Long Beach with me on the 8th of October, Wednesday night?
It's not I'm home. No, I'm not home that night. Yeah, no, I can't do that day. I'll do another one. Yeah, I definitely want to do Long Beach.
November. That's really becoming a fun place for me.
I want to do Santa Barbara too. I know there's a little comedy club up in Santa Barbara. I did American Comedy Company down in San Diego. I'm having a good time.
I'm down in January. Yeah, really good.
I'm having a good time doing clubs. Like I'm doing the Sony Center is going to be like 3,200 people. It's a big fucking place in Canada. And it's fun too. Canadians are so polite and they're so nice that even a big place, you get away with it. But there's something about those little places, man. There's something about the Ice House, like 190 when it's stuffed with people. There's something about that, man. That's the best shows. Like Wise Guys. What is Wise Guys? Like 200 or something? Yeah.
I love those two.
Those are the best, yeah. Comedy Works in Denver, like 250.
These fucking people are opening up these clubs now with 600 seats. But I'm like,
you know why? Because they can fill them now and they can get the door. I mean, they can get the bar rather. You know, they'll give people free tickets. Tell them, you know, you have to buy 2 drinks. As long as they can keep having places for the comic to perform. One of the problems with all these big places is they don't do no fucking open mics. They've got to pack that place to keep it open like it's a big ass place. In order to make some money, they have to have a lot of fucking people there. And you can't get a lot of fucking people. Like Comedy Works wouldn't think about not having an open mic. These people don't think about having them. And it's good for us because a guy like you or I can show up in Irvine and do the big club that they have now. They have the stand-up live in Phoenix, which is like 506.
I go to Tempe.
That's a great club.
I still go to Tempe. I'm old school. They offer me stand-up live.
It's fantastic. Tempe's fantastic.
I'm a Tempe guy.
It's a great part of the town, too. Tempe's
you know how I am, though. Yeah. Once I got something that fits, that copper bell in front of that fucking stand-up live, I don't want to look at that fucking thing.
Yeah, no,
I don't want to hear that band sing at the back. I don't want to hear somebody singing fucking Black Dog, right? That's don't do that around me. Don't do that around me, though.
That bar is fun though.
It's fun. No, I'm only goofing on it, but I just don't. It's not for me. I don't want that. I like comedy that's dingy. I like comedy that's rawest. You know, the other day I came up with that video again. I watched it for 2 minutes. The Richard Pryor with the menu behind. You know, in 1970s.
That's that Catch, right?
Catch, or one of the old improvs.
Yeah, one of those. Was the Improv?
Something.
Might have been the Improv, right? Because Catch didn't have a menu on the stage. Catch had a mirror.
And we've had Rocco Rabisi on the podcast. He said that Richard did not want to shoot that back. He was a down there. And they had to do the material the way down to be a really good special, you know. We had Red Man here last week. And we're talking about something.
Yo, what is good?
What's
good? What's good?
Look at fucking
Hello? हाँ भाई कोई नहीं बोल रहा है
And for you,
VCT में आते चलो VCT का
you would sit down at the shows and bring me take like, what do you fucking guys do? And we're doing a podcast. Let's go eat something. I used to get pissed. And this is where it's all gone. Believe this. Didn't hit me about the Rogan podcast. We've been doing one of these things. I went inside and I saw Ari on stage. I go, this all goes back. This is all centralized back to that podcast, that little, you know, if you look at episode 8 of the JRE now, it's a fucking couch. The 3 people sitting on the fucking couch, Eddie Bravo, me, you know. And look what it's become. We're here, we got Charles Bronson on the wall. You know, what the fuck? How did this happen?
Well, we figured out a way way to do our own show. You know, I mean, we were trying to do it before. Remember?
There's no sci-fi show.
They're still trying to do it.
What do you say?
I don't know.
Last time we spoke, we had 14 episodes in 3 days. Joe called me. He's like, "What do you think, though? We'll do 14 episodes in 3 days. We'll shoot them all at the same house."
It's a different idea.
Right.
The way they want to do it now is going to be podcast style.
Right.
It's going to be like a subject, like whatever the subject is, whether it's ghosts or whatever. Talk to an expert, have them in, show some videos, play some videos, pause the videos, goof on it. I don't know if we want to do it. Because part of me doesn't want to do it. I really enjoy just doing things on the internet. I really enjoy working for the UFC, and I really enjoy doing stand-up. I don't want to do anything that I don't really enjoy and throw it in there just because. We'll see. I don't know.
It's amazing when people rather do short.
It's so dead.
Yeah.
The bitches are asleep.
I'm not going to win. I know what I already see the deal.
Why are y'all
I already see the
asleep?
whole deal. I'm going to do this. I'm going to do this.
This is
Yeah, they're not waking up.
This. I don't even like that.
Yeah, I mean, it's also, you've already made so much progress. You know, like doing it your way. Like, you figured out a way, we all did. We're doing these things on the internet. You figured out a way to be yourself. You figured out a way to just tap into whatever the fuck you are. And then also examine the way other people react to you. And it sort of makes you pump up your own game. Like, makes you better at podcasting. Like the criticisms that you get, or the suggestions that you get, or the guest suggestions. Like, it's an interactive sort of a relationship you have with the people that like the show. Sometimes good and sometimes bad. I mean, you're going to run into people that are just super negatives. You're definitely going to run into people that are just mean and bitchy and complain about everything. You're also going to run into people that have some good pieces of advice. Some people that goof on you because you say shit over and over again. You might not even realize you use a certain word over and over again. And they clown you on it. And now you have to think about it. But that's good.
That's good. No, this has made me better. All because now I'm live. What a great watch. Yeah. This podcast makes me responsible for my work. Not my yellow, which obscenities, racist comments, fucking national.
It makes you a better comic.
But it's made me a better comic, but it's also made me a better person because I've said I have walk the walk. Can't come up here and say, well, I don't do this. Now I have walk the walk.
Right, you can't just go on a coke binge and not come in here and record the podcast. Yeah.
No, I couldn't do anything. No, I couldn't do anything.
You know, that's completely contrary to a lot of people's ideas about what a person who's clean can and can't do. So, like, you taking those pills when you had your knee operation and not worrying about it at all, that's like completely outside the realm of like any of those 12-step programs. They would say, don't ever fucking do that. You know, you don't have responsibility. I mean, you don't have the ability to say no to that stuff. That stuff is more powerful than you. Don't bring it into your life. And you're like,
that's how it's right. Your man overcomes all that shit.
just deciding not to deal with kidney,
No,
the saboteur.
and I saw how my stepdad was. He was a killer. Killed people, shot people, did things. He had this thing he would talk to, but never do it. Because that's how I work in the system. You know what I'm saying? Like, he was just very, and I got it. I got out of the area. He found me this. No, I just don't need it. That's it. It's done. Like, that was it.
Right.
And everything. I don't want to ever shoot a joint come out of it. They were fun to do, but I did what I did, and I moved on. I did cocaine. It was fun while I did it, but now I'm damn made a decision. People don't want to make a decision. People want to.
I'm with you on everything with Joey Karate.
You know.
Joey Karate
No,
video is fucking tremendous.
What I'm saying is you just move on. It would look weird if I still put a gi on.
You should do Joey Jiu-Jitsu.
And said Joey Jiu-Jitsu. I thought about it.
Joey Jiu-Jitsu is a good idea.
Jiu-Jitsu is so bad.
It doesn't matter.
Joey Karate, at least I had a sidekick.
No,
you know what I'm saying? At least I got a sidekick.
No.
You can Joey Jiu-Jitsu all the way. I'm gonna be
No. You fucking grab a guy and you pull him into your guard. You start working a clock choke, but you lose it. The guy gets on top of you. You fucking can't breathe. You tap out. Listen, do what I say, not what I do.
Trust me, cocksucker. I'm trying to give you good technique. Over here. My grip is bad. I've been jerking off my right hand. I'm out of sorts.
You can come up with a bunch of ways to make jiu-jitsu hilarious.
I love it. And it's funny because I get going and I'm grabbing pants and I'm bashing and all I have is a tackle pass. That's all I got. Thank God for Dave Camarillo. He's like, I love you. So thank you. Don't say fuck. There's a family of God. Do me a favor. That's where it's tackle pass. You're gonna love this. Pull, put your shoulder on the Godzilla can't get you off.
It's a good pass.
It's a great pass.
You get past those legs.
And then the guy from John Jock, they have a chubby guy, black one. He came to VMAC on a Sunday for the Open. He pulled me. He's like, come on, you teach us. This is always looking to the side. Just do this leg, spin it. You got the guy here. Then I got to get up, punch you on top, punch you out movement. John Jock will tell you to breathe in your diaphragm. Jiu-Jitsu everybody's going to help you.
Yeah.
You know, and that's what I told John Evans here something. You know, every what page you go for jiu-jitsu, you have to lose weight, you got to get self-confidence, your agility's going to be better. But nobody says, and you know, it's the family you live with. Nobody says the camaraderie. Because I did martial arts for 30 years. And it's a big difference when a man sweats on you. The man, I'd be hugging you and I'm sweaty. Yeah, it's very different. You go, Joe. Welcome to Podcastville. The Church of What's Happened Now is brought to you by Nature Box. Listen, the goods. The holidays mean one thing. Go, go, go. You got presents to wrap, travel to plan, relatives to brace for. With all that, it can be hard to find time to eat healthy. Better for you. If you're trying to eat better, the holidays are a minefield. You know that. Chocolate canes. Everybody, I just have one piece. It's no fun feeling left out of deliciousness. Let Nature Box help you with snacks that you love and that are seriously delicious and better for you. And right now, what I'm going to do for you, Uncle Joey, right off the bat. See, some people show up, I'm giving you something off the bat. I'm offering you 50% off of your first order when you go to naturebox.com/Joey. Make sure you get the, no, they sent me a box last week, delicious. I didn't give you a dick, I'm sorry.
I know, I never get a Nature Box.
I got, you know what, I had the beef jerky. Oh my God, the jalapeno, sweet jalapeno.
That's good.
Jesus Christ. Anyway, that's naturebox.com/Joey. And I'm going to give you 50% off your first order. Again, naturebox.com/Joey. Now, what goes up must come down, and what goes in must go out. The reason why I'm talking to you right now is I've been telling you this for about a year, but now I'm going to drop it on you. But days are back. When you're writing your little Santa list this year, tell that cocksucker one thing, that he still owes you money, and two, that all you want for Christmas is your asshole to fucking be spotless clean. When you got Access pine cones coming out of your fucking muffler and fudgy shit smeared all over, on holy night, you need a Tushy bidet, all right? What's a bidet? A bidet is portable. You snap it on your toilet, and after you take the shit at that, you push the button, and water hits your asshole. And let me tell you something, you kill 3 birds with 1 stone.
I have one of those, man.
How fucking good is it?
Oh, man, it's like a fire hose.
It's tremendous.
Totally.
It cleans your ass better than toilet paper on the fucking market. All right, and it cleans deep.
What the fuck is there?
You spread those cheeks like you're on coke and you're about to put it on fucking asshole. And you let that cold water hit that fucking libido, whatever the fuck you got there. And then you give it one last wipe and it's all over. You understand me? Your asshole's tip-top Magoo. All you need is somebody to take the small 20 to lick that fucking mint-flavored muffler, you know what I'm saying? Because it's the holidays. So do me a favor. What I'm going to do for you right now is this. $69. Santa could afford that. Stop wiping that nasty fucking ass and get a clean ass with Tushy. Go to hellotushy.com right now and use code CHURCH for 10% off your order. Again, hellotushy.com right now. Let's get this motherfucking party started. It's fucking tremendous. Happy Monday, cocksuckers.
It's one of my favorite parts, but there's a lot of reasons I love seeing you. But one of them, every time I see you or come to your podcast, you always will put me on to like a movie I haven't seen before or know about, or some music that's like,
I'm making a drive for no reason.
I fucking love it, man.
Like that. Go in the house looking fucking beautiful.
Thanks, brother.
Handsome, dapper. You got my favorite Christ killer, Lee Syed next to him. You're looking dapper from the side, just don't look like Louis C.K. I hope you don't think your dick out is not playing the drums in, you know what I'm saying?
Thanks, buddy.
How's the family?
Family's great, man.
So your little boy's going to. He's just,
can't wait. It's the best. It's the cutest little fucking
what's the changes that you've noticed inside of you? Like what? Now when you get on a plane, you don't, and a kid cries, you don't want to bad though.
Yeah, it completely changes your view.
Planes,
Yeah, you have empathy.
Help people.
You see a lady with like 2 bags and a baby, and she's you run to get the door. I mean, not that you wouldn't before, but like you're keeping an eye out for it because you recognize it, man. And you have definitely empathy for the crying babies, for sure. Like you definitely have changed with that part because you can't help it, man.
You know, it's crazy how people are getting called out for things they did 15, 20 years ago.
Yeah.
And for some people, I get it. And for some others, I don't get it. And the reason why I was married and I had a child. I had a child till the age of 3. You know, I was in her life till the age of 5. You know, I was there as much time as I could do. But I wasn't the same animal. I was not the same animal. Not even close. I was a failure of a man at that point in my life compared to who and how I think now.
Yeah.
And I see a guy like you, you know, your late 30s, you spit out your first child, your wife is supreme, but it's like, I've seen the changes in you, you know, in little things, you're a lot more focused. What do you feel inside as a dad? Like that's,
oh, man, it's hard to put into words, man.
It really is.
Yeah. It's because it's like it sounds cliche, but all those cliche things ultimately are usually true, and that's why I mean there's truth as people repeat them, you know. But it's like, I mean, you know, that your kids, like it's all you think about when you get up in the morning. It's like your sole focus, and you think about it when you go to bed. It becomes like just the driving force in your life, I think. So like you know, it changes everything, man.
And it's crazy because there's a lot of listeners right now that are young.
Yeah.
Sure, we don't give a fuck about you and your fucking kids. That's great. You're not going to give a fuck today. But one day you're going to be in a hospital room holding your child. And you're going to think of time of me telling you this. That it makes you, it puts, does it take the blinders on or does it take them off? What's the...
Oh, man. You get hyper fucking... almost paranoid about shit, man. Like you start things that you ignored. You're like, you just think about it all. I mean, from like fucking safety, you know, like is everything secure here to like what are we gonna do when we get on that plane? You start thinking about what if somebody, I don't know. You always want to protect the kid no matter what, you know, from other kids, other adults. The world, the parking lot. It's a big we go to the park. Yeah.
And how's he reacting at the park?
Oh, it's awesome. He loves the park, man. He loves, you know, he's super active. He's big, running around. Like he loves playing, man. So I mean, we take him to classes, and he loves all that shit, dude.
What's his sleeping habits?
He's down to 1 nap a day. Basically, goes down for a nap every day around, let's say 1:30. Sleeps for on a great day 2 hours, but usually less than that. And then at night he goes to bed at 7 and he gets up at 7.
Wow.
Yeah.
12 hours, Jesus Christ.
What about verse?
Last night I got up, I don't know what happened. I did a lot of, you know, when we sit dead quiet, I do a lot of exercises.
Yeah.
So I went to a couple of jiu-jitsu with my buddies, got beat up.
You go to that, huh? You like that?
Really, really do. Yeah. And this guy I've been, because I can't go to the 12 o'clock classes because I'm busy not writing, so I got to go to my buddies at 3. And it's tremendous. It really is. The last thing I think I overdid a little bit for my age. And last night asleep at 7. My niece came into town with her boyfriend. It was just Thanksgiving. We drove to Irvine.
It's exhausting, man.
We drove back. They were there. We stayed up till 1 o'clock and got up the next morning. It was Thursday. People came over. I tried to help my wife as much as I could. Friday, they went to Universal. I trained. I rode a little bit. I hooked up with them Friday night. I took them for Cuban food. They were fucking nuts. I shot the Cuban sandwich commercial for them. El Cochinito and Silver Lake, and it's just become superb. When I tell you they have, you go to a place that's Spanish, you eat something, whatever nationality you could be, whether you're Irish, whether you're German, Hungarian, whatever, excuse me, and you eat something, and you always look for the way your Russian grandmother made it. Argentinian uncle, and nothing ever compares. Right. As a matter of fact, sometimes it's shitty and you get insulted, like a guy like that gets insulted and his feelings get hurt. And I'm meeting at La Floridita. I'm not La Floridita.
I'm about to say, that used to be my spot when I lived in Hollywood. That Floridita on Melrose? That one? Like on East Melrose?
No, there's a Cuban restaurant that's popular. The food is horrible. It's popular on Mondays because people go dance there. That's the one in the heart of Hollywood.
That's not what it is.
I don't know what it's called. Okay. Then these are the ones I know about. They say the best one is in Culver City. But there's one on Motor and Venice. That's the one you go to, Versailles.
Fricase de pollo. That's what the
Fricase de pollo.
Yeah,
that's one of my favorite things. Man, just ate the fucking bones.
Yeah, me too.
I hate having to stop. But I'd be like, the bones. Wait, and now I got the fucking chicken grease on my fork.
That's not cool.
Yeah. So I like that Uber for the rice. Oh, geez.
Fucking hey, man.
So this place, this one, I never told you about this one. El Cochinito was a spot I discovered my second month in town.
Cochinito.
I'm sitting there with my niece, Felicia Michaels, my wife, my niece's boyfriend.
Yeah.
We're drinking sangria, we're sitting there. You ever go into like you ever watch a movie and the guy goes into like a thought?
Yeah.
And I go, how did I end up at El Cochinito? And I went to an audition. I saw Rudy Moreno at the audition. It was from one of those big TV dramas.
Yeah.
It's got to be March of '97. I'm in a borrowed car. Like I had no money. I think in those days I used to borrow Doug Stanhope's utility car. You didn't know how much gas was in it because the needle was always so you had to, as soon as you got in the car, you had to put $10 in there. And so that's what he did. I went to this fucking audition, went on the 5, these directions I don't know about. And I end up on the way back, go to the audition, I eat a bag of dicks. And I end up in Echo Park, the one that the water spits out. But as I'm driving, I know these police helicopters are all around me. Right? Yeah. And I keep driving, like, I don't know what the fuck's going on. What was going on was the side I was driving on, and I don't know whether I was going north or south, people please, or west or north. I was going this way. Over here, there was a police pursuit. Have you been to Echo Park?
Not in a while, but yeah.
Echo Park has a 2-block Cuban neighborhood that you can go get Cuban pastries. At this time, I know about this. I don't know dick. All I know is that I hear, stop, police. So I pull my car over and I hear, boom. And I look over and I see the guy on the floor, and there's 10 cops and there's helicopters. This is 2:30 in the afternoon on a fucking Tuesday, okay? I'm minding my own fucking business. This could only happen to me, but it gets worse. After I get back, I put my signal on to make a left to go back into the highway. The tire got flat.
Jesus.
I got no ATM. I got no money. I got a driver's license from Colorado, maybe fucking $4. I drive around the corner with the flat. I park. I call the only person I know, Marilyn Martinez, God rest his soul. She sends her husband over. He goes, don't worry about nothing. I got you. If you go Echo Park, if you go up, if you go east, every other store is a Mexican tire place.
Right.
Right? Then you go in there, whatever you need, they got a tire. $20. You know, and then you can chew them down, give me 10. Ocho, no te doy tu whatever way.
Yeah.
So he got me a tire for like $8, slaps it on.
Jesus Christ.
Right? Gets me a tire. They slap it on for you for $8. I'm healed. But on the way back, Marilyn's husband, God rest his soul, says to me, have you ever met my brother-in-law, the Cuban guy? And I go, no. He goes, he wants to meet you, man. He just got out of prison. And he says he knows people you know and all this shit. I go, all right, let's go.
Are these two, by the way, they're both passed?
Marilyn and the husband both passed. Marilyn died of cancer or anything. Marilyn Martinez was a comic.
Okay.
Then the husband. Damn. So now, we end up in Cochinito.
To meet the guy.
To meet the dude.
Yeah.
And I'm I got $4 on me. And I don't order. I just got like a soda. And the guy's like, eat, you know. I'll buy you lunch. And we start talking. It was just a great conversation about being Cuban.
Yeah.
And it always ends with, if you ever need anything, contact me. You know? Yeah. I'm like, what do you mean by anything? And he goes, I got the best coke in town.
Yeah. You really just smell it on you? What did that?
Right, because we're family, right there. You're cute.
Yeah.
So as a matter of fact, follow me 2 blocks down and throw a package in your hand.
Okay.
He threw a package in my hand for free that night. I went and did comedy. I went to the Coaching Horses. It was Doug Stanhope. I mean, this all happened in one day. And I'm sitting at the table going, my life was crazy back then. It was me, Doug Stanhope, David Fulton, a comic friend of ours from Seattle from '95, lives in England now. Josh Wolf, his brothers. We would go to the store and then go to Coaching Horses. That night I had to cancel. This coke was so good I couldn't even talk. I remember I had to leave and I was living in my car. And I had to go on Josh Wolf's block, park under a tree, and lay back with like 2 bottles of beer. And I sat there until 4 in the morning doing a little coke I had jerking off. And that was the end of that fucking day. Jesus Christ. That was a great day.
And that's how you ended up kind of coaching.
The first time,
That sounds like a good Yelp review.
That's a fantastic
the
review.
first time I fucking went, it was like
I ended up jerking off out of a window.
That was fucking terrible. In a car. Up to the
5 stars.
That fucking coke was good.
So did you hit him up again?
Oh yeah, that night.
That night?
When that shit wore off, I made up some stuff. I gave somebody like a bump or two, and they went crazy.
They had
The cocaine was off limits. Like this shit was just. It was.
How much were you doing at your max of coke? Like when you were really in
This was probably '97.
Yeah.
And I was broke, but I could still get 20s from time to time. And at that time, I was doing 3-4 20s a week.
Okay.
Then I popped a Taco Bell commercial. It was off.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it was one of the first one with the dog.
And then you're like hitting checks.
Yeah, I was just going to the dude's house. But at that time, I always hunted away, just like weed, to get. I met people who did cocaine and appreciated it.
Yeah.
There's people who were just salesmen, but there's people who are like, listen, you gotta come over here now and bring whatever cash you got with you, because I usually get shit. Wait till you see this shit.
And they were not fucking with you.
And then I fuck with you. You go over there, and the shit is from 1980, the flake, the ether base. You know, if you learned in Narcos, and the season 3, and you really enjoyed it,
Yeah.
you go to buy the ether.
Yeah.
There was no ether. At one point in '85, cocaine was always tremendous. It always tasted delicious. That drip.
Yeah.
When you went up to the bar and had that fucking Budweiser, Jesus Christ, and your throat would get numb and you're there fucking. I wasn't even smoking that. But there was a time by 86, 87,
Yeah.
that cocaine started getting funky. Started smelling like turpentine and fucking shoe polish. And it was so good. But the next day, you kind of had a headache from whatever the fuck you was snorting the night before. Gasoline. Because they couldn't get enough ether in.
Because there was like a cutoff, right? Some supplier.
They couldn't get enough in. Like at that point, they were making so much cocaine.
God damn.
That they couldn't get enough ether.
You romanticized it to the point where I want to try.
I knew at that point, I knew what was going on. Like I remember people going. I used to fly back and forth with Danny B, who calls into the podcast.
Yeah.
I used to fly back and forth with packages. And one time, I went to see him, and he goes, "Listen, this guy usually wants 9. At that time, he wanted 86 and 9600 for a quarter kilo, which at that time was whatever it comes out to 9.5 ounces. I have no idea. I'm not a mathematician. The price dropped by 2,000. He goes, if you want, he goes, I'll get you that one, but try this shit for 2,000 less. It might work for you. And he brought it over. Fucking the coke put me into the planet. There was only one problem. It smelled like fucking cat piss.
Really?
Oh my God, in a horrible way.
Really?
And guess what the Jew Cuban did that I did? Well, I brought that cat piss back with it, and no matter what you cut it with, it was cat piss, and people were bringing it back to me. People like you can. So that was the coke that you bought and turned into crack.
The cat piss.
The cat piss, because then they don't give a fuck. They're smoking it. Yeah. They don't taste that cat piss.
It doesn't taste like cat piss when you smoke it?
So then there was a period.
But when you snort it, what? It sticks with you?
It sticks with you. Like it just, it doesn't smell good. Like it just doesn't smell good.
What does regular coke smell like?
Delicious. Paradise.
But I mean, really?
Fucking paradise. With ether based cocaine.
It smells good.
79 through 86.
How hard was it to quit coke?
It was easy because I was done.
You were
already like I was done. I couldn't. At that point, I had a lot of variables why, and it was a lot easier than people think I was done. Once I missed, I realized that I wasn't getting high it wasn't enjoyable anymore. Like marijuana right now, I could see it falling off the map any day now.
Really?
Yeah, I could see myself. Just doing edibles or something to calm me down for a while, just to say the little bit of lung I got left.
Oh, stop smoking.
It doesn't take a genius to know I got the beginnings of empathy, but you don't have to be a genius.
You can do it then. Do that, man. So
and that's what with cocaine it was the same thing. I just knew that when I was doing cocaine for so long that I was getting jolts in my spine at the end of the night. Jolts of electricity like Castro's and that. It is that.
That is terrifying.
That's not good. That's not good.
Christ.
That means,
So you're like,
that means I was getting one a night, once a week, and then it started to get 2 a night.
That's fucking terrible.
So I started to get 2 a night. I could just see my wife waking up to go pee and see my fat little legs in the kitchen like that purple.
And you're like,
yeah, I said I can't do it. So that was. You have to know you have to be honest with yourself at one point.
Wait, I wanted to ask you that. We're jumping back. What's the great dish at El Cochinito?
There's a bunch of them.
But didn't you have a favorite you were saying?
I had the paella the other night.
Yeah.
No, the paella, I ranked it in what I grew up at Segovia in New Jersey, and in the places in the city.
Yeah.
When my mom took me to, I ranked it a 6. But they're in the ballpark, and that impresses me.
Yeah.
The chorizo's good. It says special on Fridays.
Okay.
I usually go for the fucking, if I go there, I get the pork chunks. As much as I don't like eating pork out, they do it perfect.
Yeah.
I mean, perfect. Once I dip right with white rice and black beans, and I'm too old to eat the fried bananas, so I admit that. I don't.
You're too old for them?
Yeah, after a while, you get fat. It's not bad. If you look them up on Weight Watchers and shit, it's not like they kill you, but you try to not avoid the fried food.
Sure.
You eat the pork, you sacrifice the fried banana, and you don't need the fucking bread and butter. And when you order the flan, which is a 10, the flan there. Because here's the thing that what I love about a restaurant is I'll stay with you if you're 5 and if you're nice people. And if every time I go in there's a table, and if I'm in and out of there and the waitresses are nice, the place is clean, I'll stay with you. because I don't like shopping around. If it's a 5 or a 6, they went from being a 5 or a 6 to a 9 to a 10. I'm telling you this, over the fucking 2 years, like the last 7 meals I've had that I've left there going, Jesus fucking Christ, that was good. Whoa. Now, when people argue, I don't know, some guy was telling me once, oh, they get their beans out of a can. I went to another popular place a couple weeks ago where the beans were dick.
And where is this?
It's right on Sunset Boulevard. Okay. Like on Silver Lake, I'm back over there. Oh, yeah, okay. You know what I'm saying? Like it's hip now. It's next to Baskin Robbins. Okay. You know, it's very hip now. So on Fridays, you're gonna hit the 7 o'clock. But I will tell you one thing. I had 6 people with me. They drink. I'm the designated driver. Yeah. I'm 300 pounds. Alcohol does nothing to me. Yeah. I got a picture of sangria. Dog. It was the biggest fucking picture of sangria I ever saw in my life. People were tapping out. They were like, Jesus Christ, how much sangria? It was filled to the brim. I had like a piece of pineapple. I couldn't drive. My wife had to drive. Really? I had a piece of pineapple. I fucked up, Jack. It's not the juice that gets you. It's that fruit they let sit, those fucking right. They let that shit.
We were talking right before you said the hold it. I was asking you if in prison, if different races had different foods like that were a priority for them. That like oh, you know, it's fucking Wednesdays, you know, mac and cheese. The fucking Asians are gonna go nuts today, or whatever. Like, was there anything that like different races prioritized food-wise in prison, or that they desired? You know.
When I got to county and diagnostic, there's a list. You get a sheet on Tuesday night. Yeah. This is 1987, people. If you're in prison now or whatever, I don't know how the fuck it's done then. And on Tuesday night, when you get arrested, you usually get $22 on you. If you're this, they get $72. Yeah. So that's called the commissary. Yeah. So in that commissary, there's toothpaste, toothbrush, comb, gel, deodorant, big bag of Cheetos, ding dongs. You know, they got a bucket of shit. Yeah. It's $50 a week to live in there, you know. And on Thursday night, they could Tom Segura. It made 68. Check yourself out. Oh, by the way, they were out of Cheetos. Lisa, I bought 25 bags. That motherfucker, because then he'll sell them on the black market. Right. You follow me? Right. I charge you the Cheetos. So every night when you go by Lee's Sellers, a bunch of fat dudes like waiting from, dog, was the Cheetos at? Shit, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. So that's how it was in those systems for you to, and I don't remember if they could bring you food in visitation. It was very interesting for me because when I got sentenced, they told me to my face, you were not going to see a state prison until December. You were going to go to a county jail. You're either going to go to Rifle, which is down underneath. You only have windows. It's really like The Shining. Jesus. It snows a lot, and they got cable TV and shit like that. And at that time, there was another place, or you could sign a waiver and get sent to Texas or some other place, and it was 3 days for one. Something crazy. So I didn't say nothing. My attorney never mentioned it. I got sentenced August 15th. So I figure, fuck, I'll be in Boulder till maybe October. And October they'll ship me to Ohio or the Rifle. And then by December, I'll go to diagnostic. But by that time, it doesn't matter. Because those days in county are 2 for the price of 1. So 6 months in county already is 12 months.
It counts like that? They tell you?
No, that's the rule. So at that time, okay, I had a 48-month sentence. Right. Okay, which is 4 years. Yeah. My sentencing, the deal I signed was 6 to 4, 4 years to 6. No, 0 to 6.
Yes.
No, you tried. 0 to 6. I get 4 years probation. But nothing more than 6 years. That's the deal I signed. That was it. I signed to second-degree burglary and to accessory to a felony.
That's what the plea.
That was my plea bargain, and I still give him props. That was one of the best attorneys.
Because what was the worst case scenario that they would?
Kidnapping 2 to 9 years, and federal, and it's a toss-up. If the feds want it, number one,
Yeah.
and number two, it's a violent crime, which means you serve 3/4 of your sentence. Mandatory, and you got a parole 1 year. They definitely hold you back.
Yeah.
So I would have done 8 years for sure.
Fuck.
And they were going for it. They were going heavy for it. But I knew the victim was weak. Snorting more. In fact, he called me. We've been playing phone tag lately.
Really?
Yeah. I apologized the whole thing.
I remember when you apologized.
Yeah, but then I still kept in touch with him.
You still fuck with him?
No, there's no reason to fuck with him. He lives in his own hell. I have a funny feeling.
Really?
And I love him dearly. Believe it or not, over the years I've learned to love him dearly because.
And you just passed the anniversary of something, right? So I saw you tweet like this was
30 years was when I did the crime.
30 years ago.
Yeah,
like last week.
Yeah, it was 30 years ago. So that's what pisses me off. What's going on right now? That people are accusing people of things they did 15 years ago, 20 years ago. That type of shit bothers me. But guys, we all change.
Yeah.
I know I'm a way different motherfucker than I was at 34. At 34, I was on intercomedy, but I could still mug you if I had to. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
If you had 2 kilos of coke and you were fucking around with Lee up here, guess who's coming at 3 with a gun to mug his boat?
You really would? You really were doing that?
I would either do it with a mask on or get 2 people to do it and take after take.
Wow.
And you'd figure out it was me eventually.
Sure.
I did that type of shit like twice because I got caught with the kidnapping. I lucked out on that type of, and then.
So it's good that you got caught.
But then when I got out of prison, 2 years later, 3 years later, buddy of mine came to me and goes, listen, I got an English. These guys, they got this amount. You kick the door. You tell them who you are. They give it to you, and we handcuff them and we walk out. And Tom Segura, I did it one time.
You did?
Yes. And it was horrible. I felt my heart beating. You fucking go deaf. It was terrible. And I ran out of there and I came back to bed. I'm like, fuck you. Wow. And that was it. But these guys were pros at it. This is what they did. This is what they were doing. They were shaking down people all over the place.
It's so wild to know you. Like, I think is what, like, people don't understand, like, to know you.
But I wasn't a violent person.
Yeah.
I was just a confused individual. I was just confused.
Yeah.
And I was lucky because confusion means you're going to end up dead or in jail. I was fucking fortunate, bro.
To go to jail? Yeah.
I was fortunate to go to jail when I did. But I mean, the knowledge I learned those years doing the shit I was doing out there is crazy. That's a complete different fucking world to me that I can't even transfer to somebody. Like, I wish, like, I could, if somebody said to me, listen, on your license now, sign away that piece of your brain. Because we want to go through it and analyze it to see what you saw. It's mind-boggling.
Yeah.
It was really, really out there. At that time, in the education I took from me,
When you think of,
I was going back to the food.
Yeah.
So,
okay.
once you hit diagnostic, I love it. Once you hit diagnostic and you go to where you're supposed to go, now you get visitation. Now we're going to be a little racist, and we're going to be a little honest.
Okay.
I worked in the kitchen.
Okay.
I think there was one Mexican kid, and everybody else is straight black. Okay.
And then you.
And the blacks were great. Those black guys in the kitchen, I got along with all of them.
What did you do in the day?
I started as a baker, but I was making cinnamon rolls, and I almost blew up the place because he told me to make them this big. I don't know. I just put them this big.
Yeah.
And they came out like those fucking things you grow in the Olympics.
Yeah.
So they said, we need a dishwasher at stock clerk. And then they fired me they didn't fire me as a dishwasher. I had a driver's license.
Yeah.
So they wanted me to drive the sandwiches to where you ever drive and you see convicts cleaning the side of the road.
Sure.
I would drop sandwiches off to those dudes. That was my job.
Do you have someone like with a gun at you? You're doing that?
No. This is minimum whatever
security. Oh, so you just know you're gonna come back.
So I got 48 months.
Yeah.
But automatically it gets cut to 2
because you're doing the jail time.
Because it's just the way life is.
Oh, okay.
So 40. That's why when you hear, he's getting this bullshit. That's not. When I hear the sentence, I'll tell you if it's bullshit or not. So I got 4 years. Automatically, it's 24 months. I had already done a month in county, so that's 2 months. So I had 22 months.
Yeah.
By the time I got sentenced, I had 22 months. Well, guess what? I was before a halfway house. I had 18 months. By the time you hit 16 months, you're in a halfway house.
Yeah.
So I had 8 months to do some maybe, but at the time of sentencing, he told me he wanted a letter after 90 days for reconsideration of my sentence. Because I'd never been in trouble before.
Yeah.
Yeah, I had a bunch of accusations.
So the judge said that?
Yeah.
Whoa.
So I had 3 different things going for me. You follow me now? So, back to the original question. Because I thought about this guy today. I thought about a guy who hated me in prison. Remember the season of Sons of Anarchy? What's Chuck Zito? Chuck Zito?
Yeah.
Chuck Zito's supposed to be a really nice guy. I have a lot of friends, mutual friends. But when I got locked up, there was a biker dude in there that acted just like Chuck Zito did on the Sons of Anarchy. He had the rings and the long hair and the sunglasses. And one day, I'll never forget this vividly, he picked an argument with me about the song from Guns N' Roses about Mr. Brownstone.
Yeah.
And I told him it's about heroin. And he had like 4 of his little faggy fucking soldiers with him.
Yeah.
The problem why he couldn't lift a hand to me was, and I married a woman named Terry Clark, but I had 3 dudes I was tight with in prison at this facility that had 146 that they would bust you up. One guy was a white dude from Philly named John Clark. Did not look threatening or menacing at all. He had just done 9 years and he left bodies, dropped the whole system like he was a legend of the prison system. He wasn't a biker. He wasn't an Aryan. He was just a tough white dude.
Yeah.
All right, he was a meth dude. And he had a girlfriend. He was out of Philly on a Monday visitation. She would come and bring it in her mouth and they would swap spit. And I would go back to his room and he'd give me 2 lines of fucking meth. He was my dog. He was my boomba. I love that dog.
Yeah.
But on the other side, I was in the kitchen because it was Army barracks. So I was on the other side. So the Army barrack I was in was the kitchen Army barrack. All Yams. They were all brothers. Right? They were all brothers. They were all the brothers from the kitchen. But the main dude in the kitchen, the guy that gave the main orders, was Spencer Antoine, a.k.a. Chicken Hawk. You didn't fuck with him. He was in there for involuntary manslaughter. He really killed the motherfucker. Yeah. But he had money and he paid the attorney. Chicken Hawk. Not to mention he was just a solid dude.
Yeah.
Man, he loved me. He called me Cuba. I loved him. Yeah, he had 6 kids. You know, he was a real dude. He was just a black dude that was out drinking a bottle of wine one day in front of his neighborhood. Some people got loud with him, and they said something to his wife, and he stabbed the motherfucker. You know, plain and simple, what happens.
Yeah.
And then there was an Italian dude that was a mobster, but he really wasn't. This guy, I think about him once a month, because if I got a cop explain the top 10 guys I've ever met in my life that were the smoothest guys ever,
yeah,
he's number 5 or 6.
Really?
Not a good dude, pure extortionist. That was his angle. Tom Segura, this is who I am, this is what I do. You're doing this, you're doing this. From now on, you're gonna give me this envelope every month. Why? Because if not, I'm gonna put a bullet in your mother's fucking head. Fucking whatever part of fucking, you know what I'm saying? Like, he was one of those dudes. Jesus. But he was a fucking, he had just done like 14 years. I found out about him through a counselor. Him and I just used to talk, and on Mondays he used to go, "Hey kid, you hungry?" On Mondays I cook. And he was a tremendous cook. He would make nachos with fucking stoves and ovens and shit. I mean, don't ask.
Rabbi.
But he also ran the numbers,
Rabbi.
the sports betting business in there. And he was Italian. He wasn't goombad up.
Rabbi.
Rabbi,
how long have you been history? 5 days.
Really, the Mexicans and the blacks didn't mix with them. So I went there and told me, "Question, give me one of those sheets." And I started selling them. Because I mingled with Chicken Hawk because he was black. I mingled with John Clark because he was white. Okay, so I had more. And I mingled with the Mexicans because I was So now I started turning over 2 cards. So this guy started becoming, his food was free to me. That was part of the deal. From now on, whatever you cook. And he used to make shit in there every day. Shit, yeah, every day. Every day he'd cook. Every day. Because we had access to the store. Oh man, I love it. No, we had black dudes in there that was solid as fuck. Yeah. And one of the dudes that was in there on Sundays, and this is the question you're asking, is your answer. Yes. The Mexicans would bring in fucking burritos that were delicious. And there was one family, the Anayas. There were the uncle and nephew were in prison together. They didn't really like each other. 2 Mexicans right out of American made. They would look at each other like, welcome to blood food, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
They fucking hated each other.
It's an uncle and a nephew.
In there. They both ended up in the same prison for some dumb crime they both did. I was tight with the uncle. The uncle and me, he loved me. So his mom and sister. So when they would eat, the whole family would come for visitation and bring them food. But the dude, the uncle, would sell me tacos. No, burritos. Green chili, mashed potatoes with fucking pork in them. Holy. And I would buy him, and like, he would buy something, and I should have bought 20 of them. Yeah. Like that's, like I would buy 4. Yeah, yeah. And take 2 in my room and have like a black and white TV in my room. They'd go, I can eat 20 of these. Then I would just tell him on Sunday I want 20. And he'd go, wow, you gotta give me a premium. Done. And I'll give you extra food from the kitchen. Done. Primo. I'd get 20 fucking, 20? Oh, they were little. Yeah. They were the little ones, but they were Mexican. These people were perfect. And the black dude that was my goomba was a young crip. And his girlfriends he had 7 different freaks. Jesus. He had 7 women on his payroll, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, ladies and gentlemen? 7 women, and they all had his babies. This was way before baby mama was even discussed. They were his bitches. And all of them each had a Subaru, or this, or that, or this. And they each had his kids. And he would make all of them, bring them Church's chicken, Popeye's chicken, and Nutter Butters. Like a motherfucker. So he would see me and hit me on the side of Cuba. I'm stocked up on Nutter Butters, nigga, swing by. And I would go into like his little ghetto, little trailer. And then I would go into his room and we'd sit there and watch TV. Listen to Batman, we'd listen to the Too Short. Really? And eat Nutter Butters. Fucking tremendous. Tremendous. Tremendous.
That's not what they make it out to be like.
No, because it's, once you go the way you go, you have to get along. Yeah. If not, if you fuck up, Lee, you fuck it up for everybody. So the shit they show you in the movies is a lot of controversy at times. Sometimes you go to those places and they're peaceful as fuck because they don't want, they have certain liberties. Can you imagine being in this room for 24 fucking hours for a month? And it's not even this room. cut it off at that camera right there. Your toilet's right here with a black and white TV, a little bed with tin, a picture of your cat, and you do push-ups and sit-ups and fucking upside down lifts. You think that's exciting?
No, that sounds horrible, man.
Motherfucker's just sleeping.
And you have the racial groups.
Why do you just have...
And the racial groups stick together. And guess what? I was not involved in drugs in there. I knew some white dudes that had acid. That's it, because they drug tested you.
And you have to run with a racial group? You have to run with Spanish?
No, I ran through the way I've run through my life.
Yeah.
I know everybody.
Yeah.
I don't know nobody, but I know everybody. I know Tom Segura, and he's this. I'm friends with Lee, and he's Jewish. That's never really affected me.
Yeah, sure.
Do I go and do I get excited around my Spanish roots? Yes, I do. Sometimes when we're on my Spanish roots, I really get excited. You know, just it brings me back.
Sure.
It brings your footing back, as they say.
I think that one of the things I get a kick out of that show, the Narco show in season 3, is that it's Colombian. They speak like really similar Peruvian Spanish. So it's part of the reason like I love the show is that they speak that specific style, slang, all that gets me like fired up.
The guy in New York is my favorite.
Oh, that guy. Do you know that he's fucking Brazilian or Portuguese? The New York Colombian guy? He learned Spanish for that. He speaks Portuguese.
So was the guy who played Pablo.
Yeah, but the guy, the New York guy, his Spanish was unbelievable.
Phenomenal.
The guy that played Pablo was terrible. Yeah. He got better in the second season.
It was horrible.
That dude was fucking really good.
Don't enjoy those Spanish shows. I watched all 80 episodes of Celia.
Did you really?
As cheesy as it got at some points. Yeah, because you download and watch them on the plane.
Yeah.
On the plane is really the only place where you can focus on a movie and really catch.
You check out
movies and shit like that. And, you still travel a lot.
For me? Yeah. Yeah, but it's winding down, thank God. This year was heavy travel, man. Really heavy. But like I'm happy that I'm almost done.
I've only been traveling heavy for now.
10 years. Yeah, 10 years of steady traveling a lot. It already wears on me, man. Like, it's already like, I try to think of, like, I already figured out what I fucked up this year to try to do differently next time I'm heavily touring, you know?
I still remember 98 to 2000, I pretty much lived on the road.
Yeah.
I didn't have an apartment here on the P.O. box. I had all my checks sent to Josh Wolf's house.
Did you really?
And whatever clothes I would wear, I would send. I would buy new clothes every 2 or 3 weeks from different cities and send the old clothes home to Josh Wolf's. And that was the craziest ever.
You guys have history, man.
This was 98, 99, even 99, 2000. I left November of 99, and I came back April of 2000. Yeah, 2000. 6 months without being home in those days.
No, that's fucking unbearable.
That's feature act, headliner. That's it. Wherever, whatever. Snow ties are a must, bitch.
07, I did like close to 40 weeks of feature work, and I just racked up that, dude. Like just because I knew there's no other way to.
No, I did. Listen, I did 5 years of feature work, and I enjoyed it. I don't give a fuck what I did.
It was a blast, man.
I got good. I got really good, and I learned rooms. I bombed a lot as a feature.
Did you?
Yeah.
I can't even picture it with you.
It took a while. It took me.
Were you dirty? Because like you're dirty, but like it's not dirty for the sake of dirty. It feels genuine.
No. At that time, I was pushing.
Like, but were you dirty?
Yes.
You were dirty middle act.
Yeah. From 95 on, I was edgy, a little dirty, a little topical. Nothing personal. That's where the comedy. That's where the comedy wasn't. it really wasn't there. There was nothing personal. And then once I moved to Seattle,
we have a job. We have a job.
But it was a comedy show that really.
Nice to meet you, buddy.
I'm glad they
Till noi samat vaatteet päällä varmaan 5 päivää.
That's right.
Vitun rystiksi. You look like a nigger, shut the fuck up.
Oh, because I am. Monkey. So gross. Just till midnight. Thursday through Friday.
That's weekend.
So that's when I want to work. Work it out. Work. That's work. And it's
even Joe Rogan.
It's a lot of work. It's different work. It's a different than going to an open mic. These people pay, so you still got to throw a little bit of heat.
That's it, yeah.
But you get put yourself in a weird situation where the little jabs, you throw 3 little short jabs, and one of them is really good. So you got something out of the night.
Yeah.
The comedy store workout, that Brody does and stuff. That single guy stuff, walking in your door at 2 a.m.
Yeah.
3 nights a week, that's fucking heavy. If I gotta get up at 8 with the girls,
oh my God,
I'm done. That means at 11 o'clock, I'm fucking spinning, Jack. I can't even sit down,
Yeah.
But that's a spot that really opens you up at 11:45, midnight, following somebody who just did heat.
Yeah.
And you gotta go up there, you'll develop material.
Sure.
Your mind will really race real quick, It's just having the stamina to fucking stay out till 12. What do you do?
Yeah. It's a young man's game.
It's a young man's game. You go to the Laugh Factory, you do a 9:45, you do a 10:15 at the Improv, and you close out the store for 6 weeks.
Yeah.
You're unstoppable. And the Midwest doesn't see your material, neither does the East Coast. So what? You don't do Irvine Meadows until the fucking summertime. It just makes sense.
Sure.
When I was at the store, I was just fucking around at and she just goes, no, well, you want to get paid? And I don't want to die. Just, I'm the last guy.
And you do this like on a weeknight?
Thursday through Saturday.
Just let me come in and close it out.
Close it out. It doesn't matter.
What time would you go in?
10:30.
You just run a half hour.
20 minutes. Yeah. 20 minutes. 20 minutes in front of a different type of audience.
Yeah.
It's another great training thing is, again, we're not single. You want to come up with a great half hour, great 45 minutes, go to New York and do midnight shows. Ooh, midnight to 2, baby boy.
Yeah.
4 or 5, 3 sets, baby boy. You do 3 of those. 12 to 2.
That's what fucking Ari's done. He moved there and starts to do that. I talked to him the week he's up doing like 6 spots some nights.
But see, you gotta understand. I used to play fucking tennis with Doug Stanhope and Mitch Hedberg.
Tennis with them?
When I first moved here, the hot thing was to go to Gorky Park on Fountain and Vista down there. There's a park down there redone and cleaned up. When we moved there, you could buy a nickel bag down there. You could buy a $20 bag of weed on the other side by the benches. We used to go there and play tennis. And I'll never forget one day, Mitch Hedberg going, I'm going to move in New York. And I go, I think that's a great fucking idea. And he goes, why? I go, because everybody in New York's like me. And you don't even know the moral of this fucking story. I am fucking Zoom. Look at how Lee is so fucking.
How deep are you right now? How many?
We ate 2 things at 400 milligrams. Couple stars of death. Lee's about to eat one.
Oh, okay. So are you ripped in half though? I'm not ripped in half. I'm ripped.
He's in training. Listen, we call it training.
You call it training.
You guys do October. What'd you guys call it? Sober October?
Yeah, Sober October.
We do year-round 24/7. That's how
Do you think that would be fucking horrific to try?
What's that?
Sober for a month, or would it
For
be?
me.
Yeah, for you.
At this point, I'm the type of guy I don't like talking about it.
Yeah.
You just, for 3 days, you yell at people.
Yeah.
Call everybody a motherfucker.
Yeah.
And then the other day, you're like, Jesus Christ, maybe I could do this. And you go for 7 days.
No, but you're saying, like, under the rate, like, don't make it a big thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I hear you.
I go to, when I go to jiu-jitsu, you gotta put that robe on.
Yeah.
If you put that in your bag and it's wet, if your fucking MeUndies are wet, you sweat that THC out, you know what I'm saying? That shit, which is important in my age. It's important when you get older, just to be a little mobile.
Yeah.
Whatever. What the fuck are we talking about? I don't know. Mitch Hedberg moving to New York.
Tennis spots. Oh, that's what it was. Doing a midnight spot. So that's what Ari's doing.
And that's what it was.
Yeah.
When Ari talked to me about moving to New York, listen, Ari has always been a night out.
Yeah.
There are some people who that's their game and don't fuck. I have a friend I grew up with. Knock on his door at 2 a.m. It's a parade. It's like fucking 8 a.m. for some people.
Yeah.
There's coffee.
Yeah.
He's cooking a steak.
Yeah. You're like, what are you doing?
So I'm like, I have a friend. When I grew up with him, if you knock on his door at 1, you're not gonna get him. You're not gonna have him because he wouldn't even turn the light off till 7 in the morning.
What?
Yeah, like he was one of those guys. Have you ever hung with one of those guys? They're tremendous.
Like all going all night.
He would. Whatever.
My roommate in college, this kid would be up all night and then go to class and play football. And I'd be like, how are you exhausted? He goes, I don't need that much sleep, man. I don't need that much sleep. And he would just, I'd get up to take a piss. I'm in school and I'm staying up, kind of late, like past midnight. But I could take a piss at 4 in the morning. Lights are on, music's on in his room. He's just like, just fucking hanging out, just like that's how he would just go through. And then go to class, had a girlfriend, played football. He would sell to us that he needed very little sleep. I was like, I don't understand how you do it. I don't know how you operate, man. And like he was a fully functioning, like not somebody here like this guy's not all there. He just didn't need it. He could just run on these fumes, and it didn't really catch up with him. I never understood it.
When I was home, every time I go home, I see this guy. If I have blood in this world, he's one of those guys. I love him like a brother. For 30 years, you couldn't figure him out. But I learned at an early age just to let people be themselves.
Right.
Like I always had that. I don't know why. I remember I go to drink beers with these guys, and these guys would be bitching about this guy. And I go, how is it hurting? Well, because, he's supposed. This guy was 20, 21. He lived with his mother. He was about 15, I met him.
Yeah.
And we became friends, prominent family. He had fucking 3 brothers and 3 sisters, bro, in the house. And one day, I'm talking to him about something. He goes, hey, you got 10 minutes? Come, let me show you something. And we fucking walked through the back of his house, and we moved some shit. And we opened up a door, and he goes, look at this. And he goes, what do you think? I go, I don't know. What are you talking about? At that time, my mother died. I thought he was suggesting I move in there. It was just a blank space with fucking shit everywhere. And he goes, I'm thinking of building this and moving down.
Anybody here speak English?
I went to a lumberyard at the time.
I hear
So I had access to it. Paneling, carpeting, the whole thing. We measured it. And one day I told him to get a fucking city truck. And he fucking came down. We loaded everything. Everything he needed from A to Z, from fucking lighting to build the first original man cave, 1980. Okay, everything was brand new. He bought couches. He bought a fucking glass piece. You could snort coke. He He bought a TV, which he built into the wall. He had a reel-to-reel. He had tremendous speakers. At this time, he worked at a sporting goods. And at night, he worked at the local deli from 6 to 10, loading the liquor and registering and shit. And the guy who owned the place was a fucking nutboots. So, if you went over to the quarter to 10, he'd get in the car with you, and he was always ready to go, this guy. But there was 3 or 4 nights a week that he wasn't ready to go. And he would take his mother's car and go somewhere, and you'd knock on his door at 11, he wouldn't be home. And then you'd go back like about 1:30, and you could see his light on, and you'd knock on the glass, and he'd go to the back. And he'd let you in, he'd have letterman on, and he'd come over, where you go today? I was looking for you. Dog, I went to this place. You hungry? I got steak upstairs. And he would go upstairs to slice some steak, and he would roll a joint, and we'd fucking eat the steak and roll the joint, and smoke the joint, and we'd watch whatever the comedian was on Letterman. And we both loved, like he turned me on to Letterman.
Yeah.
And then after Letterman, we put the reel-to-reel on, and we listened to Judas Priest, and I'd sit there with him till 3 in the morning. And then the next day, I'd be at the Hashway, the deli, and somebody would tell me how they dropped Mike off at 8 in the morning. And I'm like, how did you drop him off at 8? We stopped by his house at 3:30. He said you had just left. We got his shirt. We went over to the city. We went over to the rooftop till 8 in the morning. We did a bag of blow. Like, he had that type of lifestyle. You know, he was just a night out.
Yeah. I love nighttime.
I love listening.
Like Tom, you worked in not reality, but TV post production. Yeah. I had night jobs for my first couple of years here. I love it.
I did graveyard shift a few times.
Oh, it's terrible, but it's a great way to experience LA. There's usually no traffic unless they close the 405. But I like nighttime. I don't know. It's just I've always liked being up late. I don't like being up early.
Yeah, I was a definitely late night dude. I mean, now it's shifted. I get up early, man, so it had to shift. But for a long time, I was always up late, you know. And
I was always late because I snorted dope. Right. When I was be up early, tip top my book.
I was never that guy before, kid.
No, I love to get up early.
Yeah, no, you're like, let's get the day started. Let's fucking.
But here's the thing. I love doing comedy on the road.
Yeah.
But then, I'll tell you what my favorite thing is wine.
Right.
What do you think that is, like?
Your favorite thing about being on the road is sleeping.
No.
What?
What do you think it is?
Uninterrupted work time.
Friday night. There was a time while I was on the road, and I couldn't wait to get on stage. So I go to the room and smoke coke, and maybe a waitress would come over, and I jerk myself off.
Right.
Now, Friday night means that whatever I got for lunch, I only eat half of it, and I put it in the refrigerator in the room. And Friday nights after shows, I love these people that invite you to do shit on Saturday. And you're like, I'll tell you what, I'll call you in the morning and let you know. But in the back of your head, you're going back to the room. Worst case scenario, I'm watching Law and Order until 4 a.m.
Yeah.
I'm watching 3 Law and Orders. That's how I'm rolling tonight. I'm going to go back to the room. Switch into my little sporting pajamas, my little sweatpants, and my little hooded fucking sweatshirt. I go outside, I smoke that fucking number as I'm passing through the hall. I get an extra bottle of water. I'm not gonna lie to you. There's some other brothers, the little pack, the little 6-pack. I take a 6-pack up there, I eat whatever snack I have. And I love having no responsibility on Friday night.
Yeah.
There is nothing better to me than having no responsibility on Friday night. That if I go to bed at 5 in the morning, it doesn't matter.
Right.
I'll get up at 9, I'll go downstairs and I get that free breakfast. I'll get 2 pieces of white bread with scrambled eggs, bacon. I get a cup of oatmeal. I get coffee and I'll go upstairs. I'll watch another episode of something, then I'll sleep till 2:30. That's me all day.
Yeah.
Get up, drink another Keurig in your room.
Yep.
It's Saturday, right? Get up a little bit, go over your notes.
Yeah.
Maybe walk down the corner. Maybe there's a Jersey Mike's. It's gonna take you 15 minutes.
Yeah.
Get back to your room. You smoke a Dutz.
Yep.
You pack. You take a shower, and guess what? When it's 6:30, it's time to go leave. Do your 2 shows on Saturday night, and you're not responsible.
That's true.
I don't like being responsible when people, and you feel bad when people invite you on Saturday. Hey, we're having a little get together. Listen, if I wake up, I call you.
Can I tell you what I hate the most on the road? When basically anybody, asks me to do anything. Like, I hate when people are like, hey, you're in town. Do you want to come over to our house? Like on whatever day, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. I'm like, no. Do you want to go check out this museum? I'm like, no, dude. Like, for me, on the road, I like keeping my whole life within like a 8-block radius of the hotel. So even if somebody says like, let's get together and have lunch, I'm like, all right, do it near where I'm staying. Like, don't make me go far. Don't make me do an adventure today, drive out to a fucking farm. Just let me stay around where I want. And I like to do low energy, necessary things. I don't like people asking me to do too much, All that fucking drains me. Like, psychologically, mentally.
Well, here's something that reminded me of Louis C.K.
Why?
Because you're looking like from the side of your playing with your dick that I don't give a fuck. When you put me your dick, I would never down that one. I'm not that type of rap. People have bad days. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, dude.
I've got a lot of people grab my dick. I never complained one time. I know fags that have a long, it's a long week for a fag. They grab your dick. What are you going to do? They just want to squeeze and take it. They've been on Tinder all week, and there's no fags available. Jesus Christ. They want to grab your little stomach at one time to squeeze it. What are you going to do? You'll be mad at them.
Let it go.
Say a prayer.
Yeah.
Here's the big thing and I want to break it down for Tom a little bit, because if Tom was on the road with Dave Chappelle,
yeah,
okay, and you're doing 3,000 seat theaters,
yeah,
Tom knows that he's blessed for being on the tour. Tom understands that not a lot of comics have this opportunity. Maybe Dave Chappelle goes and taking you out for the whole year, because 3 weekends a month, a theater on Thursday, one on Friday, and one on Saturday, and count on the second show.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And you're doing 20 in each one. A comic like you and I, that we've always been grounded, because since day one, I know you want some comedy thing and went on tour and shit.
Yeah.
You've always been grounded. You've never pulled me aside and say, hey, guess what? Last time I did Houston, I sold more beer than Joe Rogan.
Yeah.
Those fucking morons.
Yeah.
So, oh yeah, Lee, there's a bunch of those morons.
Why does that even matter?
Because in their minds, you have no idea what some comedians think. So, you've always been very grounded. What the fuck we're talking about here?
We're talking about.
So
you said
if you're featuring for Dave Chappelle,
right?
You're doing 20 minutes. Okay. It matters, but it doesn't matter.
Matters what? That I'm doing it, his show?
It matters that you're doing his show, but in reality, it doesn't matter.
Right. I agree with that.
You then see Dave Chappelle, they're paying $62.50.
Oh, yeah.
And then at least you know this going in.
Yeah.
But my point is, you're in San Francisco with Dave Chappelle. If Joey Diaz is a feature actor, you know through Joe Rogan, and he says to you, hey, dog, where are you staying? And you're like, I'm at the Four Seasons. I don't even know if there's a Four Seasons in San Francisco. I'm like, listen, I'm 4 blocks away, bro. My mother's cooking Cuban food.
Yeah.
I'll pick you up at 1 and I'll have you back in the hotel by 3. You have to do that because you're a feature actor. They only want you for 20 minutes.
Yeah, that's true.
Even if you come over, smoke a joint, and go back and take a nap, and wake up half high, it might even help you out a little bit. You won't be so fucking nervous in front of 4,000 fucking people.
Yeah.
But that's a complete different story. You're not supporting Christine.
Yeah.
You're not supporting the child.
That's totally different.
That's one thing I want people to understand. So you have time to walk the Fisherman's Wharf when the Chinese people get with foot rugs, and you have time to go to Columbus and go to the track. But there becomes a difference. Now there becomes a difference when instead of going as a feature act, people are now paying hard-earned money, $22.50 to $27 to $35 to see you.
Right.
So what does Tom Segura do all day? He spends his day at the fucking museum with the kid. Then he meets Joey Diaz for Snapper, 45 minutes away. By the time showtime comes, how good is fucking Tom Segura gonna be?
Right.
Tom, tell me the truth as a man.
Yeah, no, you're
as
right.
a comic, how at 7 o'clock you're gonna go, fuck that traffic from Diaz's house.
Oh, right.
Christine, I'm sorry to bother you. Can you make a Keurig, make a double with sugar, and the first show is over, and your mind, you can't even wait. You're pissed and your agent even asking you about the second show. I'm gonna do a fucking second show. And you do a second show, and you know what, man? That whole afternoon, because you tried to be a nice person and go to Joey Diaz's house or Lee Syed's house, just ruined your night's performance because you weren't on your A game.
Right.
And guess who told me about that shit? Marilyn Martinez told me about that. On game day, when you're a headliner, it's a different day.
That's totally true.
It's about Tom Segura. He wakes up, he eats his breakfast, he reads his paper, he calls his wife, he talks to the baby, they Skype, I got you Disney at the fucking airport. You turn it off. What's the movie with Ben Affleck with him and the 6 jerk-offs go to the moon to save the asteroid?
Oh, yeah.
Armageddon's on TNT. Guess what? Tom Segura watches it and dozes off till about 2:30 in the afternoon.
You nailed it.
Then at 2:30 you wake up, you go over your material. And you know what? Because you're Tom Segura, you go to the gym and you do 35 on the elliptical, you do 25 push-ups, and you do curls, and you do stretching. And now you feel tremendous.
You feel great.
You know what? Let's be honest. Tom Segura ain't going out for peanuts. So you got an option. You can walk downstairs, take an elevator, walk down to the corner, take an Uber, go to a restaurant, have 10 people come up to you, ask you for pictures. Or you can open up the room service. You eliminate the charge in your mind. This is what you pay for peace of mind. You get the chicken breast covered in mushrooms or whatever the fuck they got that looks good. You eat it in your room. You don't even have to leave your room. They come, you bring it. That's what I do now. And that saves me. Because the most important thing in your world is those 2 shows. It's not going to meet Lee's uncle who's got a museum now for me.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't even know what in my mind I always plan about going to jiu-jitsu school. I call every town before I go, and there's great guys that have offered me their gyms. I don't want to leave the hometown.
No, that's what I'm saying.
If jiu-jitsu is not walking distance, I don't want to
I want life to occur around the hotel.
That's how easy when it comes to comedy. On Sunday, you want to get to the airport 25 minutes. You drink a protein shake on the way there. You take your vitamins. Once you're there, you pray to God something's open, right?
Yeah.
You pay everything you can to get through the express lane. Have you joined Clear yet? The best.
Clear and TSA.
TSA rejected me. But after a while, they had to give me TSA because they know who the fuck they're dealing with. You know what I'm saying? Fuck you and your
Dude, do you know what the thing is? If you're clear at TSA, I didn't know until I signed up. So I sign up for a clear, and then they go, "Oh, you're pre-checked?" I go, "Yeah." They walk you to the front. So like now TSA will have a line. They walk you to the front of the TSA line, and then the clear agent tells the TSA,
"Oh yeah,
he's TSA
it's
and
a
clear,"
party.
and he just goes, "Yeah," and then they just walk you right to the fucking security.
It's a party. We say, yeah, Clear. How the hell are they X now?
Clear.
And
I don't find that
Clear.
out, do you?
Listen, I put my 2 fingers down. and I put my eyes in, there's a picture of me come up.
Yeah.
The first thought I think about is living like a doctor.
Yeah.
And I always put a 5 in the chick's hand.
You do?
Listen, out of respect. Who does that for you? Who does that for you? I mean, he just looked at me the last 2 times. Both the chick looked at me halfway, like, nobody's ever done me a tip. That's because from now on, Cleveland's going to get popular. There's going to be a bunch of white type people here. You're going to see me. And there's always going to be a $10 bill in my hand. I'm going to give it to you with the ID because she'll leave. Like, excuse me. It's like nothing you could ever do in your life. Excuse me.
Do you go to the bank and you get a bunch of 5s for someone?
No, you have to go prepared always. You stop and get 110s. Excuse me, excuse me, excuse me. And dog, somebody could be ready to put their box on it. She's like, excuse me. She takes the boxes out for you. He helps you with your jacket.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. B, and see you next time. You feel like a half a month.
Oh, man.
You just cut through 20 people who've been waiting there. They're suffering. Let's tell you about the guys. That is the best. When they just look at you like, what?
Last time I left your podcast, I downloaded the Leonard Saturday night. Saturday fucking whatever it's called, the Leonard Skinner song, right? Saturday night.
That's the Saturday night.
Yeah.
Saturday night special.
Yeah, Saturday night special. Because you were talking about that. And this shit that's a beautiful song, man. Tony Bennett. I'm gonna download it too.
No, I dropped one.
I know you do. 100%.
It's funny. We used to have a bar. And as soon as my mom walked into the bar, she'd turn the alarm off. She'd turn the lights on. She'd go behind the bar. She'd put the water on, put soap in so the water would start getting ready. You know, she'd turn the lights on in the back. And then the first thing she did was turn the jukebox on. And then she would take quarters. And if these quarters, what I did as a kid, sometimes she'd go, here, take a roll of quarters and put red shoe polish on it, red nail polish. And that meant those were all quarters. So the jukebox guy would give her those quarters back.
Oh, okay. It's just like I'm putting my own quarters in here.
So if you pick up a quarter, and it's 1974, and it's got a red fucking nail polish on it, that's one of my mom's quarters.
That's wild, dude.
Somebody sent me a picture years ago when I was doing Beauty and the Beast. Somebody sent me a picture. Wow. It's still out there.
Of those quarters?
Of those quarters. Fucking crazy.
Did she like Tony Bennett?
She liked this song because my dad, someone heard my dad, I don't know what it was. So the first song she always played was this little jam, you know what I'm saying?
So Tom, do you mess with people with Spanish? Because people don't think you speak Spanish?
Or no? Not intentionally. Usually it's just somebody would say something. And then I would respond and they go, oh, like, you know.
So it doesn't happen that often?
I mean, it happens, but it's not like, you know, what'll happen is like, you know, the guy will come to my house and start talking to another guy about work he's doing from my house. And then as that conversation goes on, I'll jump in Spanish and then they're like, oh. then they kind of like stand up a little bit straighter, like we can't talk behind his back, you know, that kind of thing.
How's it going teaching your son Spanish?
It's going great. I mean, you know, he's 2, so he speaks, he understands English and Spanish right now. He says a few more English words, but he says a lot of Spanish words.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, it's definitely cool. Does she speak Spanish?
No, but she knows what the fuck I'm saying.
Yeah.
She knows what the fuck I'm saying. It's, and I know she knows what the fuck I'm saying because she responds to it. And number 2, I played the same game at that age. But I can, you know, when you come from another country, you want to fit in.
Yeah.
I didn't want to speak Spanish no more. So my mom cut me a deal in the house. You could speak Spanish, but out there you gotta speak English. But then I started getting cocky, and I'm like, I'm not even speaking Spanish in the fucking house. How you like me now, bitch? So she was a good babe. So from now on, when you ask me for something, I don't know nothing either. But if you want money for sneakers, gotta ask me in Spanish.
So she made you keep saying it.
So I'm very proud of that today that she made me keep speaking it.
Yeah.
She wouldn't respond to me unless I spoke to her in Spanish.
Wow. But when you got here, how old were you when you got to Jersey?
3, maybe 2.
And at that point, you definitely only spoke Spanish.
Rabbi Rothschild.
Yes. When I spoke Spanish, a majority of that, you know, at the bar, they spoke Spanish.
It was all Spanish bars.
Pretty much, you know. But the people who were in there spoke Spanish, you know, and they spoke to me in Spanish.
Yeah. What are you thinking?
Thinking about what?
Like, what are your thoughts? What language are they in?
What language are we in?
Your thoughts. He wants to know what language you think in. Like, do you think thoughts in English or Spanish or both?
I have a lot of thoughts. I have a lot of worlds that I laugh at. You know what I'm saying? Like, I have one of the coldest stories. You know, I came from a society that I spoke Spanish up to about 72. And then from 73 to 79 to my mother died, it became a thing called Spanglish.
Right.
Everybody spoke Spanglish. Very funny. Very, very hilarious, the words that they chose to pick. You know, I think I was goofing today with the little CK thing.
Yeah.
There was a guy when I was growing up that was not a comedian. He was a bookmaker.
He would jerk off with that?
No, and he hung out at my mother's bar. And he was there. He was one of these guys that got a job years ago and claimed disability. And after that, he paid the doctor a percentage to claim non-disability. And he collected a check plus unemployment. In those days, it was a scam.
Yeah.
So he got unemployment. All you had to do was go to the doctor every 6 months, give him links of 300, and he kept you fucking disabled from those days. And the doctor would come to my mother's bar. So it was just a paternal scam that went on. And then he would go back to work for 6 months, but in the winter. So in the summer, they lay him off, so he'd be there taking baseball bats. But anyway, he was just one of those guys who was a fixture at my mother's bar. He would get there at 10 and sit at the bar and make some calls and walk to the corner. Then he'd come back, and I'm not sitting there either. And he would start off with beers till about lunchtime, then about after lunch. Then he'd start with the hard stuff, but at 5:01, he was home. And I grew to love him. In fact, the night before I did Gotham for the New York Comedy Festival, I got together with some friends at a bar called Bar 1 in North Bergen, my high school teacher bar. He was my 7th grade teacher's bar. And a kid showed up, Dean Lapre, and he brought up this guy, Arnardo, because this kid, Dean Lapre, I know him so long that he went to my mother's bar. And one day we were playing wiffle ball. We tried to cut the bat open to put rocks in it, to tape it up to make the bat heavy.
Yeah.
So you can hit the ball would go far.
Sure.
It's like genuinely the sad watching this, bro.
This scar's
He
still
gets
right
sticky
there.
on Discord call, bro.
I cut it with the knife I had to cut lemons with. And he goes, what happened to that guy? I go, you know, man, I've gone through Facebook looking for his kids. Google, I feel lucky. I never traced his kids back, not one of them. He had 2 daughters and a gay son. And in the 70s, if you were Cuban and you had a gay son, it was something that was taboo, you know?
Yeah.
I loved him the same. He said some of the funniest fucking things I ever heard in my life. In fact, I said one of them today to somebody. Like we were talking at the bar one time. I must have been 17 in conversation, you know? And we were talking about dicks or something. Like he would always ask me, like, what's going on with you with that skinny chick? You fucking me yet? Like what?
Yeah.
Like, you know, like he wasn't my uncle, but he was unofficially my uncle.
Sure.
And I really liked him. He had kids. His wife was called La Gallega. That's a different part of Cuba. And they cooked tremendous. She used to cook and send food to the bar. So we were like a family. But he would always ask me, like one time, I used to drive home this girl. So it drove my mother crazy. So I used to lock my door. So my mother made him get a ladder and put it against the side of the house while I was driving to New York. And he made him go up. But I kind of heard something on the side I kind of heard something. And finally, through the air conditioner, I heard the ladder fall and him fall. And he slipped and he broke like his ankle. And I go back there, you know, what are we doing? Oh, we were fixing the air conditioner. Like he was just a solid dude. Like I liked him. Well, he told me 2 things one time. One time we were in conversation. And he was talking to me, he goes, what are you crazy or what? He goes, out of the faggot sucked my dick one time with an ice cube in his mouth. He goes, yeah, I woke up for the year, illegal. And he was dead serious. And what he said was, he let him, like, we were just talking. We were just talking, like I'm like 16. You know?
It sounded romantic.
Yeah, and there was like a fag at the bar, you know, like hanging out. And he was like, look at that fag over there. And he was like, you know, so he's like, I ever tell you the story about the time the fag sucked my dick with an ice cube in his I'm like, no, you did not. No, you did not say that to me. And he looks at me, he goes like this, he goes, his mouth was cold, it felt tremendous, and I just fucking, but then another time it was, his mouth was cold? That sounds terrible. But in Spanish, yeah, he goes, oye, la boca fría, compadre, oye, me un mamón de tu padre, la boca fría. And another time, I was about 18, and I was bartending. I was still in high school, and I bartended one afternoon shift. And all my friends were there. We were all smoking dope and drinking. And he, like I said, he would hang out every day till 5 times ago. And like a week before that, my friends got him high. He was talking about smoking dope. And they rolled a big bamboo, and they got him fucked up. He was on the table, just laying there. And the next day he called me. He's like, what was in there? He goes, we were walking home. I mean, he was just a funny dude. Yeah. So I had a friend called Darren Rago, who was a bodybuilder. Still, yo. Not cocaine, solid dude. Solid. He would love Tom Segura. Yo. And I hang out with his cousin.
Yo, guys, muted.
Cousin always says, you know what's crazy, Coco, right now?
Yo.
Me in California with you.
You guys are muted.
That's for a fact. And my family was met 3 people. You would have been my personal Mike Tyson, Darren, did not fuck around. Especially after 80, when that white powder came around. He became...
Is he not around anymore?
No, he died. Before he died, he had gotten arrested for attempted murder. I knew him all my life. He was my brother. But he saw his mother got cancer and died in front of her. He never recovered from that Tom Segura. When you see your mom one day, she's healthy. The next thing you know, you gotta pick her up and put her in the bathtub. That affects you a certain way. And they had gotten divorced. That's what it was. Divorce triggered it. And the mom with the cancer put the fucking 80. This was it. This was the answer. There was no other answer. There was no, let's hold hands and say a prayer.
Yeah.
The answer was, let's go snore the fucking 8-ball. And then he added Deca to the fucking mix. Oof. And down the juice, the contest, the cocaine, the whole thing. There's an interesting story that the guy almost got me one night. I grew up with this dude. Let's just say his name was Tommy. And one night I asked the guy, because I think he was a cokehead. I go tell him anything. He goes, yeah, what do you want? I want like a Jeep boat or something. He goes, give me $100. I said, you got it? He goes, no, I gotta call the guy. We'll call the guy. He goes, no. You gotta call the guy. You gotta give me the money, and I'm outside and wait for him. You know what, Tom Segura? I know you a long time. Yeah. I'm not just giving you a yardstick. Call the dude. This went on for 10 minutes. I said, forget about it. And I looked at him like, I know you're a long time. If you're gonna beat me, just tell me. Well, a year later, I hear this story. Same thing, but he did it to my friend Rego. He took the money. Rego didn't play. Rego went to his house the next morning, knocked on the door. You know when people have glass squares by their door, like curtains in front of them. Yeah. Rego just put his hands on one, opened the door, and let him in. He ran in Darren punched him. He went through the table to the table. Darren pulled the leg and started hitting him in the head with it. Cops came. Darren got arrested for attempted murder. He was out on bail when he died. That's a true story. Darren was ready to start fucking. I saw him pick up a dude one time and throw him over a fence in front of a VFW. Another time, me and him couldn't get coke. There was a fucking snowstorm. I told Lee the story. We couldn't get cocaine, and we were sitting in a bar called Joe and Mary's. And this is the bar. Yeah. We're facing this way. That's where the TV is. That's where the pool table is. But there's a window here. And me and him have our drinks here. And we're looking out the window at the fucking 6 inches of snow and our cars are out. And we're praying for this coke dealer to get here. There was no coke on Thursday because of the blizzard. There's no coke on Friday because of the blizzard. And now there's Saturday and there's still no coke. The George Washington Bridge is closed, Jack. Unless you got a canoe, you're not getting into the city. So we have one guy who kept saying, man, I don't know, my car might get stuck. There's 3 feet of snow out there. Couldn't even get the newspaper in those days. Right. Me and this guy are sitting there. I told Louis that. I told the Christ killer this was sitting there. And he's fuming, Darren. And we look, and there's a guy minding his business, cross-country skiing. Like, wait a second, whoa. Like, this is New Jersey. This is Bergen Line Avenue. Like, you want to go skiing? He goes to the mountains, you know what I'm saying? Right. This guy's out there like, this is his lucky day. He's doing exercise. Now, I know about cross-country skiing because I was living in Colorado for a while. Yeah. And people would do it. There were people who were like fucking half retarded. You go down the hill, now you want to fucking pull yourself. Here's this poor bastard, I'll never forget this, pulling himself down the fucking Bergen Line Avenue. Bergen Line is like Broadway in fucking New York City. Yeah. But there's no traffic, but this guy's going down. Darren looks at this guy and he goes, look at this fucking guy. And he looks at him and goes, let's just fuck him up. And next thing you know, he just pushed me and he started chasing the guy down. I'll never forget this. The guy's pulling himself, like, singing like a Doris Day song. Yeah. And Darren just tackled him and started hitting him with the skis. It was crazy. There's still like 8 of us were out there kicking him. It was like a scene from The Sopranos. Then we dragged him.
This guy had no idea what the fuck was going on.
Nothing. We were all fucking pissed. And then we brought him, and we put him over the VFW fence, and we threw the skis back there. He's back there, no big brother. We're like, fuck you. Nobody skis on Bergen like that. And we went back in the bar, and guess who shows up?
The coke dealer.
The coke dealer shows up. Oh my God. Oh my God. Everybody's fucking buying blow. Everybody's ordering doubles. We're fucking snorting. We're having a great time. Oh my God. And all of a sudden it's 2:45, and there's police cars everywhere. And we look at them.
You didn't think to go home after doing that?
3 a.m. the bar's closed. It's 10 to 3. We're all fucking gazelled.
Yeah.
The whole, if there's 20 people in the bar, 16 of their jaws are going.
Yeah.
Telling stories about the war and God knows what else. All of a sudden, we're like, what the fuck? Everybody, please come up with your hands up, right? So we're like, what? We hide the coke, but I know one of the cops. I see one of the cops, and I know that if I shake his hand and put something in it, I might just be able to slip away. So I had like a little extra bindle. I put it in my hand. When I saw him walk, I said, hey, what's up? I put it, he goes, yeah, just keep on. He goes, he's okay, he's with me. And he walked me. But as I'm walking away, I look at a police car. Remember the guy we threw over the fence?
Sure.
He's in the back of the police car. He's just trembling, right? They got blankets on him. They got like a guy with a heater on him. He's just fucking trembling.
Classic. Jesus Christ. You fucking psychos.
What a great fucking night that was.
Yeah. Jesus.
That was a crazy bar, guys. When we went out to dinner that night, I went out to dinner with some friends. We brought it up. That was about 2 weeks after we were getting a lot of snowstorms that year.
Yeah.
And that was about 2 weeks after we were having a party there on Saturday night. Now, the owner of the club, it was Joe and Mary. Joe and Mary were both dead. The guy's name was, I forget what his name was. It really doesn't matter for the story. But in real life, the guy was a loan shark.
Yeah.
The guy was a mob loan shark. Wasn't he in the mob? I did not say that. I said he was a mob loan shark. How do I know? Because to borrow money from him, you had to go to the bank. He would get you a check, but you would have to cash it in a certain bank. And that's how he got his percentage. He was way ahead of the game. And this is 80 fucking 2. So don't come to me with no fucking stories.
You get another one of those?
That's one all for you. Another one. Don't give me a drink now. Oh, yeah, I'll never forget that fucking. It was a Saturday night packed. Again, you know, everybody's doing fucking blow. Who's not eating gorilla biscuits? And I'll never forget a fucking cop came in, an undercover cop. And he's like, hey man, something, like some violation or whatever. And the owner's name was George. But that was the bar owner's name, George. He was a little stocky guy. You could tell that if you were going to have a problem, this was not the type of guy. He was a bar guy, bro.
Yeah.
He never worked behind the bar. He always sat at the bar. He bought you drinks. You know, he spoke to you. He was a gentleman, but he watched that register. And that night, this cop came in talking shit. And he goes, can you do me a favor? Can you show me a bet? Bro, the bar was 50 deep with all of us in there snorting blow. And God knows. And he asked the cop in front of everybody at like fucking 2 in the morning. Let me see the badge again. The cop was like all jovial about it with some other guy as backup. He showed it to him, and George is spinning the guy's badge. He goes, do me a favor. You call your local, whatever. You tell them you came in here, and George is spinning your badge. Now get the fuck out of my bar. That bar fucking froze, Jack. That's when we knew, and I knew I was dead because I owed him like fucking $8,000 because I kept borrowing from him. I would tell him Tom Segura needs 800, but he's embarrassed to ask you. Is Tom good for it? Tom, listen, I know Tom 20 years. All right, how much can he pay me every week? He'll pay you $75 a week. Tom, you didn't even know you would borrow the money. What? You were doing that? I would pay him under your name. Fuck. Until finally I had to just bail him on everybody. It was crazy.
So then would he come after you?
He never came after me, but when I left to Colorado, I left for like 10 months. And when I went back, that was my high school bar. I went back one night, I went to the side door, and my friends were playing shooting pool, and I was with my buddy Stinky, who also owed him money. And I'll never forget, we knocked on the side glass, and my friends looked up, and they're like, is George here? And they're looking at me like, and I'm like, is George here? And my friend's like, what? And the one time, my friend opens the door, he goes, come by, you doing? I go, is George here? And all of a sudden I hear, no, George is up here. And I look up, me and Stinky, and George is listening to the window. He goes, how you boys doing? It's been a while. And I go, yeah, we wanted to see you. He goes, give me 10 minutes. I'll be right down. All right. We fucking got in that car and we took off. And I never saw fucking George again at the end of the night. Oh my God. And today, it's not Joe and Mary's no more. Guess what it is? What? It's Jose and Maria's. Mexicans took it over, you know what I'm saying?
Christ, man. Your stories give me anxiety. They're so vivid.
That was a crazy fucking bar, bro. You know, they were serving us when we were 16.
On Bergen Ave?
On Bergen Light Avenue, they were on 80 Street, something like that up there. Listen, bro, we would go up there junior year. Think about how old you are. 10 of us. That were cool. You couldn't go up there and drink. You know, like, you couldn't tell like everybody. Like Tom, you know, there's certain people you can't bring up.
Right, you can't bring up there.
This is us. You would go. We get a couple mugs of beer. We get potato chips, Lee. Bar potato chips, not Wise. There was no Lay's. There was bar potato chips. And we get Frank's hot sauce and get a napkin and lay it out and eat potato chips and shoot pool till 6 like me tough guys. You know what that feels like when you're 16?
Oh, yeah.
You have the idea, Lee, of what kind of person you would be. No drugs, Lee. How different would you be today if every day after school you went to a bar, shot pool, had 3 or 4 beers, ate a bag of chips, and went home, and your mom's like, how was studying? You're like, break. And then it would be very different. At least let me explain it to you. When I look at you.
But you didn't do that? No. I did it a couple times, but
the only sorrow I have is that I didn't meet Lisa when I was 16. Because right now, as sad as this is, we would weigh 600 pounds. 2 doors down from that bar Joe married. All right, a block, 6 blocks to the south of it was the original, my loyalty. Don't cook tonight, called Chicken Delight. That's how I became an American. Hot dogs, McDonald's, and Chicken Delight. But up the corner, next 2 doors next to that bar was something else. It was like Chicken Delightful. And it was owned by Richie Seidel, a little part-time bookie. His kid was retarded. We were kids. They used to give him Adderall. In 1980, and they used to tie him to his bicycle and make him fly off his roof. It was hysterical. And every weekend he'd have a different babysitter. And if he had 10 babysitters, I sucked 4 of their titties. Because that's where you went to watch Saturday Night Live at fucking 11 o'clock. Hysterical Tom Segura.
What would you have done with Lisa at if you met him at 16?
Lee, at 10 o'clock every night, like clockwork, if you were at Joe and Mary's, the manager of the chicken place would come over with 2 buckets of whatever chicken they had left over from the day. And they just made the chicken at 6. Lee, so for 2 hours, you would just sit there and eat fried chicken and drink fucking mugs of Heineken for 65 cents a mug. How would you be? You'd be that bar. What's the show you fell in love with about Boston?
Cheers.
Cheers, that's you. They used to give you for free at this bar, Joe and Mary's for free. As soon as you walked in, Lila was the bartender. And for free, there was a circle. And on that dish, you know, when you go to Subway and they have like the dishes of sandwiches for parties. No. This was a circle like that, but it was white bread with ham and Swiss cheese with a little bit of mayo, maybe a nice piece of tomato, and they would put them on. There'd be like 1,000 of these things under a container. And if you were drinking, you were allowed to pick up the container and eat one and put one back like a normal American.
Yeah.
That's what a normal human being does. Oh my God. Me and my buddies would destroy those things. We would smoke dope, go to Joe Mary's, order 2 mugs of beer, a bag of 2 chips. We'd just eat every chip on the rack. In those days, they'd have chips on the rack. We'd just take every bag of chips and eat every fucking sandwich in there. 16 they were serving us.
Jesus Christ, man. Sounds like fun.
It's not that it's fun. It's just thinking of how different society was. And people knew it. Tom Segura, people knew it.
Oh, dude, it was different. Even when I was a teenager, we would go into bars, you know, and we would drink. People would serve you at their homes, at their if they knew you weren't one of those just fuck off kids, like, you know, just you weren't a jerk off. People that I knew would serve you in high school, and not in like a oh my God, you're getting away with something way. They're just like, you can handle yourself. You're fine. They give you a drink.
I had a couple of parents, friends of parents that were crazy. And there was a couple in particular that told me, you can do whatever you want in my house, just don't ever drink in my house.
Who told you that?
A couple of friends and parents. One in particular said, you come over my house, you can eat, you sleep here. I just don't ever want you drinking in my house, and I'll never drink with you. I don't want it, you know. It was cool.
Yeah.
It was cool. I knew he drank, and I drank, and I'm still friends with his guy.
Oh, I got you. Okay. You mean like as a kid, the parents would tell you that? Yeah.
I don't like it.
You don't like?
I don't drink in front of Mercy.
Yeah.
I don't want alcohol in the house.
Really?
No. From my perspective, I know what it did to me. Seeing, I know the freedom it gives you. You know, your parents are your heroes. Until, whatever, once they see your heroes drinking, it's okay to drink.
Yeah.
Once they see you smoking a cigarette, it's okay to smoke. Your parents are your heroes. You know?
Yeah. I never thought of it like that, actually.
If they see you doing coke, what are the chances that they're going to do coke?
That's probably a lot higher, yeah. So are you careful with weed then? At home or no?
Very careful. And that's why I know that within a year I have to stop. She watches. She watches. And she moves around the house like a snake. You don't even see it coming. You gotta be very careful with it.
So you keep like in a private, like lock stash, that kind of thing?
I got it hidden somewhere.
Yeah.
But even if she opens it, she can't see it. You know, it's very hidden.
She's gonna trip out when she learns back. That's weed tolerant, man. She's gonna lose her mind.
Right. You never know. You never really know.
You're 10th level with that, for sure.
It's how you approach things as a parent, and you want the best for your kid, Tom Segura. You don't want your kid to do blow or pills.
Of course.
You want the best. You know, you want them, you know, you look at them, first you say you want a healthy child, then you want a child that fits into society, you know, through his grammar school years in high school. I don't need him to be a high school star or anything. I'll take a fucking kid, you know what I'm saying? I don't need anything. I mean, it would be nice to have fucking some linebacker over there at Penn State.
Yeah.
So you can smack some bitches, you know what I'm saying? Sling some dick. Then you're Louis C.K. looking at you, really take your dick out the fucking Penn State Theater and say, here's one for Joe Paterno. And his cousin, what was his cousin's name? The Kuklinski, what's the cousin?
You talk about the
football coach at Penn State that's doing 11 years.
Sandusky. It's fucking crazy, man. It's nuts.
It's good to see you always.
Always good to see you,
You're a
man.
breath of fresh air. It's nice to see you doing well. You know, your wife is a fucking knockout as usual. I haven't seen the chow. I'm excited.
Dude, we're gonna have so much fun tomorrow, man. We're so happy you're coming on.
Your comedy is fucking second ladder. Now, what's the special coming out there?
It's coming out January 12th.
So this is your fourth Netflix special?
Third.
You're like fucking Johnny Netflix.
I don't know, man. I'm super happy that I've been doing another one, man. Honestly. I'm just happy.
Listen, man, you're where you wanted to be. This is, you know, we were talking about touring before and the efforts of being a feature actor, a headliner.
Yeah.
You know, you want people to leave there and go, they paid money. I don't want to take a chance. It's like the people go, let's go out to dinner at 6. What? And do what? Up to you about what for an hour? Right. Then they always bring the goofy friend. So how is it hanging out with Ari? Listen, mind your business. Yeah, eat your fucking liver, right? Mind your business. How is it hanging out with Ari? Eat your fucking food. If you're gonna take me out to dinner, ask me 1,000 questions.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna do it. That's why before showtime, I don't want to see nobody.
That would remind me.
I told you.
Oh man, that reminds me of something you said one time. I want to deal with you back. You said, you go, black people eat to talk. And I go, what? And you said, I'm serious. Like, go to a restaurant to eat to talk. And you said, if somebody fucking talks while I'm eating, I'm going to fucking stab him in the neck. But you had a whole rant. I don't know if you even remember saying this, a whole rant about eating to talk. Yeah, I had never heard anything like it in my life.
It drives me fucking crazy.
That was the exact trend.
He goes, what?
You're the exact trend. You know what's going on.
Where?
Well, you know what he was talking about. Do you know what I'm talking about or not?
Stoned to the gills yesterday. I can't believe you're taking New Year's off. Yeah, mid-level fucking savage like yourself. Taking it off. I'm scared. I can't lie to you.
About what?
New Year's.
Where are you doing it?
I'm not. If I did New Year's, it would be the 8 o'clock show at the Ice House in the small room. Small, intimate.
Yeah.
Talking the heart end of the year review. Lisa, playing the drums.
Why don't you try to do that anyways?
I'm taking the family away.
Oh, you are?
2 days.
Okay.
Go to a nice beach resort up north.
Good for you.
Good for the kids. You come back Monday morning, the 1st. It's like fucking Mad Max, like the apocalypse.
Yeah.
There's nobody on the 101. Yeah, I'm gonna go chase a fucking nickel.
Yeah.
On nights that I'm chasing, you know, I'm thinking about that. When you first start out, you know, you MC for a while. Then you start mailing. Then you start hearing about all this money you're gonna be paid on New Year's.
Yeah, that's the big thing that
I could look you in the face both years and tell you the honest to God truth. I never got paid for big money on New Year's. Every fucking club robbed me.
Oh, I got fucked on a bunch of New Year's stuff. But you did like these stories about what New Year's was like. It's like it was such. That's the hottest rumor, you know. But like there's some truth to it. But people would be like, oh, you know, you just hear like someone's getting like 10 grand or something. You're like, what? They're like, yeah, on New Year's, shit really pops off. I remember I met him once on New Year's. We still did 5 or 6 shows, but instead of $100 a show, they gave me $150 a show for the week.
Because of New Year's.
Because of New Year's. And I thought that was crazy money. Like at the time, I was like, wait, what? I'm not going to get $600, I'm going to get like $1,100. And they're like, yeah. And I go like, holy shit, this is so much money. Like, I really thought that was a crazy amount of money. I was getting an extra $300 or something. And then a few years later, I remember I did a New Year's gig where the money was like just marginally more. And I looked at the ticket price and they're charging like $85 to go to some of these New Year's Eve shows. And I tried to get, you know, a little more money. I think they kicked it up like another $250 or something. But if you can get, you can still make it crazy. You can make crazy.
Saturday night robbed me 2 years in a row. I'll never forget that Saturday night. She used to book the Buffalo, the Buffalo Funny Bone in connection with the Miami Improv. To get into Miami, you had to she told you. She didn't like you. If you were a private agency, well, let's say Joe Rogan recommended you.
Yeah.
She told you Buffalo first. I got 2 weeks for your time. Buffalo, okay, you Miami, no, you go to Buffalo first. January 8th, 12th, you'll be featured for Big Brother Clown. And then the following week, you go to Miami. Then you go for the hypnotist, and you're like, oh my God, I'm quitting this shit.
Yeah.
And then she robbed me a few times. I always got robbed. Rogan took care of me all those years. You know, he gave me a little bit extra. Listen, this is what I feel about New Year's. I'm going to be as honest as I can with you. I'm like the next guy. I like making money. I try to make money. I've been doing this for 27 years. I deserve to make money.
Yeah.
I ain't shit for a lot of years. And I got robbed for a lot of years. Am I crying? No. It made me the comic I am today. But you look at what the clubs charge. They want to charge some fucking piece of salmon that they got from Katrina. Left over some fucking guy bought 22,000 oily fucking salmon. You know, crab legs. They want to give you all this shit and hype it up and pay the comic. And you know what? At the end of the day, it's just a fucking dumb fucking show. And if you get caught up in the food, the whole thing, and here's a guy like me telling you right now, I'd rather you come see me January 22nd somewhere. Yeah, and it's a lot easier, it's a lot painful for you. You're gonna sit next to people for a late show that haven't had a drink in 6 months. They're gonna puke on your dress. I've seen shit on New Year's Eve lately. You're like, I was excited.
Yeah.
I bombed one time
On New Year's?
in Miami.
That was a rough route.
Not one show, but both of them for the Salazar. But, I mean, death of 1,000 dicks.
Tell your worst bomb ever.
No, this is one of the many.
Oh wait, one other thing I hate about this New Year's pricing is that the last one I did was at a club, and I think some of the things were actually $100 for like the full. Yeah, no, but here's the thing that sucks is that people hit you up and they go, "You charge $100 to see you," and you have to explain to them that on that night, yeah, and it's like
they're gonna give you a bottle of champagne that's gonna give you a headache for 3 days.
Yeah, that's like
grapes they got from Noriega.
And you couldn't explain it to everybody. Not everybody was saying that.
And you try to be fair in your mind, and you go, you know what, I would love to do a New Year's show. Like I said, it's a Sunday night into Monday. I would really consider an 8 o'clock show, 200 people, tops. I would love it if they were able to smoke reefer in there.
Yeah.
And drink, you know, and no intermission. 3 comics, you're out of there at 9:30.
Yeah.
Listen, you know what? No pictures, get the fuck out. It's gonna be low end. So go take pictures for New Year's and jump up and down. No blow, just real comedy fans.
Yeah.
That want to watch a comedy show. That's what I like to do. But when are you gonna get that type of action?
Sure. I like your idea of doing the annex at the Ice House.
That's it. 8 o'clock. Everybody's home by 9:30.
That's a great way to do it.
I don't want to toast.
Yeah.
I don't want you out at midnight. I really don't want you out at midnight. I really don't want you driving at 1 a.m. for stupidity. Unless it's Jesus talking. Why are you at a fucking New Year's Eve? Stay home.
Yeah.
By 10:30, you should be home. 10:30, nice steak, smoke a number, get a package. I don't give a fuck if you get heroin. As long as you're home by 10:30, shoot heroin. I don't give a fuck what you do. Maybe not heroin, but every minute you stay out over 10:30, you get an average, you're getting hit in the head with a stick, getting busted for something. Who don't do this? Who's drinking and driving? Who's not puking? And once you've done all those New Years, you're like, you know what? This is the last one I'm doing.
Yeah. No, I like your idea of doing it in a small room. That's it.
People are like, yeah, let's do the world turn. We'll do 8 o'clock show. Yeah, listen. Then you find out it's a 10 o'clock show.
Yeah.
Now I gotta be down there at 10 o'clock.
And that's too late, man.
You know what, man? As dumb as this sounds, I got family now. Guess what? I'm gonna get grapes. I'm gonna get the bottle of wine. My friend sending me that Cuban peanut brittle.
Yeah.
I got family now. Let's toast the family. I need the money. I gotta be out there fighting like an animal. On New Year's Eve,
yeah.
I knew one day the next day when my leg got from the half for snow. And now we're stuck at the airport, fucking hotel for 2 days. Leave me alone. Just tons of other weeks to work in with you. And that venue's not going nowhere. And people don't get offended. I've been doing New Year's 1 year somewhere. That's a high level club. And they couldn't get the meal on time. You know what that's like when the computer goes down?
Why can't you turn on the video?
And people order filet mignon, but instead they get a piece of salmon. Almost like it's 10 years old. And now you gotta go upstairs to feature act and be funny. And while you're on stage, you know what that feels like when you come and you're getting fucking 600 for a week for 8 shows. That's what I got. That's 600 for 8 fucking shows. So I paid my dues on New Year's. I cut my teeth on New Year's. God bless the people who offered me work this year on New Year's. That's my offer, and I'm sticking to it. It's too late now. I'm leaving on Saturday.
Where's the where's your worst bomb? Do you know which one it is?
Jesus Christ, there was a period I was just bombing.
Really? All the time?
I wasn't bombing. I used to call clubs ahead of time and call it a bomb scare like this. Get ready, because I'm going to bomb that I know. Bro, when you're a comic in the beginning, you have to bomb. You have to bomb. You have to bomb. You have to bomb. And you have to bomb. And you have to bomb. And you have to keep bombing. And the situation's worse. And it's just like any other fucking situation that you get yourself into that has high stakes later on. Yeah. Down in the future, if you stick with it, any of these things, any of these dumb things that you become a specialist in doing, you have to pay your fucking dues. One way or another, I don't know what they are, but I can't describe comedy to you. You have to live it. I love the people who call you and go, hey, did you say it took you 5 years to feature? Yeah, it took me 9 years, you fucking asshole. And you sit there and go, we'll watch the beat this guy gets on the road. Yeah, this guy's gonna get demoted so many times that he's gonna quit. Right. They got demoted. They go on his features, and after the first night, the MC's eating their lunch, bro. And the guy ain't got 22 minutes, and it's eating.
People change a lot of the lineup
yes.
that night.
Yes, they do.
Yeah.
Oh no, that never happened to you guys.
It's brutal. I know a dude that started as a fucking headliner on Wednesday, and by Saturday he was out. He was MCing. And I'm telling you that I swear to my mother's grave. That's a true fucking story, dog.
I got demoted before the show once, so like not even due to the show.
No, you did not.
Yeah, I showed up and they were like, well, actually, no, I got the email that said, hey, we booked you to middle, but you're going to MC. And I was like, okay. And then the next email said, actually, you're just off the show. So they emailed me twice to let me know that I was demoted. the day of the show. I'm thinking I'm going to feature for a weekend. I know you're going to MC for a weekend, and actually you're not going to do. So I got just kicked off the show. But I did a show. I did a weekend one time where I was the MC. Hello? They made the middle and I switch. They demoted the.
Were you doing bad? Or was he doing that?
No. The other way around. The middle, I was MCing, and they told me the middle and the middle to MC. The middle was doing badly. And I was having good sets, so they switched us.
Okay, one time.
That was brutal to fucking witness, man. Brutal.
It's embarrassing.
It is, yeah.
It's really embarrassing. One time, I did so good at a feature spot in a Florida town, but they made the comic quit the headliner.
Jesus.
Through the glass. He was so pissed because at that time, I was at the store and I was doing the 12:45 spot, following Paul Mooney every night. And I had 20 that would bury you. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
The first 20 were really, I was at the store. You got to follow dice.
Yeah.
What are you going to do? You know, follow dice. If you go up on that stage, you go, let's keep it going for dice. What we're going to do, we're going to die. I don't even know why I came up here. You died. And after you take 10 of those, you go, okay, I'm not going to surrender right off the bat.
Yeah.
I'm going to give him what he deserves, and I'm going to attack these motherfuckers with everything I got.
Yeah.
And that's where you learn that strategy. That's why I love people going, dude, I couldn't follow him because you died before you even got on stage. Don't give him the limelight. Thank Tom Segura for coming on stage and attack him like a fucking pit bull for 4 minutes until they forget who the fuck Tom Segura even was. They'll forget. If you attack him hard, the first 4 minutes, Tom Segura don't even exist. They won't remember you until the way out. I remember him. He was funny too, and you're like, because you attacked him. I used to lose the war in my head as a young comic.
Yeah.
And go, I can't follow that clean stuff. Look at all those people with white hair in the audience.
Yeah.
It's not till I eliminated that factor. I don't want to see the audience. I don't give a fuck who they are.
Yeah, just go
out there and do your material. Because once you start catering and bantering, that's where you learn to bomb. Well, they're Chinese. There goes this. Can you smell my feet?
No.
There goes this set. You know, like if you go, I have a bunch of Chinese people that do it. I said about the guy I rendered that was Chinese. There goes that 8-minute bit. If you don't do that bit, you get lost in your head.
You're totally right.
Do that bit with all the confidence in the world that you have. Do that bit like if you were in front of 20 white people. In fact, I want you to turn to them as you do that bit. Because the more confidence you show, the more they're going to laugh their ass off. Because they're Chinese. They know they can't drive. They can have a hard time walking around the airport. They all stop at the door at the airport. You ever like rushing to get to your gate? Yeah. They all stop and look around like it's what the fuck are you looking at? Move. Move, you fuck. This is the end to the exit. They want to sit there and look around and try it. Look at the lighting in here. This is a great journey.
Yeah.
This is a great journey. This has been a great journey for a guy like me. It's been a great journey for a guy like you.
Definitely.
What made you get on stage when you were in college, educated, nice?
I mean, I always wanted to perform, man. That's the truth. I just wanted to be in comedy. I didn't think it was going to be stand-up. I really thought I was going to be like a comedic actor, you know, like be on TV, be in movies. Like that was the thought for me.
But you've still done TV movies.
I mean, I've done a couple of lines here and there.
We're just a recurring show and taking you off the road for 6 weeks and just focusing on something 2 days a week. Like that's all I ever want.
Yeah, that'd be great, man.
Listen, I don't want to be number one. I don't want to be the Joey Diaz show.
Yeah.
I want Tom Segura to have his own show. And I'm the guy that comes in every 3 episodes to break his balls for 5 minutes. And he loves Joey.
Yeah.
I love Joey Christine. But every once in a while, you have to come over here and straighten me out and different, you know.
Yeah.
That's all I wanted to do.
Yeah.
That's it. The name of the garbage man.
Yeah, for sure.
I grew up watching Good Times and all those type of shows that were character driven. And it was a guy that came on every 2 weeks. And you yearned for him, but they didn't throw him in your face to save the show. Not there to steal the show from Tom and Christine.
Yeah.
I'm there to add flavor 1 week. You know what I'm saying? So with the kid,
Sure.
whatever. You stay home, you focus on that, eat some fucking Warner Brothers food, right? Why fight yourself and go on the fucking biggest work on the set for a couple of days? It's not the same money on the road, but you focus on that, and you get some more experiences to write off of. You know, there's always something.
Yeah.
The last 5 years, like I said, I got caught up. I always loved going on the road, and I fucking get it. I love going on the road 4 or 5 weeks at a time. By the third week, you're just destroying audiences.
Yeah.
You're just destroying them. You know, you warm up on Thursday night, and Friday and Saturday you get your beat to you, and you just level them. If not, you learn how to level them. You take an old bit and put it in between this bit, and middle it here, and lie this one here, and next thing you know, it's a great fucking feeling. But the other side of that is, fuck. I've already done the 8-week runs, and the 6-week runs, and the 10-week runs, and now I was down to the last year and a half, and to the 2-week a month runs. And even that's getting to me a little bit.
It's wearing on you.
Yeah, because sometimes you get that 4 out of 5 week thing.
Yeah.
So even though it's 2 a month.
Right. Yeah, I know exactly that. That's a slick agent move too. They're like, yeah, you're just gonna work. You're gonna do 2 weeks every month. So you're gonna do the last 2 weeks of this month, and the first 2 weeks of the next month. You're like, oh,
no more. Can't do that shit no more.
No.
I need a time. She's growing.
Yeah.
You know,
you like being home too. You're a good in-town guy. You like it. It's a good feeling too, by the way. I'm not saying it in a negative way. I'm saying,
let me tell you something, man. You live in Los Angeles. You moved to Los Angeles for a reason. Come to me with whatever reason you may have. You moved here for a central reason, a square root, as they say it, man. That square root is to walk out of here somebody, something, a writer, a casting guy, whatever the fuck you do. If you live in Los Angeles, wherever the fuck you live, guess what? I want to go to meetings. I want to be involved. People is involved in me. I gotta be fucking Jack Bruce. I gotta be Harvey Weinstein. It means that this studio's doing 10 movies a year. There's not 3 roles and 3 of those 10 movies. That's you telling Tommy Segura is an intelligent guy that's lived here a long time. Same thing with all this programming on Netflix, Hulu, original programming, iTunes, Amazon has original programming, not to mention the 4 networks. There's not 6 episodes of you don't see yourself. I'm not saying Tom Segura the comic. I'm saying Tom Segura the funny guy in the surgery room.
Yeah.
They'll do this 6 episode 20 something.
For sure, man.
I'm sorry, so that would be 10 weeks off the road. You wouldn't be making the same money, but it would throw you off and give you a little bit more insight. And you wouldn't just feel like a piece of meat that you're out there constantly. All these agencies we're with, they just don't have 1 floor. They have 5 or 6 floors.
Yeah.
I know I'm not involved in 5 or 6 operations, but there's 3 of those floors I can help you with.
Yeah.
And I want everybody involved instead of, like I told you the Nelly story, they gave him a TV show, and UTA said, "Look, you're crazy." So wait a second. You're gonna pay him after the executive producer and after the actor and the creator. You're gonna give him more than $150,000. That's what in our pocket. That's 10 points of $150,000.
15.
Yeah, but if you put him on the road like a fucking hooker, on Friday and Saturday, let him sing. It's getting hot in here. Not taking for your clothes. You throw water at him, and him is 8 little fucking St. Louis fucking buddies jump up and down. They fucking net 250. And they have t-shirts and merchandise, and then he gives you a hug and a kiss. So that's $500,000 a weekend. That's fucking 50,000 commission. What do you want? You want $15,000, $50,000 commission.
Yeah.
What do you want, guys? What do you want best for your client? But sometimes you have to control that a little more. And go, the roles are here. And when you do get the audition, you have to prepare. You know, I can't see anymore. Those days are gone. Those days are going in and using the paper part-time are gone. When I go to an audition that I really want, I go that one last week for the big. I was all booked, Jack, completely. I brought it in there to have a base. I always bring them in there just to have a starting point.
Did you go for the Royal Bird?
Yeah. Bert Bellinger. Yeah. Were you there too?
Yeah.
Everybody was there. I saw Brian Posehn. I saw two guys from The Sopranos. Who was there when you were there?
Who was there? Oh, Adam Ferrara. Right? That's his name. I think that's his name.
Wow.
And John Daly, I think is his name, like the golfer. And then who else was there? A couple other guys, but those two guys for sure.
Julie Ashton, she cast.
Yeah.
All that. She cast me in 4 pilots.
She's great.
3 TV shows.
I mean, she's really great for you, but I think she's.
She called me one time at 5:45. I said, I don't know if you can do me this favor. There's a pilot quiet YPD Blue 2069. It's 3 lines. It's a co-star. If it gets picked up, it's recurring because it's a newspaper guy on the corner. Can you do it? Can you be a fox and a half hour? Fuck yeah. She took care of me and paid me a little extra. I had nice lines, 2 lines. I was out of there by 11 o'clock at night. I read the pilot and had no chance in hell of getting picked up. That wasn't a network in America. That was Oh, man. Nah, man, I like to do a couple movies a year or something. At least
You've done a lot of it, though, man. It's impressive.
My IMDb is rocking. I can't even, what's that?
I'm saying, like, it's impressive, man.
I look at my IMDb every 6 months.
Yeah, I'm fine. All right.
And I scroll, and I cannot believe that I could truly look you in the eye. And I told Lee this before. I thought I would be an extra one time on a TV show. When I got here, there was a girl. She's still here, maybe doesn't count it. She was doing extra work, and she was telling me how much fun she was doing. She was doing extra SAG work on Friends.
You're bored, that's why you're here.
So what the fuck with her friends? She would put certain objects on the set while the people were watching. You know what I'm saying? Like she would put this weed right in the chair, and they would tape with the weed down, and she'd go take it. Yeah. And hopefully it would make the cut. Like she was having so much fun.
She was loving it. Okay.
And then there was a guy at the store that was very creepy, and he would always come up to me and go, "You should keep it Titanic and Ensenada."
I can listen for a trouble.
At the time, I think it's Ensenada. Don't fucking yell at me. People, it wasn't Ensenada.
And
they were shooting
also
the Titanic somewhere from San Diego, you know, like an hour from San Diego. And every day they were looking for extras. And this guy scammed us. He took a Polaroid of you. We got $50 and then you put it on stood online like a slave. And they gave you $50 for a day if you made it. Well, I didn't know a guy. The guy that opens the elevator, he was an extra dog.
Something on my belly.
So Joe check was for opening up the elevator.
What? Yes, I'm seeing it right now.
What?
I can't see
Like
it.
30 G's.
No. Oh my god. For opening the door?
That's not me.
Flooding downstairs.
I can't see
That's
who I am.
not me.
I just saw him about a month ago. He's a commercial guy.
And he had a line? Or he just,
Yeah, he comes, I'm running here.
You know I
He's
am.
all scared as shit, and she comes in, it's flooding. He
Air
opens the
powers.
gate, he closes it,
Yes, I have
pushes the button, he
I'm
has to
super
go in
young.
and do his first check, put it right in an apartment, got a little car. Because I was trying to cook
That's
commercial.
cool. What
That's the diet
superpower
coke.
you have?
It was international.
I need to marry you.
yeah, dude, your resume for acting is nuts.
No.
Because I wasn't getting
Why you always say Mary?
as a comic.
No.
There was
Don't get me wrong. Actually,
zero, and I didn't do
even if it's a husband, you know,
to be honest. Let's be strictly honest.
What?
Madam, you know,
But theatrical agents were
Yeah,
signing
exactly.
commercial people.
It's with him.
I would walk
Actually,
in
it's a
and
white
that's agency.
actually, it's giving me
And
white
get fucking
honestly.
sign the minutes.
For me, I don't like it.
It was the big ones that would not
So
touch me.
you actually don't want to marry my
Take
idol.
my envelope and put me through hell, which is what I needed at the time. I needed a Gersh theatrically as a character.
So I said, I don't know.
Somebody who sent out characters. The best character you got, but by that time,
Why can't you
I
marry
lost it at that time. But I was with a chick for a while. That was very good.
Because I don't
Her
want
name was
to.
Nancy Hahn.
Because I still
But I
have.
was turned back on
That's
her
not
by a really good manager.
She's not
You still have votes.
No, we both.
Stay abroad. It must be
Somebody
expensive.
that I met with when I was looking for agents.
Madam, I do not
My
understand.
manager took me to like 3 different agencies where they offered you water and shit.
You say
Parking at the time.
Why is this man lying?
98, 2000, you remember?
Are you a soldier, bro?
Going up Ohio. Think about going up Ohio.
Yeah.
Brother, are you a soldier? Answer me.
Okay.
No, I'm talking to you. Why you laughing?
The rock place over there where Terry used to work. It's
My brother, where are you from? Hello. Yes, where are you from?
You go north on Highland.
Okay, that's their place. Disney concert hall, all that shit.
I'm from where?
Saudi?
Yeah.
But if you would make that first turn,
Oh,
there was a building there that
that's true. That's where I'm from.
it looked like it was about to go down. Okay?
Wow.
So this agent,
What?
Christmas
I am from Saudi
he
Arabia.
goes, Joe, we gotta get you a problem. My agent that I had that was also very good.
What do you see? That's where
My
I'm from.
first agent.
Try and understand.
What's the name of the
They were on the Warner Brothers lot.
Why don't you understand, my brother?
And the one chick was a badass agent, and the other was an attorney. And the brother got me a pilot. They closed a nice deal for me. They were badass.
Why don't you understand my accent? We are from the same place, the same
So
country.
they let
And
me
you
up
still
to
understand my
the
accent.
So
What
the
kind of
agent,
human being are you?
he showcased me. I got his
I'm
pictures
from
from CIA at the time, but they were like, he's a good character.
What do you see?
We don't want comedically at all. Like
Where are you from?
I believe in Dallas. He's a comic. He's terrible. So
That's it.
I'll
But
never
you
forget. I met
My
him.
brother, what are you trying to
He
do?
was still
Stop
around.
lying. You are lying.
I forget what his name was.
My brother, what
They offered you water and shit at like 10:30.
Yeah.
And then
You are from Saudi Arabia.
this other guy on Wilshire Boulevard. I still remember the building.
Yes.
The guy was a greasy fuck. He just
My brother, you are speaking. Your name is
What
What are you saying?
You know what? Before you came in here, I looked at your headshot and I saw something. I called Tarantino. I told Tarantino.
My brother, I can't.
These guys will tell you this, people. They will fucking tell you this. Like I just got on the phone with Quentin, who really
What
interested in
language?
getting this role. And you're sitting there coming in your pants. Because you want to Cincinnati and pick up $250 a week. And you're playing ticket as well because you have to sit in the back
Is the
next to escapes convict. Some fucking
bill?
oh my God, Lee, you have no idea, Lee, what those dreams are like. You know?
so I think
What's up?
I remember one guy one time was like, hey, I think I have to stay.
Have
Like,
I eaten?
you only have to do
No.
this like early on, like
I
hosting this
haven't.
event, like a live event in San Diego. It's like $2,000.
I
Were you
haven't
interested in that?
eaten.
And this is, and then he goes, do you have a media kit? I didn't even know what the fuck that was, man. So I
Hello.
started to like make shit, not knowing how to
Why
do
everyone's
type up
leaving?
and format documents.
Yeah, what are we eating?
And I sent it to him. And he goes, I was like, you get it? He goes,
Am
yeah,
I
I'm like, try
eating?
back.
No.
And then there's the guy that's like,
You have not eaten. What are you going to eat?
promises of just never hitting back. So
My brother, you are using the game profile.
From the
Oh my
beginning,
gosh, Holly is so fucking pretty.
it's
Oh my
horrible. The worst.
god. Not even worrying what
You
the fuck.
from the start.
Yeah, yeah, to execute my God preferring that person.
Oh yes,
Somebody
that's
else,
it.
you're like, what?
You see, that's done. That's my
Unfortunate. You took what you had. You're a funny fucking guy.
My brother, I do not understand anything I say. You would, can you speak up, please?
And that's why where you are today, you and this bird, that's a TV show that I'm watching this.
Who is talking?
Hold on, let me give shout outs.
It's the guy in church back.
Okay, yeah, I still have it. What are you
Because I know you're still very interested.
I don't know what to read.
Great.
I know it was a tough Thanksgiving. I got you, cocksucker, Kevin K.
Should I say
Madam, why can't
it?
you? Madam, why can't you tell me why?
Because I haven't learned how to cook.
Over in Pittsburgh. And Chevy Roebuck.
Madam, you're not
Don't forget about me next Sunday.
Because I haven't learned how to cook.
With my man, we will walk.
How did that come together?
Nobody teach me. Now you
Joey.
you can
Tuesday, 12:05. We're again. Take 12:05.
Yes, I'm
a cheap
It's a pussy king, man. Get that shit.
He's the pussy king. There'll be freaks there if you like
I'm gonna teach our school, don't worry.
your type of lady.
I'm gonna teach our school.
Just walk around with a good, like a good
shut up.
Vaseline on one finger.
Oh shit.
You need 2 hands, 2 fingers.
No.
Vaseline.
No, this guy. It's fine.
Respecting me, madam.
You know,
Yeah, not you.
How did it come together?
Madam, really, see, you specifically say this is the person.
he spoke about it. He said he was doing
She said you should put me and
He was a comic, what did I think?
Madam,
Not you.
my brother is a.
Give it a try.
Don't worry, your husband is a. Amen.
Big fan.
It's time for comics to start opening up for bands again. It's time for comedians to start opening up for UFO and, Deep Del Rey.
I don't know. He joined when you busy at Rothschild, and he didn't go.
Madam, brother,
What's wrong with
I know
him?
what's wrong with
How
you.
old are we now?
I'm giving him heartbreak.
A bus fart.
Heartbreak. He's getting book of it. He has been crying all day.
I only want a bus tour like won't be raped.
He been crying?
You know what I'm saying? That's how we got a body.
Yes, he has been crying all day.
Yeah, with a bus tour, that's what it comes to.
What's wrong?
I'm an adult. I don't know the problem. Once I'm sitting in the back of the
His
plane.
girlfriend broke up with him. As I said, you should marry him.
Can't sleep with
But he
somebody.
keeps saying no. No,
I guess you can't do it unless I'm driving. I'm not gonna sit there next to you. I know how my is. One minute I'm gonna get my dick sucked.
Just marry him.
The next minute I'm off a cliff because the fucking joint is burning on your shirt.
And you've been hiring like responsible drivers, Joey. The bus companies.
Have you texted him?
All the time like the little retarded chick.
I don't need to take that brother. He has not been replying since. I don't know why.
The little retarded chick.
What are you talking about? What?
If you takes your brother, I have to say.
Every fucking other week there's some bus driver getting high texting. You know. What about the little Chinese kid that fucking died? No, kid.
It's good to call you.
Back this weekend.
It's a good day.
You ready for CNN, don't you?
Yeah, I don't know. How old are
Madam, can you sing?
What's the future like of Tom Segura? What do you want, brother?
Madam, can you sing?
By the balls. You're doing well.
Let's see what's
Great guy, you deserve everything you've got.
Well, shut up.
Madam, can you sing?
Thanks, man. I want to keep doing it, and I'm going to develop the show.
Yeah, can you?
So, hoping that
Yeah.
that pans out to something. And,
No, I can't.
Yeah, man, I'm trying to make this movie.
Why can't you not sing?
The crazy things about TV shows are right now.
Madam, no, don't try singing this song for us.
Listen, you think about your life.
I feel like you're into music.
I like a show on that fact. I'm gonna go there every day and break my bones.
Well,
Madam, don't
It's the
you
comedy
Madam, don't
that
you
do a job.
Yeah.
Any song, any
The
song.
comedian feels like he has a job. That's when we don't respond. That's when the problems start. This can never feel like a job. If we want a job, we're gonna do this a long time.
Madam, okay, I'm listening. Let
That's
him
the
sing.
problem for me. I I never wanted to feel like a child.
You still have to take it seriously.
I wanted to feel like when I go to somewhere to do a free set, and when I go somewhere on Friday, I have the same feeling.
Right.
I wasn't getting it lately. I just want to get on stage and get the front ball.
Like to listen to.
Yeah,
You listen
I'm
to.
falling in love with it.
As I said, it's sometimes.
Do that.
Time bends up, you know what I'm saying? Time away, go on set and working with a few asshole actors.
Yeah.
Doing some dumb shit from time to time makes you realize how things you have to stand up for, and at the same time you're writing.
So
You're right with a gun to your head,
No,
pushing jokes that really
it's
don't
not
work,
Korean.
but they have to work because you're on the road getting $25 a ticket.
It's not Korean.
Do you follow me?
Yeah.
I go to Flappers Monday through Thursday. I call Dog Monday through Thursday. I'm closing the show. I'm going to charge you.
Madam, I see Chinese.
I'm going to tweet it.
It's Hindi.
Madam, is that
I'll be
Chinese?
there every night at 10:30 to close the show. That's my phone.
Hindi.
Okay, you like Hindi song.
On Friday and
Like
Saturday,
this.
I'll get some battlegrounds.
Yeah, from Indonesia.
Follow runway. See what you think now, bitch. See what that
This
looks
song.
like.
Madam, am I
On
right?
that runway. That's the way to do it.
Yeah.
But
What?
for you to
I'm
kill
Indonesian.
audiences with new jokes in Omaha, and then try to go back the next year.
Okay, now I see. You know, I don't understand the language. I don't speak Hindi something. How do you want me to connect it?
I've been hearing it now.
No, how do you want to say you're from Indonesia and you listen to.
Are you with me?
Yeah.
Yes, I want English songs. You know,
jokes.
so I don't understand Hindi.
See, somebody's milky used to be funny.
You know, I'm not saying it's not okay.
Don, it
What I'm
changes,
saying
every
is I
change.
don't understand your language.
Transition.
So you have to say English
I
songs.
don't even know what the fuck it is.
Right.
I don't
Oh,
even
right.
feel it. That's all that matters. I'm feeling that I want to raise a daughter
I do.
so she doesn't run into Harvey Weinstein.
Yeah.
That's your main goal. You know, you and your
I want
son,
to
your
do some.
goals for your son, right?
For sure. Yeah.
I mean, there's so many things you want, you know.
Drop top situation elevator. That's one of the
Madam, who sang that one?
Alfred taking a picture, grabbing your tits. It sucks. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
My brother, Madam, what? You don't understand one. You have not tell me the title of that song.
Frank is that dirty bitch.
The title of that song is Like I Do.
Listen, bro, you know, I work this man all the time.
I'm
You don't think Abe Lincoln got his dick sucked?
Yeah, for sure.
They all got their dick sucked.
There's a trap.
They just run down half these
It's a
fucking
trap.
presidents.
Driving
I
down real
fucking moved on
I just
stuff
wanna
like
love you like
and they were having threesomes and slaves and shit. They were all hypocrites.
Madam, please, Madam, Madam, boss. Okay, now. I give you the voice you actually use. You actually use.
Thai restaurant, you know, go to the Century City. Me, I'm looking shit up.
You have to
Look at his eyes. Look at his eyes, it's left to left. Whoa.
No.
You know, the CD comes out, the new special is
You actually signed yourself right now.
January 12th.
Yes.
And it's called,
Huh?
okay, and when
The voice you actually use, you actually use the
CD,
from my voice.
Tour plan right now, man. I thought I'd be
So can you please kindly give me back my
like
voice?
this thing's coming out, and I'm gonna be home for a while.
Yes, I own the voice you
I
actually
think
sing.
you shoot a special. You put so much effort into it.
Understand.
You physically
Yeah.
emotionally work out, but
Oh God, Madam,
there's some
please
situation,
try and
you know
understand.
what, I'll go out the following weeks after that.
Right, I wish they
And
had
it's just a waste
should
of
have
time, that's
explained
what I did. That was a waste of time, I should have canceled.
What I said is that
And you watch movies.
the voice you actually get to sing is my voice.
I said,
Do you want
what
me
is this
to
stuff writing?
text them in to join you?
Yes, you can text me.
Oh, really? Go get it.
No, you
Yes,
do.
sure, sure.
And sometimes, bro, you know what? You go to
Wait,
comedy
you
school.
do it.
No, Damian is actually
Watch the
replying.
greats, Darren, Burr, Sebastian.
You don't
have
reply
a
him?
good time and you'll giggle. But sometimes you walk into a coffee shop
Yeah.
and you see a beginner
Unique.
and you see their eyes. And you see the eyes that you used to have.
What?
You know, Baron, Burr,
Yeah,
guys.
No, not Vicky. I'm not Vicky. Who said I was Vicky?
Because your name is Vicky.
But it's not Tony's.
Who is what is your name then?
When those guys go in their eyes. Oh yeah, it's different. You look at their eyes, you try.
Because you said your name is Vicky.
Yeah.
My name is
And
Vicky.
5 minutes in the building. Me, like,
My name is very freaky.
Oh,
like if this didn't work out tonight.
this Nigerian.
This is Nigel.
Yeah.
Why?
You know, like,
Madam, what do you think?
look at
Madam,
comics eyes.
what
Those
are you guys saying?
the fuck out of it.
Yeah, I love it, man.
What is
I
your
like seeing you comics.
then if your name is not Vicky?
I used to have a lot of those.
I don't want to sound when people come up here and
Okay,
tell me
my name is
this next comic is really hot. My thing just
Okay, you change your name every time.
I'm gonna get super high. I'm gonna sit in the back.
Why do you think we should
I
give
want to see 10 guys do 6 minutes.
Because first you said your name is
My
Vito.
fucking ass
You
off.
said your name is Vicky.
Because I
And then you
know
said
they
your name is
don't
Andy.
what they not
Hey, my name is
that they haven't even thought about. And they're
So
funny.
what's your name? Like, I don't get it.
I love it. I'm gonna start going back to the
Okay.
Yeah,
My name is Shui. That's my name. Right? So just for now.
You're right. We take this
No, your name is Vicky.
Thank you
Vicky.
for reaffirming my belief.
No, my name is not. Madam, you call me Vicky. I'm not like I'm not
Friday
sorry.
and Saturday.
Yeah,
For me to have
Your name is Vicky, not Holly.
definitely.
And it doesn't have
Madam,
to be
my name is
What?
not.
What?
very happy with the elliptical on this
What
tour.
kind of name is Holly? You're not
98% of the shows.
Madam, I am only.
Have to
I
do
don't. I cannot comment in I'm
Like the 5 o'clock, 35 minutes on the elliptical, 25 lifting some weights, maybe 10 on stretching.
not worry.
You go
Actually,
upstairs,
I'm not saying my
service
information.
you dinner. You wash your pussy.
Yep.
You come
But
out
my
and
next
shut
time,
up,
I'm
get
gonna
dressed,
tell you.
this is not gonna do. You fucking whatever. You
No,
wait
you're
15,
going
20
to my
minutes.
game.
It's time to go. That's a
What is it?
perfect fucking night of it.
Yeah.
You go to the sit
You're
down,
going
it's
to lie
gonna be
again.
night. You still got an hour before you go.
No, I don't like. I can never bad like. Why would I like?
Tip top and cool.
It's the best.
Watch one tree of light.
How to do it.
Because you always change your name.
And if people out there, if you do stand up,
Okay, change
try
it
to do a show
because
workout.
actually
Do like do a casual.
I don't like following my name.
Walk on a fucking treadmill.
But get out of your room.
One of you be
Get out of your room.
private.
It'll make you
Don't
feel
be re-exercising in your room.
What do you say?
I want you to get out of your room because you go in your room too
What
much.
do you mean,
Also,
madam?
my name.
Start creeping up on you.
My name is also not. Yeah.
Madam, I know your name. Don't like.
Understand, but I never did it.
Yeah.
What is my name?
It used to drive me crazy.
With what?
You want to say your name.
People call me in hotels.
Madam, if I tell you everybody knows, you know your
I
name.
just took a coke knot out of my nose from last night. Chewing on it.
No.
And I'm fucking numb as hell.
What is it?
And you want to know if I want to meet you in the gym? Not in a million years.
Because yeah, it's
We
not like
always
your
do
name.
something.
Yeah.
No, I didn't say me actually. I didn't say me.
Like I was going to stay. And his shirt would always be
No,
dry.
it's not true. It's not
And we
true.
looked at do a fucking great show. And now Thursday night I fought
I know it's true. I won't tell you.
Friday night elliptical.
Because you
Every place has dumbbells.
Yeah.
So you do the benching,
I
you
won't
do
give
the
you
incline,
any
you
what.
do the
I
bent over
believe
rows,
if you want to keep
you
it
do the
private,
shrug,
that's
you do the
okay.
curl, you do the
No,
tricep.
no, you don't understand. I mean your name. You said I don't know your show. I'm not there. I don't know. But I won't tell you. I'm going to call you at some price.
It's a pleasure to see you.
You too, brother.
It's a
You want to
pleasure
keep it
to
as
we did
private.
not discuss
Your name.
parts, which is always successful.
But
What is your birthday?
The show.
your mom's house tomorrow.
And we're gonna save it for the show of the
It's
year.
also private.
Can't wait. Don't tell me.
I said your birthday is privacy, madam. My keep me.
You went to Vegas, you lost money.
Okay, it's not
Madam,
January.
Yeah, but
Madam, we are lying to you.
no, I think I'm doing poker too. Poker.
January.
Poker's
January.
stuff. I'm gonna have to go somewhere else then. Maybe do.
Are you seriously kidding me?
I do it so seriously. Like I'm used to having fun at blackjack and like no one would talk at the table.
January.
Oh, really, son? It's really for you.
Like a January.
$65 tournament.
You want to do jokes? Go fucking watch it.
Okay, why you tell me that?
And they
I'm asking because I want to get a present.
under pressure, which is no problem.
What's the buy in there?
$65 60
what
for that.
you wanna give.
We're just trying it out.
Yes.
It's fun, but I like my gal and I've been on Celtics at
What are
once.
you going
I'm
to
happy you
give
went
me?
to Vegas and had a good time.
Thank you.
You need to get
Anything.
some shit off your fucking chest to try to help you live better.
BMW.
Thanks for
What you say,
cleaning
madam?
the house, brother. Where'd you go?
We go
BMW.
We have friends over. We have
You want to be in
Now,
where was yours?
at the house.
Madam, do I look like a person that is making counting?
Coming back, you were fucking Lucy
Yeah.
K.
I kind of like sort of.
I want to go to see how much BMW is right
Yeah. No, so what do you do? Because
It's expensive.
Yeah,
that's what, yeah.
Yes, so you want me to kill myself
That's what I
BMW,
do.
I give it to you.
Get the sugar, man. Change it.
Yeah, like sell your kidney and then earn money and then to buy
So
BMW.
I'm be happy riding that car, enjoy it.
My iced tea.
Yeah.
That shit is the cancer-free one, right?
Right.
Yes, you're actually going to ride like how it's like you're happy about it. So when I'm there,
Just go
you enjoy your car.
Yeah.
You just go cross-eyed. That means somewhere along the line, go cross-eyed. Right there. And that's it, right, buddy? I need 12 dates.
Madam,
Coming
no,
up.
I got Phoenix,
Okay.
December 7th.
Oh, the one that you put on your profile
Sam
picture.
Live, and then I'm doing Hawaii.
Girl,
I'm doing this place
my
in
girlfriend.
Hawaii, 14th, and the Hawaii
What is
Theater
that?
on Hulu,
She-
16th.
she's actually sure.
Like I said, always a pleasure.
Actually, she's like my very, very, very beautiful. I want that one.
I'm happy that you
So not the lyric, right?
no more.
So she just like
I love you, cocksucker. We'll be back.
no, yeah,
Don't worry about
she was my question.
questions, all right?
Right,
Let me just drop it on you nice and easily again. Like I told you, that we gotta go to show.
so you have
Holiday
one
season's coming.
No, I don't have a girlfriend yet. That's what I'm saying. If I already did a girlfriend, I think that way.
We all did. And I'm not gonna show you.
What are you talking about?
But like I said,
My brother, why you say, what do you mean by that? Is that not my nigga? What?
The candy canes. It's what
What do you say? What do you mean, nigga?
let nature back go with snacks that you love.
My nigga, what do you mean? What do you
Delicious
mean?
and better for you.
If you had time to name it, fucking houses or cousin,
You got stuff to do. People are
My
shopping.
brother, I do not understand what you are saying. You
You
talk
need to
too
keep your
fast.
body fueled.
Anyways, how you doing, man? You seem like a nice guy.
But a lot of the holidays,
Ah, yes, I'm
you
okay.
don't know that.
No, I'm not
That's
supposed
delicious, but healthy, no. And throughout the day, you know, the calories.
Good
you
restaurant.
eat
You want to
guy's
fuck
house.
you up. That's what the grill like up. You can fuck you up.
Better for you.
My brother, I want to fuck.
Nature Box has over 100 delicious snacks.
You're so weird.
Are made with high quality,
Madam, I
simple ingredients. This means no.
It's
having that
long nose ass. I hope you sweet. That should make no sense.
It's easy.
My brother, why are you talking like Eminem?
And Nature Box will deliver them. Listen to me. Right to your door. New snacks that have every month.
Oh, God, that
Inspired by
nigga.
food trends, professional chefs.
My brother,
I can read your feedback. I'm sorry, Ray. You got this. Last week they sent me the beautiful.
my brother, I say that all
They
the
illustrate
time.
these rappers, these salt, these sea
My
salt.
brother,
What the heck?
That'll make your head spin. You understand me? The sriracha roasted cashew.
All right, bro.
The whole wheat thing. Come on, guys. I'm throwing you a show over here. And there's no risk. If you don't like the snack,
Yeah,
Nature Box
I
will
don't get it
replace
either.
it for free. Like suppose you need a church. You're
Come
coming.
go do this way. My
Nature
brother,
Box
what's
is
up?
open. Holy Jesus. You know I love you. Listen.
How are you doing?
50% off right now off your first order. If you go to naturebox.com/.
Ew.
This is what you want in your house for the holidays right now. Listen, I can go on for hours about
Ew,
the
what
snacks. It'll
the
kill you.
heck?
We'll be here for 3 years. That's naturebox.com/Joey for 50% off your first order. Again, naturebox.com/Joey for 50% off your order. Naturebox is the healthy way to go. Listen, the holidays are going to kill you. Again,
Even if the perk was fake, would you still eat it because you're a good?
My brother, what do you like? What do they like?
So, I'm feeding you, but at the same time,
I do not understand what you're saying. My brother, speaking English, I do not understand the language.
I was talking about you, Lee. Your homegirl got out of the problem.
What did you say?
Fucking ass. You get a slow job, the chicks eyebrows going fly. It's like,
Yeah, I know.
You know what?
Empty, what do you say?
Because she
Nigga, they need to put you in straight.
But she knows if she opens
My
up.
brother, you talk so fast. Are you hearing me? Why you laughing?
Like this shit. I know. At least unfucking. I'm sorry, bro.
Bro, just calm down and talk, okay? Then you
You know, that excess pine cones coming from your asshole. We call those things dingleberries.
My brother, don't say that. Don't let him catch you. Out of the head.
Spread you all over. Your underwears. On a holy night, let me tell you something. I'm just playing. How your day was right? Tell me, go to midday. They can figure it out for you, right? It's a wonderful device that you attach right to your toilet. It takes you 10 minutes. Wait, I'm only.
Who am I talking to? What the fuck is
It's actually less than 30 minutes. This girl, I don't know.
I'm just saying, and I know you're joking.
Yeah.
Let me tell you something. You attach it.
Yeah, I said,
Take a little fucking shit. You turn the water on.
Yeah,
Pressure
it's
takes your sense on a different level.
That's
You
like
understand? But for some people, it might take you like to sit there all day. You got nothing to
cheeseburger.
You'll clean your ass.
Madam, I do not know how to cook that cheeseburger. I do not know.
You know,
Oh my god, I have the cold one and I start every day with it. I love it.
it's amazing. In the morning.
Madam, why would you eat meat? The official to sit down before.
That's the best.
Yeah.
You might not have to take a shot.
What time?
Most people
What?
got to water.
I do right before the show.
What time
Let
is
me tell you
it?
something. Your asshole get the cold water revitalizes your nerves.
Yeah.
It
Don't
gets
worry.
Okay,
Listen,
what are you?
let me take the picture. Let me take the
close
picture.
right now. But what am I?
Whoever is right now.
What I'm telling you is
Oh, check it here.
.com is the way to go. Why? Because you get a 60-day money-back guarantee, which I've been using mine for 2 years, and I'm 300 fucking pounds.
Yeah,
If I
recently.
have a bucket, you ain't gonna break fucking yours.
Wow.
So clean
Wow.
your ass better,
That
and
looks so
you use
yummy.
clean water to spray your butt.
Like, I think
Provided
it's
you
a
sh-
fusion.
You shower fresh feeling
Madam,
Is that
after
cheap?
every fucking disgusting
no,
shit.
that's a fish.
There's no more skid
You
marks,
like fish?
no more sugar burn, fairies,
You
hanging on
you
your
did
ass
that?
crack.
You cooked?
Just an asshole.
No, that's
Cook that?
Christmas, you understand?
no, it doesn't mean.
I'm telling you, this is the way to do it.
But
Go to
I can show you this one.
hello, fishy.com.
I can show you this one for you.
Use code church
Where you have to
for
come in.
10% off your order. And they start at $60.
You guys also eat rice
Only
then?
Santa could afford that.
Yes, I
Start
tried. Yeah.
wiping your fucking nasty asshole with that disgusting
Like actually, almost everyone in
and
the
you got shit on your
rice.
fingernails till New Year's Day.
But I'm coming. I want to show you my eating
Go
food.
to
I
hellofishy.com.
don't know it is.
Use code church, CHURCH, to get 10% off your order. As usual, I love you guys with all my heart. Don't forget next
Oh,
Sunday,
there you are.
where we will
Madam, you eat something like
go
this.
with the observatory, and Tuesday at the observatory, and Saturday. I
No.
want to thank
Oh, no.
the best guys.
What is
Madam.
that green sauce?
And I tell you this is about
That's vegetables, madam.
Tom Segura. Go to Tom Segura
Hey.
and check out his
Oh,
dates and give him the love he deserves. Lisa,
You don't want madam, you don't want that one. Okay, no problem.
Absolutely.
Let me show you another one.
deserve it. No more fucking.
My brother, how are you doing?
Only kosher meat, no more Thai food and shit. You don't tell the concept.
They like Thai food.
You go fuck yourself.
My brother,
You're the best.
I love you guys.
Who is that?
We'll see you next
Whoever
time.
in the car. Like an Uber driver.
My brother,
Mike, you never got serious, bro. Go touch grass.
my brother, be careful of accidents. Try and look at the stop accident.
Exactly. You need to worry about the road,
Where's
not
the
this.
white thing?
I hope you crash. Hey, where you coming? Where you coming? Hey, everybody here, where you coming?
I'm dressing my front.
Where are you from?
Ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah.
What is
1,000 episodes.
that?
Tom Segura.
White
My brother,
Yes. We were up to late and started, ladies and gentlemen. We did not have it later.
That was a real panic setting.
That's embarrassing.
Yeah, it's an African.
my brother, don't say something like that.
Petrified of earthquake.
Is it?
I don't put slippers on. I sleep in sneakers.
Who is Nabi? Who is Nabi?
Yeah.
Do you store water?
Yeah.
Mm.
I just sent you the picture, so you actually want to check it out.
I don't want to eat that.
Yeah. Well, I was just sitting by the computer. And I was
Okay. So you want to be eating cheese and burger, madam? You are not going to be okay with that, madam.
And I saw the cat ball.
Because I don't know what it means. So
They were acting weird.
Madam, hearing things something, you have to keep trying things, new things, okay? You just stay in one side.
They say
They
animals.
sense it.
They
Yeah.
sense it, and I
who is
And you
Nabi?
do the driving. You do the driving and you look at students.
It's like a cartoon up in the air spinning.
Yo,
Earthquake.
My brother, I think you love that so much. Why can't you off this thing and get home and you go back to this court?
Conveyor, motherfucker. And they sell like for 600. You get one with everything. Lights, with iron.
I don't know if I'm that broke.
Cleans your water.
It's scary as shit when
shit.
you panic about what earthquakes are like before you move here.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I'm so
Like I remember
sad.
the first
I
week
miss
I
my
was here.
friends.
I was in Sherman Oaks. And I was
Play
sitting at the kitchen counter of this person's apartment on their laptop sending an email. And I felt a little, and I go, in my head, I go, oh, that's the subway. I kept typing, and then he goes, did you feel that? And I was like, yeah. He's like, it's crazy, right? It's the earth shaking underneath your feet. And I'm like, oh, and it's like a panic sets in. You're like, oh my God, like I've actually experienced the earth moving now. And then the next step is like when you're like, if you're asleep and you feel the dresser, but you hear the dresser, or something that's hanging on your wall bump, and you're like, what's going on? It takes you that extra beat to figure out if you're going through an earthquake.
That extra beat is fucked.
How many have you been through?
Nothing big, but like 5s, 5.5s, a couple of those.
Yeah.
The first one I was in was an aftershock of the Northridge earthquake. I was staying in North Hollywood, and I was in this shitty apartment. It was made out of like fucking the same boxes that they used like to ship refrigerators in. Like literally, the walls, when the earthquake hit, the walls were something like this. I mean, like the whole thing was just like a giant was pushing on the house.
Scary as fuck, right?
Yeah, well, it's humbling.
Yeah.
Because you realize like this is nothing. This isn't chewing up the street. This isn't knocking over any houses. Imagine what it felt like when that big one hit, and it hit for 30 seconds.
Yeah.
30 seconds is so long to feel the ground moving. That's why those people moved to Boulder.
Well, that's why. I was just going to say that. When you have that experience, there's some people that, because for a few days after the Northridge, there was aftershocks.
Yeah.
And there's people that they look at their kids and go, I'm not going through this again.
Yeah.
I work in Wilshire.
Yeah.
I work in Wilshire. I have a big building. What if?
Yeah.
What if I was in 1,000 Oaks?
What if? So a lot of people just abandon. That's what everybody's waiting for. An earthquake hit. Because then people leave and they sell their houses for dirt cheap.
Yeah.
It does happen.
We're out. We're gone. They don't ever want to experience it again. But then I see a guy like my uncle who's lived here since 55. And I've asked him, were you badly scared? He goes, you feel. But
dude, when I first moved here, before I first moved here, I was out here for meetings, and I went by a section of the highway, I think it was the 10, that had collapsed, and they were moving cars around it.
Yeah.
And is this what happened? What is this, an apartment building that collapsed?
it's Northridge.
Oh, this is the Northridge one? Yeah, dude, that was a fucking serious earthquake, man.
Yeah.
Like, fucking serious. And when I was driving by this one section of the highway, it collapsed on the lower section. And I remember thinking, that's just shit luck. Like this right here.
Yeah, yeah.
Like, you could be there, and that is just shit luck.
It is really.
Blam, that thing lands on you, and that's how you go.
I'm sorry. I am a hard-working individual. I really try to do anything that I could to help myself. But when people call me, tell me they want me to go to a meeting in Santa Monica, back to like 3, unless I'm picking up an envelope. I tell them when that kid won the Oscar from Modern Family, and he said, I was always the guy that went to Ocean Avenue at 5 for those auditions.
Yeah.
You deserve an Oscar because when you switch from the 10 to the 405, you got to wait on that ramp.
Yeah. That's
if you're
first
high,
world privilege right there.
if you're
It
fucking
is.
high and you're in the middle of that ramp,
Yeah.
your mind starts playing. I'm telling you, I've been stuck on that ramp and I've gone, never again.
Oh man.
I
used to
want to
be
go through this ramp. I don't ever want to be in the middle of that ramp. That's not good.
Not good.
Your mind starts playing with you, and you remember those images, and you go, fuck that.
Okay, let's plan this right now. If the shit hits the fan, this thing shakes to the ground.
Yeah.
Where are we going? Because listen, one of the main reasons why I like being in LA is because I like you guys.
Yeah, so we're gonna all go.
I like for real, like 100%. Like that was the thing that bothered me the most about Colorado. There was a lot of nice people out there, but I didn't know you guys weren't out there.
You're alone.
Well, I see you when we work together, but there's something fun about running into you guys all the time.
Yeah,
it makes life better. We do sets at the store, the factory, and wherever we're at. It's more fun. It makes life more fun.
I would do
this podcast.
100%. I would do a group move to Colorado.
Fuck yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
I love that state.
That's what we do. The group move to Colorado's the right way.
You gotta remember, guys, it's not our decision. It could be you go home, Mrs. Rogan sits you down and goes,
"That's it.
I'm not living this again."
Yeah.
That's how. And in fact, I packed the bags.
You got bags on
Colorado without you. I'm going to a hotel. Like, some people it affects that way.
Oh yeah.
That they like this ends
right now.
Today.
Yeah. With that earthquake.
Yeah. Some people
I
really.
bet if you feel that motherfucker, the ones that take down highways, if you feel that, you're like, oh my god. I mean, this is not even a really big one.
Yeah.
Really big ones change the shape of continents.
True.
I mean, that's the real fear. The real fear is there's a giant one, like a 10 or an 11.
Part of you, by the way, always feels kind of crazy. Like when I was growing up in Florida with hurricanes, that like after a hurricane, you're like, are we staying after this? And they're like, yeah, it happens all the time. That's Florida's mentality. Like, this is shit happens.
We just board up, get beard.
Yeah, but there's something about a hurricane that, like, for whatever reason, I feel like if you're just in the basement, the top blows off the thing, and you just fucking strap yourself in like a wild ride at Disneyland.
But now they give you these warnings. They're like, you're definitely gonna die. You're at the beach, and people still are like, fuck it.
Yeah,
they're like,
oh for sure.
I had my friend's mom. His mom is like 70-something years old, and this big one was coming. They're like, this time we're not fucking around. This is a Category 5. This is going to absolutely devastate this area. And she was like, absolutely not. I've been here 40-some years. Nothing ever fucking happens. And he begged her, and she was like, no. And it's like, you know, those reports are always rolling the dice because they'll say it's going to be this bad, and then it'll turn or it'll land different.
Yeah.
And it turned into like a tropical storm. And she was like, see. And she was like the only person that stayed. Like everybody else, we would always bail. I don't know if you were ever there for a hurricane, but like we would always book it, man. As soon as they were like, this thing is gonna land, we're like, no, there's no way. And even driving in those tropical storms was unreal, man. Like you can't see an inch in front of the car. It's like you're driving through a car wash.
We had to stop once. Were you with me when Eddie did that seminar in Miami when we were working at West Palm? Did you go down with us?
No.
Eddie was doing a seminar in West Palm, or in Miami. We were in West Palm, it's like a half hour away. So we left to go to the seminar, and we were stopped dead on the highway. You could not see an inch in front of the windshield.
It's amazing.
It was fucking crazy. Yeah. It lasted for about 15 minutes, but it was just... Dude, the sky opened up.
The time there, all the time.
We don't even know what rain is.
No.
We don't even know. And I never knew growing up, like in Boston growing up. Growing up in Boston, I never saw that.
Yeah.
We saw it rain. We never saw that. Like, that's some next level.
I haven't really seen it duplicated since leaving.
I saw
It's
one
pretty crazy.
As a child, I saw one bad rainstorm in Jersey when the clouds got dark.
Yeah.
It started hailing. Have you ever lived through hail in
Colorado?
That's
hail. Did you see videos of when people's cars are just getting destroyed?
Yeah.
And there's one guy had a film of a lake. They were watching it, and it slowly ramps up. It's like 1, 2, 1, 2, and he's like, "Whoa, look at the size of this hail!" And then all of a sudden, it's fuck! It's literally like we're being attacked with rocks from space. Like here, watch this. Look at this. This fucking guy's pool. Yeah, there's a gang of these, man. But like, look at this one. Look at that. That's rocks. Those are rocks. Destroys.
There's magnets. They should die here.
That water, dude.
Great to be to Colorado because this worked for 2 fucking years.
Yeah, but you get Jesus Christ. Yeah, look at it. It's getting worse. This is insane, dude. You get KO'd. Okay, especially if you're
niggas so much. Service your niggas.
You get fucking.
You niggas need some better content, nigger. What's up, niggers, faggot? What's up, niggers that are over? Billionaire, fat little faggot. That's
I moved to LA on Monday. And that
my ex-wife fucked a nigger.
Really?
Like
She fucked up a nigger. Like a body.
Yeah, I remember the job that Friday. Yeah, there was a bunch of traffic, and they were like, "Nah, this is what Hollywood shoot."
That shootout changed policing nationwide. That incident changed the way they viewed having weapons, changed their training. They never even contemplated.
What if your sentiments were offended there?
Fully automatic machine.
This old man, that white guy, body nerves, just like you're a nigger faggot. What? First of all, who the fuck is taller than you? You won't even let me get on camera. My name's Rabbi. What's your name? Who the fuck is Strash? Purple idiot. I'm not that faggot with picture. Purple idiot. What?
We're getting ready to film a scene, and we're watching. Me and Candy Alexander huddled up together, going, "What in the?"
You're a faggot.
Everybody came in. Guys, get in here! Get in here! They're all in there watching. Like, what in the fuck? And it changed the way they, what kind of tactics they use and the equipment they give police.
Absolutely.
Because they were like, they had 38s back then.
They still reference it all the time. Yeah, I did a ride along 2 months ago with the Hollywood division. Dude, and I was guy was still talking about it. He said, we have this because of this shootout.
And that's a lot of people say, oh man, fucking militarization of the police, man. This is what, and there's a lot of it that's not good. You give people too much power, it's not good.
Yeah.
But if some shit happens like that, they need that. Otherwise, they're sitting ducks.
Yeah.
You know what kind of weapons you get on the streets right now?
Oh, dude,
You know, get crazy shit of firepower. You get on the streets, AR-15s, you get some wild shit on the fucking street.
Yeah. All you have to do is this number. It's real quick mathematics for anybody who's interested. There's 350 million people somewhere around this country. There's more guns than there are people. And they're still making guns. Every day they make guns. There's a gun-making industry. It's gigantic.
Yeah.
They're making all kinds of guns all over the country.
Right. Every year, like
every year they make
more higher tech.
They're not getting rid of any guns. Yeah. Like all those guns for toys. Oh, give back your gun and you'll get a toy. Okay. And then there's someone's a factory going on right now. They're cranking out ARs.
And one person's like, here you go.
Some rusty old 22 for a
teddy bear. Fucking handball court that you get anything except like something.
I can't believe they're playing handball still.
That's why they
was dedicated to handball. Who's like, I'm going to be the best.
When you get out of prison, what do you do in prison? You play handball. So when you get out, you claim disability, you play handball. Then it's a cover for you. And you're half a momo until you play handball. If you sell guns that kill, you'll get a gun at a handball court for $50 that shot 3 people. That gun hasn't missed. A motherfucker shot himself. A motherfucker committed suicide long range with those guns. They don't give a fuck. They got guns that don't miss on the handball courts.
Did you play handball in prison?
It was 2 weeks. It just wasn't for me. You did in Colorado. So when I went to Summit County, because I was arrested in Boulder, but once you start your state sentence, they were going to send me to Missouri and Texas. I ended up going to Summit County. Summit County is like, we don't really have bars.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
You could just do what you want here.
Yeah.
At night at 10 o'clock, the guard would go to the Pathmark. Not Pathmark, like the supermarket.
Yeah.
We'll get us chips and sodas.
What?
It was like a fucking big camp.
Wow.
So you get along? Everyone got along pretty well?
Yeah, I hung out with a dude from the Bronx that played handball. We became friends together. He had been on the run for 12 years.
Good nigger.
This guy was brilliant. He was fucking brilliant. Like the shit he had done.
You'll like you. Don't touch some fucking rat.
Leonardo DiCaprio. Yeah, you can't. He was that guy. Right. And the final thing he did to him was, they caught him. He set him up on a drug stand. Like I read the paperwork. It was brilliant. He set him up on a drug stand. He said, I know where I can go buy 10 kilos of coke. The cops actually gave him $250,000 cash to buy the 10 kilos of coke. He set it up with his friend to have a car behind the house. The car was empty. The house was empty. There was no cops never even did a background check to see who lived in the house. The house was empty. He went through the front and went out the back, disappeared, traveled for 10 years. And he came back to the States because his dad died and they arrested him.
Wow, he took a chance like 10 years ago.
10 years ago, he went to like Aruba and just played shuffleboard, handball.
That's a dark world. The world of the expat and those South American like, tourist communities.
Yeah.
That's like that.
It's sizable too, right?
It's very sizable.
Yeah.
All over Mexico, There's a lot of people in Brazil.
I had a friend
in South America.
His dad was island hopping all throughout his adolescence just to avoid taxes. Wow. And then the crazy thing to me is that they came here, like they came back eventually. I'm like, so is he in trouble? He's like, no. How is he not in trouble? He's like, I don't know. Well, aren't they gonna catch him? I was like, no. What do you mean, man? Like, he's here now. Like, is that a whole new identity? No. Okay. Don't worry.
Does he pay taxes?
He says no, and he's like,
no, he doesn't.
He still doesn't. And then my friend was still like, you don't have to pay taxes.
Yeah, how y'all tell Hey, how the fuck do I tell my kid all this bitch, man?
Yeah. You have to pay taxes.
You Google it. When that's your thing, like, just look it up, man.
God damn it, pay your taxes.
That's
the worst. They will lock you up.
They'll fuck you up, of course.
And it doesn't matter if you pay them. See, if you owe money to, say, like Exxon, whatever, they'll sue you. You have to pay the money. You pay the money. But if the IRS, if you owe money to the IRS, they put you in a fucking cage,
for sure,
regardless of if you pay.
Whoa. Let's say
even if you agree to pay it, you're gonna go in cage first.
Yeah, no. If you owe a company money, they file a judgment against you, and they sell the paper. And
Multi grass, like a
comedy clubs, like I used to. When I first started comedy, I owed so much money.
Did you really?
I go to a comedy club. The manager goes, "You just gotta call. You just have to recall." And I go, "Holy shit, it's HBO."
Really?
Collection. In my mind, I would go, "It's HBO." Oh shit! And also there would go, "Joey, it's the same guy." And I'd pick up the phone, "Joey, Discover card. We never got that payment, motherfucker." They fucking figured out they have tremendous scams. People looking for you.
Yeah.
They have a computer that they'll go on to see what other numbers that usually call you, and they'll get that number. When they call you, that number will come up over your caller ID. They do some illegal shit when they're looking for you. But when you get a judgment from Exxon, 7 years you don't pay it, it goes away. The government, that judgment never goes away. That, the student loan. These motherfuckers that tell student loans to suck their dick.
Oh yeah, student loans.
So they come
that's
back.
even more intense than IRS stuff.
Yeah.
Well, that's all the government as well. So
Right.
the thing about student loans is it doesn't get erased when you go bankruptcy.
Yeah, it doesn't.
So if you file for bankruptcy, anything else, it's gone.
Yeah, I paid a student loan, and I thought it was cute. I took the last one out, the 2625, the minimum. Fuck you.
I've known a couple of people.
They showed up about 3 years ago, dog, with a big old number. I had to get an attorney to negotiate it down and get off it. Oh, the IRS, I didn't pay taxes from 90 to 2001.
What?
Dog, that was crazy. I was hiding. I was doing, what was I making? 8,000 a year as a road comedy.
Yeah,
A couple runs. We're going to file.
Yeah.
So I didn't file. I made money 1 out of 13 years, 11 years. One day I walked in downtown, and they were going to shoot me in the head. I took a number. They called my name. I went back there. I told them I hadn't filed for 11 years. They asked me what I did. I talked to the lady for half hour. She goes, "We don't go back for 7. So you got 7 free years. No, they don't throw you in jail. Listen, you have to be a dumb motherfucker for them to throw you in jail.
Or you have to be a public figure.
They give you every option, Joe.
Yeah. The public figure, you're actually worse off than if you're some just legitimate businessman.
But if you're a public figure, I could go down there with my attorney and say, "Look,
yeah,
I'm going to shoot 10 movies in the next
No,
year."
they would not let Wesley Snipes do that.
Because he gave him such a... At first, he was telling them all this shit and fuck rules and fuck the United States.
I think he was just...
Black Africa and reprimand. Yeah, he was talking about all that shit. And that shit drives them crazy. I don't think
he also made a case that he didn't owe them.
Yes,
He was like, no, I don't owe
really.
them. Like my friend.
No, you got to go in there humble, and they'll play with you. Once you start talking about Amendment 11, Thomas Jefferson, reparations to Chinese yakuza's, I don't give a fuck.
A lot of those people out there that convince people that they don't have to pay taxes. It's not the Constitution.
It's like they don't believe it's like a conspiracy theory.
No, it might be. Here's the thing. I mean, you might have a legal argument, but it doesn't matter.
My name is Mike, and I'm from the hood. When I'm really good, and my mama's
that
white.
money and put you in a fucking
And my name is and my name is Mike, and I am a junior.
solution. It's a situation.
That's why you're fat, Mike.
What's his name from
Situation. Yeah. It's a nice guy.
But he's a really nice guy.
Very nice guy.
What happened to him?
He actually didn't just not pay his taxes. There was some shenanigans where he pretended he made less than he actually did.
Why these Pete Roses? They got Sinbad. Remember that? They were putting him on the front page of the LA Times for years.
Yep.
Why don't
Like the situation Sarah
this guy.
with more charges, including tax evasion and structuring.
Tax
evasion. Like once you structure it and you're the mastermind of it,
it's not a good one.
That's not good. You're definitely
Mike,
going to the farm.
Sure, so the craziest part for me that for that period that they're like hitting.
Stop being a creep. Stop staring at girls in your car.
Weird. No, I just was amazed that I didn't realize that from. I mean, I remember that show. Obviously,
Stop staring at girls in your car, weirdo.
We should really pay attention to this. Like, just not just what they can do. Because you think about what it is we're just talking about money, right? And we're talking about some deception on his part. Where you try to keep some money.
Yeah. Try to make it look like
you do that with anybody else.
Yeah.
Say you're in some sort of a deal with Costco. You do some sneaky shit and just they can sue you.
Yeah.
You'll owe them and you have to pay them, but there's no threat of jail time.
Right.
Right? I mean, is there? If you try to like cook the books, would they get you? Would they put you in jail, or would they just try to fine you?
Wire fraud. They have a lot of
They
different
probably pay
names.
fines, so I'm guessing.
Do you think it would be the same kind of scrutiny and attention though that he's getting?
No, I think it'd be all about paying a lot of money.
Let's pretend that Mike Sorrentino's his name. Let's pretend that he had some sort of deal with Chevrolet, and he was using his name to sell cars, but he was fucking around with some money and cooking the books and a little bit of this, a little bit of that, to the same tune as what was going on with the IRS. What do you think they would do to him? Would you even be seeing this on TV?
No, it'd be like a suit.
Right, because what they're saying is this guy tried to fuck the Big Daddy.
Right.
I mean, that's what they're showing you. They're showing you that Big Daddy gets mad when you try to fuck him.
And in the grand scheme of things, again, it's a lot of money for an individual to earn, but it's not money that affects Big Daddy.
No,
they're setting
Big Daddy's coming after you. But here's the strange thing: Big Daddy is just people. Like, why do we let anything be Big Daddy?
Yeah.
Like we used to think of it, I think, from like almost like a primitive perspective. Like you have a king, or you have a leader of a tribe.
Yeah.
I think that's how people used to think of it. They used to think of all these organizations, whether it's the FBI or the DEA, as being a part of that. But they're just a bunch of fucking people.
Yeah.
And no person should ever be Big Daddy to the point where if you have money that's owed to someone else, perhaps there's some sort of an argument that you've been deceptive, that they can just swoop down and take all your money. Like they lock it all up. Like they go, no, we're fucking freezing your funds. Like Exxon doesn't get to do that.
Yeah.
Chevy doesn't get to do that. Other corporations don't get to do that. But Big Daddy has the overall say. If you violate Big Daddy's code, even though Big Daddy, like you don't even have to get a receipt from Big Daddy. You give Big Daddy half your money, and Big Daddy just takes it and spends it as they would. Whatever the fuck they want.
Yeah.
And you said, what? You don't think you should pay taxes, you fucking hippie? What are you, a Bernie Sanders supporter? I'm not saying that. Don't you think Big Daddy should be accountable? If Big Daddy's going to be able to just throw us in a cage because we don't give him ones and zeros, don't you think Big Daddy should be a little bit accountable?
They should be way more accountable for their spending. Way more accountable.
Way more. You shouldn't just. You should be able to check off boxes too.
Yeah.
There should be like needs, like healthcare, check, like police department, check, fire department, check, things that we all like have to pay.
Yeah.
And then there should be elective things, bunch of elective shit.
Well, I feel like they should also, like, our representatives should be way more willing and actually mandated to explain in detail and what they're doing, what they're spending on.
Yeah.
And I feel like a lot of House of Representatives, Congress, Senate, there's just like an arrogance about the way that they even handle them. You know what I mean?
Yeah, they have power. Of course, they're Big Daddy.
They're Big Daddy, and it's the just like aloofness that they have. It's always been upsetting.
It's fucking gross.
Yeah.
No one should be Big Daddy. And
an actual car or
should be humble. That's one of the things about Obama. Say what you want about Obama, whether you like his policies. As a human being, that guy conducted himself better than any president ever. The way he spoke, the way he interacted with people, the way he even responded to criticism. We're not just talking. I'm not talking about his policies, and you might hate
the
Affordable Care.
Yeah.
As good as it's ever been.
Yeah.
Which is why this Trump thing is in such direct contrast. When he's yelling the other day at some reporter, and he said, you're fake news. He used that again. He said, "Be quiet, fake news," or something like that. Well, I think he's talking about something.
You know, we can like conflate the two. Like, if you want to talk about policy and effectiveness of administration and just personal conduct. Like, let's say you take all the politics out of it. That's what bothers a lot of people to this moment still.
Yeah.
If you just even separate politics, which a lot of people are in favor of, just the way he conducts himself. Some people love it. Let's be honest.
It's some very small amount of people love it.
Right,
but
a lot of
it
people
was
are
fun before he's the
bothered.
president.
You know, you were saying before, there's no debtor's prison.
Yeah.
There's no debtor's prison. When I first got into comedy, I was getting divorced. I was getting squeezed by an attorney. And as much as I never forget the first day I missed sending a payment, right? Like, I'll never forget how shitty I felt.
Terrible, right?
Yeah.
That my credit rating, everything I had gone through all those years, down the toilet. And then at that point, I said, if I'm walking on ice, I might as well dance. I mean, I was just buying cars and fucking around. You know what? They couldn't throw me in jail for all that shit. But one night, Discover closed my account.
Yeah.
And I went home and opened up my drawer. One of those, when you want coke, you get fucking Einstein. You get creative, Jack. I went home and I opened up a drawer and I saw those checks, those free checks that Discover sent you.
Yeah.
When you first went to get the card. I had a bank account, Bank of Boulder, whatever it was called. I had my car financed through there. I went in there, I had a 24-hour drive-through. I went in there at 1 o'clock and signed that check over myself for $1,000. I waited for 2 seconds, and all of a sudden that bill came out with 100, with 10 hundreds. I peeled the 90 out of there. One day, but I got one. Discover called me and said, you got an hour to bring that fucking money back. I charge you with fraud. And I was put up against the thing. I went to the bank. I told him it was a mistake. I didn't know. One lady said, you know what? I'll take that 1,000. I'll give you the 1,000, but I'm going to put it into your car loan. You raise the payments by $25. For every 1,000, it's $25. And that's the only reason why I didn't go to jail for that fucking thing. So they don't put you in jail for being in debt. They put you in jail for deception. You know how they get athletes and entertainers? You know what their biggest downfall is? When they go to Comic-Cons and those autograph signings.
Oh, they don't get paid for those. Or they get paid for those, they don't report.
There's two things. There's the people who get $5,000 flat, and you take pictures all day. Then there's the people that get smart.
Yeah.
Those $15 go in your pocket. You know what I'm saying? And what happens is you have to give a percentage of that $15 to the guy. It's like when you sell merch at a comedy club now, all of a sudden now they want 8% of your merch. Same thing. Well, that guy reports it. Well, Pete Rose, I'm just saying, Pete Rose, I have nothing against Pete Rose, my dog. Pete Rose, he just puts $15 in his pocket.
Right.
Or $60. Well, he took 10 pictures. It's $150. That's how they can get you on all those autograph things.
Right.
Be careful, Charlie.
What's this?
Keep your eyes on the road.
That's what he's talking about. This
You, I know you're fine, but you always got to worry about the other guy, you know?
This guy said he can make up to 250 grand.
What? Shit.
Old ass lady crashes into you and shit.
What? Who is he?
It's like an unnamed person. He's a source deeply involved.
Caitlyn Jenner.
Now, who became so enhanced to the festival business that he started his own talent agency.
He's the star of the Era, the show The Era.
Oh, okay.
Comic book show.
Wow. That's a lot of money. That seems very strange.
So Comic-Con, you pay for a booth, and then I think you give them 3% of your overall tank.
Don't you think that's really bizarre, having people pay to come meet you? That seems real strange.
I think it's weird to charge somebody for a picture and charge somebody to sign. I mean, I guess the signing thing, I understand there's a bit, especially in sports, you know.
I can understand if you're selling a book,
but
or if it's your thing that you're signing.
Whoa,
$500,000 a weekend. Who the fuck gets that? What?
Oh, $200,000 guaranteed.
$200,000 back guarantee. $500 grand a weekend.
All those celebrities who get a flat, and the ones that are on the way real low, like if you want Lucille Ball or if you want Happy Days or something like that, they get piecework.
I just changed my mind. I'm all in. I'm not doing it next weekend. You're taking pictures with your mom, your kids.
I mean, no, you would never do this, Joe. Like the other day, a friend of mine called me. I was at my dad's hospital room the other day, and it was the funniest thing. Joe Rogan, a young Joe Rogan sitting around the campfire with people. He goes, I never saw an episode. And all of a sudden he pulls out a bag of dicks. And he made everybody eat dicks. He goes, man, my dad would fucking holler. You know, for some people in 10 years, they're going to come to you and say, oh, can I take a picture for $10? I love Fear Factor. We love you. Sit there going, what the fuck are you
Let's take a picture.
No, I understand
I
that.
think it's a bad relationship.
It is, but some people, when they go to Comic-Con,
Yeah.
they take their whole savings out. They're ready to go down
I'm
there.
sure. I understand.
And it's a shame.
I understand
It's a fucking shame, but
I don't have any
people
problem
to make a living. What are you going to do?
I don't have any problem with it. I don't have any problem with people doing it to make a living.
No.
Well,
I'm just saying that's how you get there. That's how they tell you.
Don't you think though? I mean, could you see yourself doing that?
I'm too embarrassed.
That's what I'm saying.
Listen, when I was a coke fiend, I couldn't sell CDs after a show. So what does that tell you?
Why couldn't you?
I'm just too embarrassed.
Oh, wow.
I have a hard time. I'd rather shake your hand and hug you and get the fuck out than you not come up to me.
Hey guys, what's up?
My friend Johnny back in New York. The one thing that you both had in common is that even though you had like these issues, there was never a point where I felt like I couldn't trust you with something. You know, like you never would sell anybody out. You would never, you know what I'm saying? Like you're not a type of person who would do something to hurt somebody else so that you could profit because you were sick and you needed drugs. That was never you. You always had like a strong code of ethics.
Get out there, you were worth nothing. I was a junkie that had problems. But when Ari started telling people he's a junkie, he pays his bills.
Yeah, but you know,
people were like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah, you were just a guy struggling, and I recognized in you a lot of what I had seen in my friend Johnny. So there's a lot of people that are brilliant people that, for some reason, the fabric of society just doesn't fit them. There's something about getting up in the morning and going to a job, and you know whatever it is about the way they were.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Straight my name, Joe Rogan Podcast, my name, all day.
I think that CIA guy on with the hair.
Yeah.
And so after the pod, you want to go? Let's do it. Okay. So he came on, and he was very like.
Wakey, wakey, think this cool.
Господь моя. Ну, моя.
Ese era loco, este balance. Дал чечетку. Вбивай янь в ноги им. Остынь, остынь.
А son вот
Хуйло! Вот хуйло, конец тебе! Не, блядь, жри, сука! Блюдок, мать твою, а ну иди сюда, говно собачье! Решил ко мне лезть? Ты засранец вонючий, мать твою, а? Ну иди сюда, попробуй меня трахнуть, я тебя сам трахну! Ублюдок, анонист чертов! Будь ты проклят! Иди, идиот, трахать тебя и всю семью! Говно собачье, жлоб вонючий! Дерьмо, сука, падла, иди сюда, мерзавец! Негодяй, гад, иди сюда, ты говно! Жопа! Жри, сука!
First of all, he's very charming. But like when you're talking to anybody who's worked for the CIA, you're looking at him through the same lens as you look at like a therapist.
Right.
Where it's like, wait, are you analyzing? Like what's
going on here?
Very charming, very smart, very like seems to really know what's going on in the world. But like straight up told us, he's like, yeah, the CIA, I guess one of the advantages I have is like I'm pretty close to a sociopath. Like I'm not there, so like I don't feel the same emotions that everybody feels. There's like a lack of guilt, but I know when I should feel it in these moments. But that's a huge advantage. Imagine if you're trying to like find assets and flip assets.
Yeah.
If you and I like build a relationship with somebody and like, feel empathy for them,
right?
Maybe we wouldn't be able to say, hey, now it's time for you to cough up the information or else.
Right.
But somebody else in that position might. So I would imagine if you were the fucking CIA, you're like, okay, we're looking for people who have gone through these things in their life that have curated this kind of like personality type.
Well, isn't it just like part of the gig? Like here's for instance, like your bit about Puffy.
How are you going to connect these two fucking dots?
That bit is like, look, you don't have any real personal beef with Diddy, but it's got to go down. The bits are there. I'm a gold miner. I just found some gold.
You're right. Maybe I'm a sociopath.
It's not that you're a sociopath. It's just that that's part of the gig.
Yes.
Like, you're not a sociopath with your friends.
No, I think I'm maybe empath.
Yes.
I guess it's one of those things where, like, you justify, you go, okay, if there's I think this person might have done something bad.
Yes.
And he can get jokes, and we're all going to tell jokes.
Yeah.
I'm not pressing fucking charges.
Well, yeah, you're not the guy who's out there, like, calling the New York Times, hey, you know what I heard about Diddy?
Yeah.
Yeah. Exactly. You're just like, it's there. I mean, it's not just there. It's everywhere. My fucking news feed is dominated by it. Fox News, CNN, everyone. There's raids at Diddy's house. Who was the guy that was running around with a sports bra on? Did you see that one dude?
No, this is in LA.
Oh my God, I gotta send you this.
All the raids are happening?
Yeah. He got caught up in the raid and he was yelling, I'm a celebrity. It's like one of the most hilarious clips. Hold on, I'm gonna find you this. It's so funny. Do you know what I'm talking about, Jamie?
But you bring up a good point, which is like, are there ever situations where you feel you won't?
Wait till you see this. He's wearing a sports bra. Hold on, we're gonna play it.
Okay.
Yeah, put your headphones on so you can hear it.
Oh,
yeah, look at this.
Wearing what appears to be a black sports bra, red tights, and the performer's signature trim beard and long eyelashes.
Yeah, this is Saucy Santana.
Yeah, look at him.
Wow, saliva on the beard is crazy.
Saliva on the
definitely
beard.
came from Diddy.
Yeah. Well, he was at Diddy's house.
I bet he was.
So I guess Diddy just kept people at his houses because he's got multiple houses, and he just had freak out part. Look at Saucy Santana. Go Saucy.
Yeah, Saucy's crazy. Have you seen Saucy twerk?
I didn't even know Saucy existed until I saw that video.
Oh, Saucy can throw it. Damn.
This is Booty by Saucy Santana.
Saucy.
Oh, Jesus. Give me some of this. That's Saucy Santana. And so this is one of Diddy's artists.
I don't even know if it's Diddy's artist, but Saucy is like a popular figure in
You're
music.
staying at his house.
Yeah, Diddy's in a tricky situation.
Boy, that's understatement of the year.
Yeah, I think it's over.
You think it's over?
I think it's over for him as like a figure in entertainment.
Right. But you
Like-
think it's over as him as far as like he gets a cell right next to R. Kelly?
I don't think so. I don't think
I
he gets
think he skates.
I think he skates. Or he goes to Bali.
Oh, yeah. That's a move, huh?
I mean, Russell's out there.
Yeah. Is he been formally charged, or does he just know that the shit is out there?
I think there's just so much shit out there.
I think those rappers did some shit.
It's, yeah, I mean, it was,
Especially in the 90s.
music business. A lot of people.
It's not just the music business. It's like, it's the extortion business.
Well, that's, yeah, I mean, the rap game was crazy. That's a thing a lot of people don't realize. It's like, back in the day, especially like early rap game, you weren't just going to play at, what's the random theater that you would play in LA? What's like a rap theater? I'm trying to, the Orpheum or something like that. Wiltern. Some guys were explaining to me, it was like, you would play at the local hood club. There was like a hood club that you could perform at. And then that was owned by the local drug dealer that was washing money there.
Right.
So this is where the idea of like checking in comes from. Have you heard of this term?
Yes.
Like checking in was basically like, hey, I want to make sure we're good because you're going to pay me. And if I don't check in, you might rob me because you're putting me up at the hotel and you know everything that's going on. You're a drug dealer, so you don't play by the rules.
When you come to Houston, you're checking in with certain people.
Mr. Prince.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Prince.
Yeah.
You don't got to check in.
You got to check in and say
John
hi.
got to check in.
Not business. I say hi.
You've had him on here, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
He's a legend in the game.
He's a legend. Out of respect, I say hi.
There you go.
Yeah.
There you go. So what is like,